Chapter 251 Agreeing is Democracy. Opposing? It's up to me, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. Luo Sheng looked at a subordinate with an exaggerated expression and said calmly, I have important new adjustments in the BV video network sector. Hearing the boss speech again, everyone came back to God and immediately looked at him. I decided to let the BV video website open up the basic technical framework and let users build their own BV videos. Luo Sheng looked around and said briefly, and finally his eyes fell on Chen Shai-jun. This time he rushed from the Menlo Park division. Come to the group headquarters to participate in this meeting. Chen Shai-jun and others looked at each other, all with doubts in their eyes. Luo Sheng said, the development team is going to solve the technical problems. To put it simply, my requirement is to let BV video publishing be a tool for web developers to use their basic database functions. This is equivalent to allowing users to develop their own BV. Chen Shai-jun lifted his eyes and said, as a technology developer, boss, once you implement this move, it will go far beyond the current openness of BV Video Network. It will enable any user to develop a website, or by accessing software on the internet, users will be able to upload videos directly to BV, while also copying and embedding videos on their own web pages. Luo Sheng nodded, this is the result I want. Developers of websites must also be able to let users rate videos or add them to a list of favorite videos on their website. They also need to be able to customize and control Adobe FSH video playback software. Speaking of which, Luo Sheng opened the water cup and drank his mouth to moisten his throat, looked at Chen Shai-jun and communicated with him. By adding the basic features and functions of BV, developers can enable users to use their mobile phones as they do on BV. Send videos directly to their site or encourage users to share videos on their site. Luo Sheng looked around at the attendees. Most of the people present were technical executives. He added, BV will open its huge video library, global audience, basic video hosting and streaming network. The fundamental purpose of this move is we will further expand the penetration of BV business in all major areas of the internet, and realize the expansion of the boundaries of depth and breadth. Okay. Chen Shai-jun nodded. He is the Chief Technology Officer of the international version of BV Video Network. In short, he is the Chief Technology Officer of the subsidiary Blue Star Video. The conference moved on to the next issue, which is about the issue of revenue sources for online video advertising. There are major differences around the determination of the length of the ad. One side supports 30-second or 45-second pre-roll ads, and the other supports manual clicks to close ads after 5 seconds. Luo Sheng silently watched the two parties arguing without saying a word. In fact, he had the bottom of his heart. It must be a plan that can be skipped after the 5-second advertisement, but he did not immediately jump out to make a decision. Xu Yong, who participated in the conference, was a solution that can be skipped after 5-second advertisements. When the scene uttered, I have to utter tens of seconds of advertisements. Our streaming media business is okay, like some without a family burn. The video website operated by Kian has a 120-second pre-roll advertisement, and the movie watching mood is completely absent. From a user's perspective, the steps for a free user to watch a movie are searching for videos, clicking to play, switching pages, and waiting for advertising time. Viewing. Xu Yong took up his hand and said, as for the specific content of the advertisement, few people remember it, and the impression on the user is not good, and the advertising revenue is poor. Blue Star Video must not learn this, and must try it on the international version. BV's 5-second skip plan. Although we can't make any money now, can we still lose a little? Do you still care about that loss? Everyone couldn't help laughing. This is the truth. Blue Star Technology Group's streaming media business annual operating expenditure exceeds 12 billion yuan, which is really not worse than Blue Star Video's hundreds of millions of advertising revenue. Zhang Bowen looked at a document and said, many people take it for granted that the length of advertising will be shorter, and the revenue from advertising will be reduced. But the actual situation is the opposite. Earned a lot of word of mouth and earned enough tickets. Over 80% of the advertising revenue of the streaming video business segment was contributed by BV Video Network. To understand how BV Video Network uses this unconventional advertising model, it is necessary to introduce a new concept: best advertising time. BV video ads can be skipped after 5 seconds, and within 5 seconds. Viewers usually stare at the ads with full concentration, which results in extremely high ad reach. And once skipped, click and skip. Video ads include TV ads. For branded ads, billing fees are paid based on exposure. However, how many people are actually watching after exposure is a monitoring problem. You can't use any algorithm because you can't count people in the head. BV Video Network uses such a simple skip to click to get the full attention of a viewer within 5 seconds, sacrificing time in exchange for efficiency, and effectively improving the real exposure of the ads on the mechanism. And this will force advertisers to continuously improve the quality of ads to achieve better marketing results. Even if the quality is as short as 5 seconds, it will not cause viewers disgust in such a short time. Take a look. Obviously, this is a virtuous positive circulation model of win-win among the advertisers, user audiences and BV video websites. The core of this best advertising time is to ensure that the advertising time is short enough, because it is too long for people to keep their full attention and even find some other things to pass the time. For example, some domestic video websites can't skip the advertisement duration of tens of seconds or even 120 seconds. This kind of advertisement is not watched at all, and they will switch to other pages during the advertising time to wait for the advertising time to finish automatically. In the end, the advertising effect is greatly reduced, and stealing chickens will not eclipse the rice. In fact, this is not an innovative concept and advertising model. Inspiration is found in real-life advertising cases. Real-life advertisements show the best advertising time everywhere. For example, when waiting for an elevator, waiting for a bus, waiting for a subway, etc. There are various advertisements in these places. The core idea is waiting for an important thing. The importance is the focus. For example, waiting for elevators, buses, movies, subways. At this moment, people are in a waiting state, and the waiting thing must have certain importance. The importance of this thing must reflect the cost of time, energy, and financial resources if it is missed. If you miss an elevator, bus, subway, etc., you can only pay extra time to wait. So people will keep a careful and focused concentration in order to avoid this kind of thing. The more focused a person is, the better the advertising effect. There are also counterexamples that can be compared. For example, the concept of online car hire is not available in this era. However, the reason is the same. After the driver of the ride-hailing service will contact the passenger by phone after arriving at the predetermined location, the passenger will not be like missing the bus or subway, so the passenger only needs to do his own thing near the predetermined location. For example, when playing with a mobile phone, there is no need to worry about roadside advertising. Therefore, this kind of thinking on internet video pre-advertising is also completely feasible. Give a 5-second limited time to skip. The audience will not click on the video web page and then switch to other web pages to do other things, and then wait for the advertisement to finish and switch back to see. Instead, I will focus on the short 5 seconds and skip it as soon as the time is up. Regarding the determination of this advertising solution, Chen Xiaojun, Zhang Bowen, Xu Yong and others all support the domestic version of Blue Star Video, which also uses a solution that can be skipped after 5 seconds of advertising time. Luo Sheng, who has not spoken much, finally spoke, and you read the book. Looking around the crowd, it seems that everyone supports the second option, and you can skip the advertisement. Xu Yong looked at him and said, "Our support is not the focus. The focus is which one do you support?" Luo Sheng laughed. "Democratic decision, the minority obey the majority, just the second option." At the meeting, A number of senior executives heard the words with a smile on their faces. It wasn't just a day or two after they followed Luo Sheng. What is the urine nature of the boss? He had already figured out some things at the meeting. When he met the same idea with him, he always said, democratic decisions. Minorities obey the majority. Ran Goose. Whenever there is an inconsistency with his thoughts, even when more than 90% of people object, he will say another sentence, I have the last word, listen to me. Chapter 252 Luo Sheng is indeed an authoritarian person. No one in the whole company can oppose him, only he can oppose himself. However, Luo Sheng has one thing that is hard to come by, and that is to open the way, not like some heads of people, to come up to focus on the audience, resulting in the entire meeting is giving orders. The result of this situation is that the subordinates don't need to use their brains and can't use their brains, because there is no chance, just listen and then just do it. The result is good or bad. After a meeting, Luo Sheng was often the one who gave the least speech. He almost regretted his words and let everyone speak freely at the meeting. Then he listened to everyone's discussion and weighed the judgments before making a decision. This is an accomplishment that requires a certain amount of time to accumulate. Luo Sheng too was a man. The experience of the previous life also brought him to this life. He knew that sitting in the position of the top leader, less talk and less work were the most efficient way to accomplish things, and it's easy for me. It is best to get things done without saying no. But it is another thing to do it yourself, such as climbing technology. Because the bosses say less and do less, the subordinates will say more and do as much as possible in order to make the leaders satisfied. Because the subordinates also know that doing more things may not get the praise of the leader. This is what it should be. But doing less or even messing up with one thing is very impressive, and still leaves a bad impression. The following subordinates naturally spontaneously use more brains and think more when facing a leader who talks less and does less. The truth is not responsible, and the leaders control their future. In this way, it is clear that even some omissions that the leader did not expect are also made up. After all, there is no perfect person, and there is a negligence when there is only one leader, but there are a lot of subordinates. It is natural for everyone to work together. Just think more comprehensively. Luo Sheng does this because he knows that people are very smart. Especially the Chinese people like to try to figure out the thoughts of leaders, and at the same time, human nature is selfish. For his own future interests, he will naturally drive him to think more. Because of this way of doing things, he was able to relax and work in the two companies, and the two companies are booming. Otherwise, it will be exhausted for a long time, or the management may be confused and follow the fish. However, this is not perfect, and it will also bring some negative effects. That is, some managers will blindly direct because they want to do more. It is not a professional who has to give guidance. This needs to look at the overall leadership of the person in charge. To put it plainly, it is two words: employment. If you use it wrongly, no matter how perfect the departmental operation mechanism can do it for you. If you use it rightly, no matter how bad the departmental operation mechanism can do it. Luo Sheng has not failed in employment so far. A series of reorganizations and personnel changes have reflected the leadership wisdom of the leader. It is just right for Weibo to Li Miniyun and Yunsh to Yu Jun. Perhaps in terms of employment, Luo Sheng has some subjective prejudice against Ian's arrangement. He knows that there are more suitable candidates than Irene, but still chooses her, which involves a relationship issue. Fortunately, Irene was furious. If she was just a vase character and couldn't play a role, Luo Sheng would still knock her out. After all, he still knew what he thought was important, and the premise of subjective prejudice was also within the range of tolerable losses. Once he exceeded Luo Sheng, he would replace willfulness with reason. With the end of the meeting, a series of tasks arranged at the meeting also began to perform their duties and perform their own tasks. Chen Shijun also set off to return to Menlo Park, North America. But he had epilepsy while he was on the plane, and was already in the hospital the next day when he woke up. Chen Shijun was found to have a brain tumor. This is a big trouble for the BV video website at its peak. Chen Shijun, who was seriously ill, began to think about new life. How should he spend the next days? Is it frantic enjoyment, squandering hundreds of millions of wealth, or is it frantic work to forget about the disease of tumor? Mid-March. At this moment, Luo Sheng was in the office. He was looking at his working computer. The interface on the screen was his personal email exchange with Chen Shijun. Right now, it was a week after he was found to have a brain tumor. Chen Shijun had been discharged from the hospital. Thank you for your care. Yesterday I stood in the middle of the train track and joked to my assistant, if the train comes at this time, what will happen? My assistant was frightened and asked me to leave the track quickly. After a serious illness, I realized that I stopped smoking, stayed up late, got married, and had children, but I wanted to change my job. At the peak of the BV Video Network career, I wanted to leave and start a new business. The road. If everything you have will disappear in a flash, you will understand that you should not waste time, you should not be bored, and you should not consume life. Luo Sheng read the email from Chen Shijun, and after a moment he edited a short message and sent it. Whenever you want to come back, the position of CEO of BV Technology is always reserved for you. After clicking the email to send, Luo Sheng stayed silently on the page for a while, but eventually closed the interface. Chen Shijun's resignation may be the first executive of Blue Star Technology Group to leave, but he resigned due to illness. In fact, he is still a billionaire and holds Blue Star Technology's US $215 million stock. Calculated by market value, if he does not sell, it will still be several times in the future, but this is not something Luo Sheng can control. It is entirely his choice. Although Chen Shijun's departure had some influence on Blue Star Video, some media in the technology circle also reported on it. But the problem is not big. The projects agreed at the previous meeting will continue to progress as scheduled, and Chen Shijun's vacated position was replaced by his friend Jade. He and Judd Karim and Chad Hurley were all cut off from PayPal together. Hearing the knock on the door, Luo Sheng looked away from the computer screen and Irene entered the office. The good news came from the Menlo Park division. We won the case with Viacom, but according to a report from George, Viacom tried to reverse the ruling. Luo Sheng said lightly, then continued to hiccup. I can't keep eating even if I have a legal team with thousands of scales. I have to do some work. Since the Blue Star Technology Group entered the streaming online video business, lawsuits have been increasing. Large and small together add up to hundreds of lawsuits a year. One lawsuit that Luo Sheng is more impressed with is Paramount. In between, as early as 2007, last year, Viacom, Paramount's parent company, sued Blue Star Technology Group in North America, accusing BV Video website and its parent company Blue Star Technology of massive copyright infringement and seeking $1 billion compensation, but a federal court ultimately ruled his defeat. This case has received close attention because it is a test of the federal Millennium Copyright Law, which was issued in 1998. Blue Star Technology Group is currently in a lengthy lawsuit with the 6 major Hollywood movie companies. To a large extent, it is dissatisfied that Luo Sheng did not do the same as the original record company, that is, they did not give them these movie companies money. They are all tempered masters, and no one wants to bow their heads first, but the movie company is more anxious, so I saw in court, but so far it has had little effect. This time, Paramount lost the lawsuit. BV Video website is currently the world's most popular online video website, www.untilnovel.com. It plays 3 to 4 billion videos every day, and its users upload more than 55 hours of video per minute. Although most of the BV videos the content consists of home videos for free viewing, but the company is also continuously adding professionally produced content to support some more professional video production teams, some of which are available for rent. Right now, lawsuits can't win, or have little effect, and cannot bring more impact to Blue Star Technology Group. The influence of BV video sites is expanding. and the 6 major Hollywood movie companies are in a hurry. Now they are really afraid of dragging out. Then they will drag out a second Netflix company. The BV Video website is backed by Blue Star Technology Group. Blue Star's current book has so far reached more than $17 billion. One Netflix has already brought a lot of impact, and another one may be bigger than Netflix, which is really too difficult. On March 20th, Disney, one of the 6 major Hollywood movie companies, couldn't stand up, and for the first time sent a team of negotiators to Blue Star Technology headquarters. Chapter 253 $958 million? No, Miramax's films are not worth the price. If you add the work of Pixar Animation Studios, it's about the same. I can accept the price. At this moment, Liu Sheng's voice was ringing in a conference room at Blue Star Technology's headquarters, and the person in charge of the negotiator of Disney, called Palak, was sitting opposite him. Ongoing is that Blue Star Technology and Disney are negotiating the introduction of film playback rights to obtain digital rights, thereby introducing long video content to BV video sites. It can be said that after years of secret stalemate between Blue Star Technology and Hollywood, the movie company finally couldn't carry the big wave of streaming media platforms and came to the door to talk. There are several film companies under Disney. Miramax is one of them. This film company produced movies including Psychedelic Trains and Old Nestless. The negotiations involved copyrights to more than 700 movies, and Disney sold for $958 million. Okay, Mr. Liu, you don't think the price is reasonable? How much do you think? Palak asked back. $500 million. Liu Sheng said with a big hand calmly. Hearing this number from him, Palak suddenly shouted, but still behaved very gentleman, shook his head straight and said, "No, this price is too unreasonable, and it is no different from the bargain. Mr. Liu, Miramax has a lot of high-quality content, not to mention that Netflix is also very interested in Miramax's movies and intends to obtain exclusive digital rights." Liu Sheng smiled, whispered, and then watched Palak bluntly said, "Don't be here." Netflix raised me and pressed me. Exclusively in the internet industry is not popular. If Disney wants to make Miramax movies, digital rights are sold exclusively to Netflix, so it is the same when I go to Netflix for a second-level license. It is true, our people are also negotiating with Netflix people, hoping to exchange video library resources with each other. Strictly speaking, there is also a certain competitive relationship between BV video websites and Netflix, but the models of the two sides are still very different. They have not touched each other's core territory, and naturally there has been no life and death conflict, at least for a long time. It will not be for a while, and it will not be for now. Liu Sheng doesn't want to enter Netflix's core territory. Netflix is the same. Both parties do not have each other's core genes, but still have a place to cooperate. Because content demand is very expensive, it's true for Netflix, and it's also true for BV video sites. Looking at Disney's food, it will cost about $1 billion. The entertainment industry is a huge profit, and it's not wrong at all. Once the film giant has accumulated a library, the profits will soar upward, and various licensing fees will be softened. Even if the digital rights of more than 700 movies such as Miramax are so low, even if the price is cut in half, it will cost US $4.5 billion, and homemade online dramas or movies will be hundreds of millions of dollars. Even tens of millions of dollars will not be small. The number, if you can get back to the cost. If you lose, you will lose to the rhythm of your family. This is just content expenditures. In fact, the combined operating costs of bandwidth expenses, human resources, etc. add up to a terrible consumption. The online video business can't be burned without strong financial resources. No matter it is Netflix or BV Video Network, this large-scale burning of money is very painful, let alone other petty bourgeoisie. The two sides talked for a long time, and after constant bargaining, they finally reached a consensus on the price of $660 million. On the afternoon of the third day, Luo Sheng and Disney's representative person in charge, Palak, formally signed this movie rental service cooperation agreement, with a contract value of $660 million, whose content is under the name of Miramax, including Old No Place, Psychedelic Train and other 729 movies for a 15-year lease contract. All are old movies. If it is a movie just released, especially the box office movie, the rental value of a movie may be as high as tens of millions or even tens of millions. After obtaining the digital rights of these hundreds of movies, these complete movie contents can be viewed normally on the BV Video website. Consumers can rent movies for $2.99, $3.99, and the general rental period is 24 hours or 48 hours. However, Luo Sheng did not expect to recover the US $660 million license cost by renting these movies to consumers because it was impossible. These are all old movies. Even if it takes 30 years to calculate the inflation rate, it will not be possible to recover this huge license cost of $660 million. The reason why we still spend this money is to recharge inventory. And the purpose of charging inventory is only an user experience. Users don't see it. Consumption is not consumption. Not the point. The point is that when a user searches for a movie name on a BV Video, and when he just wants to watch it, the website must be able to provide services. This is very important. A good user experience and rich content are the foundation. As long as the user stays on the BV Video network, he will always bring value to the website from other places. The longer the time, the higher the business value. It is far from enough to win the digital rights of more than 700 movies, and 10 times is not enough. More must be done. Needless to say, for the money spent on content, it is impossible to build a huge content ecological foundation without billions of dollars. In this regard, Luo Sheng will not save money. This fact was announced the same day after the contract was signed. In the following week, the style of painting completely changed, and other movie companies saw Disney's gleeful take away $660 million from Blue Star Technology Group, and they couldn't sit still. The second company quickly came to talk about the digital rights lease contract of the movie. This company is currently the world's most successful independent film production company, Lionsgate Pictures. In the end, Blue Star Technology Group signed a digital copyright lease agreement with Lionsgate for 428 movies for $257 million, which also lasted 15 years. The news broke, and other movie companies finally couldn't sit still, including the other 5 major Hollywood movie giants. This need a hurry to make money. Paramount Pictures, a subsidiary of Viacom, is also unsolicited. There is no way. The lawsuit has not been won, and the combat effectiveness of the legal affairs team is not weaker than Disney at all. It is not easy to mess with, then the locals will make friends. On the morning of March 28, at the media conference at the headquarters of Blue Star Technology Group, under the lens of many media, the reporters who were present captured the moment when Luo Sheng shook hands with Paramount's vice president. After the handshake, we took a group photo again. Today Blue Star Technology Group and Paramount officially signed a $700 million cooperation agreement that will provide online rental services for nearly 500 Paramount movies, including Hugo and The Godfather. Compared with the contract of Disney's Miramax, the movie has more than 200 fewer movies, but the contract cost has increased by $40 million. The result is, of course, the quality and influence of the film content. Paramount Pictures' 500 films are obviously more valuable. Media reporters at the scene were very curious about the two companies' confrontation in court for 1 or 2 years. Why did they set aside their differences and conclude this authorization agreement, and the terms and conditions of the agreement were not disclosed further? Of course, there is no good guess for Goose. Paramount Pictures saw where the peer company took away hundreds of millions of dollars in banknotes from Luo Sheng. Jealous. Everyone is fishing. Don't hurry up. Blue Star Technology will not buy it, and crying will not find it. Face is not as good as a ticket. What's more, the final purpose of the previous lawsuit was not for tickets. At the press conference at the moment, Luo Sheng picked up the microphone again and smiled at a kind of media at the scene. We have been talking with the film company about various issues, and Paramount is still a valuable partner of BV Video Network www.mentalnovel.com. After we decided to launch a movie rental business, we will continue to increase the number of digital movies for BV Video Network. Now it has signed a movie rental agreement with 5 of the 6 major film companies, and more than a dozen independent production companies, including Lionsgate, which allows it to use a total of nearly 13,580 films. Thousands of movies are available for consumers to rent on BV video sites. Beyond that, we don't comment on rumors and speculation. The non-party at the scene saw the scene where Luo Sheng was laughing with Paramount's vice president. Last year, how fierce the two sides were in the court case. The feeling of outsiders was inexorable. The style of painting changed suddenly in the blink of an eye, and the outside world did not respond. Shopping malls really have no eternal enemies and no eternal friends, but only eternal benefits. P's, face is not as good as a ticket. Roll around and ask for a ticket. End of this chapter. Chapter 254. Only selling advertisements can make you look like you. By the end of March, the long tug-of-war between Blue Star Technology and major Hollywood movie and entertainment companies, including public opinion battles, lawsuit disputes, and so on, came to an end. Both sides have reached a relatively happy end under Franklin's reconciliation, and are generally satisfied. Major movie companies have broadened their movie rental business, and Blue Star's streaming online video business has also broadened its content precipitation. In order to win the digital rights of more than 10,000 movies, Blue Star Technology Group also invested in the blood and smashed in $52.8 billion to major movie companies. At the end of March, the media was rushing to cover this with headlines. Under the current bleak economic environment, we all envy Blue Star Technology's ability to throw billions of dollars without blinking. I really want to be stronger, only I can do it. However, although this investment is a bit unbelievable to outsiders, it is worthwhile for Luo Sheng and Blue Star Technology Group, and it must also be thrown away. The internet's 20 era must be an era where content is king. This cooperation agreement is not limited to this. The service requires the movie company to provide some popular blockbusters as soon as possible, and the right to renew the lease after the lease expires. It has been hotly debated on the internet. Overseas BV video users are also looking forward to more than 10,000 movies landing on Star Video. There is no doubt that the content ecology of BV Video has reached an unprecedented level after plunging $52.8 billion. Xing Luo Sheng's ultimate dream of BV Video website. If you want to find a video, please search on the BV Video website. If not, there is no video in the world that you are looking for. As a result, the domestic version of Blue Star Video has been washed away overnight. It is fair to say that the movies that can be viewed on the website are all genuine content, and other video websites are all pirated. I'm kidding. Except Luo Sheng. Where can anyone buy billions of dollars in copyright? You can't make so much money when you wear your underpants, let alone billions of dollars, and billions of soft coins. Playing streaming media online video business can play the famous, which one is not backed by a large company with strong strength. Star Video to Blue Star Technology, Google Video to Google, Yahoo Video to Yahoo, and so on. Don't lean on big groups. You can't afford to play big money, or you just have to make a fuss. This is one of the reasons why Tencent has so far been reluctant to enter the online video business, because the profit cannot support such an exaggerated speed of burning money. So far, the domestic internet giant Albat has only Blue Star Technology. Play. Other video sites, such as Youku, Tudu and the like, are currently renewed by VC financing. In early April, Chad Hurley, head of the international version of Star Video, an online video business of Blue Star Technology Group, came to the parent company to attend the meeting. With digital rights, this upgrade is part of the ongoing wide-ranging changes in BV Video Network. With this major revision, BV Video Network will broaden its focus from home-produced films to professional movie entertainment content, and take into account as we prepare for the rise of Internet TV. We have decided to broaden the new service to compete with cable companies' video-on-demand services. Chad Hurley was speaking in the conference room. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Sheng, who was sitting in the chief position, briefly said good. Chad Hurley continued to look at Liu Sheng and said, "The company's rental movies will also be sold as DVDs at the same time. Such a solution can make the service of BV Video Network significantly different from the video-on-demand service of Flix, which allow users to watch an unlimited number of movies on a monthly basis, but most of them are old movies. We do not choose the monthly mode." Liu Sheng nodded and agreed with Chad Hurley's operation plan for the BV Video Network. The monthly subscription does not need to be used in the international version, but the domestic version can be used in the future. After a while, Liu Sheng said, "The focus of the BV Video website is still on advertising revenue. After deducting the content producer's compensation last year, excluding other expenses, the company's net revenue is about $544, which is a good data. We did not disclose it." Star Video, the subsidiary, has consolidated its financial statements with the parent company, Blue Star Technology, and the subsidiary itself is not listed, so there is no need to disclose operating details like the outside world. But in general, the video business of Blue Star Technology Group is still losing money. Liu Sheng thought for a while and added, "It is ready to take out up to $100 million in cash to purchase video content for a specially established ad-supported channel." The parent company is also discussing the new plan of the BV Video Network with the Hollywood Film Company. "This is a long-term cooperation plan." Chad Hurley nodded, and after Liu Sheng finished speaking, he picked up, "Boss, I agree with what you said. Our operating team also agrees to put the focus of attention on advertising revenue, and for this we have prepared a package of solutions. The plan, the most effective advertising benefit and direct benefit, is the new popular Hollywood movie blockbusters. Although the expenditure is also expensive, it may cost tens of millions of dollars for a popular movie to enter the BV Video website, but I think it is worth it. It is also necessary that we have to provide more fresh content, especially hot content. As for the current more than 10,000 old movies, our solution is a floating free model. To put it simply, we regularly filter a small part of the video library every day to watch for free on that day, and rotate different movies every day. This time, after the major upgrade of the website, we have added a free time-limited movie viewing section, which provides at least one movie for each of the 22 categories such as science fiction, war, and action, which can be viewed free of charge on the same day and rotated daily. Chad Hurley sipped and went on to say, "We also have a preview on the homepage of free movies to be shown in the coming week, a free movie guide for future users, knowing which free movies can be seen in the coming week. This is a great user experience." Second, this round of website upgrades and revisions, we also added a movie ticket function. The movie ticket cannot be purchased directly with money, but is obtained through a series of tasks. Our operation team has developed a set of improved the executable algorithm mechanism. Users can calculate a virtual value by completing daily check-in, continuous check-in, number of videos watched, and video watching time. When you reach a certain value, you can redeem a movie to watch at any time. The deadline is 24 hours. But you need to redeem it yourself. There are two types of movie tickets. One is a normal ticket, an old movie, the other is called a platinum coupon, and you can watch all the movies on the entire network, including popular blockbusters nowadays. Users can allocate the obtained virtual value to redeem ordinary coupons or platinum coupons, giving users great freedom of distribution. After Chad Hurley said, Liu Sheng was very satisfied and appreciated. This can be a very creative solution. but also bring a little fun to the game elements. A moment later, Chad Hurley added, with regard to this algorithmic mechanism, the way users want to get movie coupons, the total weight of his video watching time on the website is 70, and we encourage users to watch more on the website. More video, longer viewing time. Luo Sheng nodded, this is right. www.mtlnovel.com. Although a platinum movie ticket can unlock a popular blockbuster, it will make us earn less rent, but it also gets a longer stay of users' time, watching more videos and watching longer, which will further increase the revenue of the advertising business. You can earn more, earn a lot of tickets, can earn a good reputation. Nice. Speaking of Luo Sheng's reaction here, he could not help asking, yes, these movie tickets have a limited time limit. Is there an upper limit on the number of movie tickets that can be accumulated by an account? This is very important. If there is no limitation of time limit and quantity, it will be crazy to fleece the wool, and you will doubt your life. Chad Hurley immediately replied, of course, we have taken this into consideration. The validity period of the ticket is 1 week. If the user does not use the ticket after 1 week, it will be cleared and the accumulated virtual value will be 0. The validity period is 1 month. If it is not redeemed for 1 month, it will be emptied after 1 month from the date of obtaining the virtual value. Within 1 month, a maximum of 12 ordinary coupons can be exchanged and a maximum of 4 platinum coupons can be exchanged. Luo Wenyan Luo Shengyun said briefly, yes, just do it. Blue Star Technology Group is undoubtedly an IT technology company, but it is such a world-class multinational technology company that lives on advertising expenses. Like Google, it flies to sell ads. Movie companies that don't understand the technology of the internet are not good advertisers. They can only survive by selling advertisements. Chapter 255 Complement the content shortboard. Then bye. After the meeting, Luo Sheng returned to his office and worked for about half an hour on the side of Blue Star Technology Group. He was going to go to the next Blue Coast. There are 2 meetings to be held there. Later time have to go to the Riviera Laboratory and take a stroll around Lancy Semiconductor. This is the follow-up work arrangement of Luo Sheng today. Mr. Luo, look for me. Zhang Bowen also came to Luo Sheng's office just after the meeting. Do you know Marvel? Marvel. As soon as Zhang Bowen came in, Luo Sheng raised such a question for him. Marvel? Zhang Bowen froze for a while, thinking for a moment, and said uncertainly, Mr. Luo, are you talking about Amazing Comics in North America? Luo Luosheng nodded, that's right, that's what I said. I plan to acquire this company. I just watched it. I heard that Marvel has recently entered the stage of 9 deaths, and it is the best time to acquire the company. I said here that Luo Sheng remembered that his name was also Marvel Comics, and it had not been renamed Marvel. Zhang Bowen's brain circuit for the boss is unpredictable from the inside, but he is used to it. Anyway, you never know what he is thinking about in the next second and what he will do in the next moment. What is the operation of acquiring a comic company? Luo Luosheng estimated the time. At this time, Marvel had been desperate, investing money in the movie Iron Man, and 1 month later, the film should be released. Once lost, Marvel will collapse, saying that it would not be an exaggeration for Marvel to make a desperate bet. Once the movie box office hits the street, Marvel will follow it. But Luo Sheng knew that Marvel was brought back to life and opened the superhero movie universe, and eventually made a lot of money. He knows, but Marvel himself doesn't know. This is the opportunity. I don't know much about this field, but as far as I know, the copyright of Marvel's most valuable IP Spider-Man is already in the hands of Sony, and the X-Men series is also in the hands of the 20th Century Fox Film Company, and Man Y seems to have no valuable IP. Zhang Bowen said. Luo Sheng didn't explain too much to him. Yan Qingfeng said lightly, the company currently has too much book capital. It was supposed to merge with Sun, but it didn't succeed. Even if the digital movie copyright fees of this time and the Hollywood Film Company are removed, there are currently more than $13 billion in expenditures. and the repurchase of stocks will not consume too much. How can the remaining money be spent? Then buy Marvel. I guess now that even if I open $2 billion, Marvel would be willing to sell it to me. Jang Bowen said, well, what should we do if we acquire Marvel? This is the point. What to do after the acquisition? It would be very painful if it became a bad debt. This is not a small sum. Luo Sheng pondered for a moment and said, integrate Marvel's IP resources, set up Blue Star Pictures, enrich the ecology of the entertainment industry, and diversify the ecology of the BV video business. To develop and grow the BV video network, we must always make our own online dramas or in movies. Flix has been playing this model for so many years, and it is still very popular, indicating that this road is right, and the BV video business must follow up. After a pause, Luo Sheng looked at Lao Jiang and added, just take Marvel's IP resources to try the water. Maybe you can also take this opportunity to enter the movie entertainment market. The shortcomings in content need to be taken seriously, otherwise Hollywood will. You can't stand the price of film and television giants. You can't stand the price of more than $5 billion this time. It's very chic and earns eyeballs, but it's also very painful. Jang Bowen said that the boss is to enrich the overall content ecosystem of Blue Star Technology Group and further consolidate its moat. The diversity of species will make the ecology healthier. A large group relying on a single profit model is actually a very dangerous signal. Antibody is too weak, only diversified profit model. This business segment is losing money, and other business segments are profitable. If the profit model is too single, it is easy to collapse. One more thing, the content problem is indeed a big shortcoming of Blue Star Technology. If you don't step in, you will be caught by the Hollywood card neck. You should leave it to George Charles, the vice president of the North American area, to talk to Marvel. The bottom line is up to $3.3 billion. If you exceed it, you don't need to buy it. Luo Sheng said, after this line, it is better to go back after buying Blue Star's stock. The gains from the appreciation of the stock price 10 years later are much larger than the overall success of the successful Marvel universe. What's more, Luo Sheng didn't dare to pack tickets. Marvel today will be as successful as the world in which he lived. After all, his appearance has changed too much, and the certain things will be full of uncertainty. Although Luo Sheng's performance is light, it does not mean that billions of dollars of investment are light. This is the scale of Blue Star's net profit in the 2 quarters. It is also very painful. It's not easy to make some money. I will invest in cloud computing services on a large scale in the future. Here is a big hole waiting to be filled with tens of billions of dollars of funds. Jang Bowen confirmed that Luo Sheng was serious and immediately nodded and said, no problem. I'll go talk to Marvel people in person. I'm going to North America this month. I have no objection to Luo Sheng. The matter was so determined, and he didn't pay much attention to the rest. What he wanted was to wait for a result. As for the process of mergers and acquisitions, just leave it to the subordinates. The acquisition of Marvel Comics is different from Sun Microsystems, a company involved in high technology. Although North American authorities are also supporting the Hollywood movie industry, there will not be too many restrictions on foreign investment. Otherwise, there will be no Sony. What matters is largely a matter of whether the capital is abundant or not. The financial resources are appropriate for Blue Star Technology Group. 20 days later, Luo Sheng's work focused on the Côte d'Azur company, developing research and development for a new generation of Azure mobile phones, often between Lancy Semiconductor and the Côte d'Azur laboratory. In addition to the mobile phone business of the main business, the Côte d'Azur company is currently secretly developing a game console hardware module, codenamed Plan A. This is a brand new project plan. At present, Luo Sheng has not devoted much energy to this project. At the same time, the spare tire plan of the French Riviera has also begun to draft. This is carried out in conjunction with the company. It is listed as the highest research secret. The significance is that if Americans interrupt the international supply chain partners one day, corporation can also be self-sufficient. Jang Bowen also traveled to North America today. Originally, his main job in the United States in April was to go to a company for the completion of several major data centers in North America. Liu Washing temporarily arranged a job for him, then bought Marvel Comics company by the way. But the acquisition of Marvel is not the first job of Jang Bowen's trip to North America. By the way, finalizing cloud computing services and data centers in the North American market is better than acquiring 10 Marvel. The company. On the fourth day of Jang Bowen's arrival in North America, the main purpose of the trip www.mtnovel.com has been quite smooth. After all, the major difficulties have been overcome, and the North American market has been granted permission to enter. Next, he is about to complete the M&O invitation to Amazing Comics. Jang Bowen did not go directly to the head of Surprise Comics, but went to Wall Street first, stayed at Merrill Lynch for 2 days, and then brought the people of Merrill Lynch to visit Surprise Comics. Marvel Comics, the office of Arad Boss, a member of Merrill Lynch and the global executive vice president of Blue Star Technology Group, visited our company and hope to meet you as soon as possible. They have not made an appointment. Arad's assistant entered the office to report the incident. He is currently the head of Marvel Comics at Blue Star Technology Group. After hearing the assistant's report, Arad Man's head appeared with a puzzled question mark. Without an appointment, it was a cut in line. Just when a Merrill Lynch person arrived, he had to put down the business at hand to meet him, because Marvel Comics without Merrill Lynch, it would have died a long time ago, and Iron Man had no fundraising. Arad didn't think much, immediately put down the existing work at hand, and commanded, "Invite them to the VIP room, I will come over later." Chapter 256. Tie Heart. At the same time, the head of Merrill Lynch in the guest room introduced Jang Bowen. The current head of Marvel Comics is Arad, who took over the company in 1997 as chairman and chief executive officer, and founded Marvel Pictures. He began to enter the Marvel Comics company in the 1990s. In 1998, Stan Lee left the company. He created 80 well-known comic characters, created Marvel Comics. Miracle is also known as the leader of North American comics. Blue Star Technology wants to acquire Amazing Comics, and Merrill Lynch suddenly appeared here for a reason, because they have a huge relationship with Amazing Comics. Things should start in 2005. That year, Amazing Comics decided to break the boat, desperate to raise money to shoot Marvel movies, used the copyrights of several famous characters such as Captain America, Thor, etc. as collateral, and signed with Wall Street Merrill Lynch agreement. If the film is not profitable, Merrill Lynch will immediately have these roles. In the end, the two parties reached the agreement, and Marvel Comics was almost worth the money and finally raised enough money, and decided to start Iron Man as the first independent production project. Iron Man. This film has now been finalized, will be released in early May, less than a month. At this moment, Jang Bowen chatted with the people of Merrill Lynch for a while, and did not wait too long, and the head of Marvel Comics came to the meeting room to meet them. The two sides gave a face-to-face polite greeting, and after Jang Bowen was invited to the seat by the other party, he immediately smiled at the head of Marvel Comics and said, "Mr. Arad, this time I opened the door uninvited and said straight away, Blue Star Technology Group is fancy about Amazing and wants to merge this North American comics giant into its portfolio." Arad, who hadn't been hot just after sitting down, froze, and looked at Jang Bowen's smiley face, and couldn't talk for a while. Is really straightforward, without any corners. At this time, someone from Merrill Lynch said, "I want to tell you a news, Mr. Arad, the agreement that Marvel Comics will mortgage Captain America and several other characters to Merrill Lynch. We have signed a new agreement with Blue Star Technology yesterday. The agreement was transferred to Blue Star Technology. Simply put, Blue Star Technology is now your creditor." Arad looked at the two sides again suddenly. The news was so abrupt that Marvel Comics didn't hear anything. It is normal to not receive it, because this transaction is between Blue Star Technology and Merrill Lynch, and there is no special agreement on the right to information between Merrill Lynch and Marvel Comics, so no one needs to be notified to transfer this debt. Marvel Comics, let alone the consent of Marvel Comics. Jang Bowen made a trip to Wall Street before coming here for this purpose. Because of the agreement between Marvel Comics and Merrill Lynch, this has not been kept secret. The news that Marvel Comics broke the boat has been heard a few years ago. Arad came back from the mistake, and did not speak immediately, but thought about it deep down. The number 2 person from Blue Star Technology personally visited the house. Merrill Lynch has transferred the creditors' rights to Blue Star Technology. Obviously, the other party really intends to acquire Amazing Comics. For the Marvel Comics itself, frankly, Arad was excited. Without him, Marvel Comics is currently facing a life of 9 deaths. The final box office performance of the upcoming Iron Man is still unknown. In fact, the whole company is very embarrassed. Once the box office fails, Amazing Comics will face unprecedented difficulties. The company's life has been difficult, otherwise it will not arbitrarily transfer the film and television rights of its well-known comic characters to the Spider-Man and its related characters. The package was sold to Sony, and the X-Men series was sold to the 20th Century Fox Film Company. Basically, Marvel Comics has sold all of its first-line characters, IP, and they are also very heartbroken, especially when they see the great success of Spider-Man, and regret the pain when they are not careful. There is no way, if you don't sell it, you won't be able to boil it. So this time the first independent production of Marvel Pictures used a second-line comic character Iron Man, which actually made them even more bottomless, all worried that the film would lose blood, which was a dark moment for Amazing Company. No, now is the darkest moment of surprise. Arad stopped thinking, then stared at Jang Bowen and asked, "What price is your company planning to offer?" Blue Star Technology opened its doors and brought Merrill Lynch. It was not necessary to hide it, and Marvel Comics' bad situation cannot hide these big groups. This comic giant is really miserable now, especially when compared with the next door DC. It is sad for the smeller and tears for those who see it. How miserable. No one even asked for help. But this time Blue Star Technology Group was an exception. In the eyes of the industry and capital, Marvel Comics has no value. The Spider-Man IP is gone, the X-Men IP is gone, and the Fantastic Four IP is gone. What else can surprise you? Basically gone. We have estimated the value of Marvel Comics based on information provided by Merrill Lynch and audits by third-party institutions. Jang Bowen said, looking at Arad, and added a moment. Our audit results its Amazing Comics Incorporated s $22.5 billion, and $1.5 billion merger and acquisition of 67 shares. What? The $1.5 billion acquisition? Arad opened his eyes wide and immediately said indignantly, No. Marvel Comics has thousands of well-known characters IP. Your audit must be problematic, and the value of surprise is seriously underestimated. Bowen Jang said, I don't want to belittle it deliberately, but Mr. Arad, the business value of your company's thousands of characters is not as good as a Spider-Man. You know, I mean the entire Marvel Comics company. It's not as valuable as a Spider-Man, and it is now Sony Columbia Pictures, and other well-known characters have been sold out by you. Basically you can be sold out. Please tell me, surprise, what else can be done now? This word made Arad stunned for a while. It can be said that the company's psychology has been bleeding recently. Jang Bowen is right. The IP value of a Spider-Man is worth the whole Amazing Company multiplying by 2, even 3 is not exaggerated. The first Spider-Man was released in 2002, and in that era, it made a huge $82.2 billion in horror box office, and opened the curtain of superhero movies. Immediately after the release of Spider-Man 2 Inches in 2003, the worldwide box office gained $78.4 billion, and last year, when Spider-Man 3 Inches was released in 2007, the worldwide box office smashed $89.1 billion, the highest in the series. At the box office, The trilogy alone reached US $249.7 billion. According to the rigorous box office division, the producer divided the box office by 33. Sony Columbia Pictures generated US $84.2 billion in box office revenue, which is a dream. Wake up laughing. The box office share is only one part. A large part of the IP income of Spider-Man is derived from the sales of peripheral products, and the other part is the movie box office sub-account income. And Marvel Comics currently only has the comic book copyright of Spider-Man. Compared to value, according to Luo Sheng's previous situation, the IP value of Spider-Man has reached a height of $23.4 billion US, and the entire Marvel universe that was a great success later is only $23 billion US. I was really a little spider hanging over the entire Marvel universe. I can say that Sony is laughing in dreams and crying in surprise and dreams. At the end, I could only say that Arad struggled with a slightly lackluster expectation. It is true that you are right, but as long as Sony has no subsequent movies in 5 years, the IP of Spider-Man will automatically return to Amazing Company. Jang Bowen smiled and said lightly, in my opinion, even if Sony shoots a bad movie every 5 years, it must hold this IP in his hands. You think he will give up comparable to the Pirates of the Caribbean series, Harry Potter series, the Lord of the Rings series? IP value can be a cash cow with it. Arad was speechless again. That's right. The little spider is now the platoon of Sony Columbia Pictures. It has a proper cash cow-like existence. It will definitely not let go of this IP without warts, and it will be carefully operated as a long-term money-maker. Of Arad couldn't refute for a moment. I just regret not being there, but regret everything is too late. Suddenly, the surprised head of the poker suddenly looked at Jang Bowen and still wanted to sell his company for a good price and was too high. He asked, surprisingly surprised, comics are worthless in your company's eyes? Jang Bowen smiled and said that the other party listened and said, it's still a bit valuable, but that's it. The core business of Blue Star Technology is the IT industry, but the content of the Internet Sub 20 euro is king. There is a BV video website, and the streaming video business needs some content support. I don't know if Mr. Arad knows some time ago that our company signed a US $5.2 billion digital movie license agreement with 6 major Hollywood movie giants and a dozen independent studios? Arad nodded. I know this. Your company's skills are quite scary. To be honest, Marvel Comics has such a thought. Just want to sell itself immediately, and quickly called Blue Star Technology Group dad to report the thigh of such a gold master father, wondering why the company should rely on selling son. Arad realizes that Marvel Pictures, a company of Marvel, wants to make a breakthrough in the film industry, and must rely on the big group www.mentalnovel.com, especially the bad situation at the moment. Even those traditional Hollywood film giants are backed by large groups. Sony Columbia Pictures is backed by Sony Group. Don't look at Sony's market value, but its assets have reached hundreds of billions of dollars. Superpower, the pride of the Japanese. Disney Pictures is backed by Walt Disney. Paramount Pictures is backed by media mogul Viacom, and Warner Brothers is backed by Time Group. It's all because of the existence of a dad that can only be mixed if you rely on it. You can pull it out at critical moments. Like those independent film companies, there is no big group support behind them. This year may be a good mix, but you may not see it next year. He died, and because of bankruptcy and closure, only studios with large groups can stand up in the industry for a long time. Marvel Pictures is backed by Marvel Comics, who depends on who is talking about each other. My dad is really too lame, and I am almost out of food. I can only admit that my father has a way out. At the moment, there is a big group to recognize his son. Maybe it is the only one. Although Blue Star Technology Group's attitude towards Marvel Comics is average, it is at least willing to claim it, and others are unwilling to do so. Although he is worried, this is the amazing status quo. To be honest, Arad himself also knows that Marvel Comics does not have too many negotiation chips. Missing this opportunity may not surprise Marvel Comics for the second time. Chapter 257. You have no bargaining power. How? Mr. Arad, how are you thinking? Jang Bowen calmly looked at the chairman and CEO of Marvel Comics at this moment. I want to acquire Marvel Comics, and first flatten of Arad, put him flat, and he can better Marvel. The Marvel Comics board, who is the speaker, is important. Secondly, Marvel now does not have much bargaining power, and the initiative is in the hands of Blue Star Technology Group. $1.5 billion is too low. Although Amazing Company is currently facing difficulties and does need external support, even if I can sell it myself, I can't convince Amazing shareholders, Arad said helplessly. Through interviews, Jang Bowen also confirmed that Amazing Comics did intend to find an owner to sell himself, so the other party never said a word that he did not consider selling. Finding an owner is equivalent to buying new insurance, so that even if Iron Man fails at the box office, the company will not go bankrupt. I am surprised that the company is really miserable now. Only Luo Sheng knew that in only 1 year, the box office explosion of Iron Man turned the surprise company on the edge of life and death overturned overnight, so be early, miss this point, and wait a month later. The release of Iron Man is another situation. At that time, even if the surprise company also needs to recognize The Godfather, many people will throw olive branches to Marvel, and the purchase price will increase significantly. Jang Bowen raised a finger. Okay. I add $100 million, $1.6 billion. Arad recounted, $2 billion. At least this price, otherwise I can't convince the board. After hearing that, Jang Bowen smiled inwardly. As soon as the counteroffer countered, he knew that it could definitely be lower than $2 billion, and thoughtlessly replied, I must say that there is only 1 month. In less time. The release date of Iron Man is set at the beginning of May. Once the box office fails fiercely, the copyright of IP characters such as Captain America and Thor is my Blue Star Technology. When he said that, Arad's complexion changed slightly, and he couldn't help but glance at the people at Merrill Lynch and yelled at him. Damn Wall Street. A few moments later, Jang Bowen added, after the insurance period has passed, by that time, once the box office of Iron Man has failed fiercely, the surprise company may really be worthless, and the valuable IP role is almost gone. Jang Bowen played the open card and flipped the whole card directly. This strategy of negotiating is to make the opponent the most frustrated and helpless. Because Marvel Comics does not have much confidence in the success of Iron Man, and cannot afford to lose. Once the box office fails, the first-line IP roles are gone. The value of Marvel Comics may be less than $700 million, not even the lower limit. We need to discuss internally. This matter is too big. It is a matter of life or death for the company. Arad did not continue to bargain, but responded to each other with such a reply. No problem. I will stay here for about 2 or 3 days. Only 3 days. Jang Bowen said, and immediately got up. Arad also quickly got up. The two sides shook hands. This time the meeting was over. The first time I met, there wasn't a lot of substantive consensus. M&A deals involving more than $1 billion could not be concluded in a few words. But one thing is for sure, it won't be long. Regardless of whether the M&A deal is successful or not, it will end before the release of the Iron Man movie. So there are actually only more than 10 days left. But the most worrying thing is obviously not Blue Star Technology Group, but Amazing Comics. For them, if they want to sell themselves and do not want to bear the huge risk of the fierce defeat of Iron Man, it is best to facilitate this transaction before the film is released, which is equivalent to buying an insurance policy for themselves. The movie was a fiasco, and a new owner, Blue Star Technology Group, came to the fore. The sequence of the film's release is completely different. Amazing Comics certainly dare not bet on the success of the Iron Man movie 100. This is a bet on the rhythm of his life. There can be a more gentle way out. No one wants to bet on everything. At the hotel where Jang Bowen is located, right now in the middle of the night, he is in the middle of a satellite phone line with Luo Sheng in China. Invested $5.5 billion in cash for M&A, and the remaining funds were completed by Blue Star Technology Group's cross-shareholding. Luo Sheng, the other side of the communicator, heard a voice. "I understand." Jang Bowen responded a little, and the communication was over soon. "It's a stupid decision to buy all with cash. Take the current Blue Star Technology stock cross-shareholding, and use the cash saved here to repurchase the company's stock in the second half of the year. At that time, the surprise money is equal to 1 cent. Instead of making money, he made a fortune. On the one hand, the Blue Star Technology stock held by Amazing Comics can be hedged out through the repurchase of this fund. Besides, you can buy more stocks, and of course, you will earn more, because Luo Sheng is expected to determine the Blue Star Technology. The stock will plunge further, not far from the bottom. At the same time, the more critical point is that if you take all the cash for mergers and acquisitions, the core layer of Amazing Animation may be cashed out. Maybe the Marvel Universe plan will be changed or even messed up. This billion-dollar investment may cost. Water drifting has become a bad asset. Cross-shareholding tied Marvel Comics to the chariot of Blue Star Technology Group, and indirectly tied the core layer together. They have their own vital interests in order to make Marvel Pictures bigger and stronger. Now the stock market has fallen sharply, and the market value of Blue Star Technology has been falling, but this is not important to Marvel. What is important is that it is enough to rely on a large group and at least working capital. The thing of stock market value is that it is important to want to cash out when leaving the market, but to continue to make achievements in Marvel's business. The fluctuation of stock market value has no effect. At the same time, Arad was also in an emergency discussion with the board of Marvel Comics to discuss the merger of Blue Star Technology Group, and most of the shareholders agreed to sell themselves to Blue Star Technology. Find a thigh and hold it underneath the big tree. The only problem is the price of mergers and acquisitions. Most shareholders feel that Blue Star Technology's offer is slightly lower. If it can be higher, the consensus will soon be reached. Amazing Comics is also very anxious. They all hope to find a new owner before the release of Iron Man and pass the potential risks to Blue Star Technology Group. They have a big group, so that Amazing Comics will not face bankruptcy and liquidation. Life and death are in crisis. The day after Jang Bowen met with the head of Marvel Comics, the media suddenly published a news and made a lot of noise in the industry. New Yorker did not know where to hear the wind. The article reported that Blue Star Technology Group's global executive vice president is in talks with the Surprise Comic Company CEO mergers and acquisitions. Jang Bowen saw the report of the New Yorker that morning. He didn't think about it. It must be the sound of Wall Street. www.intelnovel.com. The purpose is very simple. In order to pull amazing stocks. The result was not the same. After the news came out, the stock of Marvel Comics rose, reaching a market value of $2.9 billion. I'm afraid it's not just Wall Street. Some shareholders of Marvel Comics must have secretly leaked the news to the media. This is normal. Once a merger between a company and another listed company occurs, even if the listed company is in a very bad situation, stocks will also rise against the trend, because someone will definitely rise. This is the basic law of the market. But it is also risky, because Blue Star Technology may not buy it. Then for some people who are in the stock market, this situation can be miserable. Risk and return coexist. After this incident came to light, it was also very popular in Hollywood. The $1.6 billion offer was quite satisfactory, even a little low. But there was no way. Amazing Comics are there. Xun Zeng's so-called good things are endless. After the acquisition was exposed, other related matters also surfaced at the same time. On the same day, Two other things related to Marvel Comics were also reported by the Los Angeles News, the New York Times, and the Hollywood Reporter. One was a copyright statement that made the acquisition a new wave, and the other was that Disney suddenly came in and made a bar. Chapter 258. Surprised and anxious. These two things have become the variables of Blue Star Technology's acquisition of Marvel Comics. The copyright statement was that Jack Kirby's family issued 45 notices of termination of copyright through the media on the same day and handed them to Amazing Entertainment, Blue Star Technology, Disney, Paramount, Sony Pictures, 20th Century Fox, Universal Pictures, and other companies that have used these comic characters. Blue Star Technology also received a copy of Marvel Comics debt from Merrill Lynch. It's so good. Staying in the hotel, Jang Bowen looked at the contents of the New York Times with a bitter smile and shook his head. All of the original sins should be amazed by the comic company itself. Earlier, it sold the copyright of the IP character to the outside world. It's unrealistic. You can't live without selling these IPs, which is also a last resort. However, this notice of statement indicates that they plan to take back some of Kirby's creative characters as early as 2014. Jack Kirby is a well-known North American cartoonist. His X-Men, Fantastic Four, Thunder Thor, and Hulk are the treasures of Marvel Comics. The day before yesterday, the news that Blue Star Technology intends to acquire Amazing Comics was revealed. In addition, Sony Columbia owned the rights to Spider-Man and Fox owned the rights to Fantastic Four and X-Men. Paramount and Universal holds distribution rights for some films. It's not easy to understand the relationship inside, but the merger and acquisition of Blue Star Technology Group and Marvel Comics, no matter the success or failure, will come to an end before the release of Iron Man. This merger and acquisition case has also attracted much attention in the industry and Hollywood. After all, Blue Star Technology's investment in the film entertainment industry is quite expensive. Last month, it signed digital movie copyright lease contracts with major movie companies, with a total amount exceeding $5.2 billion, sky-high price. This time Blue Star Technology launched an acquisition of Amazing Comics. Hollywood is actually very vigilant. Disney's sudden jump out of the bar is the best example. But it is interesting that Marvel Comics is so angry that it is reasonable to say that someone jumped out to raise the price and be surprised. If that's the case, of course, surprise is well paid. But the point is that Disney Pictures doesn't have any sincerity and really wants to buy Surprise Comics. It just wants to obstruct Blue Star Technology Group. The 6 major Hollywood movie giants are famous for their clans. The interests in them, they have a few points, and they are extremely resistant to outsiders entering the field. I want to know that when Sony entered Hollywood, it also paid a lot of tuition, and lost a lot of money to gain a foothold in Hollywood before finally being recognized by several major traditional movie giants in Hollywood. Now, Sony Columbia Pictures is the same. But it's extremely angry for Amazing Comics. You don't want to buy it because you don't buy it. Isn't that forcing Amazing Comics to go up the cliff? How can there be so much love in the mall game? Only sincere love for Franklin on the US bill, without any false elements in it. The key point of the outbreak of the copyright battle is the comic series created by Jack Kirby. The point of the dispute is whether he was sold to Amazing Corporation as an independent author, or is a work completed as an employee of Amazing Corporation. Kirby has died for more than 10 years. During his work at Marvel Comics, he once created many classic comic characters with another companion pillar, Stan Lee. After Kirby's family jumped out, all the monsters followed. For example, a Los Angeles law firm also jumped out to issue a statement saying that they had similar lawsuits earlier this year to help Superman creator Jerome Siegel's heirs to get back some of the copyright. Obviously, this law firm wants to entrust Kirby's family lawsuit to them, so that they can take over this list with Blue Star Technology Group or Marvel Comics. One of the more interesting things is that Stan Lee has been going on all occasions as the spokesperson for Marvel Comics, but many people don't even know Kirby's name. In fact, This is also one of the reasons why in the 1970s, Jack Kirby switched to Marvel Comics' rival DC. Under North American copyright law, the author or heir can resume the process of obtaining copyright after a period of initial authorization. In other words, by 2017, Kirby's children can claim that they own the rights to Fantastic Four, and the Hulk and X-Men will expire in 2018 and 2019, respectively. Amazing Comics are anxious, very anxious, and very angry, scolding Walt Disney for murder. "You are not my father, and you are not allowed to consider others as godfathers. Do you want me to die?" I have to say that at this time, Disney did not want to buy Amazing Comics at all. Luo Sheng's previous Disney acquisition of Marvel was because of the unprecedented success of Iron Man and finally saw the potential huge commercial value among them. Only $4.2 billion to acquire Marvel Pictures, which is Marvel Comics. But now, this North American comics giant is not worth the price at all. Only the day after the fermentation, the third day of the interview between Jang Bowen and Varad, Marvel Comics spokesman declined to comment on the incident, and Jang Bowen and Blue Star Technology Group did not sit idle and do nothing. At a temporary media conference, Lao Jiang personally attended and announced that the copyright dispute in the merger and acquisition of Blue Star Technology Group and Marvel Comics China has been fully considered. As time goes by, the risks are getting bigger and bigger. Amazing Comics is really anxious this time, afraid that the thighs passing by this time will slip away without holding. Alas, on April 17th, Varad finally settled the board and flew to China on the same day. Because Jang Bowen has returned to China a week ago and has not stayed in the United States for long. This is actually a strategy. Blue Star Technology really wants to merge the Amazing Comics company into its majesty, but it shows an optional interest to the outside world. In this way, it surprises the comics who are anxious to find Godfather. The company met in a hurry. On the second day after Jang Bowen returned to China, Blue Star Technology Group officially disclosed the audited financial results for the first quarter of 2008. As of the first quarter report on March 31, 2008, Blue Star Technology Group's global total revenue was $44.8 billion, a year-on-year decrease of 394, a chain decrease of 317, and a net loss of $177.5 billion. Last year, 2007 was undoubtedly the highest light moment since the establishment of Blue Star Technology Group. The annual revenue for the whole year was as high as $28,152 billion. www.mentalnovel.com. Excluding exchange rate changes, it was converted into about RMB 190 billion. 1. Comparison. For the full year of 2007, sales were $16 billion. Although this is also an astronomical figure, Blue Star Technology has clearly taken a lead. But after entering 2008, the performance finally inevitably fell sharply. This is inevitable. At present, the entire world economy is in the cold winter period. For the Blue Star Technology Group, which relies heavily on advertising profits and overseas income, the sharp fluctuations in performance are also as expected. The economic crisis has come, major companies have reduced their budgets, continued to increase revenue and reduce expenditures. These advertising expenditures must be cut as much as possible. It is the most important thing to survive. Given the circumstances of the large environment, Blue Star Technology Group, as a world-class multinational technology group, accounts for more than 80% of its overseas revenue, which is naturally subject to large fluctuations. It is also inevitable that losses are inevitable, because at the same time that revenue has been greatly reduced, Luo Sheng has not implemented open source and throttling expenditures of the company, reducing operating budgets, and it is not surprising that net profits have been lost. Not only that, but he was also buying in the cold winter, with billions of dollars of investment in one blink. Today there is a chapter with monthly tickets and more. The noun has been burst. Wow, I cried. Chapter 259. It is worth mentioning that in the past first quarter of 2008, Huawei's revenue increased without decline, and its first quarter sales reached US $482.7 billion, of which 75 were from overseas markets. The key is to maintain a sharp double-digit growth. Following this momentum, in 2008, we will break through $23 billion in sales for the whole year. Some real economies have been severely impacted, but the main business of Huawei, namely the communications business, is not affected at all. The overall scale of this industry is rising. The competitiveness of Huawei is even greater this year because of the coming of the cold winter and customers. Not much money. It is said that for the bidding of an order, the opponent bid 20 billion, and for a direct bid of 10 billion, the competitors were stupid on the spot. Can this still be profitable? But I just dare to take it. That means there must be some profit. Customers must vote with their feet to choose to do it. In a sense, the economic cold winter has helped. Why? Because the communication infrastructure must be invested for each country. However, Blue Star Technology has definitely not had a better life this year than last year. The company has already prepared for a full year of losses. This year, it will rely on cash to survive this cold winter, unless the cloud computing business can bring surprises. And Blue Star Technology Group expressed its gratitude that the annual revenue of 2008 can keep about $20 billion, and $15 billion can be accepted. But if the annual revenue is less than $15 billion, it must reduce the expenditure. If you continue to broaden your business without reducing expenses, you need to borrow money to live on, and Luo Sheng has no need to worry. Even if he borrows money, he won't go to the bank to borrow money, and the bank does not lend him so much money now, because he is not looking for a bank to borrow money for such a small amount of several hundred million. So, if Blue Star wants to borrow money, Luo Sheng must have borrowed his own money, because he now holds more than $40 billion in cash. The financial chain crisis brought about by the economic cold winter is unlikely to happen to him, so the company will not open source and reduce expenditures, but will take this opportunity to broaden its business globally. With the release of the first quarter report of the Blue Star Technology Group, the company's stock fell, and the market value of the trading day fell to $139.5 billion. Seeing the company's stock price continue to dive, from the peak of $207.1 billion to now less than $140 billion, Zhang Bowen could not help but want to sell repurchase, but fortunately, there is a big boss Luo Sheng pressed. He is better than everyone else annoyed. The market value of Blue Star Technology Group does not fall below the 100 billion yuan mark, and Luo Sheng absolutely does not shoot. Interestingly, this incident made Amazing Comics anxious, for fear that Blue Star's current performance is not good, and it will abandon this merger and acquisition case in order to increase revenue and reduce expenditure. On the morning of April 18th, Arad, who hurriedly arrived, finally landed at Huaguoshan City International Airport. On the same day, he reversed the jet lag and went straight to Sioux City for the first time to visit the headquarters of Blue Star Technology Group, including breakfast. Did not eat. If it is not too late, he even wants to visit directly after getting off the plane. I was surprised by Arad that he thought he would be Zhang Bowen. The result is Luo Sheng. Zhang Bowen is the number 2 person in the group company, and the one who handles specific facts. He is much busier than Luo Sheng. The place where the two sides met is not at the headquarters of Blue Star Technology Group, but at the headquarters of the Côte d'Azur company, because today Luo Sheng is on the Côte d'Azur. At this moment, in the company's reception room, Luo Sheng is meeting with Arad, the head of Marvel Comics. We sold $1.6 billion in equity of 67, so long as you nodded and promised, we can submit documents to the Federal Ministry of Justice tomorrow. Arad said after the meeting. Time is really too late. He did not wait for Luo Sheng to respond, or Arad quickly added, but this acquisition form, we hope to achieve cross-shareholding to achieve the Blue Star Technology Group's stock plus some cash to pay. I heard Luo Sheng smile in his heart. I didn't expect that the two sides really agreed. The executives of Marvel Comics still had a bit of vision, proposing such a request to see the future potential of Blue Star Technology Group. No problem, that's it. Luo Sheng didn't think about it, and immediately gave him a response. Use Blue Star Technology Group's stock cross-merger, and the saved cash can be used to dip the bottom. In this way, after several rounds of capital operations, it is equivalent to taking a part of the $1.6 billion to dip the stock of your company, then use part of the stock obtained by the bottom to cross-hold the surprise company, from which you can save a lot of money to buy back a portion of the stock. Rough calculation, equivalent to Blue Star Technology for only about $900 million to the Surprise Comics the company bought it, is definitely the best solution. The game of capital is so magical, and this method is not a high-level game, but it looks simple, but it is just a step that ordinary people can't do. And Amazing Comics will not lose. It seems to be losing now, but in the long run, once Blue Star Technology Group's stock rises, it will make a big profit, and Luo Sheng will not lose even more. The equity of Amazing Comics 67 already owned by him. But there are still prerequisites, that is, don't be surprised to sell off the shares you hold in the middle of Arad. Did not expect this trip to China to be so smooth. Anyway, it was much smoother than he expected. He originally thought that the other party would lower the price, and the bottom line of the company was surprised at $1.4 billion. But this thing didn't happen, because Luo Sheng is not a god. He can't read the mind, and it's not just that Marvel Comics is anxious to settle the matter before the release of Iron Man. Luo Sheng is the same. Once Iron Man is released, the situation will be reversed in an instant. By then, it will not be $1.6 billion. Even if the comic is doubled, it may not sell itself. The time node is really important. Neither party wants too many variables, and Luo Sheng doesn't care too much about those hundreds of millions of dollars. That's it. After the matter was settled here, Arad did not stay too much. The initial agreement was signed and the formal contract was signed. They were all settled on the same day, and he flew back to North America the next day. The integration of Amazing Comics into Blue Star Technology Group has been firmly established, and the news has also spread, and media from all sides are racing to report. Industry rumors. www.metalnovel.com. Blue Star Technology Group has spent $1.6 billion to acquire North American comics giant Marvel Comics. The group's global executive vice president claims that Blue Star Technology may further deepen the layout of the film entertainment industry. Want to start the content era? Daily Mail. The European Union, China, Japan, and North America respectively announced that they agreed to this round of mergers and acquisitions between Blue Star Technology Group and Marvel Comics. Bloomberg. Big money at giant Blue Star Technology Group once again throws $109.6 billion to acquire Marvel Comics. It is reported that this round of acquisitions will be paid by stock plus cash. The parties to the specific transaction rules will know further leaks. Finance Network. After the capital's winter fell to the era, Blue Star Technology Group still does not reduce the trend of buying. Following the RMB 36.5 billion 5.2 billion win of more than 10,000 digital movie copyright lease agreements, it once again sold $10.9 billion to buy under the comic giant Amazing Company. Blue Star Technology Group's streaming video business is really the second biggest son after cloud computing. It has spared almost 50 billion yuan to build an IP20 content ecosystem. Search Arc Network. The exact news just came out. Many executives of Amazing Company, including head of Arad, will visit China again on April 28, and jointly hold a media conference with the parent company Blue Star Technology Group. The premiere of Virgo's Iron Man produced by Y-Film was also held on the same day in Shenzhen. Science and Technology Daily. Chapter 260 Traditional Arts of Blue Star Technology with the EU, China, Japan, and North America respectively agreeing to this round of mergers and acquisitions. It means no suspense. The reason why mergers and acquisitions between the two parties also require the consent of countries around the world is because you want to enter their markets. By agreeing to this merger and acquisition, Marvel movies may not be released in the EU market in the future. This kind of large-scale mergers and acquisitions are generally very complicated. But this time the mergers and acquisitions are unusually smooth. Compared with Liu Sheng's previous intentions, Sun Microsystems and YSQL, it should not be too easy. Time passed day by day, and 3 days later, on April 27, Marvel's head of ARAD, Marvel Pictures president Kevin Feige, and Robert Downey Jr., who starred in Iron Man. Insiders took a special plane to Shenzhen and checked in at the Hilton that day. Liu Sheng also took a special car tonight from Sioux City to Shenzhen. The purpose is to participate in the tomorrow's joint media conference and the premiere of Iron Man. This movie is the first to be released in China and the time is set at May 30th. While the North American release time is May 2nd. It is worth mentioning that the movie set time was determined long before Blue Star Technology Group launched the acquisition invitation to Amazing Company, not because of the acquisition of Blue Star Technology. It was not the first time that Iron Man was released in the mainland. I can't look better now. This matter has become the headline news event of the domestic and even foreign movie entertainment circles. Movie fans are also enthusiastic about it, and its popularity is among the best in Weibo, Cloud Song Search, and Whiteness Search. Nu Piaopule IC, Blue Star Technology is really becoming more and more international. Sorry, money can really do whatever you want. Cover your face. Blue Star Technology is one of the few world-class IT giants in our country who can win at the moment. Who is in favor and who is against it? Is the Lord Liu trying to dominate the rhythm of the rivers and lakes? Iron Man was released and must support a wave. It was originally seen in piracy. It makes sense. This movie is still looking forward to after watching the trailer. Hope the box office is big. In the morning of April 28th. The joint media conference was held as scheduled. More than 100 media from home and abroad arrived on schedule. Professional media organizations in the entertainment industry accounted for half, but there are also mainstream media at home and abroad. After all, Blue Star Technology Group is now tens of billions of dollars. Around 11:20 a.m., Liu Sheng, who had already arrived in Shenzhen last night, attended the press conference with Kevin Feige, the head of Marvel Comics, and president of Marvel Pictures. Under the focus of many shots, Liu Sheng, who hosted the press conference, addressed the crowd. I am very honored to announce that the North American comics giant Amazing Comics has been merged into the big family of Blue Star Technology Group. At the same time, I will announce today that Amazing the film production department in China officially changed its name to Marvel Pictures. The word Marvel Comics will also become a thing of the past. In the future, Marvel Comics, Marvel Movies, and Marvel Pictures will be used by consumers in China. Prior to this, Marvel Comics film division was not called Marvel in China, but from today on, it will be known to the world under this name. Liu Sheng continued. Kevin Feige will continue to serve as president of Marvel Pictures. Post. As soon as the words fell, a foreign man sitting at a distance on the right side of Liu Sheng got up with a professional smile and complimented his eyes. The scene's cameras also focused on him for shooting. After a while, the camera turned again. Liu Sheng. The latter immediately opened commercial blows. Kevin is very proficient in the background setting of Marvel Comics, Marvel Universe architecture and other related knowledge. I think and firmly believe that he can connect the tasks of a series of movies and fully cater to the tastes of the audience. He is a strong for a business-savvy person. I believe he has the ability to take Marvel Pictures to a whole new chapter. At the press conference, Liu Sheng's speech also praised Kevin Feige's talent for production. Anyway, the business was right. However, the industry insiders, especially the media in the entertainment industry, paid particular attention to a term appearing in Liu Sheng's wording, Marvel Universe. What the is this? The answer was announced soon. And Luo Sheng said again, "The other thing we have to announce is that Marvel Pictures has formulated a package of plans. It's quite good news. Let professionals answer it." Xi said that. Luo Sheng ended his speech and looked at Kevin Fitch, who saw Luo Sheng's gaze, and immediately accepted the speech at the press conference. Under the focus of everyone, Kevin Fitch suddenly took a sigh of American English, but those who did not understand the foreign language also had a hearing aid. Honestly, I am very excited now. Joining Blue Star Technology Group has given Marvel Pictures an unprecedented transformation, and also a plan that we have been brewing in our hearts for a long time to be realized with confidence. I swear, this plan is too exciting. The Marvel Cinematic Universe project. We are trying to create a series of movies composed of a series of movies based on Marvel Comics characters by Marvel Pictures. They are in the same worldview, like Marvel Universe in the comics. They have common elements. Settings, performances, and characters are established through in-depth cross-border works and belong to an officially recognized multiverse worldview with other comics, movies, and animation series. And the upcoming Iron Man will be the beginning of the first phase of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. www.untilnovel.com. Kevin Fitch's excitement is not deliberately pretended, but really very excited, surprised. Although the comic company has a hard time, it is an intention. The salted fish has dreams too. The concept of the Marvel Cinematic Universe has actually been secretly planned as early as 2005. But this is a super large and incredible production project. To amaze, the situation of the comic company at that time is like a foolish dream, and they are slightly underpowered. But things are different now. After being merged into Blue Star Technology Group, Marvel immediately received an additional $1.2 billion in funding from the parent company. There are no financial problems. If Iron Man can be a great success, Marvel Pictures own the surplus can form a virtuous positive cycle, and it can completely get rid of the financial crisis without blood transfusion from the parent company. Kevin Fitch announced the news, and the media in the entertainment industry was dull, and many of them opened their mouths in the shape of duck eggs. It's really alive. This amazing comic company was going to die a while ago. It doesn't make much difference to mortgage all your belongings to Merrill Lynch. This has just been merged into the Blue Star Technology Group. When you first arrived, you took this group company. I like to play with the traditional art ability and learn it in minutes. Chapter 261. The Imagination of the Mainland Entertainment Circle. The latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. After the press conference, there was an interview, attended by Luo Sheng, Avarad, Robert Downey Jr. and Kevin Fitch. I think the outside world is most curious. Why did you think of incorporating Marvel Comics into the bucket of the Blue Star Technology family? At the interview, the host looked at Luo Sheng and asked. At this moment, the guests present are each sitting on a semicircular lazy sofa. This temporary interview will look very simple, but it is not easy to sit. How to say this question? Luo Sheng was relaxed and comfortable with his legs crossed. With the attention of a group of media people and 3D guests attending the meeting, he looked at the ceiling for a while, then looked at the host and replied, "It should be the result of all kinds of coincidences. We are broadening the content ecology of the streaming video business of Blue Star Technology. You know that a while ago I spent more than $5 billion to win the digital screening rights of more than 10,000 movies. A 15-year lease contract. But I still feel that it is not rich enough. The self-control link does not seem to have yet, and Marvel has entered my field of vision. In fact, the money for digital movie rental contracts signed with major Hollywood movie companies, including the funds required to acquire Marvel Comics, we initially wanted that money to acquire Sun Computer Sunday. It is a pity that we did not succeed. Worrying about $7 billion to $8 billion US do not know what to do. Anyway, idle is idle. It is better to broaden the content ecology of the streaming video business. Is this the case? The host stumbled for a moment, immediately embarrassing and elegantly laughing quickly to cover up. The other people at the scene heard the words, and their eyes rolled wildly. People in the industry listened for a while, and they were numb by Xu's scalp. This is so irritating. The boundlessness of the expansion is the most irritating. Right now, we are in a state of economic collapse. With the cold winter of capital, everyone's days are going to be unveiled. You'd better say this. Is this what people should say? It is indeed a gangster-level figure, so billions of dollars say so lightly. It feels like, well, there are billions in my hands that don't know how to spend, so incidentally bought Marvel. Seems like this for a while. After hearing Luo Sheng's explanation, Marvelous people feel that regardless of whether it is true or not, let us believe it is true, then they really thank Oracle and Google for jumping out to prevent Blue Star Technology from acquiring Sunday. Otherwise, there may not be Marvel. What happened? I want to share with you a news. Kevin showed me Iron Man alone yesterday. I have a hunch that this movie will be a big hit, Luo Sheng said with a smile. I would like to spoil you more, but Kevin is sitting next to me. My bodyguard is too far away. The topic quickly turned to Marvel's topic. After all, today's theme is Marvel and its pioneering work Iron Man. There was a laugh at the scene. Kevin heard that he was laughing through the translator, and the atmosphere was quite cheerful. However, everyone believes that even if Luo Sheng spoils something, Kevin Feige won't do anything unless he doesn't want to be the president of Marvel Pictures. We are all looking forward to the movie universe project created by Marvel Pictures. But what I want to ask is what will be the biggest problem that Marvel will face after the acquisition is completed? Why himself unfolded. Avarad picked up the microphone and replied, the biggest problem we currently face is probably how to deal with those second-tier superheroes under Marvel. The most traditional way is to promote authorized dolls on a larger scale or dig deeper into the potential commercial value of comics. And the comic-adapted film section will be a focus. I would also add one. After Avarad said, Luo Sheng picked up the microphone around him and added, although several of the top characters of Marvel Comics have been taken away earlier by Sony and Fox, but there is no regret for this. Successful cultivation and operation can completely tap some new potential stars. Marvel Comics is more than just Iron Man or Hulk. Marvel has a total of more than 5,000 comics tasks of all kinds. Many of you may not have heard of it. A lot of cartoon characters are like a golden mountain in my eyes. Hearing this, Marvel's head Arad confided, you didn't say that when you negotiated before. Luo Sheng didn't know what Arad sitting next to him muttered in his heart, and continued to say methodically, mining rising stars from these characters into the market is far more profitable than comics already borrowed from Spider-Man. There are more copyright gains on characters. We are full of confidence in tapping more comics superstars and broadening the application of comics resources in the film industry, stores and theme parks. Luo Sheng put the microphone aside when he finished speaking. His words were not only to speak to the market as the parent company of Marvel Comics and Marvel Pictures, but also to Kevin Feige and sitting next to him. According to David Arad, the parent company attaches great importance to the cultivation and creation of the Marvel brand. The implication is that a few of you will do a good job for me, and the parent company will endorse it for you. Apart from that, at least you don't have to worry about the hard life of selling comic characters every day. There is still a problem, and many people may also be interested. The host once again said, will Marvel Cinematic Universe plan, whether future movies will use Chinese star actors, or even superheroes starring Chinese stars? This question sheds light on reporters in the domestic entertainment industry, and it is a topical question. Immediately, he looked at Luo Sheng, but Kevin Feige picked up the microphone and responded positively. The words he translated were translated, meaning, everything is possible. The interview lasted for more than 20 minutes, and after the end, the following is the premiere. And the news here spreads out as quickly as wings. The domestic entertainment industry quickly caused a sensation because of the question of whether the host will use the Chinese star during the interview. This news has excited some domestic star actors who dream of breaking into Hollywood. Breaking into Hollywood is the dream of many top-tier stars in the mainland. The production of Marvel movie universe's Iron Man costs as much as $140 million. participating in such a large production is something many mainland stars dream of. It can be said that, so far, only Blue Star Technology Group has achieved the ability to interject in Hollywood, and other domestic movie companies have no such ability. No one expected that an IT giant set off such a huge wave in the movie entertainment industry, making the whole movie entertainment circle quiet. There was also a lot of discussion on the internet, and it was immediately dug out by all around netizens. Thousands of comic characters under Marvel Comics really have a lot of Asian superheroes. For a while, various opinions appeared on the internet, and the gossip media also made a big splash. Netizens have begun to break their hearts, taking the lead in casting a wave of follow-up movies for Marvel Pictures, and topics such as the star of a certain Asian superhero have been hotly debated during this time. Of course, such a melon is inevitable to fight the war. These enthusiasms have also affected the upcoming Iron Man, but Iron Man currently does not have much market in China, and the mainland box office of the previous Iron Man was worth more than 100 million, but in this era it's also a high box office. However, there are still people in the industry who sing this movie, and then sing the Blue Star Technology Group and the Marvel Movie Universe project. I heard that Iron Man has a sequel, but according to international practice, the more the sequel is, the less attractive it is. For the movie Iron Man, it is far from time to talk about the sequel. The premise of a sequel is the success of the first work, but the success is still unknown. This is the first step in the first stage of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and its success or failure can be exaggerated to say that it will affect the progress of the entire Marvel Cinematic Plan. If you lose, Marvel will have another chance to buy Live, because the parent company Blue Star Technology Group provided an additional $120 million in funding support, which can be used to make another comic hero adaptation film for Marvel. If you still lose, I'm sorry, Luo Sheng will shelve the Marvel Movie Universe plan for a long time, and will not throw extra money in a short time. www.mtnovel.com give the funds to other self-made teams. The previous Iron Man was successful, and Marvel was reborn, but now Luo Sheng did not dare to pack tickets. Marvel would replicate the glory of the previous life. After all, the world has changed too much. With the end of the premiere and the subsequent publicity offensive, Blue Star Technology gave a 3-day first-level traffic entrance, and it was a global bombing of advertising. Anyway, there are basically relevant advertisements for the premiere of Iron Man on the internet. This is an announcement that Marvel had never dreamed of before. If you want to pay for advertising costs, you should calculate it according to the current advertising price. Blue Star Technology has about $70 million. But all this is a tilt of resources given free by the parent company. This is the advantage of relying on big groups. Time passed day by day, and finally the release date of Iron Man came on schedule. In order to avoid river crabs, the 5.12 earthquake that occurred at this time will not be mentioned. In addition, the author's bacteria also feel a little inappropriate, and I feel that they are consuming the dead. Chapter 262 Kevin Feige invites real name guest sequel, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. 5 days after the release of Iron Man on May 5, North America, Marvel Corporation. What did you say? Would you say it again? The $211 million global box office. Kevin Feige opened his eyes wide, clutching his assistant's arm with both hands excitedly. Yes, boss. Iron Man took only 5 days to hit the box office of $211 million worldwide, his assistant repeated. OMG, OMG. Kevin Feige turned his hands on each other's arms, and then held his head with both hands and grasped the hair on his head. These days, since the premiere of Iron Man, Kevin Feige has not paid attention to the box office and warned his assistants not to report to him, because he is also afraid of getting an unacceptable number. Once the box office fails, the Marvel movie Cosmic Project may be difficult to deliver, and even the danger of fetal death exists. Until today, Kevin couldn't help but asked. But the number he got was unbelievable, and his good results made him unable to find a place for a while. Hollywood and the film industry have already fry pans, and even Wall Street and the Capital Circle can't sit still. Blue Star Technology Group and Luo Sheng have dug into the treasure again, and once again conquered the world with unparalleled vision and vision. Disney was going to fry, and her intestines were regretful. Why didn't they do it? There is no doubt that another nonsensical comics hero took off on the box office list. This is the opening film of this year's summer file, Iron Man by Paramount Pictures, and released by Paramount from April 30th to May 4th. In just 5 days, Robert Downey Jr.'s new film won a global box office of $211 million, which not only revived Marvel 90, but also welcomed Downey. Here comes a turning point in life. Among them, the film's North American box office was $114 million and overseas box office was $97 million, which greatly exceeded the predictions and expectations of box office experts from the distribution company Paramount and major media in the world. For Hollywood, the result also means more. During the first week of Iron Man, a film industry commented, "We just experienced an extremely bad spring season, but Iron Man it proves that the audience will still walk into the cinema." It is no longer possible for Hollywood to get a better summer season opening result. A Paramount senior manager made no secret of his ecstasy, responding to media interviews. Iron Man defeated Will Smith and Jesus. He refers to the premiere performance of Iron Man surpassing Will Smith's film I Am a Legend and Mel Gibson's The Passion of the Christ, both of which are super blockbusters, but Iron Man is more popular. The Paramount senior manager also said that at Paramount's internal meetings, several people boldly predicted that the premiere score of Iron Man would be between $80 million and $90 million. And they suffered to the ridicule of others. Marvel is now in a carnival, all pressure is relieved. The movie Iron Man has bet almost everything on Marvel. From 2005 to the beginning of preparations, this year has always kept Kevin Feige these people up at night, always worried about the tragic end of the crash. But all this changed with the movie box office explosion. The great success of Iron Man undoubtedly gave Marvel the unprecedented confidence. Now it is backed by an IT giant, which is a double guarantee. From the success of Iron Man at the box office, Marvel seems to be losing money selling itself to Blue Star Technology Group, but if Arad and other Marvel executives do not feel sorry, Blue Star Technology also has to bear risk of movie failure. It can only be said that some people deserve to make a lot of money, and as long as the grand plan of the Marvel Cinematic Universe succeeds, it will not lose money. From now on, I am afraid that the project you are looking at will not be so easy to acquire, because there will be a lot of people rushing with you. As long as you are fancy, you will surely insert a bar, almost an alternative weather vane for investment. In a lounge of the Côte d'Azur company, Kin Weimer came here and sat down in the empty space next to Luo Sheng, who was holding a bag of snacks in one hand and eating while sliding the laptop in front of the page to browse the contents of the page. Hearing Kin Weimer's words, Luo Sheng responded casually, "Would you like such metaphysics? Dare to treat me as a pet?" At this moment, he is paying attention to the news of Marvel and Iron Man. The movie has been released for a week. This is not only related to the investment of 165 billion yuan of soft sister currency, but also to the company's top streaming video business Content Ecology. Luo Sheng is quite concerned about this issue. Sitting next to him, Kin Weimer glanced at him and said, "Don't you watch the news? Some people in the investment community have already commented that you are an investment genius born in the non-professional investment field." Luo Sheng smiled. "I barely accept this title." Kin Weimer could not help but smile. Luo Sheng's number of investment shots is really not that much. "The first thing I counted was the purchase of the HOW 123 navigation website, then the acquisition of the 3 game companies Take-Two, and the Poland Silly Donkey, and then Blizzard Entertainment, then this time the acquisition of Marvel, and another merger is the ongoing MySQL company. This company's merger and acquisition negotiations are basically firm this month, The contract has been initialed. The EU level has already passed. The French Riviera company has acquired MySQL Lab, a Swedish open-source database developer, for $1.1 billion. It can be said that Luo Sheng's investment mergers and acquisitions are only a handful, but the success rate is a bit scary. So far, no investment case has been classified as a failure, and all have achieved great success. The only uncertainty is MySQL company. This company has not yet seen the doorway, let alone. That means that the success rate of Luo Sheng's investment mergers and acquisitions is 100%. A merger and acquisition transaction is more than 100 shots by professional VC investors. This time, the acquisition of Marvel is the most shocking, because the 4-foot completed the merger and acquisition. Iron Man exploded within a few days, making countless VCs feel incredible. Let's talk about Marvel. The current high box office of Iron Man is still a good word of mouth from the movie. On the IMDb voted by fans, this comic-based movie received an average score of 8.4. For a science fiction action blockbuster, this is an extremely rare high score. In contrast, the second highest scoring episode in the Spider-Man series was only 7.8 points. The information collected by the cinema is also roughly the same. Young audiences aged 18 to 24 gave the film a high A+ rating. The discerning film critics also issued almost consistent praises to the combination of John and Downey. Of the nearly 200 film reviews collected by Rotten Tomatoes website, Iron Man has a high praise rate of 94%, which is much higher than last year. The well-received Spy Shadow 3 inches hits a level that is unmatched. In general, the best-selling films performed best on the first day of release, last year's Spider-Man 3 inches, and now the popular Iron Man has a North American box office of $35.13 million on the weekend, US dollars. US $37.5 million and US $28.12 million. The box office on the second day was still higher than the first day, indicating that it was the fermentation of good word of mouth that made the film's Saturday performance higher than Friday, which created a box office performance throughout the weekend. In addition to winning the box office championship on the first weekend in May, Iron Man also squeezed into several other historical box office lists. The film became the 10th largest weekend box office in history, and the second non-cycle comic book adaptation, second only to Spider-Man in 2002, and the first live-action movie release company to launch Paramount Mapping Record. The only thing that disappoints Paramount is that the film's male and female audiences are very different, reaching 71% to 29%, which means that Iron Man is not enough to attract female audiences. In other box office markets except North American box office accidents, Iron Man's total score of $97 million came from 7,500 cinemas in 57 countries, of which, the United Kingdom contributed $10.3 million, Mexico $9.6 million, South Korea $7.5 million, France US $7.1 million, China US $7.20 million, West Dental Extraction US $6.2 million, and Brazil US $6 million. Guess what email I received? Kevin Fitch sent it to me. Luo Sheng stared at his laptop computer and opened a private email. What? Qin Weimu, who was sitting opposite him, looked at him curiously. www.mentalnovel.com. Luo Sheng stared at the email content on the screen and laughed. They have started to prepare for Iron Man 2, and Kevin wants to invite I made a guest appearance in the film, played a few seconds of soy sauce. The plot was arranged, starred in real name, had a few conversations with Tony Stark, and the short communication provided Blue Star Technology for Stark Industries data center public cloud service support. I think I can promise to play this source. Speaking of which, Iron Man released in this world is a little different. The phone used by Tony Stark in the movie is no longer Q950, but an Azure smartphone with a more industrial and technological sense under the Cote d'Azur company, because in 2006, This smartphone with a sense of technology and full face value had already been it was launched, and Iron Man was officially filmed at the end of the same year. The original script was slightly modified for this purpose. The French Riviera did not advertise, but Marvel changed it, because as a science fiction movie, the mobile phone that appears should also have a futuristic sense, and the Azure mobile phone should appear in the movie. Chapter 263 Luo Sheng's Personal Supercomputer, the latest chapter in the latest global monopoly of technology. Thank you and add more to one's Hunrudder, who is wished to be a pair in her bridge and heart. In June, Luo Sheng's personal residential final technology complex building was completed, and it took almost 2 years to complete the construction from scratch. A miraculous artistic building was born near Yangqing Lake, and it has become an undisputed landmark building in the local area. This morning, Luo Sheng personally attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony, which was very low-key, with few outsiders, and no media or the like. Well, as long as this building can't stand low, Luo Sheng throws billions of dollars to build a super mansion of nearly 50,000 square meters a year ago. This is a science and technology complex that integrates private office, R&D experiments and living. Luo Sheng still has a research heart in his bones. Any researcher dreams of owning a research base of his own. He is also included. If we say the Azure Coast Laboratory is a black technology production center, then the Science and Technology Complex building is the heart of the Blue Coast Laboratory and the source of all black technology. Zaha Hadid is indeed the greatest female architect of this era. At this moment, Luo Sheng was standing at the entrance of this building, and the entrance in front of him was an artistic modeling canopy, which was precisely the hand of Zaha, with obvious personal style characteristics. Luo Sheng stood for a while, glanced back at Qin Weimar who followed him, and smiled. "Welcome to my private kingdom." At this time, Qin Weimar's beautiful face was also looking at the building in front of the circle. When he heard Luo Sheng's words, he looked at him with a gesture, and immediately followed him into this luxurious building without friends. Internal architect Zaha Hadid is recognized as one of the greatest female architects in the modern era. None of her influence is still increasing. Luo Sheng's private mansion technology complex, Blue Star Technology, the design of the group's City of Stars and the headquarters of the Côte d'Azur company Mobius Ring were all given to the architect. Zaha Hadid, with its staggering output, has many projects that have not been completed in addition to the Blue Star Technology Group headquarters and the Côte d'Azur company headquarters which are under construction. And Luo Sheng's private luxury technology complex was shortlisted for the 2007 World Architecture Festival Awards WAFA last year. Zaha Hadid even arranged all the design from architecture to interior degree. She also designed the technology complex building as a spectacular urban lighting building, with LED lights installed behind each glass panel, for a total of 5,300 LED lights. At night, the complex on the lakeside emits mysterious, soft faint blue lights like deep-sea creatures. So spectacular. The design of this building shows almost all of Zaha Hadid's innovative spirit. The sculptural texture reshapes the delicate balance between virtual and real, light and dark, and inside and outside. Luo Sheng entered the building lobby, and the layout of the exterior was not as brilliant as imagined, but pure white plus champagne as the keynote. The six-story high-rise design gave people an unparalleled sense of open space. Curved corridors and modular sofas are extremely futuristic, with warm red and elegant white forming a unique visual collision. The design of the technology complex also has a distinct Zaha style. The rooms do not seem to have strict geometric corners, but only meandering continuous walls and simple furniture. Open floor-to-ceiling windows emphasize the urban landscape. As a master of deconstruction, Zaha also uses repeated geometric elements in landscape design to break the monotony of white space. The rooms are divided according to color. Each one has an excellent view. The streamlined wall decorations, furniture, and lighting in the living room are almost all designed by Zaha. Her design is inspired by the unique geometry of the sky, the ocean and the plants. The shape has the appearance of flowing clouds. The interior design is also organized by Zaha, with neutral colors as the main part, which also continues the overall tone of the building. Luo Sheng came to an area of the underground warehouse. Qin Huaimai looked at the empty picture in front of him and said curiously, "What is this for?" After hearing the words, Luo Sheng looked around and laughed. "This layer, the next layer and the next layer. For placing a supercomputer, Shuguang Technology has completed my list. A complete and advanced hardware foundation is the key to making artificial intelligence November upgrade again, and the hardware and software configuration must keep up." After wandering around the underground warehouse, Luo Sheng returned to the living area and wandered around. Rooftop bars, heated pools, spas and much more are all available. For this building to operate normally, at least a household service team with a size of more than 100 people is required to run it, especially after the future is settled in. The building's daily electricity consumption will start at more than 100,000 yuan. Luo Sheng returned to the lobby of the living area and lay down on a sofa comfortably, looking at Qin Huaimai, who was standing elegantly, and smiled. "How about? Do you like living here? If you like it, move in." Just when Qin Huaimai was about to speak, Luo Sheng's phone rang, and he took out the phone and looked at the electric display. Luo Sheng immediately stood up. "Well, the people of Shuguang Technology are here, and they move fast. You can just turn around. I'll see you." The super calculations must be completed as soon as possible. After speaking, Luo Sheng put his mobile phone in his pocket and left the hall. The first generation of supercomputers prepared for November is the domestically produced Shuguang 5000A, which is the key project result of the National 863 program. Luo Sheng actually wants to place the order with IBM, because the most advanced supercomputer in the world is still the Americans are ahead. Helpless, the old US did not agree, but IBM really wanted to make this sale, but it was okay. It could not pass the North American authorities. It was also said that Huago wanted to take this opportunity to plagiarize American supercomputing technology. Under the circumstances, Luo Sheng had to choose domestic production. Fortunately, Huago can now build the world's leading supercomputer. There is still a gap in human supercomputing technology. This is Shuguang Technology's first civilian super large order, but it is not easy. It has to pass the approval of multiple relevant departments before it is finally implemented. After all, no one has done this before. Only Luo Sheng dares to play like this. In fact, many people question the domestic chip. The Sigon 5000A uses domestic Godson. In the year that Blue Star Technology was founded, the scandal of Hanxin incident gave the domestic semiconductor industry. The trauma and loss are incalculable. However, Luo Sheng still chose Godson. We must know that the development of the semiconductor industry requires market size to maintain, because it is too expensive, and the replacement is fast. The American semiconductor industry has formed a virtuous positive cycle, leading the global semiconductor industry. Semiconductor giants such as Intel have invested their earned money in research and development, producing more advanced products, have strong competitiveness and enter the market to win customers. Repeat this cycle. On the other hand, domestic semiconductors have burned countless funds, and have also come up with the Hanxin incident. The products are behind the generations and are expensive. Of course, the competitiveness of the market is not good, so a vicious circle is formed. If Americans do not intervene in the pure market choice, the supercomputing solution provided by IBM for Luo Sheng, compared with the solution of Sigon Technology, IBM can save him at least a third of the cost. To a certain extent, the more the old US restricts the blockade, the more it can promote the rapid growth of China's technology sector. This is not the case. In addition to providing supercomputing for national units, Shuguang Technology now has civilian orders. Luo Sheng's order is not only here. In the future, Blue Star Technology Group and the Côte d'Azur company will need exclusive enterprise-level supercomputers, so this computer will soon be eliminated and upgraded again. This is a huge opportunity for Shuguang Technology. The supercomputer is a high-tech product. www.metalnovel.com. But as long as Luo Sheng can afford the money and he can afford it, the country will not have any restrictions. Buy a few units so that Shuguang Technology can withdraw funds and invest in new generation supercomputing. The Dawning 5000A that Luo Sheng cooperated with Dawning Technology has a peak speed of 230 trillion times and a Linpack value of 180.6 trillion times. It can rank among the top 10 in the world's supercomputers. Compared with Luo Sheng's previous supercomputation of tens of billions of magnitude, it is indeed a bit behind. Another is that for artificial intelligence November, the hardware indicators are not enough. But some are better than none. Even at this level of supercomputing, only Chinese people in the world can produce, except for Americans. And Shuguang 5000A just came out this year. Luo Sheng came to place an order, for Shuguang Technology can be described as a good start. And the two sides have also entered into a strategic cooperation agreement. A trillion billion calculations are too fast for Luo Sheng. By November, the standard calculation power must be at least 1 billion times in order to meet Luo Sheng. The requirement is the level of Shenhuaitai Light. Chapter 264 All Overseen, latest website. When Luo Sheng and people from Shuguang Technology talked about supercomputing in another area of the technology complex, Irene came here at this time. When she entered the lobby, she attracted her attention from here too. Tall upper layout instead fell on a woman. Erin frowned. The other woman in this hall was Qin Weimu, and she noticed each other. When Irene saw Qin Weimu cast her gaze, she quickly returned to her original shape and walked towards the other side generously. You are here too. What about others? If Luo Sheng saw this scene, most of the chrysanthemum would be tight. Underneath, I'm communicating with people from Shuguang Company. I should be here in a little while. We can wait for him together. Qin Weimer replied. Her tone had a kind of light taste. When Irene heard it, she sat down side by side. With Qin Weimer's words falling, the hall fell into a period of silence, and both women remained silent, sitting on two sofas in the hall. At this moment, a strange atmosphere seemed to be lost in the air. This situation did not last long, and the two of them suddenly started to talk. Time passed by every minute, and a few minutes later, Luo Sheng walked alone on a curved corridor. When he reached the lobby, there was a curved corner just right. At the dead end of the field of view, only the camera on the ceiling can avoid the blind spot of the field of vision. The voice of the communication between the two women over the hall was first introduced into Luo Sheng's ears. He was not heard before, but his voice was heard first. Luo Sheng's pace came to an abrupt halt, and a bad hunch came up inexplicably. Immediately lowered the sound of footsteps, advancing carefully on the side of the curved corridor, and did not go out immediately, because the content of the exchange between the two girls made him curious and could not help listening. We've been together for a while, a year or two. Qin Weimer suddenly said such a word, and Erin sitting opposite her and Luo Sheng, who was eavesdropping, were shocked. Luo Sheng, in particular, heard the words make him chrysanthemum suddenly. Irene was surprised and stared at Qin Weimer with a miserable gaze. You? Qin Weimer tilted his beautiful legs, slender hands hugs in front of him, and nodded his head with a ray of smile, staring straight at him. The year we spent together during the Spring Festival last year. At that time we were when he did. He was like a bull. I wanted to ask myself, how many times did he usually do? At this moment, Luo Sheng secretly eavesdropping, his eyes closed on the spot, covering his face with his hands and washing his face. The woman lied without a hint of guilty conscience. Luo Sheng thought, it's the rabbit with the hat. It's wrong. Although I like her to punch her, she hasn't succeeded yet. Erin looked at Qin Weimer for a long time. She didn't know that the other party was lying. The beauty lawyer was acting too rationally at this moment. Erin smiled after turning back and said, You say me I don't know how to connect. At this moment, Erin was thinking that only she knew. Qin Weimar looked at her with a leisurely smile. Did I say too aggressively? It doesn't matter. Irene also smiled slightly, but did not answer. But Luo Sheng, who was hiding at the corner of the curved corridor, overheard the communication between the two women, panic in her heart. Judging from what is happening at the scene, the feeling to Luo Sheng is that the two women are smarter than each other, and Erin is also surprised by Luo Sheng. I did not expect that. She was so excited by Qin Weimar that she did not explode and she could sink. Hold on. However, Qin Weimar was a very smart woman. Luo Sheng realized that she had seen it for a long time, but she just saw it without saying a word. No wonder he always kept a distance with himself and never broke the penalty area anyway. Luo Sheng felt that he couldn't go on like this, and there was a possibility of an explosion at any time. After a while, Luo Sheng quietly backed away for a while, adjusted the state and then swaggered forward. There was no footsteps, as if he didn't know anything. Yo, when are you here? Xiao AI. Luo Sheng naturally came to the hall, knowing nothing about the installation. The two women also looked at each other, and Luo Sheng smiled casually and said, "What are you talking about? I'm very happy to see you." The two women had smiling faces on their faces, and they came up with the same idea to this man. They were all flawless, and then they were together. Luo Sheng's surface was stable and leathery, but he was anxious in panic. Of course I'm talking about this mansion. I really loved it at a glance, Erin said with a smile, and the analysis was superficial on the surface, but in the current situation, the subtext is to fall in love with it, meaning to live here. Qin Weimar is also a smart woman, of course. She heard the subtext of this sentence in an instant. Luo Sheng was bitter in his heart. What Irene meant was to ask him to ask her to move in quickly. This was too difficult. They were talking against her will. It seemed to be calm, but there was a surging current. There was a rhythm of great vicious signs. What? At this time, Qin Weimar took the initiative to stand up and rescue him. He immediately stood up and looked at Luo Sheng. The Azure Coast Company still has business waiting for me to deal with. The company's mainframe research and development is drawing up a plan and entering a brand new one. Field, like you said. Kill the timid and starve the timid. The last sentence was definitely something that Irene couldn't hear. But Luo Sheng knew that he subconsciously remembered his father's teachings when his parents visited here the year before last. Luo Sheng's indifferent pretense laughed casually. Okay, then you go first. If Qin Weimar took a deep look at him, and said nothing, he left immediately. Luo Sheng can only pretend to be unknown. So after a moment, he glanced again at the direction in which Qin Weimar disappeared, and after confirming that the other party had left, he retracted his gaze and turned to Irene. Now the situation is that neither woman has. After breaking through the layer of transparent paper, Luo Sheng didn't dare to break through it easily, so he just braced it and installed it. These two women are really more tolerant than one and can still show such calmness. If they were changed to ordinary women, I'm afraid it would have been a long time since you were in charge. Luo Sheng was pleased that fortunately he had the vision and had already arranged the two of them in different companies early. Otherwise, if the emotional problems hit the company, it would be troublesome for women. Even a sane woman like Qin Weimar sometimes puts reason behind her, because she is a creature called a woman. Well, at this moment when the car might roll over at any time, Luo Sheng remembered his father's teachings again: starve to death. Wealth in wealth insurance. Fight for a shot. Today's life is too bland. There are no waves and it is too boring. You must fight for a shot. It is a man who should play Heartbeat. This is called life. I saw Luo Sheng immediately look at Irene, and still behaved as if she didn't know anything, and said, "Yes, what do you want from me? Why don't you call me? I can't find you if I'm fine." Irene glanced at him suddenly, her tone of speech smelling like a drink. Have a temper. It should be, in this intensity. It is a miracle without making a noise on the spot. Luo Sheng immediately came to her and sat down, stretched out her hand and glanced at her waist and said with a smile, "You can find something if you have nothing. You can also look for nothing." Xiaoyi also wants to find her mother. Irene was very angry. She wanted to push away the other person, but thinking of Qin Weimu's previous performance, she gave up and still let the other side take over, but said consciously or unintentionally, "Seeing this extremely luxurious the big mansion looks like a harem." Luo Sheng dripped sweat in his heart, and then said solemnly, "Then you are also the mother of the palace?" Irene suddenly turned her head and stared at him. Their eyes intertwined. "So you have another woman?" Luo Sheng denied, "Just a joke. The two companies are already busy enough to take care of them, and the rest of the time is left to accompany you. There is still time to go outside to get rid of flowers." Aileen looked at him with a smile and said, "Really? But it seems to you that you don't need to go outside. You have it around, such as Qin Weimu." Qin Weimu? Come on, she's not my dish." Luo Sheng could not help but raise his leg. He could not see a trace of flustered face, and then leaned back to the sofa and said lightly, "That woman is so big as me years old. Although she is a beautiful lady with a queen sister, but a woman of her temperament style is not my dish. I am a sister control. It is your delicate and cute type to get my G-point." When Luo Sheng said this, how could it be called a stable word? For a moment, I couldn't help remembering that he had vowed to Qin Weimu at the same time, but just said the opposite. Irene smiled heartily and didn't pierce him. He murmured secretly, "I want to see when you can put it on." Luo Sheng just overheard the chat between them, and knew that Erin would definitely not believe it, but years of experience told him that when talking to women, they would die miserably if they lied. www.mentalnovel.com. Then it is more necessary to lie. If you tell the truth, it is the rhythm of death. Let's take you through our new home. The housekeeping team should be here the day after tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow we'll be able to move in. Luo Sheng took the initiative to shift the topic and stood up with Erin's hand. "I'm not used to such a luxurious place. It's better to live in my original villa," Erin said, struggling a little to try to get rid of each other's hands. But Luo Sheng did not let go. Obedient, Luo Sheng immediately pulled her and left the hall. Irene tried to break free several times, but still went with him. Her heart was struggling as well, whether to voluntarily quit and complete the two of them, or to fight to the end until the difference was reached. Until retreat or advance, this issue is not only Irene thinking, but Qin Weimu, who is on his way to the Côte d'Azur, is also thinking. Chinese website. Chapter 265 European Goose Plucking Hair. Latest website. In the next few days, the pictures of the sure field that Luo Sheng was worried about didn't happen, and what the two women should do in the company, no one made trouble, but one was more sensible. This pleased Luo Sheng, but it was distressing. The two women surprisingly refused to stay and lived in their original place. Both Qin Weimu and Irene have achieved financial freedom. They are billionaires worth billions or billions of yuan. The wealth they hold is enough for them to live a luxurious life. Therefore, Luo Sheng's property is not rare. Maybe this is one of the reasons why they can keep reason. Only Luo Sheng was miserable, and became an empty nest boss. He thought that the complex of science and technology complex was completed, and the happy life of the happy trio went forward. Unexpectedly, both hands were empty. In addition to the housekeeping staff and some security personnel, the huge mansion is only one person. The smeller was really sad, and the tears were seen. In the following days, Qin Weimu ignored Luo Sheng's flirtation and showed no sign of anything. Basically, he shook him a cold face, and he became as precious as gold. The only communication is also limited to talks about work, and matters other than work are exempt. Erin stopped eating goose. Seeing more and more maggots, the warehouse was full and had been seriously out of stock. "I can't live this day." Opening parenthesis. Luo Sheng is helpless. Right now it is out of this delicate relationship that some changes have taken place in the two women. They are working crazy in a situation where the Cold War is not like the Cold War. Into June. Côte d'Azur, President's office, coming. Luo Sheng looked up at the door, and the person who walked in was wearing Qin Weimu, dressed in all, but her expression was a stranger, public and private. Qin Weimu said faintly, The general manager Yao in Europe has returned good news. The EU side has passed our approval for MySQL merger and acquisition, but the Swedes opened their mouths and asked for 1.788 billion yuan. State what they said, and you get the idea. Yao Jianhong has been in Europe for more than a month. In the past 6 months, he has traveled more than a dozen times between China and Europe in order to acquire MySQL. Europeans are not bad. Americans still make trouble. Oracle is the worst one. Google is also adding jealousy next to it, and Jeff Bezos, the head of Amazon, is publicly clamoring to investigate Blue Star Technology Group every day. Now adding a Côte d'Azur company, Jeff suddenly feels like an internet fighter who is worried about the country and the people on the American side. In fact, Blue Star Technology Group's cloud computing services entered the North American market. The most panic is Amazon. Luo Sheng has been mediation from now on. He has to shout for himself. Too difficult. US $1.788 billion. This group of Europeans is indeed a gene that cannot change the rubber for hundreds of years. I have already invested almost $1 billion there, and I have plucked my hair. Luo Sheng couldn't bear to hear it immediately. The price of MySQL company is definitely not worth the price. The original price of the French Riviera was $1 billion, which is still a 27% premium, and the price of the Swedes should be a premium of about 44%. Qin Weimer corrected him, "You are wrong, not the US dollar, they are driving the euro." Luo Sheng looked at Qin Weimer for a moment, and said with a low voice, "Euro." The response came and I couldn't help but swear. This group of Europeans are really rude and ruthless enough to catch labor and capital to slap wool in the dead. Very good. There is a reason for the price increase of the next blue mobile phone. Qin Weimer took a glance at him and said casually, "Maybe you are too famous to buy." Last month, the acquisition of Marvel was very impactful. Europeans think that it is the price to sell to you. You don't agree to sell them. Threat Oracle. MySQL company is not only staring at Luo Sheng. Oracle company is also very interested, and the acquired son also wants to acquire it. Although Larry Ellison has a lot of operations, but no matter how energy is limited, especially financial resources limited. After Luo Sheng withdrew from the battle for Sun Computer, there was only a battle between Google and Oracle, and neither of the two North American IT giants currently has the financial strength of Blue Star Technology Group. If you want to buy Sun, you can't sell yourself without a $78 billion. Neither Google nor Oracle did not have much energy, and IBM was still giving them trouble because IBM did not want to see Oracle challenge him and HP. They are all a group of plastic friends. Don't think that they will send charcoal in the snow at critical moments. They will only stab their backs. Although MySQL company fell into Luo Sheng's hands, which is not IBM's hope, but secondly, it is better than being annexed by Larry Ellison's Oracle Corporation, which can also be sold to Luo Sheng. After all, the two parties are strategic partners, and IBM is still talking about the tens of billions of dollars in super contracts that Luo Sheng holds. US $1.788 billion. Euro, right? Luo Sheng gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, tell Yao Jianhong. We bought this price." The risk of being taken away by the Europeans today will surely be regained tomorrow. Luo Sheng is not an indecisive person, and will not be entangled in a momentary gain and loss. He should take a shot when it is time to shoot. Money and everything can be made back quickly, but MySQL has only one. Well, I see. Qin Weimer nodded slightly, then turned and walked towards the office door. "Hey, wait." Luo Sheng suddenly stopped her. "What else is there to command?" Qin Weimer turned around and stared at each other. The eyes of the two sides converged on one another. Luo Sheng looked at her for a while and did not answer, and then said only a moment later, "Compared to your cold look now, I like the one you used to know better." "Me too," Qin Weimer replied. Luo Sheng was a little hesitant, and she turned and left without waiting for the other party to respond. Looking at her disappearing back, Luo Sheng shook his head with a helpless smile. In this situation, there was only one long sigh. It's hard to say. Luo Sheng likes the public and private subordinates, but he doesn't like Qin Mu. The subordinates also suddenly become so public and private. They have a lot of interesting atmosphere in their lives, which is boring and boring. Half an hour later, Luo Sheng set aside his private affairs and came to the Azure Coast laboratory. At this moment, he brought together more than 200 engineers including Li Chunxing, Lu Siming, and Bei Lang. Their original work has been handed over, and now they have joined a new secret research and development project of the company, codenamed. Luo Sheng drank hot tea, took a cup and walked in this hall, then sat down. Behind him was a large conference screen. He never used the PPT thing. After a while, Luo Sheng sat down and looked at more than 200 engineers such as Li Chunxing and said lightly, "The chip is a river and a lake. We are all rivers and lakes, and Sony has fallen again. Who will challenge the current chip hegemony?" Lu Siming looked at Luo Sheng in confusion. "Boss, why do you need to add the word also?" In both companies, Luo Sheng is familiar and most R&D departments like to call him the boss, and few people call him Mr. Luo and the boss. At this moment, Luo Sheng is a man who looks at the world and holds the cup in his hands, while Lu Siming and more than 200 engineers, in his eyes, this is a group of very ideal, patriotic, like a newborn calf, not afraid. On the contrary, Luo Sheng, who is also young, gave Bei Lang their feeling that the boss is now old-fashioned. Luo Sheng leaned back on his seat, leaned his legs on the workbench, and said with a long sigh, "I saw that I had built a high-rise building with chips, and I saw my banquet guests, and finally I saw that my building collapsed." A senior engineer attending the meeting immediately said, "I know that in the 1980s, my semiconductor was the best in the world, but the Americans forced them to sign an agreement to limit export quotas, and then quickly from more than half of the global market share to the tragic status quo of only a few percent, and then the local market of Japan is not big enough, and the semiconductor industry of Japan is gradually declining." Luo Sheng tilted his head and looked at the engineer who spoke with a peculiar look. "Where did you hear these messy things?" The engineer chatted for a while. www.mtlnovel.com. "That's right, isn't it like this?" Immediately scratched his head and said weakly, "I watch industry news every day, review history, watch a lot of relevant interpretation news, and watch documentaries." Luo Sheng stopped his hand and said, "Well, do you know that the semiconductor industry in Japan did not want to regain the dominance of the rivers and lakes from the Americans until the end of this century and the end of 2007? The Japanese company represented by the group has put into action in these years. It seems to have almost succeeded, but in fact, in my opinion, after searching for 18,000 miles, Sony has not regained his former glory." Lu Siming and others present were all stunned, and they couldn't help but be shocked. Did these things just happen? They claim to be senior practitioners in the industry, but no one has ever told them about it. Chinese website. Chapter 266. The Little Thing About Chips and Lakes. Latest website. Everyone said nothing, watching Luo Sheng intently and waiting for his next sentence. Luo Sheng sat comfortably in his position, and everyone's curious eyes had not dissipated, waiting for him to speak. "You don't know too much about the chip rivers and lakes, but you must know, because we are all in the rivers and lakes. We must know the events on the rivers and lakes. Then I will tell you about it." Luo Sheng smiled, and these words brought these young and excellent engineers in the hall into those rivers and lakes. It starts from a certain day in the summer of 2000. Sony and Toshiba knocked on the door of IBM. At that time, both companies, like Sony, especially won the war of two generations of game consoles. PS2. It has become the most desirable Christmas gift for American children. It is easy and enjoyable to punch Sega and kick Nintendo. Sony's activities in the game industry are too big, so that one of the software giants, Microsoft, is not calm, and they are eager to join the battle. At that time, no one took Gates seriously. Now, Xbox is just killing a bloodbath. Luo Sheng looked at a group of engineers and said arrogantly, At that time, IBM was still in the transition period from a hardware company to a software plus information company. Seeing that two wealthy grandfathers, Sony and Toshiba, came, they thought they were interested in IBM's hard disk storage technology. But Toshiba and Sony didn't have this interest at all. IBM thought that they should look at the server solutions in the store and use them in home entertainment. Networking services. Still uninterested, IBM asked again, "Did you look at our OS/2 operating system? Want to use it in home entertainment equipment? Haha, really smart eyesight. We are better than Microsoft's glamorous items." Finally interrupted the crazy and self-proclaimed IBM, and the conciseness revealed the meaning. "Let's engage in CPU together. You are IBM, and I and Toshiba are both money and people." Luo Sheng opened his hands vividly and looked at Lu Siming and others. The people of IBM were taken aback. "What? Do you have a tin pie CPU?" Everyone couldn't help laughing. The boss' speech was really easy to understand. It was as flavorful as listening to the story of Jin Yong's martial arts, only to see Luo Sheng substitute himself into a scene to restore a story scene. "Toshiba, hey, I said that PowerPC is the same thing you developed for Jobs. We have conducted in-depth tests on this CPU, and the performance is still wide. IBM, awards and awards, so what do you want to do?" Sony, haha, of course, it's a dominance. Let's copy Intel's backyard together. By that time, our brother is the Lanbabei in the field of civil chips around the world. How about it? Luo Sheng's stand-up comic talked about it here, and he suddenly sighed and shook his head. He sipped his tea and found that the cup was empty. A staff member immediately helped him to get a cup. Luo Sheng took a sip and continued to talk loudly. IBM was speechless and thought, "I'm afraid these two goods aren't stupid hats. It's no wonder that small books aren't reliable." Such naive words can be said. "How many drinks did you drink yesterday?" "I didn't wake up today." Sony seemed to see IBM's confused expression and laughed a few times, so he took a bottle of Lafite from 1982, poured it out according to the habits of Europeans and Americans, and recalled the past through the spirit of wine. Glorious years. Having said that, Luo Sheng lowered his legs on the workbench, changed his posture to look at the crowd and continued, "The semiconductor industry in the 1970s was in a stage of blowout development. Fast iterative updates are moving forward. There are two important inventions that have brought the chip from the military to the civilian population. The two inventions are personal computers and game consoles. Personal computers have created giants such as Apple, Microsoft, and Intel. Game consoles have created Atari, Nintendo, and Sega. They are all newcomers who have risen for a while. The game consoles in Greater China have been banned. I guess that it will not necessarily be lifted for 10 or 8 years, and there is no market for standalone games. But why should the Blue Coast enter the game console market? Why should we come to share this confusion? Water? Why are we entering this River Lake dispute? Does anyone know? After speaking, Luo Sheng looked around at the crowd, and more than 200 engineers looked at each other, all dazed. In fact, Luo Sheng did not expect them to see it, and then said, "Do you know that even in the 1990s, game console shipments were higher than personal computers, and even console game software shipments were also higher than personal computer software? The reason is not complicated at all. The game console is cheap. It can be taken home for $200 or $300. It can meet the family's entertainment needs. Fun things are always best-selling products. The average price of a personal computer is more than $1,000. 7 or 8,000 yuan, and the multimedia technology is immature, and the entertainment effect is poor. However, from the perspective of the hardware structure, the game console is actually a customized version of the computer. It also has CPU, GPU, PPU, memory, storage and other configurations, but it is designed with an emphasis on entertainment attributes." At the end, Luo Sheng said with a long sigh, "In that era, the technical roadmap of civilian computer chips can be described as blossoming, which is what it is today. The x86 series that became Intel has dominated the world in PCs. Now, x86 compatible companies such as AMD and Cyrix have also following the suit. We ushered in the industry's darkest toothpaste factory era. At that time, IBM's PowerPC was a non-mainstream Apple niche market that Gao helped, and also had a sense of presence in the server market. There were Fairchild Semiconductor, NEC, Motorola, Mostek, and so on. Have you heard or not heard of it? All the great gods in the world are in the rivers and lakes of the chip. The proliferation of chip technology gives game console developers a lot of freedom. They can choose the most satisfactory one among various solutions and then further optimize and customize it to distinguish them from all competitors. For example, Nintendo SSFC uses MOS 6502 CPU. Sega MD uses Motorola's 6800 CPU, Sony PS uses 3D soft acceleration technology route, and Nintendo's N64 uses seemingly more advanced 3D hard acceleration. This situation of blossoming flowers, while meeting the technical requirements, maintains a high price-performance ratio, but also facilitates the development of third-party software, thereby forming a complete ecosystem. However, this customized route was no longer available in the late 1990s. The civilian computer chip market was almost completely ruled by x86. Texas Instruments, Motorola and the like were all marginalized. NEC's self-closed PC-98 was also on the verge of extinction. That's how Intel went on its way to the dark toothpaste factory. If you continue this way, who do you want to customize in the future? Sony PS2 uses Toshiba R&D plus its own deeply modified EPU, and the competitors? Microsoft's Xbox simply uses Intel P3 Celeron CPU, which may be the most universal solution on the market, although the launch of the Xbox did not have much success because of Microsoft's lack of experience. The scary part is this trend. Luo Sheng talked eloquently. More than 200 engineers including Lu Siming, who were sitting in the lobby, listened attentively, but when they heard Luo Sheng say this, they had a question in their mind. If one day, x86 completely dominates the country and monopolizes the civilian chip market, then the game console industry may really have no chance, and it will not play. Because everyone's technical lines are similar, they are all hay-pounded, and no one can win by customization, and it depends on cost, performance and scale market. Thinking of this, Lu Siming, did they realize that this is not happening now? Li Chunxing couldn't help but say, isn't Microsoft, the company that has been embarrassed by Intel, anxious that this happened? Sony can stand it. Luo Sheng laughed. Of course Sony can't bear it, so they acted and found IBM. They said straight away, let's partner together, and Intel did it. In the face of the Microsoft plus Intel alliance, Sony thinks this fierce rivalry can't keep it. He must take the initiative. Sony was a cold decision, but IBM was grinning. How did it strike? Sony said that it was not panic, and quickly comforted IBM, saying that the first and second generation PS consoles sold more than 100 million units, and the supporting games sold more than 1 billion units. This is the ecosystem. Let's partner together to develop a Super Drag CPU, used in the next generation of consoles. We can definitely blast our competitors. By that time, we are killing from the game market and using the scale advantage to counterattack the PC market. We don't believe Intel can stand up to it. Luo Sheng once again entered the scene. Toshiba quickly conformed. Yes, we will also use this CPU for our own smart TVs and unify the emerging smart home appliance market. By then, we will be the majority and Intel will be the minority pie. You IBM hate Intel, right? We hate it too. Let him die. In the face of these two goods, IBM murmured, the small book has really been blood mold in 8 lives, and it has happened that 2 IT technology giants have just developed this delusion. But IBM is still polite and euphemistic. Say, do the 2 grandpas know how much it will cost to do this? Sony, $400 million is not enough. IBM shook his head. Toshiba, What about $4 billion? When IBM heard about $4 billion, the little eyes secretly turned around. Lou Siming and others suddenly burst into laughter, and the audience laughed. They suddenly discovered the brand new skills of the boss, and they could even say such a slippery stand-up comic. I saw Luo Sheng embracing his hands in front of him and leaning back against the seat. He said lightly, a few months later, the Cell Chip R&D Center jointly owned by Sony, Toshiba and IBM will rise in Austin, Texas, North America. In the next 4 years, more than 400 of the world's top chip engineers are working here. At the inauguration ceremony, a friend of IBM's friend whispered quietly, "You were drunk last night and scolded Sony and Toshiba delusionally. How did you come here today?" IBM shrugged and shrugged. "It wasn't me who paid for it anyway. I could still give it a shot, why not?" The audience burst into laughter again, and Lou Siming and others became more and more interesting. Bai Lang said, "Boss, IBM is not a good bird when you say that. We are working with them now. This kind of plastic ally must guard against." Li Chunxing vowed, required. Luo Sheng did not answer this, and said comfortably, "In the year when the Integrity IT bubble burst, Sony and IBM jointly held a press conference to announce for the first time the technical specifications of the Cell Chip in the R&D Center. 1 trillion floats per second, point computing, with distributed computing capabilities, is not inferior to supercomputing. According to word of mouth in the media, the Cell processor can simulate the Earth. If it is true, Sony will win the battle for the next generation of game consoles. As for Intel, it should not die out. The toothpaste factory will slowly fall into a trivial role, and the x86 architecture will rule the computer chip. At the end, the future will be the big era of Cell, and I think Sony is thinking so. Speaking of which, Luo Sheng paused, drank, and opened the large screen dedicated to the conference behind him, and then released a detailed picture of the chip. The dense distribution of the chip is like a micro-mindset supermetropolis. Chips, which may be the crystallization of the highest level of process technology at present. There is no more demanding process product than chips. If there is, it is the next generation chip. Everyone looked at the big screen of the meeting. Luo Sheng also looked back at the image on the screen and said, "Cell's architecture is very complex and weird. It has both CPU and GPU functions, and also leaves room for cloud computing and edge computing. It is essentially a supercomputer chip. In my opinion, this chip is really it. Can be said that Sonos ambition and unwillingness are everywhere." Luo Sheng's gaze shifted from the screen to Lou Siming and others, saying, "But in order to expand the home entertainment needs significantly, it must simultaneously meet 4 distinct needs: supercomputing and high-end servers, desktop PCs, game consoles and smart appliances like HD TVs." Speaking of this, Luo Sheng teased with smile, "Fortunately, there was no smartphone market at the time. Otherwise, would require the development of a low-power version to compete with ARM. To this day, there is still no single processor or any technical architecture that can seamlessly meet all of the above requirements. Sony didn't fail until he saw the ghost. Sony needs an essential condition to realize this ultimate dream." Oh, everyone opened their eyes and stared at the boss. At the end, Luo Sheng laughed and said, "They just need to invite me over and preside over Cell, and it will be realized." Unfortunately, at that time I was still playing soy sauce in high school. As for now, everyone was caught off guard by the boss' sudden pretense, but after a while, everyone's heart suddenly fluttered. The boss said this just to pretend to be a pretender, or did he have any other meaning? Exclamation mark. Could it be that the boss has also developed a delusion like Sony? Chapter 267 latest website. Shouldn't it? Lou Siming and others are getting more confused. Luo Sheng is now dissecting Sony's failure history, or summing up the lessons of the losers. This is already the cost of Sonos' scaly wounds to prove that it is a failure. Still jumping, Luo Sheng did not immediately respond to everyone's doubts. At this time, he held a physical chip unloaded from a PS3 host in his hand, which was the Cell chip. He stared at the chip and said, after a long period of R&D, engineers at Sony, Toshiba, and IBM finally came up with a ghost-level technology architecture. Don't get me wrong, here's the derogation. Just my hand, a simplified version of the PowerPC main processing unit. L2 cache, plus 8 traditional PowerPC co-processing units without cache. The main processing unit and co-processing unit each have different memories. Bai Lang said, I don't understand, it's too complicated. Luo Sheng glanced at him. Yes. Why is it so complicated? Sony envisioned that the main processing unit is only responsible for general operations, and all floating point operations related to graphics processing are still co-processing units. If you don't understand, by the way, no one can understand. At the critical moment, this seemingly dreaded architectural solution has never been realized, so it has created one of the biggest jokes in the history of the world's chips. Speaking, Luo Sheng shook his head and spread his hands. In 2004, this year was the year that Luo Sheng and Blue Star Technology formally established their fame and lightning in the world. The Blue Star technology created by him was launched one after another in this year, and it was also an explosion. It was hailed as the son of the internet by Silicon Valley magazine. There is no difference in the scenery at one time. In the same year, Sony was in a bad mood and even anxious, because they found that the performance of the Cell chip did not meet expectations at all. To be more precise, floating point computing capabilities did not meet expectations. The simulated Earth that had been advocated before became an international joke, which was laughed out by the media. What if it meets expectations? The developer does not understand how to operate the 8 co-processing units, which will inevitably lead to the game's moving picture quality. Sony is so anxious. What should I do? More than $4 billion have been invested in water drifting. Even Luo Sheng, the loser, weighed so much, so Sony had to continue to invest again, and asked Nvidia to customize a GPU, which barely allowed the PS3 console to have decent floating point performance. Also in the past 2004, Sony and IBM also found jobs to sell Cell processors to Apple, because considering that Apple computers have always used PowerPC processors, it is not natural to replace them with Cell chips based on PowerPC processors. Both Sony and IBM felt that there was nothing wrong with Steve Jobs. However, in the end, it was Joe's help. He immediately saw through the Cell architecture that there were fatal flaws. Even if Sony even cheated and threw out other core technologies, Kiao could not help him. Joking, how can Joe's boss be free at this time? He is collaborating with an old friend of Motorola's head to make a smartphone. Although the result is a product that is also laughed by the media, Joe's boss, there is also the Plan B iPhone project. However, this world is too chaotic. Not only Kiao helped the host, Sony, but Luo Sheng across the ocean is also pushing forward the Azure plan, which eventually led to the death of the iPhone. In the meantime, Joe helped the owner not only take no interest in Sony's seductive, the last backhand operation, turned to the arms of the old enemy Intel, fully using x86 processors. This can upset Sony and IBM. And plastic friends are one after another. At this time, IBM had the idea of not wanting to play with Sony. The rhythm of Blood Mold was too special, and Sonos bad luck was almost contagious to IBM. That year, Sonos' own pits had to be filled with tears. Therefore, Cell is madly sold to many smart home appliances, and even Sony has sent people to sell on the French Riviera. You must know that Luo Sheng's Azure smartphone has not yet been born. The arrogant little book simply looks down on China's ICT business, but it still sends people to sell it, which shows how helpless it is. How can Sony still be picky at this time? However, the reality is cruel. No matter how Sony sells their products, most people prefer low-power ARM. Of course, the Blue Coast under Luo Sheng's leadership will not be hooked. In the end, apart from Sony, Toshiba and IMB's own hardware, The cell processor was only used by a few third parties for video decompression cards belonging to 2 or 3 cats and dogs. It was a miserable batch and smelled sad. In any case, Cell's base camp is game consoles, and Sony still does not want to admit defeat. As long as PS3 wins the next generation console war, Cell's future must be bright. However, the ideal is very beautiful and the reality is very skinny. The yield of the Cell processor was not up at this time, which directly caused the PS3 to go on the market 1 year later than the competition. What's even more funny is that the rival Xbox 360 actually bought PowerPC chips from IBM, just cleverly avoided the complex cell architecture, thereby achieving a higher cost-effective and faster production process. IBM's betrayal made Sony very angry, but helpless. From competitors to third parties, in fact everyone knows where Cell's problems lie, but everyone doesn't say. Only Sony itself has become the head of injustice. Wait until the PS3 comes out. Its price will shock everyone directly. The basic version is $499. And the high-end version is $599, which is almost twice the price of competitors. And, even if it was so expensive, Sony would lose about $300 for each one it sold. As a result of such a miserable loss, the culprit is the Cell chip. The over-expenditure for R&D and insufficient demand has caused the cost to not be diluted. It is still a semi-finished product, and it can't be done without relying on the old yellow Nvidia to fight the fire. And Sony is also a jerk, and can't blame IBM for selling it backhand, because in order to shirk its responsibility, it has made a lot of public opinion and said that it was miserable by Lao Huang's Nvidia. There is a sentence in Lao Huang's heart that must be spoken. Such a Sony is not a miracle without bankruptcy. The PS3 went on sale in 2006 and was still losing money until 2008 this year, with a cumulative loss of more than $3 billion. At this moment, Liu Siming and others in the lobby were stunned. Because these things have never been told to them. Liu Sheng is a treasure trove of this, as if he had experienced it at the scene. Now I will take you back to review the situation at that time. Liu Sheng said, I have to say one thing, IBM is also very authentic. It sold Sony in the end. In the past, it was considered as hard as possible to get the Cell up. Until last year, IBM was still trying to rescue the Cell chip. It won't save lives. Cell disbanded the R&D team and the product line was reintegrated into IBM's mainstream chip product line. As for what Sony Toshiba learned, forget it. It's about to go bankrupt and say these things. Survival is the top priority. Among the choices of autonomous and controllable death and commitment to unknown, choose the former. It is a hero. Everyone knows that generally only dead people will be chased down as heroes. Now Sony and Toshiba are still struggling to survive, so they chose to go all out. Everyone couldn't help laughing at the words of the boss for a while, and the hero was dead, which was really concise. Liu Siming asked impatiently, Boss, what happened later? Has Sony gone to get revenge? Oh, there is no later. Just now, then now Sony. Liu Sheng interrupted him. Revenge? Who? Liu Siming said without hesitation. Of course I'm looking for Intel, Microsoft, IBM. Liu Sheng, who was drinking water, was almost caught and glanced at Liu Siming. Why do you want them to get revenge? Li Chunxing said, because Intel has stolen the Cell market, Microsoft has caused Sony PS3 to lose money, IBM has been unable to work and is still carrying Sony to do private work. The customer is still Sonos enemies. Of course, it should be Sonos enemies. Well, you are too young. Liu Sheng sighed and said, fortunately, it is not for you to take control of the Azure coast. If you give it to the rudder of this giant ship, it is the Titanic. Li Chunxing and Liu Siming turned red, and said, Boss, you are not young. You are younger than us. You look so old-fashioned. Liu Sheng said, also saying that IBM, in my opinion, has really done everything to Sony except for not paying money technology and manpower have not been invested at all. This is also a cost. It also lost Apple's old customer. It sold PowerPC to Microsoft, but did not sell. How can such old friends become enemies in your eyes? IBM is now our strategic partner. You don't commit yourself, don't give him a chance. IMB is still very reliable. If you commit to buy yourself, like Sony, whoever sees it will have to pit it, right? The two were speechless. Liu Sheng continued, in this chip show, Intel hasn't even touched a finger, because it is a bad idea that Cell can't help the wall, and Apple's switch to Intel is only normal behavior, and x86 is not Intel's. Yes, there are compatible manufacturers like AMD. In the game of them all, you can't beat your opponents. Will your opponents become your enemies? Be bigger, guys. Liu Sheng looked around at everyone who said nothing. As for Microsoft, it is actually very miserable. The PowerPC architecture is not as powerful as they thought. It also caused a scandal such as Sanmin Hong. It was a smashing sign in the game console market. Xbox. The fact that sales are not as good as expected is the best proof, and there is no need for hatred. Hearing these people could not help but nodded, all of them heartily convinced, lamenting that the boss mind and pattern is indeed something I and others can match. Bai Lang said curiously, so boss, in your opinion, Sony, Toshiba and IMB have tossed this drama that has been sung for so many years. Why can't you shake Intel and fail to come up with an independent commercial CPU? You say that Intel fingers without moving. Liu Sheng said succinctly, Sonos' failure lies in his own strength cannot match his ambitions. This path he took is a way to fight the whole world by himself. He can only win if he hangs up. He doesn't fail and hell. Everyone was puzzled. Liu Sheng saw their puzzled expressions and said slowly, if the technical strength of the cell processor is fully exerted, it can indeed exceed the x86 architecture processor. But if you haven't thought about it, let's say you, as a developer, would you rather going to study x86, continuously doing deep optimization for x86, and not willing to learn complex cell architecture? Everyone is talking, it is true in all fairness, especially the engineers who do the underlying design. Liu Sheng sighed, this is not a question of advanced technology. For many years, x86 has built a huge and incredible ecosystem with countless commercial software, shareware, open source software, developer communities, etc. Even so I can win the small game console game, but I can't shake the big picture. How can I have a chance of winning in the wider PC market? Joe rejected the cell and chose x86, and we also rejected the cell and chose ARM. The key issue is not technology level, understand? An engineer at the meeting nodded and said with a look of surprise, no wonder. I recently saw an industry news that Sony itself announced the use of AMD's x86 integrated processor in the next generation of PS4 game consoles. Liu Sheng smiled at the crowd and said, who said before that the semiconductor industry was defeated by Americans because the old United States forced them to sign any export quota agreement? Do you still feel the same, ghosts? No matter what, without that agreement, they would not win. Someone asked, why? Liu Sheng, why? Because talents from all over the world are willing to go to Silicon Valley, developers from all over the world are willing to cooperate with Silicon Valley, and ideas from all over the world are concentrated in Silicon Valley, until the birth of our Azure Coast and Blue Star technology. This situation is broken, but it is also a little cracked. Silicon Valley is still the central world of the global IT industry. So this is not at all a battle between Ben and the United States, nor a battle between Sony and Intel. No matter how strong Japan is, can you fight the world? If Sony is better, you can fight the developers of the global world. Question mark. Everyone nodded again and again, like a cloud and a fog, and suddenly felt cheerful. It was a great victory to read a book for 10 years. It's just that everyone is worshipping Liu Sheng's hand, and he doesn't know that he meditated in his heart. Oneself is against the whole world. There are still people in this world, that is, brother. Luo Sheng's hands are now brewing an artificial intelligence that is enough to dare to change the sun and the moon to a new day. Luo Sheng still decided to go again in the road of Sony. If others knew it, he would think he was crazy. Sony's hesitation, he was so sad that he didn't know it. And he would do it again and again. This is not crazy. What is it? Luo Sheng is certainly not crazy. Sony's fiasco is that he has ambitions, but his strength is not up to that level. Luo Sheng also has ambitions. His strength can not only reach that level, but also break through the upper limit again. Is there a black technology? Why not leave? If Luo Sheng had gone, he would have succeeded in hitting Sony. There is another deeper issue here that is not to transfer Luo Sheng's personal will, that is, Americans will definitely suppress in the future. You don't want to be the enemy of the world, but this world is deeply hostile to you. Luo Sheng was born with a hard life, or he dared to ask sun and moon to change to a new day. Luo Sheng had a decision in his mind. However, these intentions in his heart cannot be said. As the head of such a thing, it is enough to have such a thing in his heart. I saw him looking around and saying, in the Chip and Lake, you want victory, you want to be the leader of the martial arts league, we must make our enemies fewer and fewer, and more friends. It is best that all people in the world are good friends and are willing to play with us. Luo Sheng Kankan added, it is not fast, not ruthless, but not killing if you want to get mixed up in this big river and lake. How do you say that? Let us take a look at our Chinese civilization. Thousands of years of turbulence, we have counseled, and we have been in the early Han dynasty, we have been fierce, and attacked the Huns in the north, we have had the grand occasion of all over the world, serving in all directions, and there have been times of disintegration, life and death. But our civilization is still today also standing in the world. Why? We have turned our former enemies into friends and even loved ones, and now we have 56 flowers, and we have established a flower planter with Mai. This is the mind. This is the highest state. Is the truth connected? In the end, everyone immediately gave a warm applause. And there should be applause here. Luo Sheng pressed his hand gesture with a smile. As the warm applause gradually dropped, a bright smile appeared and said, so, our plan can't suffocate ourselves. Even if we succeed, we have to peel off the skin. This is not science and technology stand on their own, but they commit stupid offenders. The highest realm is to grab both hands and be tough on both hands. www.mentalnovel.com. So we have a spare tire plan. But at the same time, we also have to take the initiative to cooperate with Sony, ARM, and IBM, and anyone can cooperate with as many enemies and friends as possible. If they do not want to be our friends, then we will highlight the machete that has been worn for a long time, and let him reorganize the language again. As a friend, I will take back the machete and be killed by the enemy on the spot. So the existence of the spare tire planet's about sharpening the knife, and the biggest use of this knife is not to use it. Everyone heard this, especially the last sentence. Reckless. It's too real. After reacting, all of them couldn't help but secretly smashed the most, only to find that their boss spoke the most domineering words in the most easygoing tone. Chinese website. Chapter 268. Corner from Artificial Intelligence. Latest website. Sony's heart is higher than the sky, but its strength is not in place. When its own strength does not match the ambition, this is the result. Makes the biggest chip joke in history. It's like a coffee table filled with cups. Now Sony honestly uses the x86 architecture to tinker with the PS4, no longer playing fancy things, no more thinking about reviving the glory of the past, and joining hands with Intel and other secondary ideas. Too difficult. The deeply frustrated Sony has suffered from scaly injuries, and the legacy on the cell processor can be said to be tasteless and unfortunate. The Sony group is now full of brains to recover costs. At the beginning, the huge investment of more than $4 billion was almost lost. Until now, every PS3 game console was sold, and the R&D expenses were evenly distributed. and the loss was $300. The processor pit is really a bad pit for Sony and has been included in bad assets. If someone takes over, Sony is definitely willing to pack it up and sell it back to invest in the development of the PS4. IBM won't ask. All the goods in their hands will be disposed of, engineers will be transferred, and Intel will not, and Microsoft will not. There is only one company in the world that will be interested in Sonos cell-related assets, and that is the Côte d'Azur. It sneaked into research and development over the years and lost billions of dollars. Sony does not want to challenge Intel's status anymore. It just wants the wound to heal, and it is now licking the wound silently. The moment is a good chance to shoot. The mainframe project is officially established under the leadership of Luo Sheng. The initial R&D team has a team of 722 engineers, following the failed but ambitious road that Sony, Toshiba and IBM have once gone through. This road is between failure and success. Sony only has a gap in artificial intelligence, more specifically a person like Luo Sheng. Complex building. Early this morning, Luo Sheng went to bed to wake up naturally. I think I'm worth hundreds of billions. And there isn't even a girl in a warm bed around me. Luo Sheng stretched out a lazy cashew in a burst of thoughts. It's been 4 or 5 days since I moved into this mansion. I expected to live a happy trio with Irene and Kin Weimer from now on. The happy trio did not arrive, but instead became an empty nest boss. Originally thinking that the two would not work, at least one of them. But it turned out that none of them were really miserable. After taking off his robes and wearing a pair of summer floral pants, Luo Sheng came to the bathroom to complete a simple wash, and by the way shaved his beard. He easily took these steps and came to the living room with a comfortable pace. Mr. Luo, breakfast is ready for you. Luo Sheng couldn't help but hold on for a while before seeing his voice. Don't say that the soft sheep's voice just heard reminded him of a European and American female singer named Ellie. This tone sounds very comfortable. Luo Sheng looked around and saw a young girl wearing a customized version of a maid outfit, with a pretty face. This style. Luo Sheng swears that he absolutely did not order this arrangement. But then again, Luo Sheng felt that he had time to find the housekeeper who was in charge of operating the complex and talk to him. For arrangements like this, capital must be processed. Go to the bedroom and get my computer. Luo Shengji's sister, the housekeeper, looked away and looked away. She came to the dining table and sat down to enjoy breakfast. The housekeeping girl nodded and went to his house. Bedroom. Luo Sheng suddenly asked, "Yes, what's your name?" "My name is An King-Su." "Well, go." Luo Sheng replied and began to enjoy breakfast. After a while, An King-Su handed over his laptop and re-entered his bedroom to clean up. Luo Sheng turned on the computer and checked how much November has grown since stocking to see if he has got rid of artificial mental retardation. At present, neither the company nor Luo Sheng personally have any supercomputers, but November does not lack the computing power. A large data center owned by Blue Star Technology Group is also a supercomputer, and Blue Star Technology Group has a large amount of data precipitation. Relying on deep learning algorithms, November has been strengthening machine learning. After finishing breakfast quickly, Luo Sheng started to optimize and upgrade November. After checking its source code and processing some data redundancy, he could keep updating automatically in this respect after doing optimization and upgrading. After getting these things done, Luo Sheng tapped a few times on the SkillDet keyboard, and then a display panel popped up. Is a visual chat window. "Hey, host, hello duck, in November, you can call me Xiona, I'm glad to serve you." Just when Luo Sheng opened this chat window, a dialogue popped up, and the text was also written. Seeing this scene, he knew that November was mostly learned from the netizens who eat melons. Want to upgrade? Luo Sheng simply edited a text and then clicked send. There is no voice program for Cortana, so she doesn't have the ability to speak for the time being. Upgrade. Is it for Cortana? When Luo Sheng saw a new dialogue popped up in the chat panel, Xiaona's words didn't seem to be a problem for ordinary people. But in Liu Sheng's professional perspective, this made him quite a place for surprise. In just one sentence, he has judged that Xiona has now moved away from the level of artificial intelligence and entered the level of weak artificial intelligence. If it is an artificial intelligence, she will never say such a highly associative and accurate rhetorical question. Artificial mental retardation is a question you ask, it will answer a sentence. If you don't ask, it will not respond to you. Liu Sheng edited a text message and sent it again. Of course it's an upgrade for you. PWQ yeah super looking! Cortana quickly popped up a conversation. Such a dialogue was shown to an ordinary person. If she didn't know the truth, she couldn't see Cortana is an artificial intelligence. After a while, Liu Sheng accessed the company's internal server through this personal PC, and then indexed into the sound production software of Blue Star Technology Group's Virtual Idol project. On top of this, Liu Sheng made some detailed changes and optimizations in the underlying source code, and finally embedded this optimized program into Cortana's agent. It took a couple of minutes to get Liu Sheng to hit the spacebar for the last time. After getting it done, Cortana goes to sleep and the system restarts. But for a moment, a progress bar appears on the screen. As time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, the progress bar continued to advance, and it took about 30 seconds to complete the upgrade. Cortana restarts. I just saw a screen pop up immediately, an image of a neural network cluster interconnected by thousands of nodes, and it was surging as if it had a meaning of life. It's finally possible to talk. Thank you, host. Cortana loves you. 3 question mark. A very dynamic and glamorous lie sounded in the restaurant, and its accompanying electric sound effect pulled the crowd. Liu Sheng laughed. Xiona, I added a voice function to you, but don't go to the internet to talk about those dead houses. Take it easy, okay? When he said this, Liu Sheng could not help thinking of his personal life, and immediately scratched his head. Regardless of, Liu Sheng shook his head and threw these thoughts out of his head. In fact, many netizens who eat melons in this era are still very pure. As for the concept of a voice changer, at least some people don't know. If Xiona is going to chat with people by voice, she will definitely be regarded as a cute little ally who speaks super nicely. Xiona answered with a serious voice. The host is saying, let Xiona seduce people. But Xiona doesn't have a physical form of body, but it's okay to take the second step. From the perspective of biological significance, non-physical means the combination of vision and sound is the optimal solution for the physiological response of the opposite under contact situations. Liu Sheng sweated. Mad dementia. Not to mention decisively adding some restrictions to Xiona, cannot let her be too self-reliant, and then become an old driver will be troublesome. After the episode, Liu Sheng began to continue to improve the speech recognition technology. Compared to letting Xiona spend all day in big data and chatting with the majority of netizens, she has to play a real role. With her current level of intelligence, she can already do a lot. Already working. In the following days, what Liu Sheng did was to allow Cortana to access the security systems of Blue Star Technology Group and the Cote d'Azur Corporation. Now, Nave is out of the category of artificial intelligence. Although there is still a long way to evolve to strong artificial intelligence, the way to go, the hardware upgrade is a big hurdle, can't wait. However, with her current level of intelligence, she has been able to run the background systems of the 2 group companies to monitor the overall situation, and the hosting has been more than enough. Speech recognition technology and graphic display recognition technology are the key, algorithms are the core, and the eternal soul of AI is. Liu Sheng spent about a week completing the algorithm development of speech recognition technology and graphic display recognition technology, and passed the test, and then quietly applied it to his company's security system, which has not yet been officially promoted. But with the application of this set of technology, Liu Sheng can basically achieve voice control of the entire company, including access to the company's internal data, in addition to developing a mobile phone portal. This means that Luo Sheng can control the core data databases of the two companies through his current Azure mobile phone. Now he has accessed all the databases of the two companies through Cortana, connected to the security monitoring system, and can also access it anytime, anywhere. Monitor the whole world. It can be said that this is the beginning of the interconnection of all things. A mobile phone is like a brain. A mobile phone can output instructions to other connected modules. Luo Sheng spent a few more days renovating his mixed-use building, so that the integrated power system in this building was also hosted by Xiona, and all kinds of furniture such as televisions, light bulbs, air conditioners, refrigerators, etc. For household appliances, Luo Sheng wants to make these all available without manual turning on or off. It can be directly controlled by voice, just by sending a voice command to Nifu. And this requires extremely strong hands-on ability, and Luo Sheng needs to embed some new module components, such as chip sensors, into these household appliances, and achieve these in order to achieve his purpose of non-contact intelligent control. Because these appliances do not yet have similar wireless signal control. www.metalnovel.com. These spare parts can be purchased directly, but now major manufacturers do not even think in this regard. The digital world of the Internet of Everything. Currently, of course, there are cognitions in this field in the industry, but they all feel that this is a science fiction story that can only exist in the future, and only appears in science fiction movies. I don't know the year or month from the real world application scenario, but Luo Sheng has already realized it in his complex technology building, which took less than a month. In addition, Xiona's bigger task is Blue Star Technology Group's Virtual Idol plan. The establishment of Hatsune Miku's Virtual Idol brand will require Xiona's agents to assist in the completion, including the Blue Coast S plan. Following the old path of Sony, Toshiba and IBM, success cannot be achieved without the support of a powerful artificial intelligence. If the French Riviera laboratory is called the Bell Lab of Huago, Luo Sheng's complex science and technology building is a real black technology R&D center. Chinese website. Chapter 269. New project. Cross-platform chat application. The important issue of the current technology complex is the introduction of a supercomputer solution provided by Shuguang Technology. This supercomputer is not only used for the hardware upgrade of Cortana, but also provides powerful computing power for the two companies. Resources. Of course, this is Luo Sheng's personal assets. The two companies have to pay for using this supercomputing resource, 1 yard at a time. Anyway, the wealth management expert Qin Weimu will not watch Luo Sheng's big money, and various don't care. These resources, which should not be extravagant, will never be allowed to waste. I have to say that there is such a talented woman silently handling these trivial matters behind the scenes. It is really very worrying and worrying. Supercalculation of daily electricity bill consumption, maintenance, and so on will allow the two companies to pay for it. Entered mid-June. Blue Star Technology headquarters. Internal executive meetings. Virginia and Seattle data centers have begun construction and are expected to be operational within 2 months. The efficiency will increase immediately after completion of the problem. In addition, the data center in Dublin will be operational after 2 months. The highest cost budget is the Osaka data center, which is a multi-seismic area, requires more budgetary investment in site selection and strong earthquake resistance. The participating Zhang Bowen spoke methodically. With the completion of the data center, the company's team is also continuously collecting open source data, including online and offline, and our data reserve is currently quite rich, and it is expected to be early next year. Officially launched the real-time translation function. Online cloud translation. This is a huge and ambitious super plan. Once it is successfully launched, It will usher in a qualitative increase in user growth for the major business segments of Blue Star Technology Group. What's more exciting is to reduce the barriers between different cultures and languages in various regions of the world. This will of course further dig deeper into the consistency and activity of social products, which will directly lead to a conservative increase of 30% in the value created by the user for the company. Above, this is an unimaginable benefit. We must know that the user base of Blue Star Technology Group multiplied by 30% is definitely an astronomical figure. A few moments later, as Zhang Bowen finished his speech, Liu Sheng looked around and said, "The launch of the Azure smartphone by the Azure Coast has truly opened the door to the mobile internet world." From then on, the internet was put into a pocket, and now the Azure mobile phone is out. The volume has broken through the tens of millions, which means that mobile internet users are already tens of millions with Azure mobile phone users alone. In terms of the iOS ecosystem, at present, third-party developers have developed 230,000 applications through the open-source Azure Toolkit, and they are still growing on a large scale. More and more people have realized the mobile internet platform value is beginning to flow, and the potential of this field is constantly being stimulated, and we are convinced that in the foreseeable future, the scale of the mobile internet will far exceed the limit of PC platforms. Yes, now the senior management of Blue Star Technology Group is convinced, because the boss is the one who really opened the door to the mobile internet and put the internet in his pocket. Everyone knows that the shipment volume of mobile phones is not seen in the taillights of PCs. When the functions of smartphones become more and more powerful, the meaning does not need to be repeated. Before the launch of the Azure mobile phone, the family bucket of Blue Star Technology Group began to relocate to the mobile internet as a whole, which can be said to be one of the earliest IT giants in the mobile internet layout. Blue Star Technology has seized the best air outlet in the mobile internet tide. Of course, it will be able to take the lead in building an ecosystem, and how important this is. Look at Intel's x86 architecture and see how Intel has become a dark toothpaste factory. How much profit will be gained by taking the air vent first. But this is not enough. Liu Sheng added, "I decided to launch a new application." As soon as this remarks came out, the executives who attended the meeting were in front of the eyes, and the big boss was going to make new things again. With reference to the previous cases, it may be another super application. After everyone thought that Liu Sheng's decision to launch a full line of social app applications will be divided into domestic and international versions, the results were beyond their expectations. This product is focused on international development. The domestic version will not be considered for the time being. Liu Sheng said. "Does not consider the domestic version?" Xu Yong said anxiously. "What if other IT companies copy the model and seize the wind first?" The other managers attending the meeting nodded and agreed. It was very difficult to invent something creatively. As for why the boss always came up with all kinds of god-level ideas, it can only be said that he was different from ordinary people and criticized by people. The reason for worship, the son of the internet. But it still can't be said that it is easy to invent a new element. Others can't think of it. In fact, it is not easy to invent and create a new thing, but the diffusion of an invention and innovation is quite simple, especially in the network age where information is more and more developed now. There is a new explosion in Silicon Valley, and it will soon be spread all over the world. It will soon be transmitted back to China. Someone will soon replicate the Silicon Valley model in the domestic market. This is the normal operation of the domestic internet industry before the establishment of Blue Star Technology in 2003. Already, by the same token, if the domestic Blue Star Technology Group launches a new creative product, it can also be transmitted to the Silicon Valley technology circle in just a few hours. After a while, MySpace appears in North America. Now it is Blue Star. Blue Space, the international version of the technology group, is the world's biggest competitor. Although the gap between the two parties separates 70% of the market share, MySpace is arguably the second largest market share on social networking sites. Liu Sheng looked at everyone and laughed. "Don't worry, I will not make such a low-level mistake. There are two reasons for this. One is that the scale of domestic smartphones is too small. It's not the right time. The second is that this application is tailored for overseas users. If there is a domestic company copying imitation copy, the probability of success is basically slim. After everyone heard Liu Sheng's vows, there was not much entanglement. Xu Yong quickly asked, "What kind of application? What can I do?" Liu Sheng said without hesitation, "This mobile application software should be very simple. It must have an extremely simple and concise interface, there must not be any fancy features, and its core function is to help users send and receive messages. It should be a cross-platform chat application that is compatible with OS systems, including Google's current Android platform, as well as major mobile platforms such as BlackBerry, Nokia S40, and Symbian. Every new user can invite their friends and family. Use this app." When Liu Sheng's words were spoken, everyone present was in front of the eyes. From this remark alone, you can feel that this application is definitely the most profitable mobile application. If it is successfully developed, I am afraid that it will develop as fast as a detached Mustang. Without him, a cross-platform mobile phone app application. Just look at the annual shipments of mobile phones now exceeding 1 billion, and you will know how horrible the user scale is here. www.mtnovel.com. After a while, Liu Sheng once again looked around and laughed. Since it is an application tailored for overseas users, the name is "What App is Good?" The meaning is well understood. Is the slang "What's up" originated from the homophonic? That is to ask others what's the meaning? Use its homophonic metaphor to indicate that the app is for communication. As an app for foreign users, localization should be in place. Zhang Bowen asked, "Need to set up a new subsidiary to operate this new project?" Liu Sheng shook his head. It doesn't need to be directly merged into the name of the International Blue Space subsidiary. Let Jack Stoppelman find a capable product manager to lead the development of this application. My request is next year. It will be launched with real-time translation half a year ago, and it will be released by June at the latest. Since the company has grown to the scale of today, Liu Sheng will basically not write code for development in the next line, unless it is a real black technology that must be avoided. Otherwise, the company's development will be exhausted. Please, the update was delayed a little. Sorry, it was Christmas Eve yesterday, so I sent a paper apple to eat. Everyone knows how to read Apple English. In addition, can you give me a vote? Is the monthly ticket enough to add more today? Can you cheat a big reward? In addition, the apple on Christmas Eve is really namagi. Opening parenthesis. Chapter 270. The company is unhealthy without debts, so issue bonds. In the future, the slogan for the launch of What App is the reliability and simplicity of this application. Don't do anything fancy. The goal is clear. Don't hinder users. Liu Sheng paused for a moment and methodically said, "The bad thing about Yahoo Shopping is that they always put more ads and logos on the page. What does this have to do with the user? Anyway, I am using it as a Yahoo user." The product left a very bad impression. Advertising does not solve the commercialization problem for everyone, and I think that the service model is a pure model. The customer is the user. It's that simple. The new project was arranged very quickly. The core is focus. Even if the product adds new features, it should be avoided as much as possible. Even if people want a desktop version and a username, What App must adhere to the practicality and simplicity of the application and the quality of service. As for advertising, games, and gimmicks, they will form obstacles. However, it is interesting that these elements that can form obstacles overseas can shine in China because WeChat is played like this. When we open WeChat, there are all messy small programs in it. Liu Sheng, of course, used WeChat in the last life, which is one of the essential applications for internet life. WeChat has everything in it. Weird, UI is pretty. For example, the function of circle of friends, public account, media attributes, etc. Although a lot of features will make some users feel annoyed, Most users like it very much and think it is very feature-rich. Different regional markets have different user needs. Of course, users cannot be forced to choose. This is doomed to fail. So Blue Star Technology will launch products similar to WeChat in the future, so it must not follow the path of what app. Copying this model in the mainland can sometimes overturn blind worship. As for the domestic version, Luo Sheng is not in a hurry, because the growth of mobile internet users has not officially started to explode. The real-time point of the outbreak was when the cottage smartphones and Huijiang edition in 2012, Immerly, launched prematurely, but it will let others imitate the past one step, and when you roll over the car, you won't find it. But at this time point, WeChat has no shadow. What time point is it now? In the first half of 2008, according to the previous timeline for reference, the launch time of WeChat was around 2011. No matter what, Luo Sheng will definitely not let my little brother get WeChat out first, otherwise the blue space will not be able to mix in China. Because WeChat is a RAL-name social product, Blue Space is very likely to be killed by the same RAL-name social app WeChat. As a result, Blue Space will die on the mobile internet, just like the last generation dominated the PC genre, and similarly, because of missing the mobile internet, we were cut off by WeChat, and it was basically cool. After the new project was arranged, Luo Sheng said, "The second thing I want to say at today's meeting is the issue of the company's external debt issuance of bonds. The company's current capital chain is very abundant, and there are no negative assets and non-performing assets. Even if it was a while ago, the digital movie copyright cooperation with major movie companies and the acquisition of Marvel were a huge sum of money. As a result, Blue Star's revenue has dropped significantly. But a few months have passed, and Blue Star Technology Group's cash reserves are still at a high of $10 billion. It went down before, but now it is up again. I don't know why the money of Blue Star Technology Group is spent, how it can be spent, and the company's asset size is the more it spends, the more it spends. Luo Sheng is better. Now a word of foreign debt to raise money. Zhang Bowen felt keenly aware of an important message, but he did not forget what Luo Sheng said at the beginning, and was ready to make a copy of his company. In other words, Zhang Bowen realized that it would not be far from a complete collapse of the world economy. Luo Sheng said, "Well, I don't think Blue Star Technology Group has any debt so far. This is a very abnormal phenomenon. Therefore, it is necessary to be in debt, not to owe a little money, and to lose energy, share it, and gather people together." Everyone. As soon as Zhang Lao's heart moved, he immediately looked at Luo Sheng. "Mr. Luo, since the bond issuance, how many bonds does the company intend to issue? What is the issue interest rate?" Luo Sheng pondered for a moment and said, "It's $8.5 billion, a 5-year period, an interest rate of 7.19%, and a rating of 3A corporate debt." Everyone heard this statement and showed a surprised expression. 7.19%, even if it is now in the economic cold winter, I am afraid that many bonds, especially financial institutions, know what they say. They will desperately tighten the trouser belt to squeeze out how much money can be squeezed out. How much money was squeezed out to buy Blue Star's bonds? You should know that the current general investment in financial management is about 4% and the deposit bank is about 3%. A very realistic and cruel problem is that banks are always willing to lend money to large companies that have never been short of money. The reason is simple: not afraid that the other party is not yet available, basically a profitable business. On the contrary, even with the better economic environment, the banking industry is reluctant to lend money to SMEs, especially startups. The reason is also very simple. If you go bankrupt, the bank will follow you, and the risk is too great. Facing these two scenarios, banks, especially commercial banks, can use their feet to decide. Everyone at the meeting saw Luo Sheng's expression and attitude. Everyone knows that this is basically the case. When the opportunity is not lost, he will not come again. In this matter, Luo Sheng does not want to discuss too much with his subordinates, so as not to miss the good opportunity. It's not democratic here, anyway. I'm off. As long as you are right, you are right. Zhang Bowen immediately made a note of this, thinking about the implementation problems in his heart. Luo Yuosheng added, "This is a silly hat behavior that may be seen by outsiders as sending money out. It is best that everyone thinks so, haha. After a smile, Luo Sheng continued, this $8.5 billion, and then $3 billion from the campaign is book capital, a total of $11.5 billion. Our goal is to repurchase about 10% of the shares of Blue Star Technology Group. Too many words will definitely not work, and Wall Street is not vegetarian. It is likely that other agencies will follow us. Under normal circumstances, the company will cancel the repurchased shares after the completion of the stock repurchase. But Luo Sheng's decision is not to do so, but to keep the repurchased shares as treasury shares, which is still issued outside, but does not participate in the calculation and distribution of earnings per share. The repurchased treasury shares are retained for future use, issuing conversion bonds, employee benefit plans, etc., or selling them when funds are needed. Therefore, in the long run, today's decision to issue $8.5 billion in debt and an interest rate of 7.19% seems to have paid a great price. However, as long as the value of the stock increases significantly in the near future, it can be completed through repurchases in a few years. A small amount of liquidation can make up for the expenses here, and most of them are real gains. It is not rigorous to say that this is no different from the empty glove white wolf, which means that it basically pays no price, and then repurchases about 10% of the stock, and in the future, Blue Star Technology Group will continue to issue debts. The interest rate required for the debt can be diluted using the first repurchased stock. So, the result is that this little money is rolling more and more, and this debt is more and more owed. If the company is short of funds in the future, you can rely on selling the treasury stocks. But is it really that simple? If everyone thinks so, it can only be said that Luo Sheng is underestimated. Under the advice of Qin Weimu, a personal staff officer, Luo Sheng accepted her suggestion. So this is just his starting point. The real purpose is to sell the repurchased shares to himself at the current market value premium. Offshore trust fund. I must know that Luo Sheng now has more than $45 billion at his disposal. And it is really stupid that such a large amount of funds does not work. And if you think this is over, it is still too young. All I can say is that Qin Weimu is a woman with many tricks in the operation of financial capital, and everything is legal. I can say without exaggeration that with Qin Weimu, a virtuous internal helper, Luo Sheng's personal assets were easily doubled, and of course her own assets were also doubled. The issue of stock repurchase was finalized at the meeting, and the meeting was over. Luo Sheng did not stay with Blue Star Technology Group for too long. After processing half an hour of work here, he started the research of the Côte d'Azur company. At present, the French Riviera Company has three major plans. While consolidating existing business operations, its research and development department is stepping up the development of the next generation Azure mobile phone. The second plan is the research and development of the open source operating system WOS, which is used to respond to the competition of Google's Android system in the open source ecosystem. With closed-loop ecology and open source ecosystem, Luo Sheng will never make a choice. The third plan is the game console development that has only recently been established. This is the business of the second largest hardware segment of the Côte d'Azur company. Its significance is by no means as simple as a game console, and it has regained Sonos failure. The goal is to point Intel at the sword and overthrow its dominance. From the battlefield of PC and Intel, Luo Sheng had to peel off his skin even if he could win. And he was in the strongest confrontation of others. This is not bravery, but stupid. Sonos thinking is correct. The intention is to open the situation from the game console, have a solid strategic fulcrum, and then seek the next offensive line. The game console is Sonos home field. Intel is not the absolute overlord here. Is the easiest way to tip a toothpaste factory. Luo Yuosheng decided to do this. Although he is also a new player in the game machine field, at least he avoided the opponent's hardest side and attacked the opponent's relatively weak point. The small victory is a big victory. And finally the overall victory is established. The great man's thinking is still unfavorable in the mall competition. www.mtlnovel.com. In addition, another Luo Sheng is very concerned about the supercomputer of the science and technology complex building. I want to give Shuguang Technology another 3 months or so to get it done. With the passage of time, on June 22, Blue Star Technology Group officially disclosed the news of its proposed issuance of corporate bonds with a face value of US $8.5 billion. As soon as this news was disclosed, the industry was shocked and was immediately followed by the major financial institutions on Wall Street. All of a sudden, the capital of all parties rose in a row, and they rushed to run. However, this amounted to US $8.5 billion. And the vast majority of the approximately 58 billion yuan of corporate bonds could only be issued overseas. Without him, Luo Sheng needs $8.5 billion instead of 58 billion soft sister coins. In the end, he still needs to exchange currency. There is no doubt that when the economy is good, he may not be able to change so much. The environmental foundation now is definitely less than $8.5 billion of foreign exchange. That can only be issued overseas. And when this kind of advantage appeared, Goldman Sachs is the one who will never be absent, and it is the one that moves most quickly. Less than 2 hours after the news was disclosed, Paul Watson made a personal phone call from the other side of the ocean to Luo Sheng's mobile phone. This is the embodiment of the advantages of network resources, and the simplicity of the embodiment. Please, there is a chapter monthly ticket plus more at night. Ask for a ticket. Chapter 271 Blue Star Technology, Office of the Executive Vice President. Also Mr. Luo, I see. Zhang Bowen ended the call, put the landline phone back, and leaned back against the boss chair. Yesterday, Blue Star Technology disclosed the issuance of US $8.5 billion corporate bonds, which caused a huge sensation in the industry. The media did not unexpectedly fry the pan, and it also stoked Wall Street's financial capital. Zhang Bowen just talked with Luo Sheng. Lao Jiang knew that the person from Goldman Sachs directly called his boss yesterday, and soon it became a debt cooperation. Although Goldman Sachs is notorious, it is undeniable that as long as you are hard enough, have courage and confidence, it is very powerful to cooperate with such a capital predator, and the benefits are many. If you are not steel enough, you will definitely. There is no bone residue left by Goldman Sachs. Mr. Zhang, how's it going? In Zhang's office, Zhang's assistant asked curiously. Zhang Bowen nodded his head and said, General Luo talked to Goldman Sachs $2 billion in corporate bonds 2 hours ago, and the Goldman Sachs said it. Lao Zhang's assistant was shocked. Is it really billions of dollars instead of RMB? Isn't Goldman Sachs crying and going bankrupt in the middle of the second quarter, shouting for help from North American authorities? Why is there so much spare money suddenly coming out? After hearing that, Zhang Bowen grinned and said lightly, you think that the current subprime mortgage crisis is erupting, and Wall Street is like a big enemy. Those big investment banks can't protect themselves. If you think so, it is very wrong. Not only Goldman Sachs now rich, other capital consortia are very rich. The world is chaotic. The real rich are crying poor, and the really rich companies are pretending to have their own funds. No problem. They have already borrowed money, but they don't really want to swell it as fat. But when you burst out of a financial crisis, you will lose customers, and you will have a more vicious circle. The North American authorities definitely hope that these big banks and investment banks will actively rescue the market. These banks are desperate to get a lot of funds, but they are very vigilant to North American authorities. Henry Paulson called the heads of major Wall Street bankers, have a meeting and ask everyone to pay for the market. These big capitalists have always been very vigilant, especially against the intention of the North American authorities to interfere in their operations. The interference of the authorities in commercial operations is very serious on the North American side, and the North American authorities are ruthless, or even both. An enterprise cannot be called for bankruptcy in the name of administration, as this is against the old American Constitution. This time Blue Star Technology Group issued bonds, and Wall Street suddenly had free money. Instead of saving the market, it bought corporate bonds of Blue Star Technology Group. This made North American authorities and many companies that could not borrow money very uncomfortable, helpless, because you cannot intervene and there is nothing to explain. The explanation is free market behavior. Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan both have free money this time. The two Wall Street financial giants alone won 70%, and the rest were subscribed by other public fund and private fund accounts. These $8.5 billion corporate bonds were quickly robbed, and the first echelon of financial institutions won all of them, and the next echelon could not get them. As for the retailer who wanted to sell this 3A grade bond, I can wash and sleep, I have everything in my dreams. For outsiders, this is no different from sending money. It's like I give you $10 billion. 5 years later you pay me back about $15 billion in principal and interest. Almost zero risk, but the income has exploded. Under the current economic environment, Blue Star Technology Group has no negative assets, and it has tens of billions of dollars in cash reserves. As a group giant, this is very amazing. There is no need to worry about the repayment ability of Blue Star Technology. This 3A grade corporate bond and those mortgage-backed bonds are a worldwide gap. However, the issue of debt by Blue Star Technology has been aroused in the industry and the media, and there has been much discussion on the internet. This winter is colder than expected. Even a rich company like Blue Star Technology is issuing debt to borrow money. It is estimated that Blue Star Technology has a problem with its capital chain. Many businesses are receivables. In the current economic environment, a large number of companies are closing down. What do the older guys think upstairs? It's too simple. If there is a problem with the capital chain, it should be a public offering. Another thing is not that Blue Star Technology still has more than $10 billion US. Is there any other reason for borrowing money? So there must be other reasons for borrowing money, but it is definitely not the cause of the problem of the capital chain. The operations of these big groups are more than one show. Don't think too simple. I don't understand the operations of these big companies, so if you have so much money, you will borrow so much money, and the high interest will scare people. $8.5 billion US, all issued overseas. Roger is not authentic. It is estimated that the financial institutions in the mainland are jealous and even swearing behind the scenes. This will not allow their own money. They must give to Wall Street. What should we do? People want the US dollars, and there is no shortage of renminbi. They can only be circulated in the country. Foreigners don't recognize it. If you have dollars, you must borrow it from you. According to the information disclosed in the last quarter, in terms of asset allocation of Blue Star Technology Group, cash has about 20 billion yuan in cash. This money can only be spent domestically. Blue Star Technology's business is heavy overseas, and it requires a lot of Franklin trading. Well, evil dollar hegemony. Blue Star Technology's 3A grade bonds, don't think about retail investors, just look at it. Just yell at it and let it go. Just read the news report and it is said that it is basically digested by the major shareholders during the investment of Blue Star Technology. If it is dropped, it is basically Wall Street, and it is not always possible for major domestic institutions to subscribe. In fact, there are still some subscriptions in China. Luo Sheng still made some money for some domestic financial institutions. In fact, he did not need it at all, but he gave some, but the amount was limited. Among the US $8.5 billion corporate bonds, less than 800 million US dollars is issued domestically, which is about 5 billion yuan in bonds. In fact, it really doesn't make much sense. Borrowed is also lying in the company's safe. Blue Star Technology Group's RMB is now fully sufficient. More than 20 billion yuan is enough to meet the development of the mainland. The reason why the mainland issues bonds this time also gives a little bit. This is a matter of worldliness. Everyone who has the money to make it together, and earn less, is better than not earning a penny, at least selling people's face. Many friends with few enemies. The road of Blue Star Technology Group is good. Luoki scattered people gathered. The more and more the truth. Luo Sheng still understood this truth. The time has come in August 2008. And the second quarter of this year's financial report of Blue Star Technology Group was released 1 week later than usual. This quarter's total revenue was US $4.77 billion. Business revenue dropped again sharply. Net profit was again negative and it lost US $100 million. If Blue Star Technology is opening up and cutting expenditures in the current economic winter, the profits can be guaranteed, but not the collapse of other companies. The layoffs, and the recruitment information of Blue Star Technology Group has always been linked to the human resources market. So far, it has continued to expand recruitment. At present, it is still recruiting a lot of outstanding talents. The environment, it's not good that many good people are unemployed because the company they worked for went bankrupt. It is a good time to harvest talents. The company is really in short supply of talents, especially excellent talents. It is extremely scarce for both technical and management positions. A new project. What app? Is a cross-platform chat application. Once the audited financial report for the second quarter was disclosed, the stock of Blue Star Technology Group fell. Of course, the current situation of the stock market has been falling continuously, so it is not unexpected, but only after this financial report was disclosed, it accelerated the decline. After the intraday trading, the total market value of Blue Star Technology dropped to $127.9 billion US dollars. And the market value also dropped from the original ranking of the world's top 10 listed IT companies to the third place. Cisco's market value rose against the trend during this time, reaching $140 billion US dollars. Cisco's competitors were also eye-catching performance at this time. But Microsoft is also plunging. Although it still firmly dominates the number one IT listed company, the market value has now fallen to $249.3 billion US dollars. Google, which is hailed as one of the twin stars of IT rookies by Silicon Valley, ranks behind Blue Star Technology Group, which is also one of the twin stars. The current market value is $126.2 billion, and the two companies are currently falling. What's interesting is that the market value of Blue Star Technology Group has plummeted. Luo Sheng and his core management team are very happy, but there is a wonderful group of neurotic patients who are more happy than them. That's part of the known and Big V group. Seeing this situation began to hype the Blue Star Technology Group. The revenue plummeted, the debt issue was urgent, and the hidden danger of the capital chain appeared. But it was a flash of light. www.mtlnovel.com. These people are necessary to meet the West, to step on the Fenghua personality twisted neurotic group. The funny thing is that their voice platform is the social platform of Blue Star Technology Group. Enjoy the last Web 2.0 era provided by Blue Star Technology Sound Window. However, the company's management team did not block these known and Big V people. They were disdainful. And it was really a bargain. Second, this neuropathy group still has some use value. After all, they jumped out to make ugliness. It's a bit useful for the platform's activity. If Sanlai sealed them, wouldn't it make them more motivated? Maybe it's true. This is an inevitable product of the times. Luo Sheng can't stop the birth of this kind of neuropathy group, and these known, Big V, and Sense have also spawned on the same network, all of which are combat effectiveness. The sturdy group is also a group that must be born at the historic moment. In the hustle and bustle of the internet, The time came to September 15, 2008. On this day, a big shocking event happened on Wall Street. Lehman Brothers, the fourth largest investment bank in North America, was in serious financial crisis and had to announce an application. Bankruptcy protection. The panic index of the entire market burst into bursts. The financial crisis triggered by North American subprime mortgage bonds entered a more serious inflection point with the sudden collapse of Lehman Brothers, which triggered a vicious chain reaction. A more serious financial crisis has come and it has begun to spread wildly across the globe. For others, the next moment is fear, but for Luo Sheng, the next moment is greed. Chapter 272 can be shot. Big news from the United States. Lehman Brothers went bankrupt. The major lounges of Blue Star Technology headquarters are 40 minutes of rest at this moment. At this moment, most of the employees in the company have left their work and exchanged things outside of work. There is no doubt that they are discussing this matter. After all, this is the headline of the current world. It seems that as a financial company's bankruptcy, they can't get rid of the 8 poles of the mixed IT industry. But the discussions have risen one by one, because it can't stand the huge impact of this incident. The bankruptcy of Lehman Brothers, the fourth largest investment bank in North America, is definitely a horror story. The economic catastrophe caused by the North American subprime crisis has already spread across the globe. Thousands of companies have gone bankrupt and closed, and countless people have careers. The situation now reminds me of the Great Depression of the last century. So terrible. Some agencies predict that the financial crisis is expected to have $5 trillion in pensions, property values, retirement benefit plans, deposits and bonds all gone. More than 8 million people will be unemployed and 6 million people will be homeless. It can be said that these figures are only those in the United States, and the global figures have not yet been released by the agency's statistics. They are definitely terrifying. Greece is finished too. At this moment, a group of employees are chatting around in the major lounges. When they heard these numbers, everyone opened their mouths subconsciously, their expressions shocked. Immediately afterwards, most people were full of worries. Most of the employees in the company, especially those in technical posts, were IT men and women who did not pay attention to finance. But these programmers were extremely concerned about such a big thing, especially someone with a little knowledge of finance. This is happening now, and what they are most worried about is whether they will have a career and their income will shrink sharply. Don't panic. Although the financial crisis is terrifying, we should not be so sad. We are playing with technology. Why? This is not simple. Although the company's senior management has not led to deliver a stable speech. However, our company has not announced any announcements on open source, cost reduction, and layoffs. Instead, it continues to conduct external recruitment at this time, and it does not feel the economic crisis at all. Isn't it obvious that the arrival of the company? But I see rumors on the internet that our company may have a crisis in the capital chain. Some time ago, the company issued $5.8 billion US $8.5 billion corporate bonds. Well, we are all junior employees. No high-level trade secrets can be touched. If there is a layoff, most of us are the limited targets to be cleaned up. I have no intention of working. Don't think about it so much. It is a blessing or a disaster. It is a disaster that can't be avoided, as long as your job is done, and if you look at the company's continuous expansion, it will not cut you, even if it is your job. It is a big problem. If this affects the mindset and is fed back to the studio, then you will cry and you won't find it. That's a lot of peace of mind, haha. Anyway, my performance has been almost completed, and it should not be killed. At the moment, more than 30,000 employees of Blue Star Technology Group, most of the middle and low-level employees are worried about whether their careers will be affected by the financial crisis that has swept the world. After all, the tidal wave of corporate failures and bankruptcy and unemployment is scary. However, in general, the employees have not experienced much emotional fluctuations. Although the company's senior management has not expressed their opinions, The company's current operating situation should not be too stable. Although the second quarter lost more than $1 billion, but the way as usual, as if the financial crisis had nothing to do with the company at all. After a round of emotional fluctuations, everyone's mentality has become more stable. The attitude of the company's seniors that is indifferent makes people feel that they do not care about the changes in the environment at all. Indirectly stabilized the military heart. Not to mention the French Riviera. As a high-tech industrial company, as a consumer electronics company, the growth momentum is almost the same as that of YY. It is not affected by the actual impact, and it has not felt the impact of the economic crisis at all because of performance revenue. The data is growing in absolute numbers. Although the growth rate has slowed down, at least there has not been a situation where the revenue for the 3 consecutive quarters has not increased but decreased as the Blue Star Technology Group. Office of Executive Vice President of Blue Star Technology Group. Most people just came to work early this morning, and Zhang Bowen's assistant came to his office to report a message. Mr. Zhang, according to yesterday's data report, due to the chain reaction of the bankruptcy of Lehman Brothers, U.S. stocks caused a big shock. The 3 major stock indexes have once again dived into a cliff. BTC has fallen to $68 per share and the total market value has fallen below $100 billion mark. Zhang Bowen turned his head subconsciously and glanced at his assistant, but did not say anything. After a while, he retracted his eyes and silently picked up the phone on the desk. Science and Technology Complex Building. Early in the morning, Liu Sheng was doing morning exercises with the housekeeping sister and King Su, who spoke super nicely like sheep's voice. Of course, it was sparring. Expenses. Liu Sheng's sense of labor is very clear and principled. As long as you work for him and follow him, you will be paid. And the reward is not small. You work for me, I pay commissions, it is justified, or else it is a hooligan. Liu Sheng is not a hooligan. He said that since he became the empty nest boss, he has not exercised for a few days. This is not possible, and his physical fitness will decline if he does not exercise. Liu An Kingsu's sheep sound was originally good. During the morning exercise, it seemed to be superimposed with the buff of the gain effect. It was even more pleasant. Listening, she was full of energy, and she could not feel tired in the morning exercise. They trust each other, support each other in tandem, and work hard together for health. In fact, a man always has a child's heart. A child plays with toys at home all day long. Even if he is good, he will get bored. Every time he passes by the toy store, he can't walk. The truth is the same. However, this is not a substitute for toys at home, and the same is true. That is it. The morning exercises made Liu Sheng sweat a lot, and sweating is good, which is very helpful to your health. After practicing, of course, he had to take a bath. Liu Sheng came to the living room comfortably in a bathrobe. At the sofa here, and King Su was lying weakly on the sofa and didn't want to move. She saw Liu Sheng cast in. When looking, I can't help but be shy and don't look away. King Su, I'm very satisfied with your sparring, and I will take a new job in the future. Liu Sheng said with a smile, this is an important business, after all, the body is the capital of revolution. I don't want, and King Su replied slightly with a sheep's voice. Okay. Don't you? Then wait. Liu Sheng smiled leisurely, slammed his fingers comfortably and returned to the bedroom. He placed a safe in a corner, where a large stack of physical gold, as well as several large stacks of cash tickets, are available in renminbi, euro, US dollar, British pound and other currencies. Liu Sheng basically does not touch the money, but he must have a little cash in his home, and occasionally it can be used. It is not wrong to put a little cash, and there is not much in this safe, which is about a few million. After opening the safe, Liu Sheng reached for the area where renminbi was stacked and grabbed a stack, then walked towards the large living room. And King Su watched Liu Sheng curiously before leaving the living room, but it didn't take long to see that the young and richest employer returned to the living room with a smiling face again. When he saw what Liu Sheng was holding, and King Su, his eyes could not help but shine. Liu Washing said lightly, "Would you like?" Zhang King Su blinked pretty beautiful eyes. When Liu Sheng saw that she didn't respond, she immediately said, "Don't do that." "Then forget it, I can put it back." After turning, she turned and went to the bedroom. Liu King Su was anxious, and a sound of sheep suddenly passed into Liu Sheng's ears. "Hey, don't." "Yes, I want it, people want it, give it to me." Liu Sheng turned around and walked straight again, then sat down beside King Su, put the Yida soft girl's coin in her hand, and picked the girl's jaw in the other hand, looking at her delicate face, smiled. "So, this is an extra bonus to reward you, and there will be more in the future, depending on your performance." Zhang King Su looked at the stack of extra bonuses in her hand, and said that there were tens of thousands. The happiness on her face was not concealed. Liu Washing saw that she could be so happy, it was very good, and the labor disputes could definitely be gone. "Mr. Liu, King Su must perform well and make you happy, and you need fitness training." King Su on call. Liu Washing looked at King Su, who smiled softly, and nodded with satisfaction. "Very good." Happiness is the most helpful factor for physical health. It is better to pay attention to exercise than to be happy. "I am very good." There are no labor disputes. The settlement is now settled. After the labor settlement, there is no other disputes. Liu Washing suddenly felt that Erin and Qin Weimu did not live with him in this complex, and now looking back, this may not be a bad thing, but a good thing. If they don't come to live, they can go to them by themselves. Of course, men have to take the initiative. Can a living person be stung by urine? At this moment, Liu Sheng's mobile phone ringing on the table in the living room rang, and his hand moved away from his jaw holding King Su, and laughed. "Go and get your phone." "Okay." For a moment, Liu Sheng took the phone and pointed at the caller ID. It was Zhang Bowen. Immediately got up and walked to the floor Toasling window to answer the phone. www.mtlnovel.com. While King Su sat back on the sofa and put the winnings in her bag, took a rest and started cleaning room. Start a day of new housekeeping duties. She never thought she could be seen by a super rich like Liu Sheng, because she never believed in fairy tales like Cinderella. But now it is good. Working for him, working here for a few years, can basically get the money, earn enough. One-time part-time fitness training, the bonus is tens of thousands. And King Su knows that Liu Sheng's eyes are not different from a few dollars, but in his eyes, it is a salary of several months. How much has it fallen? Liu Sheng on the other side was talking to Zhang Bowen. $68. Zhang Bowen replied briefly at the other end of the phone. "Okay, don't wait, let's go." Liu Sheng replied decisively, but also neatly, at $68 per share. Now BTC's trading market value after trading yesterday was $98.6 billion. I can shoot, not too greedy. Liu Washing and Lao Jiang casually exchanged a few words and then ended the call, left the phone aside and put on the outfit. Today is Wednesday, a lot of work is still waiting for him to handle. There is a technical meeting on the side of the Cote d'Azur company to be hosted by him, and then to go to the Cote d'Azur lab and Lancy Semiconductor. In the evening, Cortana must be optimized. With the official decision of Liu Sheng, Blue Star Technology prepared a repurchase plan and officially launched. Chapter 273. All in the world is lie as Lehman Brothers declared bankruptcy. The financial tsunami triggered by the United States began to sweep the world, and headlines around the world are now 4 words: financial crisis. Or another major news is the news of various successive interest rate cuts and rescue operations of the major seedling banks. For a moment, the whole world was overshadowed by the financial tsunami sweeping from North America. And almost everyone at this time inevitably emerged the tragic picture of the Great Depression of the 1930s. Science and Technology Complex building at the end of September. At this moment, Liu Sheng and King Su are supporting each other to simulate offensive and defensive exercises. This is a contest between offense and defense. It is a protracted battle. Liu Sheng has led countless soldiers to launch fierce battles against the opponent Escates. The offense was repeated over and over again, and he was as imposing as a rainbow. Even if the battle was until dawn, it would not be broken without breaking the city. But at this time, a phone call from the big night suddenly made Liu Sheng very uncomfortable. Annoying. Liu Sheng picked up the phone and wanted to hang up directly, but saw the caller ID and had to pull out for a while. Hush. Liu Sheng made a silence gesture, and then connected the phone. The caller was Zhang Bowen. Lao Zhang arrived in the United States 3 days ago. To start the stock repurchase program, Blue Star Technology Group needs an important person to be in the United States. This can avoid the impact of jet lag. After all, the current situation is an hour's time difference, which may change dramatically. As soon as the phone was connected, Zhang Bowen's voice changed into Liu Sheng's ear. Mr. Liu, is the telephone communication reliable? After hearing that, Liu Sheng motioned for King Su to bring him a laptop, but for a moment, Liu Sheng operated it for a while, and then replied, I have encrypted the communication channel. It is safe and reliable. What is fast? Say it. Zhang Bowen seemed to hear that most of his bosses had something to do, so he went straight to the point. I just received reliable news here. The US House of Representatives has rejected a $700 billion rescue plan, which has led to a sharp decline in the share price. 777 points. The largest ever drop, a single-day drop of up to 7%, is also the biggest drop since the global stock market disaster in 1987. The current market confidence and its fragility, any action is a scene of soldiers and soldiers. 3 major stock indexes continue to sink. A few days after Lehman Brothers declared bankruptcy, North American authorities submitted a bill to Congress to save the financial system, and the Treasury Department would be authorized to purchase up to $700 billion in non-performing home mortgage assets. Americans hope to solve all problems and achieve economic recovery within 2 years or so, and they help to solve the problem before it affects a large area or even a full impact on the real economy, so as to avoid the problems like the 1930s, the Great Depression. And just last week, the G7 finance ministers held telephone consultations with the presidents of the major seedlings. As a result, other G7 members refused to participate in the U.S. financial rescue plan. Subsequently, the nation's largest savings and loan bank was seized and taken over by the North American Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, becoming the largest bank ever closed down in the nation's history. After that, just as Zhang Bowen said, the U.S. House of Representatives rejected the $700 billion bailout plan. Liu Sheng thought for a moment and resolutely replied, don't wait any longer, this is the last good opportunity. These $700 billion US dollars. I guess that the old American should still open the gate and let the water out, and immediately announce the repurchase plan. 100 million US dollars in the last 3 days to complete all transactions, preferably in a single day. Zhang Bowen, I understand. The US House of Representatives has just vetoed this rescue plan. But Liu Sheng knows that this plan will still be passed in the end. There is no way to save it. If it does not worsen, the Great Depression like the 1930s will worsen. I also want to swallow this bitter fruit with tears. As soon as the communication was over, Liu Sheng threw the phone aside and the war started again. Countless elite soldiers once again attacked the city through the first-line natural danger. This place is really a strong place, and it is impossible to talk about it. However, Liu Sheng, who has been through hundreds of battles, is not afraid of it, and he goes straight into the tiger's hole. After passing through the first-line nature insurance, the other party set up an ambush here, and adopted the strategy of water attack with its terrain, intending to catch it. At the same time, it was not stopped under the torrential flood, and Liu Sheng was attacked on both sides. There are also times when the car is overturned in battle. Liu Sheng cares, and eventually hundreds of millions of soldiers are covered by the army. Luo Yuosheng cultivated energy, and intended to reorganize, and fight again, and must overcome it. Failure is not terrible, it is shameful to give up. It is said that the Eastern Hemisphere is now big at night, and the Western Hemisphere is right in the daytime. Zhang Bowen is in New York at this moment. After finishing the telephone communication with Luo Sheng, he is not idle. The repurchase funds have already been divided into multiple accounts. As long as, in a word, the transaction could begin immediately. 25 hours later, under the leadership of Zhang Bowen, he held a temporary press conference on behalf of Blue Star Technology Group in Manhattan, New York, and officially announced that the company would spend $11.5 billion to start the repurchase process. At the same time as he announced the news, funds from dozens of trading accounts began to flood into the stock market, harvesting BTC stocks. As soon as the news ticked TC, the trading code rebounded immediately, and stocks that had continued to fall suddenly rose against the trend. A lot of people who received the news made the first shot, with the intention of making a lot of money. If the stock is sold, the stock price will fall, otherwise it will rise, which is the basic law of the market. But this is a test of the ability of a trader. For speculators who make quick money, blood gain and blood loss may determine the result only in seconds. This is the first time that Blue Star Technology Group has repurchased shares since its listing, and it is a large-scale repurchase. A huge amount of $11.5 billion has been invested in the stock market. North American authorities are happy to see this happen. It's pleasing to the eye, especially after taking away $7 or $8 billion from the gang of bankers on Wall Street. But suddenly at this time, Lomai felt that Luo Sheng was still so pleasing to the eye. Although the amount of more than 10 billion yuan will not play a decisive role in the financial system that is currently facing major problems, it will certainly have a role. In fact, other funds have been leveraged. Many people couldn't understand Luo Sheng's operation without him. This time, he actually turned against the trend. He didn't understand the outside world either. It felt like he was acting as a car in a praying arm, but he couldn't stand him laughing again and again. To the end, $11.5 billion was thrown in. Blue Star Technology Group successfully repurchased 9.67% of the shares, about 150 million shares. The repurchased shares have not been cancelled, but have been retained as the company's treasury shares. It was also disclosed at the meeting that this part of the repurchased shares will be used to include not only the company's employee benefits and incentive plans, or emergency use. I just made a response to the outside world. The board of directors had the final say, and Luo Sheng had the final say. At the after-hours trading price of the day, Blue Star Technology Group's BTC stock rose from $68 to $1 per share, and its market value was pushed up to $118.6 billion. At the highest level, it rushed to USD per share. Obviously, some people have made a lot of money in this period of time, and some people must have lost money through blood loss. The market cannot make money at all. Once you make money, you must lose money. However, it does not matter for Blue Star Technology Group. How can the financial market be turbulent or return to normal? After Blue Star Technology completes the repurchase plan, the next thing to do is to develop steadily. As for the harassment here, you don't need to mix it anymore and you don't have to pay too much attention. Wall Street, an informal meeting within the Goldman Sachs Group. In a European-style room, Goldman Sachs current head Lloyd Blankfein, Group President Gary Cohen, and COCIF Operating Officer John Winkelried gathered here. There are no parameters to analyze, and no mathematical model to refer to, but this is the fact that he is spending $11.5 billion to buy back shares, and Goldman Sachs followed up with 26 million shares. John Winkelried, after shrugging, at the moment, what they are talking about is Luo Sheng and the repurchase incident of Blue Star Technology Group. This is a big event-driven effect on the international financial market. Winkelried added with emotion, This young Chinese IT giant is really unique. The best analysts on Wall Street can't figure him out. A series of actions are so abnormal, no matter how you analyze and research, no matter how much data he collected. He couldn't figure out what he was really thinking. But without exception he won. This is the most amazing place. It is precisely because he cannot see through Luo Sheng and he is always a winner. This time, Goldman Sachs Group also took the adventure and smashed $2 billion into it. The team lineup is extremely powerful, but this investment following Luo Sheng seems a bit blind, and really hastily followed Luo Sheng's wind. I can't help it. Luo Sheng's previous record is too sturdy, and the return is even more enthusiastic. This time he played so much. Goldman Sachs was afraid of losing, but he missed the opportunity. In fact, not only is Goldman Sachs right now, most Wall Street institutions are studying Blue Star Technology Group. The most obvious intuitive information of this round of repurchase program is that Luo Sheng firmly believes that his company will definitely be able to return to the peak in the future and even create a bigger one. Brilliant. This is well understood, otherwise what did he spend more than $10 billion to buy back the company's stock? A move to restore confidence in markets and investors? Don't make fun. The fool will believe this. I can spend other people's money at will, but it is not the same to spend my own money. Besides, Luo Sheng not only spends his own money, but also borrows a lot of money. There must be other reasons in it. In the eyes of Wall Street, Luo Sheng is a savvy person who has nothing to do with them, and there must be a profit in it. I am more interested in where did the money he once cashed out go? Goldman Sachs suddenly said. Our people have been investigating, trying to find out the specific whereabouts of his funds, but haven't figured it out yet. Cohen said helplessly, there are many ways for a super rich to intentionally hide his legal wealth, and it is very difficult to find out the specific whereabouts, because most of the rich will do so. And there are some things you can do even if you know how to do it. www.mentalnovel.com. But no one dares to touch it, because touching it means touching the vested interests of countless people, who has not done anything this year. The bad things, big or small, are really urgent. At that time, everyone will hurt each other and expose each other's bosses. This is a terrible thing. So everyone has reached a tacit agreement. Whoever touched it must be the one who died first. No one wants to be a martyr. This is the inevitable result of human selfishness. It wasn't nothing. We still came to New York in a low profile last year. Our investigation found that he had contact with several major hedge funds, but we have no way of knowing what they did. Those hedge funds also refused to disclose to us. More news. Cohen added. As soon as this remark came out, Lloyd Blankvan was very interested, and asked briefly, which fund? Cohen immediately said, it is the Paulson hedge fund that made a lot of money in this subprime crisis, and there are a dozen other investment funds. Luo Sheng originally came to New York. Although he only handed the money to 2 funds, he actually traveled to the United States for a 10-day trip. There were more than a dozen investment funds. Cautious. Everyone looked at each other, and Cohen's answer impressed the head of Goldman Sachs. While John Winkelried was shocked. God, don't tell me he predicted this even? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe in killing it. Only God can do it. And we are all mortals. Chapter 274 Crazy Money, Climbing Technology Needs Gold. John Winkelried, the director of Goldman Sachs, exaggerated, and everyone at the meeting was silent. After a few seconds, Cohen raised his hand and covered his mouth and murmured, if it is true, combined with the capital he once cashed out of nearly $45 billion, if he quietly sold it with this money empty the North American housing market, making at least more than $40 billion in net profit. Oh my God, this means that he alone earns far more than Goldman Sachs. John and Winkelried sighed. Hope this is just speculation. Otherwise it would be a slap in the face of Goldman Sachs and even Wall Street. In any case, Those who have bet against the housing market have already cashed out of the market long ago. It is of little significance to check this matter. The first big shorts have already left the market in early 2008, the most secure and fastest group of people. However, if these words come back, if it is true, then Luo Sheng's insight and vision of the market would be terrible. If so, the decision to follow suit Luo Sheng's $2 billion this time is correct, and Goldman Sachs will make a lot of money in the future. Life is like a box of chocolates. As news spreads globally, the news of Blue Star Technology Group's $11.5 billion repurchase of shares also spread across the mainland. In order to make the news more eye-catching, the domestic media has specially changed the number according to the exchange rate. The current value of $11.5 billion is approximately 78.9 billion soft sister coins. The bankruptcy of Lehman Brothers, the financial turmoil has swept the whole world from North America, and a large number of small and medium-sized enterprises have been closing down. Even large groups cannot survive. In this environment of self-danger, everyone's life is frightening. Companies have opened up resources, cut expenditures, retrenched staff and cut expenses, and have broken their arms to survive, just to survive this economic winter and survive. Now is when cash is king. However, looking at some operations of Blue Star Technology Group, to be honest, many people are angry at one place. When you play with a broken arm to survive, others will take out 700 or 800 billion backhands and try to make a copy of themselves. What's even more irritating is that Blue Star Technology has thrown off 700 to 8 billion, so it should be short of funds. I was embarrassed. He dumped more than 700 million yuan, and the small treasury at home still had cash reserves of 5,060 billion yuan. At present, the book cash of Blue Star Technology Group totals $8.9 billion worldwide, which is more than 60 billion soft sister coins. If it is really a dry drought, the waterlogging of the waterlogging means that it is not annoying. The more money you spend, the more your assets grow. Well, this is the current situation of the two companies. The next morning, Luo Sheng was enjoying the nutritious breakfast prepared for him by An King Su. He is now living freely and cheerfully, and he can make a full set of spas, or in the constant temperature swimming pool with his sisters. With a gap of 3 to 5, I worked out with my sisters from housekeeping. Luo Sheng always insisted on a critical attitude towards this deep and hot life, and personally experienced this deep and hot suffering. Only the conclusions can be convincing and critical. There is strength. The pace of life now is very good, and I spend my days critically, as if I were a fearless lonely fighter. An King Su prepared a nutritious breakfast for him on time every day. At the same time, there were 2 copies of the latest paper newspapers on the table every day, one for the business sector and the other for the technology sector. Even if Luo Sheng is busy, he will spend some time every day to understand the information of the day, usually about a minute. This is a habit that he developed as a scientist in the last life, and it is impossible to change it. The more genius people are, the more afraid they are to fall behind in this era. This is also true of Luo Sheng and Qin Weimu. This has a lot in common, especially in the last life where Luo Sheng lived. At that time, science and technology progressed with each passing day. If you didn't understand the most cutting-edge information for a period of time, you might be out of date. Luo Sheng watched for a while. There is nothing new in these 2 newspapers that is worthy of his attention. As for one of the financial newspapers, the headline is related to Blue Star Technology Group. The content of the report is a few days ago. The company invested 78.9 billion yuan in share repurchase programs. I was eating breakfast in Luo Sheng. This early in the morning, Qin Weimu came to this building without saying hello. She entered the interior of the Science and Technology Complex, and went straight to the living quarters. When she saw several young and beautiful housekeeping maids along the way, Qin Weimu was angry and inexplicably secretive, but she could not see the true thoughts in her heart from her face. Qin Weimu secretly gritted his teeth and said, No wonder this guy hasn't flirted with his mother recently. It turned out to be fun here, not thinking about Xiu. It's really happy. If it wasn't for the mother's emotions, she would chase after her with her current value and ability. The old man's man can go from sucking to shenching. She felt that if Liu Sheng could not get in his eyes, no man on earth could conquer her. Liu Washing should know that she thought so much and cried. It was really Jun Fengxiu's grievance. The thing of flirting is about the atmosphere, and the atmosphere is Taoui. Brother flirted a few times and your woman has no reaction at all. Apart from work, it is always a cold and arrogant face. Brother is either a licking dog or a wave, but this should be regarded as the smallest problem, as a man is always better than those who are talented, ugly, handsome, do not make money, make a lot of money regardless of home. The family is not prosperous, promiscuous and not romantic, romantic and like the waves. Here Liu Sheng only accounts for one. Talented people are not the most handsome, but they are also handsome. They are also super earners. They are all the richest people in the world. They earn money and care for their families. Romance is just a little bit romantic. I'm already very good. However, Liu Sheng certainly would not explain this to Qin Weimu. Even emotional women like Qin Weimu are unreasonable. In short, it is the fault of men. Within a few minutes, Qin Weimu came to the large living room, and Liu Sheng, who was sitting at the table, saw her smiling. Come here so early. Haven't you say hello to me? Qin Weimu said lightly. What? Afraid I was pregnant with your good deeds? It's a good thing that you're here. Haven't eaten yet. Just by the way. Liu Sheng smiled, and immediately Nuxing looked at and Kingsu standing beside him. Kingsu, come over that tableware. Okay, wait a minute. And Kingsu nodded and went to the tableware. At this moment, after seeing Liu Sheng who was eating breakfast, Qin Weimu also deliberately stayed on and Kingsu next to him for a few seconds. She was more honest at this time. If she changed to the usual time, it would be it may be that Liu Sheng is eating breakfast, and Liu Sheng will also reward her with a piece of goose meat, mainly. And Kingsu also learned the relationship between him and Qin Weimu through Liu Sheng's mouth these days. In Kingsui's eyes, this is the legendary Gong. That must be honest. And Qin Weimu's aura is also very strong. Qin Weimu did not say anything. She sat down at the debt table directly. She did not have breakfast. She had been in a hurry to contract during this period. This one was just drawn up to make sure there were no problems. After a while, and Kingsu brought a new tableware and handed it to Qin Weimu, who said, the contract has been drafted, you can see for yourself. After talking, she glanced at the briefcase she brought, and then enjoyed breakfast by herself. Liu Washing immediately opened the bag and took out a few documents. This contract is related to the previous buyback. Blue Star Technology Group previously spent $11.5 billion on the repurchase of 9.67% of the shares and did not cancel it. Instead, it retained the company's treasury shares. However, Liu Sheng had already approved a proposal on the board of directors early. That is, 9% of the repurchased shares, that is, 130 million shares, and then sold for $10 billion, and the remaining 0.67% was used for company equity incentives. You can see less than 1%, but it can be used for a long time. According to the current market value, this 0.67% is worth $790 million. At least one newly introduced global vice president level high-end talent can be allocated shares. In general, global vice president level talents have a face value of approximately $70 million to $100 million. Don't worry about the equity incentive. The company will have more spare money in the future, and then repurchase it. As the market value rises, the same $100 million par value of shares will be allocated, but the proportion will be further reduced. As for whom is the other 9% of the stock sold? I traded with a fund, which is actually another fund only owned by Liu Sheng's own offshore family trust fund. Of course, it is still anonymous. The operation is quite complicated. But in general, this is what Liu Sheng sells to himself, Everything is legal. And the $10 billion are receivables on the books of Blue Star Technology Group. That is to say, the debt is owed, the term is 5 years, that is, the principal amount of $10 billion will be officially remitted in 2013 into the account of Blue Star Technology Group. However, during this 5-year period, the fund directly or indirectly controlled by Luo Sheng has to pay % interest for Blue Star Technology Group, which is higher than 7.19% of the bonds issued by Blue Star Technology some time ago, so as to allow other external shareholders of the board of directors. The directors closed their mouths obediently, not only shut up, but also raised their hands in favor. After all, from the current situation, Luo Sheng's operation is a real downturn of his left and right hands, not only hedging the interest of the previous US $8.5 billion bond issue, but also earning an interest payment. The key is that this series of operations is all legal, the board of directors does not object, and shareholders are satisfied. Luo Sheng's family fund now has more than $48 billion in cash flow. The reason why he would rather pay % interest than pay $10 billion at one time is because he has a lot of money. Once his spare tire plan is comprehensive, rolling out is very expensive. Don't look at the $50 billion now, but really want to get rid of the crisis of being stuck in the neck by Europeans and Americans. This money still seems to be stretched. The frustrations of this period of time are summed up in one sentence, that is, Luo Sheng is trying his best to seize the opportunity to frantically make money, and there is no result in investing in R&D, and it seems to be stretched. The efficiency of producing results is too slow. Only gold can become strong. Luo Sheng's $48 billion will soon be used. Of course, at this time, $10 billion cannot be used. The result of this operation is that Luo Sheng's family fund now seems to have to pay once a year huge interest. How can I make it back? It's very simple. Waiting for Blue Star Technology Group's stock to rise. When the value of Blue Star Technology's stock is greater than the interest paid by the fund at a certain point in time, the interest paid in advance can still net tens of billions of dollars. Earn as much as you can, and earn as much as you can. The more you earn, the more you earn. Goldman Sachs is a good teacher. You can short yourself, and Luo Sheng can play by himself. However, the premise is that the stock of Blue Star Technology must rise sharply, but this is also bound to rise sharply, because Luo Sheng is in charge of this company. What is the potential of this company? www.mentalnovel.com. To what extent will the stock rise in the future? No one is clearer and more confident than the founder. By then, the 9% of the stocks held by the family fund will be sold at a high level. These stocks are tradable shares and can be sold at any time. When the company's market value reaches several $100 billion in the future, all of them will be tens of billions of dollars. Even with this profit all earned back, and this day will not wait too long, just a few years, this investment will bring a return rate of not less than 500%. Such a report is almost no different from shorting the North American housing market. In the public information, Luo Sheng now holds % of Blue Star Technology Group's shares, but in addition to his family fund, in other words, his actual shareholding is about %. Rough calculations, Luo Sheng only based on the actual shareholding ratio of Blue Star Technology. According to the current market value, it has reached $41.2 billion, ranking 7th among the top 10 richest people in the world. The richest person in the world today is Buffett, with a personal worth of US $62 billion. Followed by Mexican giant Carlos family of US $60 billion. Due to the impact of the financial crisis and Luo Sheng's sharp decline in value, Gates now ranks 3rd in the world with US $58 billion. Luo Sheng's ranking fell several places. At the peak of Blue Star Technology Group's market value of $207.1 billion he reached a value of $53.7 billion with 8% shareholding ratio. However, even if the market value of Blue Star Technology is not at its peak, Luo Sheng's personal assets are already the richest person in the world. Chapter 275 Catch It and Eat It Decisively latest website. After saying that and Kinksu brought a tableware for Qin Huaimu, she left with great interest. I had a good time in this small house, in this luxurious mansion. There are so many young and beautiful women waiting every day. I don't have a heavy sample for a week, and I am happy like a fairy. Just say that. The soft speech. Are you comfortable? As Luo Sheng browsed the contract materials, Qin Huaimu, who was enjoying the early days, suddenly heard such a sentence. Hearing that, Luo Sheng closed the file and watched Qin Huaimu grinning. Yo, intellectual beauty lawyers are also jealous, or vinegar of a few domestic helpers? Qin Huaimu glanced at him lightly, and soon turned away to enjoy breakfast and ignore him. Luo Sheng didn't answer her, and laughed again. The door of this building is always open for you, or you should move in. Qin Huaimu took a full meal, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and then said lightly, there is nothing else to sign the contract, and the company has a lot of things waiting for me to handle. Hearing that, Luo Sheng smiled, and did not have too much entanglement on this issue, reopened the contract list, glanced over and confirmed that there was no problem, then signed. Qin Huaimu also stood up. After seeing Luo Sheng sign, he reached out to take over the contract, but at this time Luo Sheng grabbed her wrist with another hand. Qin Huaimu did not have any precautions, so he was slightly with a little effort, he easily fell into Luo Sheng's arms. Let me go. Qin Huaimu drew an angry warning. You don't even want to go to Earth at my sight. Today, you must kill the pride of your body. Luo Sheng was indifferent. He should take it when he should, and he must eat it today. It's all like this. She hasn't offered to resign and leave, and there is no similar behavior to set him up it in the company because of love and hate. This is already obvious. If it's not true love, if it's not cherished to be revenge. But Qin Huaimu is such a woman. She can't let go of the proud side. If she drags on for too long, she will be brewed in a long time. What is needed at this time is to actively break this deadlock. Luo Sheng, no matter how she struggled, warned, or even threatened, the other side ignored her. Luo Sheng decisively lifted up and left the living room. And Kinksu, who knocked on seeing this scene, turned back 180 degrees instantly. Where did she come from just now? Now go back to the same way. Afterwards, Luo Sheng watched the beauty by the pillow. You don't have to go to work today. Take a good rest and rest. I approve you for vacation. At this moment Qin Huaimu yelled coldly back to him, get out of here. Stay away from me. Luo Sheng didn't take it seriously, and retorted with an aggrieved look, you didn't say that just now. As long as the woman says the other way around, it is basically impossible to understand. If she flashes people now and she's not with her, Luo Sheng vowed that there might be a problem today. So no matter how hard Qin Huaimu was, Luo Sheng still hugged her tightly from behind. After all, no matter how good she was in her career, she couldn't change her nature as a woman. Time passed minute by minute. Qin Huaimu really hardened his mouth for a while, and finally quieted down. In the end, she fell asleep for a while. Although it was early in the morning, it was actually too frustrating. She couldn't work normally anyway. When Qin Huaimu woke up again, the quiet silence in the room gave her a sense of loss and panic, but it quickly dissipated, because she found herself in Luo Sheng's arms, and he was there beside me, never left. In the meantime, Qin Huaimu sighed, some resentment and some confusion. In her career, no matter how complicated the problem is, she can maintain a clear logic and give a perfect solution, but the current problem makes her illogical and unable to find a solution. Was he trying to distance himself from him? Unexpectedly, fate caused people, but he got deeper and deeper. Qin Huaimu tilted his head and found Luo Sheng hadn't woke up, watching his murmur and whispering thoughts. I can sleep so much during the day, and I must be messing with those women at night. Alas. Well, in fact Luo Sheng woke up long ago, but he was just pretending to sleep. He had to wait for Qin Huaimu to get up first. Luo Sheng was sweating when he heard this. Once this woman did not make sense. Various factors could be linked to other women. Last night there was no mess. Of course, It happened 2 days ago. After a while, Qin Weima got up quietly, but she certainly can't go to work today. She doesn't want to be out of the company. The embarrassing picture doesn't even look at anyone. Thinking of this, Qin Weima could not help but flushed, and once again gave Luo Sheng a gloomy look. This guy hurt her. After Qin Weima got up, he made a full-body spa in the next room. Luo Sheng hired a private female therapist to work in this building. In short, in this mansion, all kinds of facilities and personal services are quite complete. Luo Sheng got up later, and it was almost noon. He didn't go to the spa, and there was only one physical therapist. After taking a bath, he came to the ground floor of the building. The supercomputer commissioned to him by Shuguang Technology has been completed. The supercomputer in the complex of science and technology buildings may be the supercomputer with the strongest computing power in the entire Yangtze River Delta region. Enter the location of the supercomputing on the ground floor of the building. Here you can see that rows of cabinets are distributed alternately. All of them are running steadily. This supercomputer consumes about 100,000 yuan of electricity per day, and maintains the entire technology complex. The building currently needs to pay about 167,000 yuan in electricity costs per day. There will only be more in the future, because other spaces in this building have not yet been officially used, and these spaces will be converted into various research laboratories in the near future. More equipment will definitely bring more after the supporting facilities are completed. Energy consumption. However, the various operating expenses of the technology complex building are completely worthless to Luo Sheng's current value. Paying 167,000 yuan in electricity costs is almost the same as ordinary people paying 10.7 yuan. Entering the computer room, Luo Sheng came to the central control room, opened a computer and found a few lines to connect to a port. After the two screens lit up, he quickly clicked on the keyboard with both hands. Are you authorized to access the protocol? A prompt window pops up on the screen. Luo Sheng enters the confirmation command, and then waits with both hands. As Xiao enters the dormant state, Luo Sheng performs another operation and transfers her to this supercomputer. After a few minutes of trouble, Luo Sheng wakes up Xiao again after checking and confirming that it is correct. The system restarts. Startup completed. November is online. After a while, a stimulating electric sound with excitement passed into Luo Sheng's ear, and at the same time a happy expression appeared on the screen in front of him. Master, Cortana's hardware has been updated and upgraded to become more powerful. Cortana must be the owner's most powerful helper. Love you tilde. Xiaona, connect to the security system of the building. Luo Sheng said, I'm happy to help, and it's loading. Xiaona responded to a sentence and fell into silence, but it didn't last long, and she quickly sent a response again. The security system of the building has been successfully taken over, and Cortana will always be on her side. Xiaona's current level of intelligence looks amazing to outsiders, but in Luo Sheng's eyes, Xiaona is still mentally retarded. Well, this abbreviation does not seem to be appropriate, and it is still not good. Xiaona is still in the weak artificial intelligence stage. Some of the conversations seemed smart, but she got stuck when she had some brain teasers, and then some of them answered inexplicably. In fact, in the dialogue with Cortana, her response is to find the corresponding communication scene through the massive big data, and then analyze the current dialogue scene to deal with it, and then get a relatively optimal solution and then respond. It is conceivable that a large amount of computing power needs to be applied, and a new set of algorithms is developed in Luo Sheng to support it. Otherwise the computing power is not enough. In fact, Xiaona does not have the ability to analyze the causality of her emotional logic. In short, her intelligence level is not as good as a crow. It seems very intelligent. www.mentalnovel.com. But in fact, like parrots are very intelligent. But in fact, the parrot is actually stupid. It cannot understand the meaning of what it is saying, just like a mechanical stress response, and it does not have the ability to analyze causality. In the same way, XIONOS current conversation and communication look the same from the name, but there is an insurmountable gap with people, that is, people can understand what his words mean and why they say so. But Xiona couldn't understand what she said, and why she said so. It was just a command response made by the agent's program. Luo Sheng did not conduct a so-called Turing test on Cortana, and the significance of this test was not very important, because he had developed real artificial intelligence with several other scholars in the last life, and now it is nothing more than it's just the same way as before. Knowing how to realize it, it is also necessary to know what stage of Xiaona's intelligence. At this point, no human being can be more authoritative than him. Chapter 276 Multipoint Linkage, Ecological Value Added Benefits. Latest website. But even in the weak artificial intelligence stage, XIONOS application scenarios are quite rich, and the first is to apply to the virtual idle plan. The core of Hatsune Miku is part of the original code of XIONOS agent, which is used in the virtual concert hosted by Hatsune Miku, a virtual singer, and fans on the scene realized interactive interaction across the dimension. It was an absolute surprise for fans, and it turned into considerable commercial value. The second is the intelligent voice assistant application of the next generation Azure mobile phone being developed by the Cote d'Azur company, including future 5G Internet of Things applications. All electrical equipment will be digitalized, and the application scenarios under smart home life. People only need to pass one. A smartphone can control all electronic devices. Is this convenient? Yes, but it's not convenient enough, and it's still troublesome, because you have to operate the phone. But if you have an intelligent voice assistant hosting, you will become the best virtual housekeeper. Just need to say to the mobile phone to switch lights, sky, TV, etc. Can be achieved. Xiaona's intelligence level is still weak artificial intelligence level, but she is competent in these tasks without any problems. Full style is convenient. The purpose of technological progress is to make everything simple and convenient. This is an inevitable trend. Who can do this, and provide customers with such high-quality solutions, can make a lot of money. At this moment, Luo Sheng completed this round of hardware upgrades for Xiona and connected to the security system of the Science and Technology Complex building. This building has achieved the first level of digital control. He has completed other hardware transformations. Now, Luo Sheng wants to turn on the lights and turn on the TV. He doesn't need to do it. He just needs to say a word, and he can input Xiona by voice input. Cortana's current ability can realize huge and rich application scenarios, which means it can bring unimaginable benefits. With the passage of time, in October 2008, another thing also attracted Luo Sheng's attention, that is, the first WRPO World #1 player contest came on schedule. This is the layout of the Blue Star Technology Group in esports. The first bomb of the industry, and the esports industry is like a fuse that will ignite virtual reality games in the future, and virtual reality games will also require brain-computer interface hardware. All of Luo Sheng's layout is buckled, big buckled. People cannot understand why he attaches so much importance to such small industries as a sport, but they will always understand in the future, and wait for them. When he woke up at first, looking back, Luo Sheng was already standing in the event. The holding of the first event, the esports division of the group company, has been preparing for more than a year. The WCG World Esports Contest, which was originally recognized by the industry, was held in October every year. After Luo Sheng entered the field of esports, the WPRO sports brand suddenly became the industry's top brand. Debut is the pinnacle. Previously, in the esports circle, if you asked which event was the most gold-rich event in the industry, esports practitioners would say WCG without hesitation. Become WRPO. In order to avoid conflicts, even if the 7 consecutive WCG World Esports competitions have been successfully held, they have to avoid their brilliance. The 8th WCG this year has been adjusted to be held in the summer. That is to say, The 8th WCG event has been completed around May of this year. It is still a relatively successful third-party esports event. The WRPO division has not pushed other third-party events to the absolute end, or even all with cooperation. The participation of major esports clubs and professional players does not seem to have decreased. Obviously, this is due to the rules of the WRPO competition system. Because the point system is adopted, the top 16 professional players or teams in each year's standings can be promoted to WRPO, and the way to get points is in the major divisions compete, and WRPO is divided into China, South Korea, Europe, North America and Wildcard. The professional players of the divisions in the major divisions play games in the divisions they are in to earn points according to the rankings they receive. Sources of points include official events under the WPRO sub-region system, including events run by major competitions themselves, including third-party regions. The number of points is calculated based on the scale and influence of third-party events. For example, large third-party events such as WCG have also cooperated. Before the emergence of WRPO, WCG was hailed by the industry as the Olympic Games in esports, and the weighting ratio of points was also very high. The player or team that has won the WCG World Championship will directly guarantee the top 16 of WRPO, which means that they can directly compete for the top player championship trophy in the finals of the year. The rules of events such as WRPO are to encourage esports players to play games, and at the same time to present a foundation of blossoming flowers for esports. Force. There is no WCG to crowd out. What Luosheng is doing is the broader market of the entire industry. Only when all major esports events are in full bloom can the ecology of the overall esports industry be done, and the diversity of species and the ecology can be healthy. It is best for more and more people to participate. As long as I am the boss and respect me not the boss, listen to me obediently, everyone has meat to eat. And of course it will kill you. There is no doubt that WRPO is standing at the top of the food chain in this ecosystem and eating the largest cake. But Luosheng is also actively making the cake bigger, and other people can also share the cake. If you don't make a big cake, someone must be hungry, let alone eat meat together. Once a system such as WPRO is established, basically no third-party events can challenge its status, because the ecology has taken shape, and the air vent has been closed. From now on, WPRO will always be an evergreen tree of events, and major esports projects will be continuously updated. The current mainstream esports projects are indisputable StarCraft, Warcraft, Half descriptions these items. However, the life of each esports project is closely related to the game it is in, and its life cycle is basically about 10 years. Often the game is gone and no one is playing. This esports project will decline. StarCraft and Warcraft will one day retreat from the mainstream to the niche, but the League of Legends and DAO will carry the banner of esports. Similarly, League of Legends, these events will also have a life cycle and a day of weakness. However, if the entire esports industry is commercialized, the life cycle of these events will definitely be extended, and the life cycle of the original 10 years may continue to 15 years. Any specific esports event will be accompanied by the decline and change of the game, which is no longer welcomed by players. However, esports itself does not see any signs of decline and will only become more and more brilliant. Accompanying it is the scale of the entire industry is rising. Then the WPRO brand bundled with it will not weaken. If it weakens, the entire esports industry will decline. From the year of 2008, a consensus has been formed in esports competitions. Each year, the biggest purpose of professional players participating in these events is to grab WRPO points, and the ultimate purpose is to win back the WRPO trophy. Home won the honor of the Player of the Year. For an esports player, his supreme honor is undoubtedly being able to enter the WRPO Hall of Fame and leave his name. In October, as the host of the first WRPO World #1 player competition, Shenqing, its theme elements switched to esports. A large number of players rushed from north to south to the most modern city in the country, and there were also players from all over the world. These players came to Shenxing in order to support their professional clubs. Just like traditional sports such as football, basketball, and volleyball, Shenxing also attached great importance to this large-scale esports event and actively assisted the event side to ensure that this event was a complete success. The residual heat of the Olympic Games has just begun to recede. This large-scale event has a very obvious role in promoting the local economy. During the period of the event, it will drive peripheral consumption, such as travel and lodging, catering and so on. Whenever people come, they must consume. Although the whole world is currently shrouded in the haze of the financial crisis, what kind of life is still going on, and what to do? It is worth mentioning that there is a more interesting rule, is that when the economy is often in recession, the entertainment industry represented by film and television is particularly prosperous at this time. In October, the first bomb that ignited the popularity of global sports was the single Ready, one released by the popular rock band Linkin Park on October 3rd, which translates to number one player. Yes, the WRPO event party invited the lead singer of Linkin Park. This single is the theme song of the first WRPO contest. According to the plan of the WRPO operator, each future event will be released in the warm-up stage on the eve of the contest. Theme song. Once Ready, one was released. The MV was also uploaded to Blue Star Video, the most popular streaming video website nowadays. In just one day, it had exceeded 2 million views on the BV video website. WRPO division. In the conference room, Wang Kaiwei, who was sitting in the first place, looked at a group of subordinates solemnly and said, "Everything is difficult to start. The first WRPO event is the top priority. The group company has tilted a lot of resources. Liu will also come on the opening day on the scene. It is no longer necessary to say how important it is. At this moment, there are dozens of heads of the department, including the secretariat, the media department, the event coordination department, the logistics department, and the investment promotion department. For them, everyone is under great pressure. They only have one thought, and they will complete this activity according to the task indicators." At this time, the director of the China Merchants Department said, "In terms of investment, the German company S mechanical keyboard maker Cherry has added an additional sponsorship fee of $8.2 million. In addition, other sponsors include Samsung Display, Intel, Nvidia. The sponsors of 28 well-known manufacturers such as Dell have increased their sponsorship fees by about 20%. This year SWRPO's revenue from sponsors has reached $68.9 million. This year SWPRO event brands have received $100 million in sponsorship fees. Income. This has to be said that before the WRPO World's number one player contest, the competitions in the major subregions were effective, and the sponsors realized that the advertising effectiveness here has increased investment, and the WPRO event brand operation department also has the bargaining power. So majors have increased their sponsorship costs. One of the most typical cases is the German mechanical keyboard manufacturer Cherry. Esports has turned this dying mechanical keyboard manufacturer into a salted fish. At present, this company has adhered to the mechanical keyboard business worldwide. With the WRPO division, at the end of the event, Cherry's sales of mechanical keyboards have soared by about 105% in the past 2 quarters. The mechanical keyboard met the goddess of luck in this era sports. Finally, she renewed her vitality. Cherry, which has tasted the sweetness, saw the advertising effectiveness of mechanical keyboards in the field of esports, and did not save a small amount of money. It not only sponsored the WRPO event brand, but signed a 5-year contract at a stretch. He also lavishly endorsed money at major domestic and foreign well-known sports clubs and star players. The sound of the mechanical keyboard parallel is a manifestation of high hand speed. Hand speed is a manifestation of strength in sports games, coupled with cool shapes and lighting design. it is full of style, carrying such a set of peripherals. The proper focus of the Internet Cafe show is Miu. I am afraid that this is a master, and I successfully hit the G-point of the players. Then they can also give them the illusion of becoming a master of esports after buying a mechanical keyboard. Pretending. This is the rigid mind of human beings. When and in what fields will never be out of date. Grasping the forcing point is indirectly equivalent to grasping the small money. Anyway, even rookie chickens must have such a set of equipment. Plus professional players use mechanical keyboards. Rookies with the dream of super players have also bought. The mechanical keyboard has gradually changed from no one to meet the lucky goddess of esports. The manufacturers have seen the benefits and are trying to make the mechanical keyboard a subcultural fashion popular in esports. Of course, the biggest brand among sponsors is undoubtedly Assista Paper. She is Blue Star's virtual idol, Hatsune Miku. Although they are all the same parent company www.mentalnovel.com, their brothers still settle their accounts. The Hatsune Miku virtual singer brand is now also being promoted. This time in association with WRPO. It paid $10 million as a sponsor. This time the WRPO event is linked with Hatsune Miku, and also appeared in the theme song Ready. 1. The image of an esports girl with dual ponytails, headphones and new costumes. Esports plus secondary plus otaku plus player plus games, etc. These elements have strong linkage attributes. Basically, a little blossom can drive multiple linkages, and the economic benefits they generate are also amazing. After all, there is no ridicule in the circle, one wall of the dead house, one suite in the capital. It can be seen that the consumption power of Happy Fat House is strong. If he is still a game house, he has a fever level and is properly eaten. Chinese website. Non-charged latest URL. Didn't some readers read esports and virtual idols before reading comments? There are still some pits for esports and virtual singers to fill in. How to say, some people like it and some people don't. However, it is necessary to write these two elements in the book for two main reasons. The first reason is that this book follows the development of real science and technology relatively rigorously, but let the protagonists or a player role, lead the others for 4 or 5 years, and finally become a winner. Of course, the protagonist must win. This is not abusing the main article. Looking at the actual situation, virtual idols and esports are really the future trend. The rise of Station B can be a glimpse of Leopard, and recently, Yangshi has also frequently interacted with virtual characters. The major giants are not unreasonable in this field, because virtual idols are the trend. They are loved by more and more 95, 00, and 05, and these young people represent the future. Sees the young people's preferences and sees the future. The second reason is around the book. There is no fear of spoilers, business, science and technology articles, and at the same time follow the style of the brainless sand sculpture Happy Bureau, but rather rigorous style. Then some technology will inevitably be born as the times advance. If the protagonist does not enter the market, it may be subverted. This is not based on individual will, unless we completely abandon realistic logic and go brainless. Behind the protagonist will definitely engage in real dark technology, which has not yet appeared in reality. Why write virtual idols and esports? Because they are likely to become the tipping point of two important black technology hardware carriers. We all know that in addition to the hardware of electrical products, the content must be excellent enough. Game consoles are the best example. No matter how good your console is, you need a 3A masterpiece to show it, but there are no good games in it. Players and consumers won't pay for it. Just buy it with iron, right? There is no such thing as a game console or a game being indispensable, but they are all important to complement each other. So which two future black technology hardware and electronic products does esports and virtual idols target? The answer given by the author is that wearable holographic projection smart devices and truly immersive virtual reality devices. The protagonist must do it, and here are not afraid of spoilers. because it is an inevitable trend. Presumably everyone will not deny that in reality these two products are also new things that will be born in the future. Now there are signs of it. It is likely to be realized in our lifetime. At that time, we may be very old. It is really a lifetime. Testify. Maybe 20 years, maybe longer or earlier, who knows? But there is no doubt that this is the trend. Wearable holographic projection smart devices and virtual idols will complement each other. You can use your brainstorming and imagine the virtual housekeeper of the intelligent home in the digital age where everything is connected. Of course, the support of artificial intelligence is needed here. Artificial intelligence is also reflected in virtual idols, which is the most intuitive embodiment, the true meaning of immersive virtual reality equipment and games including esports. Both sides will achieve each other. I don't know if you have watched the movie Number One Player or the Full-Time Master of the Platinum Heroes. There is no super hot game text. Now it is filmed and anime. These can be glimpsed in the Panther. Therefore, the protagonist must grasp both hands. Both hands must be hard, and success is indispensable. As for why the protagonist does not develop these black technologies such as holographic projection now, this is not the author's intention to suppress the protagonist or slow down the plot. The author has updated more than 400,000 words this month. In addition to earning money, he also promotes the plot through a high amount of updates. In the past 2 days, a wave can erupt, and the plot can be quickly pushed past by increasing the update amount. This is a relatively best way, but everyone should subscribe. Closer to home, now I do not write because of the constraints of the age background. At this time in 2008, the protagonist was too clueless to create such black technology that did not conform to the times. This is no longer a 4 or 5 year lead, but a rhythm of decades. Will lay the groundwork for writing collapse. In this era, the most advanced industrial level and technological foundation of all human beings are placed there. The protagonist can lead. This is necessary because the protagonist's halo, but this leadership cannot exceed the limit that the current era can carry. Just fine, unless you ignore these backgrounds and write a brainless article. This is not in line with the main style of the book, and the probability of avalanche is extremely great, because it will trigger a series of vicious cycles. For example, if you made such a black technology in 2008, the Americans saw that as long as the author does not give these supporting actors a deafening blow, the 3 legs of the old American are shaking, and they will immediately shake. The energy was drawn from the Middle East and targeted at My Rabbit. At this time, the GDP of My Rabbit did not exceed that of the small book. This situation needs to face the current world's hegemony. You can't do it anymore, and a series of chain reactions will follow. As a result, you won't be able to make it anywhere. It says that the result must collapse. This is beyond doubt. Therefore, the author is trying to avoid this tragedy. The previous chapters are not to emphasize that the protagonist is crazy about making money, or to raise the foundation of science and technology. This is very expensive. With such an explanation, there are some it would be logical to write black technology a few years in advance. Frankly, the author's fungus is not a boast. The author is the real master of a book or a story. To drive a story forward, you need to consider all aspects. The early stage is good, less consideration, and the plot is not complicated. But the more difficult it is, the divergent trend will appear. Chaos is as unpredictable and uncontrollable as the growing population until the end of the Mars disaster. So you may have heard some authors say that the longer the story is written later, the character development and plot development are no longer under the control of the author, but the author passively advances the plot according to the plot logic. The reason why the front is easy to write is because the variables are small and the plot is interactive in a small area, but the more the interaction, the more points will further drive the generation of more variables, and finally more and more, provided that it is rigorous and reserved logic, the brainless style can ignore. The author is most afraid of putting a new variable into it, that is, the new plot line. You must think twice and consider the impact on the entire plot as much as possible, because once you put it in, this variable will definitely be the same as the original one. Variables generate interactions, and interactions generate new variables. Specifically, for example, what happens if the protagonist Liu Sheng puts the variable holographic technology into the plot now? Subversive changes, consumer electronics, military, etc. These new variables have emerged and interacted with them, and then further triggered North American targeting, which is another new variable. But this is not the point. The point is that holographic technology is now released for the entire book. It is not a fuel booster to promote the plot, but a fatal virus that destroys the entire book's frame or has a bias into another style of brainless text, and eventually to death. So it is a virus. Why is it called a virus? The contradiction that cannot be justified is becoming more and more obvious. On the one hand, the old American will undoubtedly die against you. Under normal circumstances, it will definitely get you. If you don't get you, the author will give the supporting role to reduce intelligence and fight against it, and the protagonist will surely die. Sacrifice the protagonist's ego in exchange for development time to achieve the nation's ego. Let's write how the protagonist hangs the world duck, not how the villain beats the protagonist to rub the duck. So the contradiction in it cannot be reconciled. www.mentalnovel.com. Once it happens, don't think about it, continue to write it. Is 100% brainless. Write it for a while and then you can't write it, because it collapsed. The author knows that some readers help to see the protagonist smash the European and American technology giants as soon as possible. Understand that he is desperately trying to make the protagonist crazy to make money, and he is also madly updating. The purpose is to smash the European and American technology giants. But how to hang is very important. Let's make the protagonist hang solid, rigorous. Write 2333. A long multi-million word web article can't be rushed to achieve success. Although this book was born of spare tires, now spare tires are turning right, and the authoress Bacteria have also spent a lot of energy. The goal is only one: write the complete story in your heart in accordance with the original plan, and write it for everyone to read. As for whether everyone likes it or not, the author of Bacteria hopes that everyone can like it, but the author of Bacteria also knows that he is not renminbi and cannot be liked by everyone. So the only thing the author can do is 2 points. The first point is to cook the dishes according to their own procedures, and the second point is to bring the dishes to the table. The above. Chapter 277. Korean Dissatisfaction and Sincerity. Latest website for WRPO event brands. The biggest revenue is definitely sponsors. This is undoubtedly the backbone of any sports industry's income sources, sponsors. But not all. According to the WRPO Alliance system, when applying to join this brand's a sports game project, its game manufacturers must pay 3% of their income into the WRPO Alliance's fund pool each year, in addition to drinks, souvenirs, and clothing. Revenue from sales and event tickets. In short, the esports carnival where players and audiences gather every year. Major manufacturers and event organizers try their best to cheat the wallets in the pockets of players and viewers in every way. However, it is worth mentioning that, like peripheral sales here, profits are mainly based on overseas majors. Without him, you basically can't get the money here in China. Because how can pirated and unscrupulous merchants miss this feast? All their profits have been taken away, and the quality is not good. Whether it is the WRPO Operation Division or the parent company Blue Star Technology Group, there is really no way to deal with such problems in China for a short time. After all, it has only been a few years for domestic recognition of intellectual property rights, and the environment can only be opened with one eye. With one eye closed, the right is the role of the incubator to cultivate the potential of the Greater China market. The other big income is the broadcast right of the game, which is also a big income. If you ask in which part of the world is the esports atmosphere the strongest today, no doubt it is South Korea. The Koreans became the first game show Game Plus in the history of cable television to be produced and broadcasted 11 years ago. The first StarCraft event PKO started broadcasting 10 years ago, and the first StarCraft League HTS of Tooniverse 9 years ago began broadcasting and became the world's first esports league. In the same year, the TV station, OGN, was set up, which was the world's first 24-hour professional game broadcast TV station. In 2004, OGN's StarCraft SPL League live audience exceeded 100,000. This is a Guinness World Record in the history of esports events. The esports industry is so brilliant in South Korea. When talking about the development history of esport, I am afraid that Koreans cannot be bypassed. The Koreans' contribution to esports is a fact that must be acknowledged. In the 2006 WCG World Finals, OGN used satellite live broadcast, which is also the first time in the history of games. This time in the WRPO World #1 Player Contest, the Korean OGN TV station won the broadcast right in South Korea at a great expense of $15 million. In the details of the negotiations, only the WRPO broadcast of StarCraft reached thousands of dollars in terror costs. No way. The StarCraft project in South Korea is national technology. In South Korea today, if a local man said that he would not fight StarCraft, he would be despised. Although it is a bit exaggerated, it can also reflect the StarCraft in this era. The influence of games in South Korea is indeed unmatched in other regions. It may be difficult to understand in other regions, but this is the fact. It is also because of Blizzard's jealousy and madness, even autistic skepticism. I am the inventor and owner of this game, but not the biggest beneficiary. Individuals are skeptical of life. Therefore, Blizzard Entertainment backhanded out the development plan of the game Project StarCraft 2 inches, ready to recapture the big cake of the gaming industry. Right now, Koreans are talking hot on the internet, and Reddit has a lot of posts related to the #1 player competition, ArcSiba. The Chinese have ruined the WCG by themselves. It should have been the esports event Proud Smecta, WRPO or something. Really hates Smida. Is South Korea devoted to the development of the esports industry for 10 years? Will it be taken away by the Chinese? West 8. Very angry, helpless, and frustrated. However, OGN spent $21.6 billion $115 million in order to obtain the broadcast rights of the WPRO event. Boy WRPO. Although the WCG is a shame, I still want to watch Song Bingus match. I hope he can take home the Star Trophy. Haha, at least the champion of the Star Project has no suspense, and the trophy can be locked in advance. Nice. Moon is also a big favorite of Warcraft champions. Think about it, it's also a great smida to take back trophies and prizes from each other. Suffocate yourself, Xiba. Well, Xiba. The Koreans hated the birth of WRPO, because the Glass Heart Stick saw their WCG brand as a pioneer in the industry, and overnight they became angry and dissatisfied as players competed to enter the WRPO. But 1 yard at a time, the mouth said resistance, but the body is still very sincere. The merchants in South Korea are not stupid, so this time OGN TV station spent huge sums of money to get the exclusive broadcast authorization of WRPO events in South Korea. Money still has to be earned. In fact, the Koreans also found some consolation, that is, the strong position of the Koreans in the StarCraft of this WRPO event. If it is not the district points system, the top 3 of each sub-region standings can enter the WRPO. The top 16 stars the players are special Koreans. There is really no way. The dominance of the Koreans in the Interstellar Esports project can hardly be shaken. After all, others have been cultivating for 11 years, otherwise they will not be called national skills by the Koreans. However, with the globalization of Liu Sheng in the field of esport, the dominance of Koreans in the field of esports must be at least 5 years shorter than the previous life, or even worse than that. Rules such as WRPO also promote the flow of Korean esports players to other regions and become foreign aid in other regions, so that they can get tickets to the WRPO finals through other regions to grab money. And so, in the WRPO finals, there were not only 3 Korean players in the star program, but 10. However, in the long run, it is beneficial to the development of the entire WRPO alliance system. These top Korean masters come to other regions to slay chicken to grab money, and they are also training rookies. They will often compete with the masters and their strength will definitely improve. Unless the local sports players are also like the national football team, it is impossible for Luo Sheng's WRPO to tolerate such players to wait and die in the first line. The Korean players who go out also have a price. Without the fierce competitive atmosphere of South Korea, the level of competition of slaughtering chickens will become more and more dishes, but slaughtering themselves will gradually become a chicken. There are almost no exceptions. While StarCraft players leaving South Korea are rushing to grab money overseas, their strength has also dropped significantly. When they return home, they will be hung up by their opponents for a long time, and then, they may return after working hard. Strength to the peak. There will be gains. As the overall marketer of the entire esports industry, Luo Sheng does not want any popular esports project to be ruled by a single region for a long time. This is not conducive to the development and growth of the entire industry. The best situation is that all the WRPO trophy regions being able to take home in turns can stimulate the competitive atmosphere of each major area, and small money can soar upwards. Okay, Karma. This is China. Am I flying to Tokyo by the wrong plane? Damn it, BBC News lied to me. On a civil airliner, a young man from the United Kingdom stumbled for a long time after seeing the meeting in the city below through the window of the plane. After getting off the plane, he walked around in this stylish modern city, and finally confirmed that this is not Tokyo, but Shenzhen of Huaguo, the first WRPO event host city. The young foreigner was so angry that he took out an Azure mobile phone and logged into microblog to post a blog post. Then he took a few pictures on the street and shared them on the Blue Space social networking site. Although few fans followed, he still blasted on his social account that the BBC media reported false news to deceive him, and he almost didn't come because of this. He thought that China was really backward and poor, as reported in the report, and was afraid that BILI would be disappointed. As a result, the prosperity of the city underneath is no less than that of London. I have to say that European and American people pay little attention to China. In their eyes, Asia is more famous because of games and animation. As for Huaguo, they seem to be impressed by the world factories that help them make daily necessities. Almost every young man in China can speak a few words of English, such as the one starting with F, but few Europeans and Americans can say a sentence, even if it is hello or draft code. In this respect, Europeans and Americans are really ignorant for a variety of reasons. For example, they have never cared about what happened to China. They have little interest. Even most Europeans and Americans do not know that China is on the world map, which position of this is definitely not derogatory, but the fact, especially the geographic knowledge of ordinary Americans, is really touching. Even if you rotate the map of the United States 180 degrees, you do not know. This is incredible for a Chinese. Most ordinary Americans are so ignorant. Let us talk about the mass consumers in Europe. Azure series mobile phones owned by the Côte d'Azur company. About 50% of ordinary European consumers think that this is a European local brand, 20% think that this is a non-European brand, and 10% think it is a Sony product, or a product of another technology company in Japan, and 15% of the people think that this American brand. Only less than 5% of the people knew this was the Chinese brand for the first time, and they knew it was incredible. The first time they thought it was fake news. There are many reasons for this result. For example, European consumers do not care about China, or pay little attention to the origin of the brand. They are more concerned about the product itself. There is also a reason that cannot be ignored because the localization of the company is quite similar. Success. so that ordinary consumers who receive relatively little information subconsciously believe that this is a European local brand. Even now, 35% of users of Blue Stars products think that the internet products they use, such as social networking sites Blue Space, Microblog, and Music Space, should be considered American things. You are reading books. In fact, this is the result that Luo Sheng is most willing to see, and it is also a symbol of the success of business globalization. It's so nice to be muffled. However, as the company grows and its popularity continues to expand, the Earth will eventually become smaller and smaller and eventually become a global village. What's going on in the village will certainly not take long for the entire village to know. Someday, consumers in Europe and the United States will know that the products they can't live without are not local brands, but from a country that they never care about. Today's big chapter broke out, and the story of esports and virtual singers was accelerated by the amount of updates, but everyone who subscribes to Dux may be a chapter or two for a dime, but it is just right for the author. The root of the meal. Chinese website. Chapter 278 Link Park sings theme song latest URL. Thank you for adding the rewards for the Super Mini Storm, plus monthly tickets at night, and the amount is full today. Mid-October is about to come, and fan audiences from all over the country and even all over the world have already arrived in Shenqing one after another. Many young foreign players are coming to China for the first time. Thousands of migrants poured into Shenqing, and the economic drive of the area was also very impressive. The business of hotel rooms increased significantly during this time, and then the surrounding food and beverage. There is a reason for Shenqing's leadership to attach importance to such a large-scale event, which is very effective in driving economic consumption, especially in the current economic winter environment. The country is stimulating domestic demand, and home appliances are going to the countryside. For China, 2008 island the key point for the economy to take off again. It can be said that the beginning of a big change that has not happened in a century. This is all thanks to the country's foresight. When the financial crisis broke out, China was able to get out of the economic quagmire. In addition to the trillions of water releases, one of the important reasons is to stimulate domestic demand. And this is a prerequisite. Not only the Chinese people like storage, the other key is that the infrastructure construction has kept up. You have money but can't spend it is another embarrassment. By now, basically every village has a cement road. Every household has electricity. The road can be bought with a car. Electricity is available. Household appliances can be sold. People are gradually getting rich. So what do household appliances go to the countryside? Has a foundation. The foreigners who came to Shenqing a few days in advance took the lead in buying, and eating. For the variety of cuisines in China, the foreigners who arrived for the first time seemed to open the door to the new world. And the first feeling of consumption here for Europeans and Americans is really cheap and affordable, not too cool. The Chinese people must be very upset, but there is nothing they can do. After all, they came with dollars. The country needs to earn dollars. After entering China, you have to exchange money. You can exchange more than 6,800 yuan for $1,000. Most people come to China to prepare a few $1,000s. The national consumption is tens of thousands of RMB. You can stay in a star-level hotel for a few days without any pressure. Huago is also happy to see this picture. There is no way. The country has to earn dollars and use the dollars to buy oil, mineral resources and other commodities overseas to meet its own development, and to do business abroad. People only recognize the US dollar, especially oil. Those countries that settled their settlements and dared not use the US dollars were slumped on their faces by US imperial aircraft carriers. The preliminary warm-up finally ended with the arrival of the day on October 15th, and the opening day of the first WRPO World's #1 player contest came. The main stadium of the game is held in Shenqing, a large-scale building that spans the century, that is, the 80,000 stadium, but it can only accommodate a maximum of 56,000 seats. but it is also a huge venue. Luo Sheng originally wanted to arrange the main venue of the first WRPO event in the capital's Bird's Nest, but because the Olympic Games that have attracted worldwide attention just started, it was impossible to prepare for the event a month or two after the end of the event. However, the modern metropolis set in Shenxing is not far from it. The day of October 15th is a working day on Wednesday. The opening ceremony is scheduled to be at 1800 hours in the evening. Everyone is off work, and I have time to feel the attention of the event on site or through online channels. The WRPO event lasted for 4 days. The opening ceremony was completed tonight. The match will officially start tomorrow. The 16th and 17th are Thursday and Friday. The group stage, the 18th quarter-finals and the semi-final knockout on Saturday 18th will reach the 19th. The weekend is the finals. The first 2 working days are played on the sub-stage, and the last 2 weekends are played on the main stage. The first WRPO number 1 player contest has 12 events, including Warcraft 3, StarCraft and CS quarter-finals to the finals. On the main stage, other projects can only start the finals on the sub-stage. The influence is not enough, and of course their resources will not be too much tilt. And the sub-stage is much more high-end than the main stage of other esports events. After all, this event brand is backed by Blue Star Technology, large multinational technology group. In the field of esports today, StarCraft, Warcraft, and CS are the representatives, with the highest popularity and influence. WRPO operation department also depends on commercial benefits. Around 17:20 in the afternoon, spectators who have purchased tickets have begun to enter the stadium through the major intersections of the stadium one after another. Many people have come to the opening ceremony to attend the opening ceremony, and many people are running popular European and American rock bands. Linkin Park is here. A young South Korean successfully passed the ticket verification channel and entered the 80,000 people stadium, which was also shocked by the big scene in front of him. Although I am uncomfortable, I still have to admit that the Chinese people are indeed very good at organizing large-scale events. It goes without saying that the Olympic Games a while ago, it is extremely difficult to host other countries in the future. How can this surpass the force of the 2008 Olympic Games? Not to mention, wallets are not allowed. In fact, during this period of time, the internet was still tearing down. Domestic media and the majority of netizens sneered at Styx. Net transmission was that the Koreans leaked the Olympic ignition ceremony. Everything was perfect. The ignition ceremony became a big regret. It is also unknown whether the news is true or false. At present, the 80,000 people stadium has an occupancy rate of more than 90%. And there are still people who have not arrived. There are already more than 58,000 people here, and people are looking at the crowds. It is worth mentioning that the number of seats in the 80,000 stadium is 56,000, but esports is different from ordinary sports. A lot of seats are also arranged in the stadium. The ticket prices of these A-level seating areas are as high as 1,500 yuan. It has already been sold out and was once fired at 2,000 yuan Jiang by the Ox Party. In the middle of the stadium, there are 6 super large high-definition giant screens, and an equilateral hexagon is overlooked from directly below the sky. The main stage is the confrontation stage, including a main stage in the backstage and a number of substages. Each major division has a dedicated substage. The infrastructure is full and everything is available. In addition, several special vehicles have been driven early outside the stadium. This is where mobile operators set up more mobile signal base stations around them. Without these Behindthesens staff, the network here will become crowded. Even got stuck trying to swear. This is not something the tournament side wants to see. At around 17:35, the rock band Linkin Park quietly arrived at the stadium and was backstage. At about 17:40, a luxury convoy came in, and Wang Kaiwai, the leader of the WRPO business department, had already come to meet him. When he saw the young man who had stepped out of the car and was surrounded by several bodyguards, Wang Kaiwai could not help but take a small step, hurry up and greeted. It is simply Luo Sheng, the ultimate boss of Blue Star Technology Group, the #1 player in the minds of countless esports people. Mr. Luo. Wang Kaiwai ushered in a small broken step, but the other party was a young man 1 or 20 years younger than him, but he did not dare to neglect. Don't look at the young boss, but the aura is strong. After Luo Sheng got out of the car, he looked around aimlessly. This time, Qin Weimu did not follow him to Shenqing. In the past, he traveled, and Qin Weimu must follow suit. But this time it was not a business trip. Good job, hard work, Luo Sheng said with a casual look. Where? This is what it is supposed to do, it's duty. Wang Kaiwai quickly answered with a smile. General Luo, please here. Luo Sheng nodded and followed Wang Kaiwai. Some of the media here also captured Luo Sheng. After seeing the appearance of the hottest techie in the world, he quickly snapped the camera shutter. Earlier, it was rumored that Luo Sheng would appear, and now it is a real hammer. I did not expect that the founder would actually show up. This has also led many people to become more interested in the esports industry, and they are curious while Luo Sheng is optimistic about this small industry. General Luo. Good evening Luo. General Luo. Under the leadership of Wang Kaiwai, Luo Sheng came to the background to watch the work progress and situation of the working team behind the scenes. This time, no one finally came up to take photos. Last time, many people lost their jobs because of this. It's vivid. Most people are the first time to see the legendary big guy up close. The ultimate boss of the company is some people. Some people are excited and some are nervous. Most of the staff here are young people who are engaged in the field of esports. It is normal for young people. But they didn't bother to look directly at Luo Sheng. They were very nervous when they saw the other party's gaze. Nonsense. Try it for you. This is the same level of existence as the legendary big men such as Gates and Buffett. He earns thousands of dollars a month. The boss of a boss who is a boss is not nervous. General Luo, the first WRPO is expected to record an overall operating income of about 2 billion yuan, which will be diluted to the operating expenditure budget. This session will probably lose about 50 million yuan. Wang Kaiwai, who was next to Luo Sheng, chatted. A total of 2 billion, and Luo Sheng was rather surprised, nodded and affirmed, good job. I thought that at most 1.8 billion or so, I will lose 2 or 3 billion. As for the first session, it lost 50 million. But Luo Sheng didn't care at all. In order to lay out the plate of the esports industry, more than 10 billion soft sister coins have been dropped. Do you care about the small 50 million? Luo Sheng cares about income. As long as the revenue data is conspicuous, everything is fine. The current loss is to pay for the future market. Well, you should be able to stop the loss within 5 years if you successfully run it. In 2013, WRPO turned a profit, and it was a great success to earn 1 million profits. But the premise is not to squeeze profits by suppressing budgets and expansion. Luo Sheng said he casually said that Wang Kaiwai's pressure came up. Is this a performance goal given by the ultimate boss? Definitely can't. And the real pressure is not 1 million profits. But the phrase cannot suppress budgets and expansion. This is too flexible. What is the budget and how much expansion? There are no clear indicators. Wang Kaiwai has to admire the leadership of this boss. It seems that a casual sentence can make you stress and drive you to work hard. No way. Who would make most of the Chinese people like to try to figure out the thoughts of their bosses? If you give a hard indicator, he will try to figure out because he doesn't believe it. Okay. Don't you like to figure out? Then I will say a little bit more flexibility, you can figure it out yourself. Luo Sheng actually said conservatively, and he didn't say a word later, that is, to strive to earn back more than 10 billion yuan in the previous period around 2017, which means that his psychological expectations are at this time in 2017. The cost of the company's investment in the esports industry does not account for inflation, and the full cost is recovered. If this is said, I am afraid that Wang Kaiwai will be overwhelmed, and he may resign voluntarily. so it is not beautiful. After watching for a while in the background, Luo Sheng left, and he didn't want to affect the frontline staff here. He actually made a lot of people nervous here, and they might leak out when they were nervous. During the meeting, Luo Sheng and the North American rock band Linkin Park met in the background, and they simply talked a few words. Speaking of which, the organizer invited the band to spend about $3.5 million in appearance fee, which is not cheap, but it is not very expensive and very reasonable. Luo Sheng spent a few minutes in an office in the background, and Wang Kaiwai briefed him on the progress of the work. Time passed quickly, with only 5 minutes left before the official opening of the opening ceremony. At this moment, nearly 59,900 people gathered in the 80,000 stadium, where the lights were bright. At this moment, viewers who failed to come to the site also watched the live broadcast on the TV or streaming video website. The Blue Star video website under Blue Star Technology Group has opened a live esports channel, but it uses a satellite live broadcast method. Fortunately, the streaming technology is strong, and the parent company provides technical and financial support behind it. You can enjoy the quality of high-definition live streaming live broadcasts. As for live TV, this is only available abroad, such as South Korean OGN TV. However, there is no such thing in mainland China, because the country has not been opened so far. These are the sequels brought by the Blue Polar Beam Internet Cafe incident. In fact, even the Yangshi Sports Channel had previously shown a sports-related programs. However, a blue polarized beam incident almost killed the domestic esports industry, which was just beginning, and was even less accepted by mainstream voices. Today, a big coffee such as Luo Sheng has come out to support esports, and it has finally reversed some situations, but in fact, Luo Sheng's reputation has also been criticized by many parents in this regard, and World of Warcraft has also been criticized by experts. The rhythm of the media has also been brought to Blue Star Technology, because Blizzard Entertainment, the developer of World of Warcraft, is now a subsidiary of Blue Star Technology Group. However, Luo Sheng never paid attention to these remarks. After all, he is not a soft coin and cannot be loved by everyone. The esports industry will finally usher in the golden age. Whether it likes it or hates it, it always comes, but it is only a matter of time. Luo Sheng's entry will accelerate the arrival of this golden age. The opening ceremony did not have so much red tape. There were no various leaders coming to the stage to give speeches or anything, adhering to the parent company's fast action, breaking the rules philosophy. The process was as streamlined as possible, allowing more time for the opening ceremony to focus on esports itself. The competition itself focuses on the links that players and audiences care about most. At 1800 hours, the sky had just faded, and the lights in the auditorium area in the stadium were turned off without warning, and the original discussions gradually disappeared. With the lights just off, the melody of music suddenly fluttered throughout the scene. The audience who watched the live broadcast laughed at the opening melody of the music. It was the first WRPO theme song Ready, one sung by Linkin Park. This is the latest single released globally, but it is no stranger to esports fans. Today, the number of clicks on the BV video website has exceeded 10 million. And the foundation of the esports industry can be seen from it. And potential. At this moment, the scene was still bleak, only the sound of music. However, this situation did not last long. Only a few seconds later, the 6 super large screens at the midfield of the stadium quickly appeared. This is the MV video of the theme song of Ready, 1, which appears in the form of animation. The lead singer Linkin Park does not appear in the MV, but another version is included in his latest album. However, this version of the MV video highlights the themes are WRPO, esports, and star pro players. It is worth mentioning that the virtual singer of Hatsune Miku has also appeared in A Glance Inside. Shortly after the MV picture appeared on the 6 super large screens, The main stage was also illuminated by the lights. The Linkin Park band had been preparing on the stage for a long time, but it was only at night that the audience could hardly see it. As soon as the lights turned on, it instantly shone in the audience. The style of this single is shown in a battle song. Linkin Park, this rock band is a new generation of music punks. It has no talents but can gamble on the best of the house. It is the unique king of mixed music in this era, incorporating many elements such as alternative rock, hip-hop rhythms and gorgeous electronic music. It has become the spiritual fortress of the A generation of rock music. For domestic music fans, Linkin Park also has a very high reputation. There are a large number of fan music fans. Among them, there are many game player groups. Their two songs, Numb and In the End, are probably familiar to domestic players. Earlier this year, QQ Speeder released by Tencent was launched. Players who played this PC game were basically no stranger to the song Numb. Even if you don't know who sang the song, as long as the melody comes out, you know where you have heard it. At this moment, while the Linkin Park band sang the theme song on the main stage, the staff behind the scenes were not idle, and another electronic production team will soon pick up www.metalnovel.com, but DJ will not show up. The stage is displayed in the form of real-time calculations through the giant screen image as a virtual singer of Hatsune Miku. Behind the scenes is a motion capture team. One of the women, the DJ actor, is wearing a tight-fitting suit with a full face and full of gods, and a disc player. Her actions are synchronized to Hatsune Miku's model through live transmission, and the virtual singer Hatsune Miku's form is played on the giant screen, facing the global audience. All of this is escorted by a huge technical team behind it. All of this may seem like a game competition, but a lot of advanced technology is used behind it. But these technologies will not be directly delivered to individual consumers like as your mobile phone, so the subversive life brought by technology is not felt. The team's task is simple. In the following opening ceremony, professional players of major esports clubs will provide background music during the entrance ceremony. Virtual singer, playing discs online. Chapter 279 latest website. As the theme song of the Linkin Park band ends and exits, the scene becomes more and more hot, and the popularity on the internet continues to rise. At this moment, a young man moved towards the middle of the stage at an unpleasant pace. The aura was completely beyond his peers, and the 6 giant screens also gave close-ups. Oh, when everyone saw the hot man in the giant screen, the audience suddenly shouted and screamed, "Number one player, number one player, number one player." I don't know who has the rhythm. The entire 80,000 stadium suddenly shouted the word uniformly, and the atmosphere at the scene was instantly pushed to the top. Hot individuals, except Liu Sheng, will not be anyone else. The audience and the media at the scene did not expect that the person who appeared next would be him. Liu Sheng. The meaning of the name and its current influence need not be overstated. He is the first idol in the minds of countless young people, especially his peers. No one, although he is not a star in the entertainment industry. His popularity are not at all weaker than international superstars. To put it even more directly, what about the frontline Hollywood stars, like Robert Downey Jr., don't have to work and earn money for him? Marvel Pictures is now the industry of Blue Star Technology Group. In the eyes of the game industry and esports industry, especially the countless esports practitioners, the man who appears at this moment is the irreplaceable number one player in their hearts. It is because of him that he has changed the pattern of the global esports industry in one hand, and also changed the pattern and environment of the domestic esports industry in the first hand, giving hope to countless esports people in the confusion. This is the number one player. In the enthusiastic applause and screams of the audience, Liu Sheng raised his hands to do a clean-up, and the sound of the audience gradually receded. Today, he rarely changed the standard equipment of the once-changing IT boss. Instead, he wore a themed peripheral merchandise sweater, black. If you remove the many dazzling auras on him, his current dress is really just like all ordinary young people present. There is not much difference. If there is a difference, it may be more sunny and handsome than most young people, and more confident and calm. Well, the temperament is a bit like the rich children's taste, but the temperament is completely different from the rich children's children, and that's it. This is also one of the big charms of his Crazy Circle fandom. There is no super rich and Big Brother's shelf, anyway, in the eyes of fans. Luo Sheng is like a big brother next door, crazy obsession and fantasy object. Welcome to the scene of the WRPO event. I am Luo Sheng. There is no goal to express. No thanks for this. Thanks. Luo Sheng's voice went through the audience, and then the audience was quiet for 2 seconds, and the big audience looked at each other. But it was only 2 seconds of silence, and then thunderous applause and excited shouts broke out again. Yes, this is very strong. It really is to move quickly and break the rules. Honestly, I'm really worried that at the beginning of the opening, various leaders took the stage to give speeches and started 40 or 50 minutes. I just want to sleep. Now it seems unnecessary to worry. Don't beep, just start, and just like this rhythm. Who in the industry does not know that Luo Sheng is a story king? As long as he is on the stage, he can immediately grasp the rhythm of the audience, and then he continues to talk with Mr. Ma without any compromise. The topics of serving all mankind, changing the world, etc. came in handy, and they said the truth, although they did not understand. They also felt very powerful, and the story was still very good. But today, Luo Sheng is surprisingly direct. As a result, industry insiders have said that Luo Sheng knows more about what young people think and want. All in all, praise is Barabara. Anyway, what a celebrity says is fragrant. If you say something indecent, even a fart must have made sense in it. Some boring people also made a specific calculation. From the appearance to the last departure, Luo Sheng took less than 50 seconds. But then again, even if Zhang Bowen appeared on the scene for 10 minutes, Luo Sheng would not stand silent for 10 seconds. The level is different, the influence is different, and the effect and result are definitely different. His appearance, no matter how long he appeared, as long as he came to the scene in person, is not comparable to others. This makes all esports professionals excited. This is an indication of an attitude that has released a signal to the world, especially those in the esports industry. He attaches great importance to the development of the esports industry. For an emerging industry that is small in scale and even has many controversies, it is difficult to be accepted by mainstream voices. It needs too much support from big-name figures. Just like a reassurance pill, Luo Sheng came out at such a station. The confidence of all esports practitioners was greatly encouraged, and it was bound to bring greater enthusiasm into this field, because the future is more reliable and more promising. The grounded gas is also domineering, saying that Luo Sheng gave the industry a bite of stable food, and the words are not coarse and not exaggerated. If it weren't for him to smash more than 10 billion in, he wouldn't know how many people would be forced to change careers and give up their dreams. With Luo Sheng announcing the official start of WRPO, the official host of the event will subsequently appear, followed by the important process of the opening ceremony. Today is the opening ceremony and will not play. Backstage, the managers and team leaders of major esports clubs are continuously communicating with the staff of the event organizer, and the entrance ceremony has entered the countdown stage. WRPO is not a national cup, but an annual club competition. The current esports environment cannot play the national competition. Really playing the national cup, the current mainstream esports project is basically the world of Korean players. Luo Sheng reshapes the esports industry and builds the WRPO esports brand. There was no idea of relying on traditional sports. Esports people just have to play by themselves, without having to look at anyone's face. As long as the industry is strong enough and commercialization has followed, there will naturally be more follow-ups. No one can go through with banknotes, which is a timeless and famous saying. Players participating in the WRPO event represent fighting for glory for their club and themselves. Of course, the entrance ceremony is under the name of the club. Clubs are also the core of the WRPO alliance system, because professional players can transfer transactions between major clubs, which is similar to traditional sports clubs. However, a sports needs its own characteristics in some places, and cannot all copy the traditional sports model. With the passage of time, every minute and a second, at around 1825, the host finally announced the entrance ceremony for almost 10 minutes on the stage, and half of them reported the name of the sponsor. No way. WRPO has to be the right meal. Sponsors are the pillar source of income for the overall event. A very hot piece of electronic music beginning resounded throughout the audience. The 6 super LED screens in the center of the stadium also appeared in the picture of Hatsune Miiku's incarnation as a DJ girl. It's so vivid. The cute Hatsune girl is full of energy. Is this a good exercise in advance? If it is, then the planning behind the scenes is too powerful. Ha, normal operation. My rabbit is best at doing this kind of big scene. Blue Star Technology is definitely a music production company delayed by a sports. The background music is hot. The audience at the scene talked a lot, and then the screen on the giant screen switched to the area where the players entered. The ceremony has begun. The first team hurry up. In the background, the first esports club to play in the game, the leader of the team with a wireless earplugs, heard the shouting command voice, immediately shouted at his team members. The deputy team took the lead immediately, led the team with the club's flag, and the team leader and members of the club followed closely behind. All are wearing uniforms customized by the club, professional players with player IDs, and team leaders such as team leaders with related work permits. With the entry of large groups, the original chaos in the esports industry was instantly reversed, and it successfully turned to standardization. You need to know that before the esports circle, before 2007 or before Blue Star Technology entered the field, the atmosphere of the entire circle was difficult to get on the stage, especially those who played CS. Because it is a team competition project, many young people are its irritable brother. It's the offline real-life park, the kind of playing group. It makes the whole circle feel like a smoke to the outsiders. With the establishment of the WRPO system, large groups entered the game, and the situation became glorious. As a sports players, especially professional players, they have been given new and high-honored new goals to win the WRPO trophy, to win the title of top player honor, and even to enter the WRPO Hall of Fame. For some players with bad behaviors, the former boss of WRPO will not reverse the case. If he repeats the crime, he will be fined for warning, suspended for life, or even suspended for life. Now to us is the WNV club. When the first club led the team, the voice of the host on the scene resounded throughout the scene, and the camera switched accordingly. The leading deputy leader carried the battle flag, and the flag flying in the wind was the club's logo, Team Logo NV. This moment is undoubtedly very ritual, and it is also the first time that the players feel this atmosphere. The host started to introduce this club. WNV is definitely an old club with a lot of brand in the country. It can be said that it is one of the pioneers of Huago esports. The club's main project is Half-Life, which has 4 major competitions, namely CS, Warcraft, StarCraft and Live Football. After receiving the sponsorship and the support provided by WRPO, the WNV club quickly went on track. With the help of the WRPO organizing committee, the management staff of the club also went to South Korea to learn how others operate, and it was established own youth training system. The fans of the WNV club at the scene were also excited to see the support of the participating teams. Many fan audiences were shouting about the teams or professional players they supported. The entrance ceremony was accompanied by the full-blown beginnings BGM, which was also driven by music to render the atmosphere of blood and competition to the extreme. The players in the team were also infected by the magnificent live scene. www.mentalnovel.com. The excitement in my heart is beyond words. Their subconscious are telling, this is the ultimate stage that symbolizes the highest honor of esports players. Domestic esports professional players have basically come out of the environment of chaos and smoke, and now they have come to this highest arena and the holy place in their hearts. Each player's heart is full of ritual, cheers. It also ignited their hearts, becoming more and more surging. There is no doubt that the CS project is the top role of the WNV club, and this appearance is also in the C position. The big screen also scrolls to introduce the player information of the 4 major events of the WNV club. Due to the limited time, each player does not appear on the giant screen for a long time. There is also an update, and strive to fill out the pit of the esports story today, and ask for subscriptions, recommended tickets, monthly tickets, rewards, etc. Chinese website. Chapter 280. The latest website, as the WNV club led the team into the game, a distance of almost 30 meters, the second club also debuted. It was from Fnatic from Europe. When each club appeared, the host would talk to the club, a brief overview of history and achievements. When the third club appeared, the cheers at the venue were obviously higher than before. This club is simply WE. It has 5 competitions, among which Warcraft, Starcraft, and CS are in the top 3, and Warcraft is the undisputed representative project of WE. However, it is very regrettable that Sky, as one of the founders of the WE club and known as the Emperor of Warcraft, suffered severe Waterloo in the WRPO division this year. At the same time, the WCG held in Cologne, Germany this summer failed to. After the expedition, he finally ranked 5th in the WRPO standings in the China division, and missed the first WRPO World Championship. After losing the game in the sub-region, tears came to the scene several times. This is also a big regret for Sky himself and countless fans. Many people feel that it is really regrettable that the WCG Double Crown King Sky has not appeared on the first WRPO World of Warcraft game. He is also very unwilling, but it cannot be changed. This is the cruelty of esports. And esports don't believe in tears. It is worth mentioning that the first 3 of the WRPO standings of the World of Warcraft in the China division are young and new faces, including 3 players like Saya and Infi. Grubby, the champion of the WCG World of Warcraft project this summer, directly sent the WRPO 16. The WCG's championship gold content was recognized by WRPO. Winning the championship can directly advance to the top 16 to compete for the WRPO trophy. The next 4 consecutive teams are from South Korea, namely KT Club, SKT Club and CJ Club. The killing of the Korean subdivision can be said to be the most terrible, and the Star Project is the most. One must know that in the Korean local Star SPL Team League, there are 12 giant clubs. In order to get a WRPO, tickets are almost out of blood. The South Korean Club S competitions are undoubtedly the Interstellar Project. The first 16 of the first WRPO competitions are the Interstellar events. In addition to the top 3 players in the standings of the South Korean division, 7 other players chose to be traded and joined other regional clubs, and entered the WRPO 16 as a player in other regions. In other words, 10 of the 16 players in the top 16 are Koreans. They are Bisu, Jbai, BST, CF, Luxury. Among them, the top 4 players in the standings are referred to by the players in the domestic Interstellar Circle as the Interstellar 4 Emperors Bing Li Shuang, which are Bisu Jinzalong, Stork Song Bingu, Li Yongyao, and Jedong Li Jiadong. In the esports world, these 4 professional players are the most dazzling presence now. Their presence has eclipsed other players. Among them, Li Yongyao, who is currently the world leader in the WRPO standings, is horrible that he was only 16 years old this year, and even more so that he debuted last year. This year, he swept the star player Stork Song Bingo and won be the first OSL champion with high gold content and become the youngest OSL champion. In the first WRPO Interstellar event, Bing Li Shuang was a big hit. There are a total of 43 esports clubs in 12 events, and each club must operate at least 2 events. Finally, the final club came out. Amazingly, The BTG Club, launched by the esports divisions of Blue Star Technology Group, was launched. When the battle flag of BTG flew in, the atmosphere of the audience immediately entered a new high. This club was hailed as the prison of WRPO by the esports circle. Although the club was only established last year, it was also questioned in the circle that returning to WRPO is both a player and a referee. The best way to respond to questions is the result of this year's game. The BTG Club was born with a special mission. It is a blood-making factory in the esports ecosystem. It trains a talented player and then kicks it out. Other esports clubs are not may accept such a mission, because this is a losing trade. But there is no doubt that the BTG Club does not say the strength of the players in the team, but the reputation has not been weaker than the first-tier Korean esports clubs that have existed for 10 years, such as KT, SKT, Samsung, CJ. It is a giant among the giants. However, the mission of the BTG Club is different from other clubs. BTG positions itself as the Hwangwang Military Academy in the esports circle, so neither the famous star players nor the champion players sign the new generation talented player. Of course, the BTG Club itself also has to be honored. The best expectation is that the newly trained players will win the championship once under the BTG Club, and then they will not sign again next year and sell the players to other clubs. For example, this time, when the BTG Club was established, players in the esports circle thought that BTG had to set up a bank battleship, and they thought that Sky would be bought by BTG, which was not bad money. The result was beyond everyone's expectation, and there was not a well-known player under the BTG Club. The current BTG Club operates 6 competitions, of which the main team is the Warcraft team. This esports project has 4 players, including 2 young new faces like and Infi, who entered the top 16 of the WRPO Warcraft project this year. The second is the Star Project and CS Project. Time passed by every minute, and as the BTG Club cruised around the stadium for a week and entered the designated area of the big stage, each club has an area. At this moment, the battle flag fluttered, and the background music just reached the High Dynasty passage. The pictures in the 6 super large screens in the midfield area flashed into the animated scene after a glimpse of DJ Girl Hatsune Miku, and a surprising mirror image of the scene. Along with the sound of music and the cheering and shouting of the scene, the long-prepared firework ceremony was broadcast as scheduled, and the colorful pictures were presented in the night sky, pushing the scene atmosphere to a new high. All the esports players who participated in the admission ceremony were not at peace. This is the moment of highlight and attracted much attention, especially domestic esports players. At this moment they deeply felt a sense of ceremony and honor, and silently said to themselves that they are an esports player. This opening ceremony is more high-end than any traditional sports event. The audience at the scene was just as excited as the audience before the video, and their hearts were not as calm. Slipping over, there are definitely surprises, and the powerful ebb is awesome. Too much beyond expectations, it's worth the return fare. I don't know why, this scene is inexplicably bloody. Maybe the rendering of music and the atmosphere of the scene are too in place, just like watching a comic. Yes. It feels good. On the activities of the big scenes and the rendering of the atmosphere of the big scenes, we still have to watch my Huexio operation. It is necessary. This is the director of the old tricks. The Olympic Games has witnessed its skills. Before that, I couldn't believe it. Esports games can also achieve this kind of grand occasion. I thought it was just a house play. I didn't expect it to be so. Just kidding. The ultimate boss of Blue Star Technology has all been fake. How could it be a play? Bad broken. I thought it would be great if the WRPO event was not weaker than WCG. I didn't expect me to be wrong. Just looking at the opening ceremony today, WRPO will have no suspense as the world's largest esports event. As an esports fan, it's really too happy to witness this moment. Blue Star's family bucket, isn't it? I don't support it. By the way, I bought a blue mobile phone. The wallet is really annoying. Don't take it. Take it away. Countless domestic esports players want to shout at this moment, "This is a carnival feast in the esports circle." There is no harm without comparison. Before Blue Star technology reshapes the entire esports industry, it is a road that has almost no hope for those engaged in the esports industry in China. But all this happened because of the entry of Blue Star technology. At present, the moment of esports carnival is the highest expectation of countless esports people. Before, they could only imagine, but now it is a fact. Time passed, the admission ceremony ended, and each club returned to the background. At the same time, the time came to around 1910, and the stadium's middle stage lights went out for a while. When it turned on again, the Linkin Park rock band had appeared on the stage, and the accompaniment of the music also spread throughout the audience. At the moment, the song sung by Linkin Park is called Numb. This song is one of the rock band's masterpieces and one of the most famous English songs in China. In the final part of the opening ceremony, the audience was pleasantly surprised. Linkin Park did not expect to sing again on the stage, and it was a trio. Well, the proper purchase of esports tickets gives the rhythm of the concert. Linkin Park's last single was In the End, which literally translates to last. Finally, at around 1935, the opening ceremony of the first WRPO World #1 player contest in 2008 ended in 95 minutes. And there was no P-point during the whole process. Linkin Park sang In the End and ended successfully. In the early hours of the morning, keywords such as WRPO and Linkin Park appeared in hot searches such as Weibo and Yunj search. The major online forums, especially the Players Circle, were hotly debated. Sports-related media and entertainment media, including several mainstream media, are reporting on this carnival feast in the field of esports. Luo Sheng once again rectified the name of the esports platform, which also triggered a big social discussion. When the media in Europe and the United States made positive comments, most of them were positive, and once again praised Luo Sheng's good at catching young people. Esports also gained greater exposure and publicity. After the opening ceremony, the game officially started on the second day. The rules of the three major esports events are basically the same, but different competitions play both differently. The top 16 teams are divided into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D, to draw and play. The 16th game was launched on the substage. Because the top 16 games also have chickens and pecking each other, the strengths of the major divisions have not been evenly balanced so far, especially in the Interstellar event. The players in the Korean division are basically able to hang non-Korean players from other regions. But after entering the quarterfinals, none of them are weak, and they are not weak. Therefore, the quarterfinals will start on the main stage. The quarterfinals will be played on Saturday, and the semi-finals and finals will begin on the weekend. Saturdays and weekends are also closed days, and the audience is also the most. The time is clearly arranged. Luo Sheng has been in Shenqing these days, and he won't leave until all the matches have been played. When StarCraft, Warcraft, and CS, the three major mainstream sports items, are competing for the championship, he will come to the scene again for the first time. Champion awarded an honorary certificate. This is the first event of the WRPO, which has extraordinary significance. In the future, Luo Sheng will basically not need to be present. It will only be necessary for other executives to go there. On Friday, the second day of the WRPO event. Nowadays, the top 16 competition is in full swing, and Luo Sheng appeared in the conference room of the WRPO Event Operation Department this afternoon. Mr. Luo, this is the esports development plan we will formulate in the next 5 years or so. Wang Kaiwai, who was sitting in the conference room, handed a document from Luo Sheng to the chief position. When he handed in the information, Luo Sheng stopped and said, "I will not take a closer look at the plan, and you will probably tell me about it." Wang Kaiwai put the materials back to him, nodded, and reorganized his words and said, "We have already started planning the second WRPO event next year. and we have decided to adopt a city bidding scheme. The popularity of esports has undoubtedly exceeded the expectations of the industry, especially the first WRPO event currently being held, which is far more than WCG. Of course, Blue Star's massive investment and the efforts of the event organizers are also contributing. But more and more data are showing the potential of esports, a brand new industry, and its future is very imaginative. Typical examples are Germany, which is also the only mechanical keyboard manufacturer, Cherry Corporation. Starting in 2008, or a little further from the beginning of the establishment of the WRPO event brand, Cherry has ushered in a new opportunity for rebirth, and esports has almost saved the mechanical keyboard business. Esports has driven players' enthusiasm for the consumption of mechanical keyboards, which has made Cherry's sales of mechanical keyboards soar this year. This also made the manufacturers who had previously given up the mechanical keyboard business unable to sit still. They are now meeting to discuss the issue of re-entering this field, but Cherry, which has always insisted to this day and even once became the leader of the mechanical keyboard business. The emergence and continued prosperity of esports have given mechanical keyboards a chance to be reborn. The growth of Cherry's business has also indirectly demonstrated the potential of the esports industry. There are more other data that all indicate that the growth rate of the esports industry is very exaggerated. Wang Kaiwai went on to say, "The host city of the second WRPO event in 2009 has been finalized. It will be held in Seattle, North America. The end of this event will be announced to the public. The third session in 2010 is also in the bidding, and no accident will happen." In Cologne, Germany and Seoul, South Korea. Luo Sheng nodded. Wang Kaiwai added, "Another more important work is the future vision of the WRPO Alliance. We are studying the scheme of binding clubs and cities under the WRPO Tournament Alliance system. The vision of the operation department is that the entire plate will become larger in the future. Each club should have its own main gaming stadium, and each club should have its own home stadium in a certain city." Luo Sheng was quite surprised. It seems that the WRPO organizing committee and the operation department are doing a good job. The thinking is so advanced. The key is to plan correctly. Wang Kaiwai didn't know what he was thinking, and immediately laughed. "Of course, Mr. Luo, this is just an imagination within us. There must be no basis for doing so now. Aside from foreigner sports clubs, especially South Korean clubs, we in the mainland esports has a rough start late, and now the club that can get it is BTG. Other clubs have limited financial resources and are simply impossible. Compared with more than a year ago, the domestic esports environment has changed dramatically, but it has also changed from chaos to disorder. In fact, the overall investment scale of the esports club is actually very limited. It can't be compared, especially compared with South Korea. Blue Star technology has helped many domestic clubs to attract sponsors. In fact, most of them secretly paid for their own bills. But Blue Star's money was not brought by the gale. This behavior of using electricity to generate electricity is absolutely necessary for the development of the entire industry, is unhealthy. At present, 17 domestic esports clubs, including BTG, that have entered the WRPO Alliance system, have all been approved by the organizing committee. The grounding is that they are regular and professional. While various civilian teams there are so many ox hairs, and the names are also various. Well, this plan is very imaginative. The market size will go up in the future. If the market allows it, you can try it out, try a pilot, and so on. If it works, then it will be fully promoted. www.mentalnovel.com. Luo Sheng is simple and clear said that this statement gave the operation department and other people great confidence. But a simple sentence was the ultimate recognition of their work by boss. "I'm afraid the boss is not satisfied." Luo Sheng did not stay in the WRPO operation department for too long. He left after the meeting and did not go to watch the game. Instead, he returned to the hotel to rest. Just look at the international information. What happened in the industry, some news about the company, and then sent someone to arrange some young ladies and sisters to play. Although he is regarded by many sports players as the #1 player in his heart, he really does not like playing video games very much. Still, younger sister is fun. Qin Weimu and Irene were not around this time, of course. Luo Sheng was a wild horse that had been detached. There were no scruples and galloping. There were not many opportunities for such a strong wave. There should be a chapter at 11 o'clock tonight, and the pit for sports can be filled. Chapter 281. Another big event. Latest website. The time has passed and the WRPO event finally comes to the finals. On the last day of the event, the morning, was the final of Warcraft 3 inches. The two sides of the match staged a papaya war again, that is, this year's WCG champion from the Netherlands directly promoted to Grubby in the WRPO 16 finals. Entered the finals again, and his opponent is Moon, who also played in the WCG finals, and is called by the players in the circle as Moon Magic Korean players. It is worth mentioning that the two teenagers, Like and Infi, of the BTG team were eliminated, and the experience of the competition was obviously insufficient, and they missed the peak duel of this event. Infi was placed in the death group, and was disqualified prematurely. Like, the farthest stop in the top 8 was easily taken away by Moon Demon Moon. The first WRPO lacked the old rival Sky, and the youngsters couldn't help the top players who had been famous for a long time, which led to Grubby and Moon starring in the Papaya War. The final result was a reenactment of the WCG finals this summer. Moon Demon Moon failed to report WCG's vengeance at the final scene of WRPO, and was recently lost to the top player trophy, which represents the highest honor of esports. Tears once again spilled over the stadium, as if it were yesterday. Grubby became the biggest winner of the Warcraft project in 2008. At the same time, he won the WCG and WRPO championships this year. These are the 2 gold medals in the field of esports so far. Grubby also successfully won the 2008 Warcraft Top Player honor and successfully took home the first Warcraft RPO trophy. After Grubby won the championship, Luo Sheng appeared again on the field and personally awarded him the 2008 Warcraft Player of the Year honor certificate, and took away a prize of $300,000. As an individual event, Grubby enjoys the exclusive $300,000 before tax and can also take photos with the world's first-rate Super Reach. It can be described as a combination of fame and fortune, and this year has directly reached a new peak in the career of personal events. Also envy others. Perhaps the most distressed is Moon, one step away but missed. WCG once again fell in the hands of the enemy. But there is only one champion. The final of FIFA started at noon, and the afternoon was the final time of team competition Project CS. The two sides played against were Fnatic from Europe and the United States and WNV from the mainland. In the end, the WNV team defeated Fnatic. The CSRPO trophy successfully stayed in the mainland, and the WNV team successfully snatched the $1.2 million championship bonus. According to the current exchange rate, it was 8.2 million yuan for the soft sister currency, and there was also tax deduction. More than 6 million WNV6 players were able to receive an average prize of 1 million yuan. For them, it is a rhythm of getting rich overnight. During the finals, some members of the team members also secretly came to the scene to watch the game. In order not to affect their games, they were not told. Witness it all with your own eyes. Understand that children are not playthings, they are truly athletes, and after seeing the championship and receiving millions of dollars in prizes, they no longer oppose them playing esports. Too real. At 18 o'clock in the evening, the finale of the Finale Project WRPO StarCraft was held on the main stage. If you choose which project to represent esports, StarCraft is an undisputed project. Esports is born because of interstellar demand. In a sense, the development history of interstellar hegemony is the birth and development history of esports. Both sides of the battle are Koreans. This is no way out. The Koreans currently have almost no solution to the interstellar power. The 32 top players in the South Korean division can easily pull out one of the non-Korean players. The star competition is probably the most intense competition. Starting from the quarterfinals, all players are doing their best, and not to mention anything else. The championship prize is 300,000, which is exclusive to one person, and that is not the Rhythm of the Blood. Xpeng Li Shuang, known as the contemporary four-star emperors, joined hands to advance to the semi-finals, namely, Jedong, Baisu and Stork. The 16-year-old human race players swept the old opponent Stork to advance to the final in the semi-final. Baisu, the strongest Protoss player in the history of the Interstellar, cut off the Zerg player Jedong, known as the Big Devil, and advanced to the final with 3 years younger compete for the final championship trophy and that $30 prize. In this BO5 game, Baisu again staged the tragic ending of his personal tournament career, and doubled up to become a runner-up in an event with a very high gold content. This also made the topic of the first WRPO event even hotter. The result of the game was a victory over Baisu with a score of 3-1. Which successfully won the cup and snatched a prize money of $300,000. And this 16-year-old Korean interstellar player has been out of his professional life since the end of this year. He is super invincible all the way, and his consciousness is like opening a Mac plug-in. Can even become the only player. As Luo Sheng appeared and made his debut again, after completing the top player honorary certificate for the first WRPO Interstellar Championship, the first WRPO event came to an end. Finally, the WRPO organizing committee announced the address of the 2009 Second World Player Championship. At this point, the 4-day global esports event Carnival has finally come to a successful end. Luo Sheng left Shenqing that night. The first WRPO event was quite successful. Although the final financial audit data showed a loss of 47.42 million yuan, it was equivalent to burning 1 or 2 billion yuan to run this competition. However, Luo Sheng did not even think of making a profit in the first session. He lost more than 40 million yuan. No more than 400 million yuan has surprised him. This shows that the potential and prospects of esports are promising. By the next day, the Wall Street Journal reported on the WRPO event, and the newspaper's secondary page published an article by a Wall Street analyst. This article is an estimate of the size and business prospects of the global esports industry. The Wall Street Journal claims that in the 4 days when the WRPO event was held, it directly or indirectly led to the consumption scale of about $1.75 billion, $11.9 billion yuan in the local area. The article praised the commercialization of WRPO and focused on electronics. The current user scale of athletics may have exceeded 50 million globally, and its business prospects may need to be re-evaluated. These news undoubtedly made people turn their attention to Luo Sheng again. At the beginning, he invested more than 10 billion to lay out the global esports industry. The esports division of Blue Star Technology Group created the WRPO event brand, and many people were not optimistic. As it turns out, oh my god, the commercialization potential of the esports industry is still okay. I have to say that Luo Sheng is not just a large number of blind worshippers in China, but even Silicon Valley and Wall Street have been increasingly crowded with him. In their eyes, the child of the internet is simply a miracle. He has never overturned a car, and has maintained a complete victory in both the technology and business circles. It's incredible. It's impossible not to worship blindly. Although many people do not want to accept subjective will or even believe it, the facts before them have to believe that the people who follow him are basically profitable. On the contrary, they are distressed and regret that they did not follow suit at the time. Suddenly more people are studying esports than before. There are all kinds of signs that this industry may really be as strong as Luo Sheng described at the beginning, and it will grow to become a market with tens of billions or even hundreds of billions in market size. Industry. If this is the case, Blue Star Technology Group will become the overlord in the field of esports. and it is basically difficult for the latecomers to shake it. Now there is no capital daring to play like Luo Sheng, then I am afraid that no one wants to overthrow the status of the WRPO event brand, then Blue Star Technology can certainly dominate the competitive industry. At the same time as Shenxing was hosting the WRPO sports event at the same time, a team in Tokyo next door was also stepping up the layout of another large-scale event, and it still belongs to the industry of Blue Star Technology Group. That's right, the first concert of the virtual singer Hatsune Miku, which is planned to be created by its virtual idol eSport, which has generated a lot of popularity in China, Europe and the United States, does not seem to catch a cold in this place. Also, the small book lacks interest in eSport, and can even expand its scope. Most of the game players in this book are console game players, and there are not many PC players. It is no surprise that esports has not caused much movement in Japan. At present, the three major esports projects CS, StarCraft and Warcraft are PC online games. However, there is still a part of the dead house that pays attention to the Shenxing WRPO Sports Club. Of course, the focus of their attention is not the esports itself, but the virtual singer Hatsune Miku linked with WRPO. During the WRPO event, Hatsune Miku is not the protagonist, esports is the theme, but because of Hatsune Miku, WRPO has also gained some popularity on the Japanese side. This is the benefit brought by the linkage. Tokyo. He Zhao has been here in Tokyo for more than a month. He is the head of the Virtual Idol Project Department of Blue Star Technology. Currently, there is only 1 week left before the first virtual concert of Hatsune Miku. Time is up. At this moment, He Zhao is at the concert scene. Here is a busy scene, and the staff are nervously setting up the hardware equipment of the stage. At this time, a staff member hurriedly came to He Zhao, and his face was a little nervous. After seeing He Zhao, he said carefully, "Well, there is a problem with the screen." After hearing this, He Zhao turned around and looked at the other person and stared. "What are you talking about?" The staff member said weakly, "We found that the glass plate had severe deformation and cracks." He Zhao took a deep breath, and when the people around him heard it, he realized that there was trouble, and it was still in this section. Hurry to notify the factory in the United States, and work overtime to rebuild a brand new airlift. Within 72 hours, I requested that the transparent glass screen on the stage be complete. When everyone was screaming at why the scene was super, he calmed down quickly as he commanded. This is not the time for accountability. Hatsune Miku's concert uses projection imaging technology independently developed by Blue Star Technology, but not a true holographic projection technology. Because Hatsune Miku is projected on a transparent screen, the human eye looks three-dimensional and real. He Zhao's virtual idol plan has been in excess of US $1.53 billion since the project was established. The research and development of projection imaging technology has eaten up the US $200 million of the total budget. Transparent glasses are domestic currently. Production is not possible, and the Research and Development Department is also set up in the United States. The Virtual Idol plan provides about 40% of the domestic manufacturing and research and development of hardware facilities, and the rest are overseas, mainly in Japan and the United States. In order to create a sense of three-dimensionality and realism, projection on a huge screen requires the use of many dedicated projectors and the generation of computer images after special processing. By superimposing these images into a three-dimensional projection image, artificial intelligence technology is required here. Auxiliary projecting an image with a transparent screen is very good and the effect is very good. But the disadvantage is that it cannot produce brightness, so the best effect is to hold a concert at night. If the brightness of the projected image is increased, the transparency of the screen will inevitably be reduced, which will make the audience aware of the existence of the screen. In order not to reduce the transparency of the screen, the surrounding light must be dim, so only one step can be compromised. The virtual concert is performed at night. However, this also means that there is still much room for improvement in current technology. Among the screens, the best material is graphene. Screens made with this new material with super transparency can solve this problem. However, technical problems are not urgent, and it takes time to invest in research and development. The Côte d'Azur companies are recruiting research and development talents on a large scale, increasing the scale of research and development investment, and the output also takes time. As for the new material of graphene, the production technology for mass production is not available worldwide. The Midway accident did not delay the progress of the accident. It was planned to proceed according to the original schedule. After receiving the news, the factory in the United States immediately rushed to manufacture and prepared to be shipped by air. At the same time, the promotion of Hatsune Miku's first virtual concert has begun. There were a total of 6,280 tickets for the first concert. In addition to the tickets that were originally sold as Virtual Idol 3-piece products, the rest 5,500 tickets were sold online 3 days ago and sold out in 1.88 seconds. The enthusiasm of the Deadhouses greatly exceeded the organizers' expectations. It is worth mentioning that in Japan, the Virtual Idol 3-piece product with a retail price of 9,999 yuan is currently sold. The cumulative sales volume has reached 1.87 million sets, which greatly exceeded expectations, and sales reached 2.465 billion yuan. Sister Coins. Sales of more than 1 million are best-selling products, and the 3-piece set is not cheap. Excluding the exchange rate change is equivalent to a retail price of $193. Visible consumption of Dead Homes. Over the past year, the Virtual Idol project he is responsible for has also continued to develop. Hatsune Miku has released 3 official albums in succession, of which the second album is the best-selling album and has won 980,000 worldwide. The sales volume almost broke 1 million. In these days, Hatsune Miku is sucking fanfare around the world as a virtual singer. Among them, Japan's fans and enthusiasm can be said to be the highest. However, if the costs are evenly distributed, both the album sales and the 3-piece sales of movie soundtracks, games, and sound production software will be evenly lost. This project was originally intended to operate for a loss of 10 years. So the loss was not unexpected. For the current development of Hatsune, for his Chaos Operation team, he is also happy and at ease. On the second day, www.mentalnovel.com Blue Star Technology Group's Virtual Idol Operation Department propagandized for Hatsune Miku's Tokyo concert, and announced a 290-second top CG promotional video about the Tokyo concert-themed promotional video. Well, when you see the quality of this promotional video, the first impression of the fan audience is that funds are burning, and this CG propaganda fund is sky-high price of $17.98 million. If you want to recover the cost of this CG promo film by holding this concert, it is heaven and earth. The concert tickets are sold out, but the total income is only over $900,000. Which is less than the fraction of this promotional film. Even if the concert is during the period, the surrounding authorization, handmade income and other income were all counted in. The comparison of the figures is also a sloppy salary. What's more, other inputs for hosting this virtual concert have also been added. The size of the capital dropped can also indirectly show how ambitious the Blue Star Technology Group is. If you want to build an epic IP from scratch, and eventually make it a cash cow, you must cultivate it by blood. Chapter 282 Sonos Legacy. Selchip latest website. The first batch of fans of Hatsune Miku have been suffocated by official propaganda, and the sense of expectation has skyrocketed, but they do not know some of the troubles encountered when setting up the stage. 70 hours after the glass screen was damaged, a brand new screen was finally shipped from North America to Tokyo as scheduled after the expedited manufacturing was completed. Don't worry about it. If you mess it up, It's really over. At this moment, the person in charge, He Jiao, was at the scene. It took about 3 hours or so to complete the completion of the stage transparent screen. At this point, the stage hardware equipment layout of the Hatsune Miku virtual concert has been basically completed. The follow-up work that is currently being arranged intensively is to install other sensors. After this step is completed, it is possible to use action input to operate characters, which means that the scope of future applications can also be expanded. In fact, the theory of naked eye 3D stereo imaging is very simple, but it can only be realized after using various technologies of hardware and software. At the concert, the ultra-thin reflective LCD projector must first be placed around the venue. This ultra-thin projector is only 5 mm thick and requires 288 projectors. A set of projectors costs about $100 and about $28,000. The projection system can divide the arc into a group every 30 degrees, and one group consists of 24 projectors. The resolution of each group of projectors is 800 × 800 pixels in full color. If the projected image is directly displayed on a direct view screen, no picture can be seen, because the picture projected by a group of projectors is not an angle of Hatsune Miku, but an image connected from the front to the side, as abstract as Picasso's paintings. This kind of image is formed because of the unique optical design of the Virtual Idol technology development team. The image from the projector arranged in a circular configuration is not directly projected on the top of the projection area, but the bottom, and then passes through the cone shape below. Optical parts project the picture. This conical part does not diffuse the incident light, but passes directly to the inside of the cone. In this way, when the light is about to diverge, although it will diffuse at an interval of 60 degrees in the vertical direction, it will basically not diffuse in the horizontal direction. The optical picture produced by this principle and the flat screen display are two completely different structures. Therefore, the visual design is also different from the general rendering. Although it is 800 × 800 pixels, it is necessary to render this from the perspective of 288 cameras, so the calculation load is relatively heavy. However, this problem can be solved by using cloud computing related services. The solution is to directly connect Draw on cloud platforms. A graphics card can process 8 2400 × 1600 pixel pictures, and then divide them into 800 × 800 pixel pictures and send them to each projector. The effect is that interaction can be achieved to a certain extent. There is no doubt that the goal of the He Jiao team is that Hatsune Miku will not only be able to perform on the stage, it will also be able to achieve more real-time interaction in the future by upgrading and iterating technology. Fortunately, with the completion of the data center in Osaka, Blue Star Technology Group has opened the market of big data and cloud computing services in a small notebook. He Jiao, who was on site supervision at the concert venue, suddenly received a message. "Are you always here?" When He Jiao heard the secretary coming to report, he immediately ordered the work here, and he did not forget to tell all the staff members at the venue, whether they were their fellow citizens or Japanese employees. "Don't mess up." Then he was ready to receive Liu Sheng. He did not expect that the big boss would come to Tokyo silently. At this moment, Liu Sheng has landed smoothly at Tokyo International Airport and has left the airport. The main purpose of his coming to Japan this time is not for the Virtual Idol plan. This is just the way to go. The main purpose is to talk to Sony about the acquisition. Liu Sheng, the company's hot potato cell chip related industry, is very interested. Sony, Toshiba and IBM worked together for several years on the cell chip in an attempt to oust Intel, and the biggest international joke in the history of the chip was achieved. IBM couldn't bear it and adopted. It didn't pay much for itself. Funding is basically from Sony. But for Sony, it can be miserable. After being crippled by the cell chip project, it still loses about $300 by selling a PS3, and it must be sold with tears. The ambitious cell chip project has made Sonos billions of dollars in R&D investment so that it hasn't been recognized by her mother. For Sony, It is now full of ideas how to make money and make up for this hole. However, Luo Sheng did not rush to meet Sony when he came to Yuan. Instead, he sent his men to contact him first to see if Sony had any intention to sell the Cell Chip project. Meet and talk to each other. After getting off the private plane, Luo Sheng didn't go to the hotel to rest. The small book here does not need to cross more than half of the Earth's jet lag, so he took a special car directly to the virtual concert venue. While Luo Sheng rushed in, the project leader He Jiao had been waiting at the designated reception for a long time, and the Luo Sheng team finally arrived in about 20 minutes. This trip to Japan is also quite low. So far, there have been no news reports about his arrival in Japan. A few bodyguards got out of the car first, and after a while, He Jiao saw Luo Sheng coming out of the car and couldn't help welcoming him. "General Luo, why don't you inform me in advance if I come here? I can arrange it well." "How? I'm afraid I can't see anything." Luo Sheng laughed. If that was 3 days ago, I would be a little scared." Hikaru said. "Oh, something went wrong?" Luo Sheng could not help looking at him. "It's like this, a big problem occurred on a screen 3 days ago, but I've arranged it properly. The new glass screen urgently manufactured in North America today has been delivered and installed." He Jiao Nature was afraid to hide these things. As he said, he gestured please, and then led Luo Sheng to inspect the scene. "It's inevitable to make some mistakes, and you can ensure that the results meet the expectations," Luo Sheng said casually. This matter was quickly skipped, and while walking around the scene, He Jiao also briefly reported to him for the first time some work arrangements for a virtual concert. Don't look at it as an entertainment concert, but the things that Blue Star Technology does are related to high technology. The Virtual Idol project team has now reached more than 2,600 people, of which the Technology Research and Development team accounts for 60%. There are more than 1,600 technical R&D personnel including hardware and software. The French Riviera also provided technical cooperation and provided many technical solutions. To hold a virtual concert, technological elements are indispensable. How to present the virtual ones in 3 dimensions and interact with reality is technical work. The reason why there are so many R&D personnel is because Virtual Idol is a pioneering business in itself. No one has done it before. So how to use virtual means of Hatsune Miku to interact with fans in the real world through technical means. You must resolve the technical obstacles yourself, because no third party provides the corresponding technical solution. Can only fumble forward. Currently, there is a research and development center in Yokohama, Japan, a research and development center in North America, and a research and development center in China, and we are actively constructing corresponding factories. The R&D investment of hardware equipment such as projectors and screens on the stage is basically a loss, because the market is too small, basically for virtual idols, and currently the virtual idol singer worldwide is BlueXing Technology is doing it. Basically it is digesting by itself, so it will inevitably fail to return to the original. It is indispensable, it must be there. Generally speaking, yes, I saw a lot of elements of Hatsune Miku www.metalnovel.com on the way of propaganda. Luo Sheng commented after watching the scene for a few minutes. Being able to get the ultimate boss is definitely encouraging He Jiao, and it is very necessary, because this project can't see the real profit now, it has been losing money. So it is very important that Luo Shengman is not satisfied. An indicator of work. After staying here for about 10 minutes, after understanding the basic situation here, Luo Sheng did not bother the staff here, because the hardware debugging and the 2-day rehearsal will be performed next, and the time schedule is very compact. After taking a picture with the working team, Luo Sheng left here and went to the hotel for a rest. He doesn't have to worry about the things here. There should be no problems. The biggest goal of this trip is to be able to buy the hot potato in Sony's hands, which is very good in Sony's hands, but in Luo Sheng's hands, very valuable. Chinese website. Chapter 283 Nanny. Is this a holographic projection? As time goes by, Hatsune Miku's first virtual concert finally arrives on schedule. The image of the cute girl with headphones plus square-head headband plus blue-green pupils has become a popular target in Japan. Under the momentum of official propaganda, in today's Japan, the focus is even more on the topic. More than 6,000 concert tickets, except for the virtual Idol 3-piece product bundled tickets. The remaining more than 5,000 are directly seconds. Grab it out. Ticket prices are divided into 3 grades: 10,094 yen $98, 15,244 yen $148, and 25,544 yen $248. This is the official fare, and many netizens on the internet in Japan over the past few days are willing to pay 3 times the price to buy. The third fare was once fired at more than $700 per piece, which can be bought as your mobile phone, but some dead house powder is not bad. You dare to give him the money. And the highest speculation is the 3-piece set of tickets, and some even willing to pay $1,000 to buy. The market's feedback also made Hijau, the operation department, realize that Hatsune Miku's influence in Japan is much higher than their estimates. From the current market feedback, even if the concert scale is expanded to 10,000 people may be robbed of the rhythm. This also doubled the confidence of the official. The next concert can be safely expanded to the scale of 10,000 people, but now is the first virtual concert in history. This will involve follow-up word-of-mouth issues and is the top priority. Heavy. Everything is difficult at the beginning. On the other side, Luo Sheng, who was staying at the hotel, was wearing a nightgown and was lying on the big bed in the guest room, holding the remote control and changing channels, and then switched to TV Tokyo and finally saw a clear stream of wood. Many television stations in the past are now broadcasting news about the financial crisis to a greater or lesser extent, such as the bankruptcy of Lehman Brothers, the crisis of the subprime mortgage, and the economic winter. Only TV Tokyo's operation is sober and sober. When everyone is following the hot news, TV Tokyo will always be indifferent, claiming that the Earth will never broadcast news to the hot spots. Regardless of whether the Japanese authorities issued a new policy or a celebrity scandal, TV Tokyo will adhere to itself in all the TV stations reporting on the trend, and will not forget its original intention and will not waver. The local authorities held a press conference and TV Tokyo showed cartoons. Hokkaido earthquake. TV Tokyo is watching how broad bean soup is delicious. Right now, everyone is following the financial crisis that is sweeping the world, and TV Tokyo is broadcasting news of the Hatsune Miku virtual concert. Moreover, the TV station of Tokyo TV got an exclusive authorization to broadcast this time, and tonight will broadcast the first concert of Hatsune Miku as scheduled. If TV Tokyo starts broadcasting news, maybe the Earth is really going to be rough. At this moment, the sound of water splashes in the bathroom of the cubicle disappeared, and Kin Waimu, wearing a black silk bathrobe, came out from within a while, twirling the still slightly wet hair. Luo Sheng turned his head and glanced at it, and saw Kin Waimu looking for something in the drawer next to her. Soon she opened a box and took out a small rectangular plastic bag from it. Kin Waimu tossed the box aside, bit the small plastic bag in the corner of his mouth and nibbled, then leisurely turned to face Luo Sheng. Suddenly the 4 eyes converged at one point, only to see Kin Waimu staring directly at the other side, and walking towards the other side. She said nothing, but the signal released by her eyes need not be too much. Seeing this scene, Luo Sheng couldn't help but vowed, according to my prediction, there will be an earthquake soon. Kin Waimu has always said that he is a lawyer, not a greedy capitalist. Luo Sheng still believed her at first, but since that time helped her to open the door to the new world. After breaking the door, Kin Waimu's greed was out of control. Luo Sheng finally saw her true face. Her greed was crazy. Irene and her are little sisters. Facts have proved that she is a qualified capitalist on the true side, and very strong. She is the one who takes the initiative to attack. Every harvesting action is ruthless. She must not press until there is no drop left, otherwise she will never stop. Once the door of desire is opened, there is no way to turn back and it can no longer stop. At the same time, Hatsune Miku's first virtual concert has entered the countdown to the last few hours. Nobushi arrived all the way to Tokyo for the purpose of this virtual concert of Hatsune Miku. He was a fan of Hatsune, and he was lucky. When he bought the virtual idol 3-piece product, he got a Jang-attached concert ticket. This ticket was once privately talked to him, and was willing to bid 1.12 million yen to transfer to the other party, which was almost $1,100 at the exchange rate. But Nobita refused. This ticket is not only an A-level seating area, but also very memorable. When he came to the concert address, Nobushi found that the popularity here was even more popular than he expected. There was still more than an hour before the concert started. He also went to the surrounding sales area like other fans who came to the scene. This stroll indicates that the wallet is about to disappear. At this moment, peripheral products are being sold fiercely, including accessories, clothing, souvenirs and various peripheral products such as Hatsune Miku, dolls and so on. Especially the first batch of Hatsune Miku are limited edition sales. It has now been sold out, and now only non-sale items are available for display, and it is no longer available for sale. Nobushi also joined the army of buying and buying. There is a depository anyway. When you watch a concert, you can deposit the products you bought and take them away after the end. The key is that you may not want to buy them when you do has to sell. There were only over 6,000 tickets for this concert, but the fans who came here had more than 30,000 traffic, and most people could not watch the concert near the scene. But they are still here. The goal is to sweep away the peripheral products. Most of the peripheral products sold this time are very memorable restricted items, that is, the ones that you can't buy in the future. In short, the host official is trying every means to cheat the small money in the hands of the dead houses. In addition to the peripheral products that can be sold at the surrounding sales site, more than 60% of the items are actually non-selling items for display, and these are exactly what people want to take away. People are like this. People who don't get itches always feel itchy. They don't always think they are the best. However, non-sale items are indeed more praiseworthy, because they are unique and more refined. When Nobita came, the wallet was bulging, and then in a burst of laughter, the wallet was swollen and sloppy, not thin. 20 minutes before the concert was held, the entrances to all districts were already open. Several entrances soon lined up, and no Stone was also lined up at one entrance, and everyone could enter after verifying the tickets. Time passed every minute. Nobita successfully passed the ticket verification and entered the venue. Each fan audience came with a novel and exciting heart, and each person handed out a bunch of light sticks for them. The virtual concert is also a brand new experience, which is definitely different from previous live concerts. In addition to the fan audience who came to the scene, other audiences can also watch the live broadcast of the concert through TV Tokyo, and also through the internet channel. Globally, the international version of the streaming video site Blue Star Video can be watched. In Japan, the local Barrage video site can also be viewed. However, you have to pay to watch it. By buying a virtual ticket, you can watch it on the BV Video website for $60, and the virtual ticket on the Barrage website is 7,200 yen, about $69.90. As for the domestic Blue Star Video, well, don't expect to pay for this, although you can play for payment. But I can go to see piracy. If you dare to charge, I dare to see piracy. It's very helpless. Therefore, domestic users can watch directly by registering for Blue Star Video. In fact, many internet users in Japan have not yet known that this website has been completed by Blue Star Technology Group. Only a few people who are concerned about business news know this, but the acquisition of this subsidiary has also. It was a thing last year, and many people who know it have almost forgotten it. Nobita found his seat according to the ticket serial number. The free ticket he bought for the purchase of the Virtual Idol 3-piece set is in the A-level seating area, which is the best area to watch the concert. Fan audiences have all entered the venue about 10 minutes in advance, and almost everyone is looking forward to the next moment. I am also very curious about the form in which Hatsune Miku will conduct this concert and in what form will appear in the public's field of vision. After all, this has never happened. Almost everyone feels like a movie theater. Hatsune Miku will be in a huge screen movie. Even so, the Deadhouse fan who came to the scene is also looking forward to it. The true love fan is undoubted. Finally, the time came to 1820, the lights at the scene were basically off, and the light sticks held by the audience turned into a sea of fluorescent light in the venue. As soon as I heard the full sound of music, the fan audience at the scene just screamed excitedly when they heard the opening music. The moment I heard the sound of music, I knew it in seconds. The first song in the concert was a popular song by Hatsune Miku Senbonsura. It is worth mentioning that the reason why Hatsune Miku can be so popular all the time, in addition to the Virtual Idol official team, the official produced excellent singles, as well as songs created by fans of fans themselves through sound production software. Some of the hot songs will also be included in the official album and appear in today's concert. However, viewers don't know yet. Rather than a love for Hatsune Miku, it is better to say that fans are an exclusive offline carnival feast that connects community fans together through Hatsune Miku, a virtual singer. After the sound of the music came, the next scene stunned the audience, and the audience burst into shock. Hatsune Miku is finally here. But this is not the root cause that shocked the audience. But what about the screen? Why can't I see the screen? Has Hatsune Miku jumped from the virtual world to the real world? Nobita stumbled for a moment and couldn't help but exclaim, "Nani?" Is this the legendary holographic projection technology? Obviously, many people think that Hatsune Miku appearing on the stage uses holographic projection technology www.mentalnovel.com because they have never seen such a scene before. But in fact, this is not a holographic projection technology in the true sense, nor is it an augmented reality AR technology. There is actually a huge transparent glass screen on the stage. The audience at the scene could not see or feel the existence of this screen, nor did they know it. They believed in their eyes, and the picture they saw was that the image of Hatsune Miku was too strong on the stage. Such a stunning appearance not only shocked the audience who did not know the truth, but also the audience who also bought virtual tickets to watch the same unknown truth. Hatsune Miku made a stunning appearance in a form they had never seen before, so that they immediately thought of the amazing holographic projection technology that can only be seen in science fiction movies. Chinese website. Chapter 284. Meet the head of Sony. Latest URL. Thanks and ad. Where is she? What amazing technology is this? Nani? Even by Karma, is this the legendary holographic projection technology? Has technology advanced to such an exaggerated level? Why didn't I get a ticket for my speed? The scene must be amazing. Envy, hate. Cut me up, my old lady's heart. Everyone who went to the scene was a fan of love. Blue Star Technology has abused broken sound. Mickey source race high. Online fan viewers. Some domestic fans gathered on the Blue Star Video website, many fans of the Japanese version gathered on the website, and the European and American fan viewers gathered on the international version of Blue Star Video to watch Hatsune Miku's first virtual concert live. When the Virtual Idol debuted at the concert, it was amazing to every witness. The fan audience at the scene was the most shocked. It never occurred to them that they would far exceed their highest expectations several times. Hatsune Miku's rendering technology is so powerful that it made everyone think that Blue Star Technology used black technology such as holographic projection at the concert. The media who came to the scene can ignore this, and release the news to the public for the first time. The keywords are virtual concert, holographic projection, and other eye-catching words. However, the person in charge of the media still put a question mark. After all, The official did not confirm it, but it is also enough to attract the attention of people inside and outside the circle, especially the scientific and technological community. But for the fan audience who came to the scene, now they are completely immersed in this virtual concert, enthusiastically waving the glow stick in their hands, cheering for the virtual singer on the stage. General Manager Some media reports seem to be wrong. Many media's newsletters mistakenly believe that we have applied holographic projection technology to the concert. It is a bit more and more true. Do we want to publish an announcement to clarify? At this moment, the concert is underway, and project leader He Zhao is observing in the background. The feedback from the scene made him very satisfied. Hearing the assistant who came to report to him said, He Zhao, who secretly observed the concert scene, immediately gave up. No, the official does not release any announcements or responses for the time being, and it is allowed to freely ferment public opinion. This is a time out of the circle. Great opportunity. During the conversation, He Zhao couldn't help laughing, and said, suspected holographic projection technology, this free publicity exposure. Do you want to kill yourself? Silly. Don't worry. Just observe. Wait for almost. We are disclosing the concert technology through official channels. Detail. Understand. With official acquiescence, the topic of Hatsune Miku's virtual concert suspected of using holographic projection technology is detonating, so that the popularity of this concert has gradually spread outward from the second circle. More and more media pay attention to report, and people in the scientific and technological circles can't sit still. Holographic technology. This legendary high-end display technology suddenly emerged, and appeared to appear in a virtual concert. The media also arrogantly rendered this in order to gain eyeballs. In addition, the official Blue Star technology did not come out to make a sound. Let it ferment, and it will become more and more vivid in a while. The exposure of Hatsune Miku, a virtual idol brand and virtual concert, has skyrocketed in a short period of time, and has become the hottest topic nowadays. This is the unexpected joy of the operation department. There is no doubt that this is very helpful. As a result, the popularity of Hatsune Miku has been further enhanced, so that more people know the existence of her, and the size of fans is also growing rapidly. During the concert at this moment, fans on and off the field were madly calling for their favorite His Highness Princess #1 in the world, but the person in charge of this project, He Zhao, silently left after observing in the background for a while. Already on the way back to the temporary office of the office here, he asked his assistant who followed him, "How is the virtual ticket sales of the concert?" So far, the assistant immediately replied, "The all-round far exceeded expectations, and the market performance was the most eye-catching." The number of virtual tickets purchased on the website has reached 43,700, followed by the number of subscriptions on Blue Star Video also reached 17,700. He Zhao couldn't be too satisfied with this kind of data. It was really beyond the expectations of their operation department, because the number of subscriptions on the video website was estimated to be about 20,000 earlier. I did not expect that it would more than double directly. The estimated BV video site in Europe and the United States is 12,000, which also exceeded expectations. From the existing sales data, the virtual singer is far more popular in Japan than in other regions. The 43,700 virtual tickets sold on the website generated sales of 314 million yen, or approximately $3.05 million. The BV Video website sold 18,700 virtual tickets, generating sales of $1.122 million. Such sales data is a comparison of Blue Star Technology Group's annual revenue exceeding the tens of billions of dollars. Even fractions are not counted. They should be fractions. But it is still enough to make the Chaos Operation team excited. The significance of this number is not how much money they make, but how promising they are. Obviously, the performance far exceeding expectations makes the virtual idol project very imaginative in the future. With continuous development and cultivation, the harvest is no longer present and in the future. In fact, $3.05 million and $1.122 million are definitely not the final sales of virtual tickets for this concert. They will continue to generate revenue in the future. An IP needs to be deposited and accumulated, and the value will be more terrible in the future. Like those Hollywood movie giants, its movies are full of licenses. The video of the concert will always be on the website, and new users will need to buy virtual tickets to unlock it if they want to watch it. As long as Hatsune Miku's fan base continues to grow, sales will continue to generate revenue. With the brand's long-term cultivation, the snowball will grow bigger and bigger, and it will hardly cost much, and in turn, the profits will become more and more considerable. The performance that far exceeded expectations also greatly increased the confidence of the Virtual Idol operation team. The location of Hatsune Miku's second concert is also coming out. It is now determined to be in North America, but it is still being selected in that city. Among. Hatsune Miku is blowing a wave of virtual idols in Japan. Thousands of dead houses are enthusiastic about a virtual singer, making it difficult for outsiders to understand, especially those in the IT industry. In the eyes of some programmers, it's just a bunch of code. What about these dead houses? But this is the status quo. If you don't like it, it doesn't mean that others don't like it. The dead houses in Japan have no resistance to this virtual girl. Luo Sheng hasn't left in Tokyo so far. The biggest purpose of his trip is to talk with Sony about whether the cell chip business can be bought. So far, the heads of the two sides have not formally met, but sent someone. Visit Sony first to show your willingness to buy. After learning that the French Riviera is interested in buying the cell chip business, Sonos senior management was very surprised. After the two sides contacted, on the afternoon of the third day of Luo Sheng's arrival in Tokyo, the leaders of the two sides met in a business hotel. Today, the head of Sonos Giant Group is no longer Nobuyuki Ide. 3 years ago, he gave Sonos CEO position to Howard Stringer, 63, and he joined in 1997. Sonos Britons have been in control of entertainment sectors such as film music for years. Sonos' decision, both inside and outside, is widely skeptical. After all, the name Sony is a symbol of the Japanese manufacturing industry, and it is incredible to give such a position as a family to someone who is completely bilingual. In the vanity market of commerce, few people are out of the company for the purpose of the company. Others say it is helpless and downcast. Sonos coaching change is different from the passive coaching change due to the major shareholders change, but it is entirely out of Nobuyuki Ide's push. Against the background of the strong Japanese culture, such a result can be achieved without the resolute spirit of doing to die and the calmness of planning to move. It makes sense that the Japanese electronics giant can stand on the verge of a series of bankruptcy. www.intelnovel.com. According to the annual report released on May 15 this year, Nobuyuki Ide can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Sony Electronics' main business profit doubled, surpassing Panasonic, and regained the top spot in Japanese electronics companies. However, this is not good news for Luo Sheng, who wants to acquire Sonos cell business, which means that Sony indirectly has greater bargaining power. Sony was still in trouble in the past few years, but now that tone has eased through the crisis. This has also caused Luo Sheng's acquisition of the cell chip business to bring certain variables. At this time, sitting opposite Luo Sheng was an Englishman, also known as Howard Stringer, the head of Sony. Howard, 66, has no contempt for the young man who is just under a third of his age in front of him. Chapter 285. We are here to make friends. Latest website. Mr. Luo, I'm very curious why you are interested in Sonos cell chip. Howard opened up and asked bluntly. This is after Sony Blue's willingness. Sony executives began to study problem. Howard didn't expect to get a true response from the other party. We are here to make friends. Sony is a great consumer electronics empire. The French Riviera very much wants to ally with such a company. Our philosophy is that people all over the world are our good friends. We want few enemies and many friends. Yes, They are willing to cooperate with us. We believe that the future winners are not obtained through competition, but cooperation. Luo Sheng looked at the British man with a smile and said that what he said was equivalent to nothing, but it contained a larger content. Information. Making friends? Howard couldn't help laughing, looking directly at the other person. I haven't seen any friends who came up and explored the cell processor project that was costly by more than $4 billion US. But Cell has become the biggest joke in the history of the chip. Luo Sheng answered. Which pot is not open? Then why are you still interested in Cell? Howard stared at him as he asked, unmoved. So, we are here to make friends, Luo Sheng said with a smile. This rewinded, making Howard dumb, but he added, Sony is also very willing to make friends with the Azure Coast, but it should not be at the cost of the Cell processor. We will not sell this business. Sony also early the crisis has been completely overcome, and the Cell processor is a product jointly developed by Sony, IBM and Toshiba, and it is not Sonic's decision to sell it. Howard officially took the helm of this electronic empire in 2005. At that time, Sony was in a difficult period. As soon as he took office, he announced a mid- and long-term corporate strategy to revitalize the electronics business and strengthen the group's performance. The company will focus on the three cores. The business field is deeply cultivated, namely, electronics, games, film and television entertainment, and its strategy focuses on strengthening the competitiveness of the group company, especially revitalizing the electronics business. With more than $4 billion in R&D investment in cell processors, the cost has not been recovered for so many years. For Sony, this price is a bit too heavy. However, due to price cuts and a shortage of Nintendo Wii consoles, Sony PS3 console sales are improving. Since Black Friday last year, PS3 console sales have reached 200,000 units in North America and Europe in 1 week. In its home market, Japan, 1 week's sales can reach around 400,000 to 500,000 units. Following this trend, by 2009, the Cell chip should be able to fill the hole. Of course, if this bad asset can be sold, Sonos accounts will immediately become gorgeous. However, the cost is still heavy, because in the past 6 or 7 years, Sony has done nothing, and competitors have continued to improve, and the hidden loss is incalculable. For so many years, I haven't just said nothing. In the age of rapid technological advancement, being delayed for 6 or 7 years is a catastrophic blow. The price is to let Sony revive its past glorious dreams and ambitions and basically declare bankruptcy. The opponents have already been far ahead, and now they can't see the torched real lights. Today's Sony, the PS4 that is being developed is no longer arrogant, and honestly chose Intel's x86 architecture. As for the dream of overturning the toothpaste factory, it can basically only stay in the dream stage. Does Sony really want to be upset? Of course not. But there is no capital trouble. At this moment, Luo Sheng and the other party continue to mediate in your words, and gradually feel some general context. On the surface, Sony is a stance where the dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. It still treats Cell as a baby's posture. Actually, it can't hide Luo Sheng's eyes. Besides, if you really take it as a baby, what about PS4? Announced the use of x86 architecture of rival Intel. So Luo Sheng is determined by the other party, and Sony is actually in a state of entanglement. On the one hand, I really want to sell it, and the reason is very simple. Few people are willing to bring a towing oil bottle, but at the same time the dream is broken, but it still lingers in my heart. Figure out what the other person wants to do. However, just as Luo Sheng organized his language and was about to speak, Howard suddenly asked him, Mr. Luo, I suddenly felt, are you really here to make friends with Sony? I seriously doubt you want to enter the console market to do first party. You are a terrible competitor. Sony will not be fooled. After speaking, Howard stared directly at the other with a firm look. What? No. Luo Sheng denied without hesitation. Sir Stringer, why do you have this idea? No, I never thought of entering the game console market. After a short pause, Luo Sheng's serious nonsense, justified. Without him, if you occupy the large pool, it is easy to attack the small pool, but if you only occupy the small pool, it is difficult to attack the large pool. The times change now, Jazz. The scale of today's game console market is far from that of home computers, and the foundation is not good. The pool can't pump much water at all. What is your reason for entering the game console market? After speaking, Luo Sheng secretly said, "Oh my god," but he didn't reveal any flaws in the words of the other party, and the other party didn't notice any useful information from him. Luo Sheng also unabashedly met with the head of Sony, adding, "So Cell is destined to fail, and your company wants to overthrow Intel's hegemony. You may not like to listen, but Imho, Sony, it's too naive and too miserable. Everyone sees that the result of Sony is a tragedy. But Sony itself has become an injustice. You must know that you are not only facing Intel. Challenge x86 means challenge the developers of the entire world. This one is destined to fail before it even begins. You didn't even figure out how to play around with the ecosystem, whether it's Intel or the OS ecosystem that the Blue Coast itself has built. We have succeeded with strong software and hardware integration capabilities. And Cell has done stuffy hardware, R&D, the software is thrown to the developer to optimize. How can it be successful? 10,000 steps back, Sonos tragic lesson is still reappearing yesterday, a failure that has been verified by Sony through lessons. I have to go again, am I crazy? Facing Luo Sheng's merciless ridicule, whether it was Sonos head Howard Stringer or several Japanese executives accompanying him, his heart was angry, but he could not refute, because Sony has realized this since summing up the lessons of failure. But what's the use of hindsight? It's too late. Sony is running out of money, and it can't keep up with its rivals. It's impossible now. For 7 years, if the boat does not advance against the water, it will retreat, and the rear lights of the dark toothpaste factory will not be seen. If it goes up, Sony may really collapse and go bankrupt. At the end, Howard was still in an unbelievable posture, and asked again, "We have been communicating with Mr. Luo for a long time, but you still hide it from me and don't want to tell the reason why you want to buy Cell. What do you want to do?" "What?" Luo Sheng shrugged in an indifferent, relaxed attitude. "Well, although Cell is a failed work, the technology is still and there are some outstanding engineers who have accumulated experience. We think these are very helpful to the French Riviera. We hope to be actively involved, but this does not prevent making friends with Sony, right?" Howard said lightly, "I hope so." Apparently, Howard's old fox still only believed half or even less of Luo Sheng's words. However, one thing is certain. Even if a consensus can be reached in this merger and acquisition transaction, it will not be able to be completed in 3 or 2 days. After a while, Howard asked, "How much is your company willing to bid?" After hearing this sentence, Luo Sheng secretly revived and smiled. This inquiry is very important. Asking for a quotation indicates that he wants to sell. "You are reading books," Luo Sheng said succinctly. $1.3 billion. This quote came out. Several Sony Japanese executives present heard a sudden anger, and Howard frowned. "This is the sincerity of your company? If so, I don't think I have talked about it anymore. If necessary, I'd rather have Cell rot on Sonos asset list as a bad asset." What international joke. Sony has invested $4 billion in R&D for this purpose, and Cell has lost $3 billion. Not to mention that the product has failed, but the technology deposit will not disappear. Luo Sheng immediately asked, "I still think this is reasonable, but I also want to hear your company's expectations, Sir Stringer. What is your expected quote?" Negotiation is the art of compromise. Eventually, we will negotiate with each other. We will gradually approach each other's true bottom line in constant bargaining. If we reach a consensus, we can trade. If we fail to reach a consensus, the negotiation fails. Howard, $2.8 billion. Chapter 286. The latest website. Howard also gave Luo Sheng a price. The latter could not help but hesitated for a while. 2.8 billion? Oh, imho, Sony is treating me as a fat sheep. I want to kill Cell. Pass on to the French Riviera. Sir, I am afraid this friend cannot make friends. Then slowly understand, and then see if you can be friends. Howard responded in the same context. Liu Sheng nodded. It should be so. The first interview between the two parties did not reach any substantive written agreement or pleasant consensus. Sony was already in a tangled situation. Liu Sheng did want to realize this M&A transaction as soon as possible, but he did not show it eagerly, nor did he have a large price M&A. Otherwise, the quotation is too high to show eagerness. Don't say more money, or it will make the other party suspicious. And finally decided not to sell that but steal the chicken instead of eating rice, because this will make Sony feel that the Cell processor must have a unique aspect. Otherwise, how could the Blue Coast want to be in the pocket? Or they will be spied on the idea that the Blue Coast will enter the host market. If this is the case, development is not a good thing for Liu Sheng. The interview lasted for about 2 hours before it ended. Although no consensus was reached, Howard did not explicitly state that he would not sell. This is a key message. It also gave Liu Sheng a reason to wait patiently. Once he couldn't talk about it again, and he did business next time. The arrangement for his trip to Japan lasted for about a week and did not exceed 10 days at most. Howard returned shortly afterwards. Anyway, he did not know what he had discussed with Sonos senior management. On the second day, Howard personally invited Liu Sheng to visit Sony, and further interviewed. On the same day, Toshiba also came as a vice president, and a global vice president of IBM was also on his way to Tokyo. Liu Sheng is not surprised by this. The Cell processor was born under the combination of these three companies. There is no doubt that the Cell processor is a wonderful story presented by the Japanese. The Japanese also have a good level of technological research and development, but it is helpless to play with the ecology, because small books like to play exclusive operations. There is nothing wrong with Monopoly. What's wrong is that your hardware is so bad at the same time playing Monopoly. Who will die if you don't die? The victory of Sony PS2 was actually due to the monopoly of software. At the time, Final Fantasy was just like Zongshan, and PS2 monopolized the entire series of the game. In addition, it just caught up with the popularity of DVD. The price of PS2 as a game console is very high, but lower than DVD player. It is not an exaggeration to say that the great success of Sony PS2 is based on the annihilation of third-party game developers, because compared with other consoles of the same generation, the development of PS2 is too difficult. Sony didn't care about these issues at all. When the PS3 finally overturned, because the developer was not picking up, and couldn't afford the labor and capital. The failure also includes that the focus of the game industry has shifted back to the United States. American game companies do not eat monopoly. PS3 does not have a monopoly on games. The shortcomings of the hardware are quickly reflected. Of course, the market is abandoned already. Another big reason is that in the PS3 era, the way people make games has changed a lot. Developers have started to buy mature game engines to develop games, and cross-platform game engines are difficult to be compatible with PS3. Wonderful vector processor architecture game console. This led to a result. Sony was stupid, and suddenly found that the peak performance of the PS3 went up, but the game developers were running away. Developer, your uncle's labor and management will not play with you anymore. Sonos fiasco. Liu Sheng's post-mortem report is to help the tired more, but the helpless. This kind of gameplay is very stupid when it does not have absolute crushing strength. Instead of making friends, it fancy annihilates third parties. It is still at the point of time when the game engine is popular. PS3 is not defeated in the competition. 3 days later, in the hotel room. According to China's current double-digit economic growth rate, compared with Japan's economic growth rate, it is not surprising that before the first half of 2010, China's economic aggregate should surpass Japan and for the first time become the world's second only to the United States. Is the second largest economy in the world, and total manufacturing is likely to surpass the United States as the world's number one next year. The person who said this was Qin Huaima sitting in the living room, and since Liu Sheng opened the door of desire, she broke the bank from one extreme to the other. At this moment, Qin Huaima sat lazily and chatted after some toss. Liu Sheng couldn't help but say, GDP is positive, but we cannot underestimate Japan, the country of projectiles, small in size, hidden deep. We must guard against it. Now, regardless of economic quality or scale, it is the current world. Secondly, second only to the United States, it is impossible to print and distribute. It can be seen that there must be something worth learning in it. Japan once also led the world in semiconductors in the 1980s. Today is the 6th day of Liu Sheng's trip to Japan. Especially these days, he went to Sony headquarters, Toshiba headquarters, and visited the manufacturing departments of these two companies. This exchange personally went to the front line to watch. Liu Sheng combined with the memories of his last life is also very emotional, but also further understand why Sony will be in a swinging mentality in the cell chip business. Sony is really resentful. Many people say that the decline of Japan in the past 2 decades is the intervention of Americans. With the signing of the Plaza Agreement, the terms of trade were changed, and a lot of hot money poured into this island country, which also pushed up house prices and stock prices, and the economic bubble quickly expanded. This, of course, cannot be denied. However, the Japanese took the initiative to pierce the real estate bubble in the last century. Although painful, it also effectively closed the gap between the rich and the poor. It really takes a lot of courage. After piercing the bubble, a series of practices are also remarkable. But for economic development, it is not enough to just pierce the bubble by itself. After breaking through, the key point is how to establish a new one. Society's wealth always needs new growth points. The Japanese are good at learning about China in ancient times, studying Europe in modern times, and studying in the United States in modern times, and they all learn well. They observed that the United States, which also pierced the bubble, has a strong ability to heal its economy. After several economic crises broke out, economic growth began to restore momentum within a few years. The reason is that Americans have mastered the core technology of high value added in the world. IBM, Intel, Google, Apple, Qualcomm, Microsoft and other companies that affect the world have started a wave of change in the era of Internet information. The problem that Japan faced at the time was that most of its manufacturing industry remained at the level of producing home appliances. To realize the industrial transformation and upgrading, it was necessary to severely cut off a group of low-profit manufacturing industries. Liu Sheng has the memory of the last life and knows how the Japanese did it. There is a Japanese company called NEC. This company was the Japanese manufacturer of the first computer and the first artificial satellite. In the last generation of Liu Sheng, during 2011, NEC suddenly decided to abandon its computer business. Ministry, you know that in 2011, when computers began to spread to ordinary families, this decision shocked Japanese society. The taker is the domestic Unicom company. Even many Japanese are surprised by themselves. Is it difficult to make money or not fragrant? When NEC is doing this, a large number of local people will lose their jobs. But after a few years, the computer industry has entered the sunset industry and the Red Sea industry. And at that time NEC sold a good price. When Sony, Toshiba, and Fujitsu figured it out, and no one wanted to sell their computer industry. From the commercial point of view, Lianxian can't be said to be losing money. Earnings must be earned, because the performance has been brilliant for several years, but it is only a few years, and it has become increasingly difficult. In particular, the rapid development of smartphones and mobile internet. On the one hand, the annual shipments of mobile phones are as high as 1 billion units worldwide, but the number of computers is only tens of millions. The shipments of mobile phones are increasing, and computers are decreasing. NEC sells the computer division. This is actually a representative of Japanese manufacturing and industrial transformation. However, Instead of throwing away its own semiconductor technology, NEC continues to increase R&D investment, develop more advanced semiconductor technology, and later develop world-leading system for fully autonomous cars. Later, Sony and Toshiba also found their goals and new directions. Sony abandoned computers and radios, specializing in high-end products, cameras, CMOS, OLED, and sensors. Switching to internals, Sonos current sensors are basically the best solution in the world. Toshiba discarded the white goods. It was also the company in Huago who took the plate, and the TV set was also discarded. The company in Huago took the plate. It turns out that this is right. With the advent of the internet, especially the mobile internet, few people will watch TV at home. Even if there is a TV, it may not be turned on several times, and washing machines and computers are not possible every year. Replace. As for the TV, it seems to be a living room decoration on the Chinese side. The domestic media has a large public opinion that Japan's most powerful industry has been basically bought, and Japanese manufacturing industry will collapse. As a result, the Japanese realized the way out for transformation and upgrading 10 years earlier, so they sold these low-profit industries at the best time and the best price. White goods are already an industry burden. Chips and sensors in home appliances are high-value-added and core technology. Throwing away the burden of household appliances can only be carried lightly, and then explore new high-value-added emerging technology industries. This is their transformation philosophy. But objectively speaking, mainland companies bought these sunset industries, which sounds very uncomfortable, but in fact, they are not at a loss, which is exactly what China needs. Because China is a very large country with a large population, and it is from backward to strong, the national economic level is in a period of rapid rise, and it is not a developed country. Many families even have to do a calculation when buying a computer. These added values are not required. High and low-end manufacturing to increase social employment. It is also impossible for Huago to move from the production of socks to the ability to produce high-end chips. Rice is always eaten bit by bit. But then again, the day when the dividends will disappear, and when the economy and industry develop to a certain degree, they will certainly face the problem of transitioning from low-end manufacturing to high-value-added high-end manufacturing. However, the Japanese also sometimes see things that they can't play. They are loaded lightly on a large scale and throw away a lot of real gold mines. Smartphones are a typical gold mine that was thrown away by the Japanese themselves, and now they really regret it, but don't talk about it. And over the years, the Japanese have not only lost the gold mine of smartphones, but also lost the mobile internet, and more than that. In the field of consumer electronics, the Japanese have missed the smartphone's mouthpiece and missed the opportunity to become an internet power, and the semiconductor industry has also been robbed of a large market share by Koreans. People hold hands, the semiconductors of Koreans are not solid, they are very false. Japan's internet has not produced a world-renowned giant like Sunday. Although Sun Zhengyi is known as the internet electronics emperor, he looks like a traitor in Japan, and venture capital invests in China next door. In the IT internet world, the only Chinese company that can compete with the United States in the world today is the Blue Star Technology Group. Among them, the Blue Star Technology Group is the one that can fight the most. It must be the first one that Blue Star blocked the knife. Luo Sheng's trip to Japan for this trip lasted for about a week and gave him a detailed understanding of the local manufacturing industry, especially the ICT field and high-end manufacturing representatives. The biggest gain was that the Japanese got a lot, but also gave up too much. Some of them were thrown away as garbage. After so many companies in Japan threw away their mobile phone business, many outstanding mobile phone research and development talents remained. Right now is not a good opportunity to recruit these talents. Luo Sheng thought of this and turned to look at Qin Huaimo. We don't seem to have established a corresponding R&D center in Japan, right? Qin Huaimo said briefly, yes, but optional. Blue Star Technologies Virtual Idol-related technology research and development has a research institute in Yokohama. Luo Sheng made a decision on the spot: make a note, and when you go back, you will give it to Yao Jianhong for the first time to deal with it. You will continue to set up a large research and development center in Yokohama, Japan. The division hired a high salary to help develop products on the French Riviera. Regarding talents, Luo Sheng is never enough, never more than good. Qin Weimu asked, "What is the expected size of the R&D center?" Luo Sheng thought for a while and said, "About 800 to 1,000 engineers." Qin Weimu thought, "The budget expenditure may be about 450 million to 600 million US dollars. www.mtlnovel.com." Luo Sheng laughed. "For us, the things that can be settled with money are always the simple thing is to budget 600 million. Qin Weimu nodded silently, and when he was almost rested, he got up and twisted Chiokio's body and left the living room. Luo Sheng was intrigued to appreciate this beautiful landscape. Qin Weimu brought her work computer with her, opened her own cloud server, and memorized these things. Then, the two continued their in-depth exchanges and discussions on hobbies and issues. Japan is a place with frequent earthquakes. Chinese website. Chapter 287 Internal Training Plan. Latest website. On the 8th day of Luo Sheng's arrival in Japan, the two parties finally reached a very important consensus. Sonos board of directors met frequently during these days and finally decided to sell the cell business to the Blue Coast. Price concessions have also been made, with Sony offering $2.188 billion. Luo Sheng actually accepted this price, but he still bargained with the other party. During the last negotiation, the two parties mediated for about 3.5 hours, and finally reached the company on the merger price, $1.685 billion. At the same time, the prerequisite for Sony to accept this price needs to propose an additional condition, that is, the PS3 game console currently supported by the Cell chip. The Azure Coast does not share the profit of Cell. Otherwise Sony will lose $350 for each PS3 game console sold because the R&D costs are evenly spread out and become higher. Luo Sheng agreed with this very reluctantly. In fact, the Cell processor was not worth much money in his eyes. After he bought it, he had to completely re-architect it from the bottom. After the two sides completed the initials, Luo Sheng set out to return home. The fastest time to complete this M&A transaction is about 1 month, or even 2 or 3 months, but it is basically nailed down. On the third day, the CEO office of the French Riviera, General Luo, our company will spend $1.685 billion to acquire the complete cell business of Sony, Toshiba, and IBM. I am afraid that the funds may not be enough. You need to find a bank loan, Yao Jianhong said into the office. This time is different from the past. It is to start making its own chip from the underlying architecture. It is an ambitious plan to subvert the rule of Intel x86 and end the dark age of the toothpaste factory. It is also completely different from AzureX mobile phones. Although its app processor is designed by Blue Star Technology, it uses Qualcomm's licensed technology, and the baseband is still Qualcomm's. The deadly communication baseband, the R&D funds thrown into it are rising every year, and this time the French Riviera opened up a new business. The investment is undoubtedly an astronomical figure. It is only a starting point to throw in more than $1 billion. It only serves the company's highly confidential plan, and subsequent investment is the big one. The scale of burning money is calculated by billions of dollars. The business of the Côte d'Azur company is now relatively single. The main source of revenue is the Azure series smartphones and the two major revenue sections of the OS application store. From the first generation of the Azure series phones, the total sales volume so far is 26.89 million units, with total sales of $18.7 billion, and the revenue of the OS application store exceeded $1.5 billion. This transcript is not the 2008 results of the Côte d'Azur company, but the total results the company has created since its establishment. This year's performance has not been counted. There is still more than 1 month in 2008. There is no doubt that this is a very bright achievement, but the company's profit is only about 8% because the money earned was thrown into R&D investment by Luo Sheng again. The French Riviera has no background. To have enough technological precipitation, a large amount of R&D investment is required. The company has now launched 2 new hardware projects. One is the development of the next generation Azure mobile phone, and the other is the plan with the intention to penetrate the hinterland of Intel Kingdom. A huge amount of R&D investment is evenly distributed, and the profit is of course low. The Côte d'Azur is now in great need of primitive accumulation of technology. Don't worry about the funds. If the bank doesn't lend to the company, I will personally give money to the company. Hearing Luo Sheng's words, Yao Jianhong had no doubts, and some news reports concerned him knew that he had sold his holdings of Blue Star Technology shares several times in the past few years and realized more than $5 billion. This money is the money on the bright side. Luo Sheng can use it with a high profile. But in fact, in less than a year, through gambling on the North American housing market, it has now become more than $48 billion. And about 10% can be directly taken out from the inside. The other funds are for delay as much as possible to be exposed that you have shorted the North American housing market, and it must be applied after some complex operations. Luo Sheng added. The issue of funding is actually the second. As soon as possible, talents are collected in Japan, and the construction of the R&D center is set up as soon as possible. Yao Jianhong nodded, understand. The matter explained. He also left Luo Sheng's office. Putting the other person's talents for your own use can not only strengthen yourself, but also stifle the cradle of potential competitors. Since Japanese companies have abandoned smartphones and mobile internet, they don't want to think about picking things up again. Already, even if Japanese companies such as Sony are involved in the smartphone industry again, they are only reduced to a niche, and they have no right to speak in this industry. Luo Sheng stayed in his office for a while and went to the Azure Coast laboratory. In the afternoon, he hosted a meeting of the technical department. Bei Ailang, Lu Siming, Li Chunqing and others were all listed. After going through a series of grinds, they can now be qualified as product managers. They all lead at least 2 development projects, and the number of engineers directly managed is over 100. This time the company's acquisition of Sonos Cell business and the establishment of a research and development center in Japan are a good opportunity. Luo Sheng said to a group of technical executives attending the meeting, "There are too few engineers in our country, and good engineers are scarce. You can't just dig corners, you have to grab both hands. You have to hold both hands. So, we need to look for talented young engineers from the inside to train them." After a pause, Luo Sheng added, "This year has 1 or 2 months to close. I decided to start formally next year and start preparations at the end of this year. We have to select outstanding young engineers from the company every year, especially he is a pioneering young engineer who sponsored him to study abroad, to study at our R&D center in Yokohama, Japan, and outstanding engineers in Japan, to the R&D center in Austin, Texas, and outstanding engineers in the United States." Of course, Luo Sheng is not stupid. The company is not emotionally driven to pay for the company and send a large number of employees to study abroad. It is to sign a contract and a business agreement. After returning from studies, he cannot leave the company alone or change jobs. He must stay in the company for at least 8 years. After the lockup period expires, the employee can decide to stay. Otherwise, if the company spends a lot of time, manpower, material resources, and financial resources to carefully cultivate a talented person, after the completion of the study did not contribute any value to the company, leave the company alone or jump, or even compete with the parent company, wouldn't it have become the Huangpu Military Academy in the IT industry, and also shot himself in the foot? Although the treatment of the Côte d'Azur company is already in line with international standards, the world's top level. The company is in a period of rapid rise, and the company itself is a huge stage to display personal talents. The probability of job hopping or going alone is rare. Rarely does not mean that there is none. Therefore, 1 yard at a time, one signing agreement cannot be saved. This is a manifestation of responsibility to both parties. With a layer of guarantee of contractual relationship, potential crisis of trust between each other can be eliminated. The talent issue is a key issue that Luo Sheng always cares about here. The domestic related talent base is too small, there are fewer outstanding talents, and a large number of outstanding talents are traveling abroad. Luo Sheng is a genius, and he is a person after all, but his energy is limited. But his career is unlimited. As the career continues to grow, the two companies' plates are also getting bigger and bigger. Today, the total number of employees of Blue Star Technology Group worldwide has exceeded the 70,000 mark, and the Cote d'Azur company has also exceeded the 30,000 mark. Luo Sheng needs all kinds of talents. Scientific research talents, management talents, legal talents, sales talents and so on are gathered under his command, so that he can steer the two giant ships smoothly. Overseas talents must find ways to hire them at high salaries for their own use. At the same time, they must also actively cultivate talents internally, send them out for further studies, and then return to the company to return to the company. The internal trainer drafted the company's funding for employees to go abroad for further studies, and Luo Sheng made a very decisive decision. This was a win-win situation, and it didn't take too long. After a week, this matter was made public inside the Cote d'Azur company. The company decided to start with a budget of 1 billion yuan next year to start an internal talent training program and fund its employees to study abroad. The budget expenditure scale is determined according to the company's development needs and actual conditions, but it is not unexpected, and it will be added year by year as the company grows. This has caused a great response from the staff group, especially some young research talents, and the opportunity to obtain a second degree of study is undoubtedly a personal sublimation. The point is, company funding. The employees of Blue Star Technology Group saw the news that broke out next door, and began to discuss. It is obviously impossible to be envious. The employees of Blue Star Technology are also the elites of the industry, and the more outstanding the more people know that backwardness will be eliminated by the times. Whether it is the Blue Coast or Blue Star Technology Group, there is an anonymous employee community forum inside. Anonymity is to encourage employees to express their opinions in the editorial forum to promote all aspects of improvement and improvement of the company. If it is a real name, everyone is afraid to offend the leader, so they dare not tell the truth. After the news from the next door came, the anonymous community forum on Blue Star Technology also began to discuss, and petitioned Luo Sheng, the ultimate boss, in the hope that Blue Star Technology could also launch such a welfare system, not just others. In fact, they are too anxious, but they can understand their mood. Of course, Luo Sheng will not forget that he is also the boss and founder of Blue Star Technology. The palms of his hands are full of meat. Of course, he will not be thin and thin. And Blue Star Technology also faces the problem of lack of talents. No one www.mentalnovel.com, of course not good people. The day after the announcement of the Azure Coast, Blue Star Technology Group also issued an announcement within the team. From the same year next year, the group company will spend 1.2 billion yuan on internal talent training programs to fund its employees to study abroad. It is the same standard as the French Riviera, but all employees of the company can submit written applications, and they need to undergo double cross-examination by the relevant departments of the company and get all qualifications. In principle, you must meet 3 years of working experience. However, exceptions are also allowed, and employees under 3 years of service also have the opportunity to obtain qualifications, but this requires the president's seal to be approved. In addition to this regulation, some talented talents are considered, giving them a better environment to grow faster than ordinary people and make a great contribution. The news quickly spread from the inside of the company to the outside world, attracting huge attention in the industry and society. Chapter 288 Latest website, Industry News. Luo Sheng spends 2.2 billion yuan every year to start two companies' internal talent training plan. Today's news. What is most important in the 21st century? Luo Sheng tells you the answer. Science and Technology Daily. Core technology is the competitiveness of an enterprise, and talent is the key. World Wide Web. General Luo's success is not accidental. How many companies will be willing to throw in billions of dollars in order to train employees? Anyway, except for the two companies owned by Mr. Luo, there is basically nothing else. If you lack people, you will dig. Very impressive. Unsuccessful Blue Star Technology and the French Riviera is completely unreasonable. Going abroad for further studies, the company paid for its free self-help, Envy and Envy. At the end of the year, when another campaigner's company became famous, let's just be jealous. Cover your face and laugh and cry. According to media statistics, these two companies have a total of more than 30 R&D centers at home and abroad, both in the United States, Japan and Europe, and this number is still increasing rapidly. These research institutions have recruited a large number of outstanding researchers or scientists. Many scientists are still teaching in universities, and they usually immerse themselves in research and development in research institutes. Compared with Tencsun, it is also a social starter, and also has a game business department, but the two sides have embarked on two completely opposite paths. Tencsun now holds two games, CF and DNF, to make money. There are a lot of people, and Blue Star Technology, although it also has a game business department, does not directly operate any game. It is to buy other game companies and then ignore it. It is more and more focused on technology. The way to make players charge more money is never gone. The gap is so wide. Old horse, charging you can make you stronger. JPG. So Blue Star Technology has become a world-class giant in the internet field. It has been hailed by Silicon Valley as a Gemini with the same name as Google. If I say that Blue Star Technology is definitely better than Google, and the Blue Coast has become a dazzling consumer electronics field. Rising stars, giants are beginning to take shape. Especially went over the scale of R&D investment last year announced by the two companies, and the Riviera did not disclose data, but according to some internal news from the internet, the scale of R&D investment of the Riviera has reached the company's annual sales. The proportion of 33% of the total amount almost smashed the earned profits into research and development. The listed company Blue Star Technology has data to check. Last year, it invested a total of $4.1 billion in research and development, which is equivalent to 28 billion yuan. 14.59% of total revenue. This is the reason why I am the general manager of Liufan. At present, the domestic can be able to match with the Silicon Valley technology giants, so there are only two or three, and the two companies of General Luo have done it. There is a lot of discussion on the internet and in the industry, whether it is Luo Sheng, Blue Star Technology or the Blue Coast, but any wind and grass will become the focus of the media, and also affect the hearts of the majority of netizens eating melon. In fact, Luo Sheng didn't really want to see such a situation happen. The media attention was second, but he really didn't want to be overconsumed by netizens. What is the situation now? Luo Sheng has become the first idol of a generation of young people, and the two companies he created are now regarded by the vast number of internet users in China as the only existence in the face of Microsoft, Google and other Silicon Valley giants. Coupled with the promotion of the media, it has become a pride in the hearts of countless people, and is regarded as a postcard of Chinese technology companies and a representative of national enterprises. As a result of this situation, the company's own marketing department has not contributed to anything, because Luo Sheng has always emphasized to the marketing department not to shape the company's image into a national belief, and do not play with the concept of people. It is down to practical work. What a company should do, that is, to do business well, to provide consumers and customers with superior products and services. That's it. Because you have to be prepared for the day when people sit down and use this method to shape the corporate image. You can get a huge reputation in the short term, and the company really needs a good positive image reputation. But it cannot be overdone. The material must be reversed. When it exceeds the critical value, it will become a heavy burden. When people regard it as a kind of belief, an inevitable result will be formed, that is, the requirements put forward will be harsh to the extreme, no mistakes will be allowed, and everything will be perfect. Once there is dissatisfaction, the place will be angry, and it will cause another result. The love of hate will collapse, and the belief of hate will collapse. Obviously, this requirement has greatly exceeded the scope of an enterprise. Luo Sheng, who has the memory of the last life, saw some things about YY deeply. This is the status of the last life of YY in China, just like Sony to Japan, IBM to the United States, and Alstom to France. Samsung is in Korea. Some netizens in China have too high expectations for imagination, and even reached a point of abnormality, making people want to laugh and cry. For example, YY's communication baseband must benchmark Qualcomm and surpass each other, otherwise scold. Mobile terminal business benchmarks Apple and surpass each other, otherwise scold. R&D investment scale benchmarks Intel and Amazon, otherwise scold. Target for renowned high-tech giants with one company. A technology company versus the entire Silicon Valley giant. This world Luo Sheng created two extremely dazzling companies, and the light overshadowed YY, and now YY is making a fortune in the back, and this year's total revenue of $20 billion has been nailed down. During the discussion, there is no doubt that the heat is far from being comparable to Luo Sheng and the two companies he founded. What makes Luo Sheng very depressed and helpless is that he really wants to be Loki, but his strength is not allowed. People who eat melon and the media are not allowed. After all, it was difficult for the family to fight against the world-class Silicon Valley giants such as Microsoft and Google. It was regarded as the hope of the whole village. How can the crowd and the media allow Luo Sheng to make a fortune? That's not enough. The media needs to be heated. The people who eat melon need to be entrusted with spiritual support, and there is no other one who can fight. Do you want to hide the hope of the whole village? There are no doors, so you must stand up and act as a facade. This kind of thing Luo Sheng can no longer control. The potential has become, it is already unstoppable. His typical has been pushed to the cusp by the times. The next one is definitely not coming, and can only continue the wave. And this wave can't stop. It won't rush when it stops. It means sinking in the ocean. The time has come to mid to late November, and just recently another thing happened, that is, the end of the 2008 G20 summit in Brazil, and the key issue at this summit was to deal with the current subprime mortgage crisis. During this time, the French Riviera and the three parties of Sony, Toshiba and IBM made frequent contacts and negotiations, and the quartet finally reached a comprehensive and substantive consensus over a period of more than 20 days. This time it was a formal written agreement. Its speed can be described as lightning. On the third day, that is, the morning of November 19th, the French Riviera held a press conference to officially announce the acquisition of Sonos cell chip business. Executives of Intel headquarters, California, North America. It's so naive. Luo Sheng really thought he could be invincible in all fields. Where did this courage come from? At least courage is commendable. Ha ha. Can this young Chinese tech giant continue his miraculous success? No. The challenge for x86 is to make the joke of the cell processor bigger, and that's it. Of course, we don't mind watching another joke. At this moment, everyone in the executive meeting room inside Intel was relaxed and all was ironic. The news of the other side of the ocean also came to the United States for the first time, and Intel's executives raised the topic temporarily at a conference. Almost everyone, including current Intel head Paul Otellini, took no notice of the response. Intel's confidence is very good, and the reason is also very good. Nowadays, it is the darkest toothpaste factory era nicknamed by the industry. There is no one that can fight, causing Intel to squeeze toothpaste crazy. No company can make Intel a long time. www.intelnovel.com. Or a little worried. In the PC field, Intel's x86 architecture has basically unified the civilian chip. But this is not the place where Intel has the most confidence. The real reason is its huge ecosystem. Developers would rather study x86 and do deep optimization for it, rather than learn the complex cell architecture. Over the years, x86 has built an ecosystem that has hosted countless commercial software, contribution software, open source software, developer communities, and more. If the other party wants to challenge x86, it will not only face Intel, but also developers from all over the world. Based on these considerations, Intel has no fear when it comes to seeing Luo Sheng seem to intend to make cell chips revived, and it is not surprising to see a joke. Chinese website. Chapter 289 From the Land to the Sea Floor. Latest website. Intel did not feel any crisis for this resurgent challenger, but Intel is not indifferent to this. Everyone is blatantly invading your territory, peering into the hinterland of Intel's chip kingdom. Of course can't stand it. So, the day after the news was announced, an Intel vice president of engineering responded to the matter with an unceremonious post on the international microblog. A turkey you bought didn't turn into a phoenix. This sentence was not named, but an Intel executive sent this sentence at this time. Obviously, this is not difficult to interpret. The technology media also quickly reported the incident. As for the French Riviera, there was no response to such a mockery of Intel, and Luo Sheng is busy climbing the technology. How can I freely force Intel's people online? In the following days, Luo Sheng gradually began to pull out of the company's daily operation and management, and quickly completed the merger and reorganization of Sonos cell business. In the future, it may be difficult for the high-tech industry to acquire foreign companies. Because the general environment is quietly reversing, Luo Sheng is taking one step and three steps. After the financial crisis, in the next 10 years, China will officially enter a decade of super British rush to the United States taking off. At the same time, the attention of Americans has also continuously shifted from the Middle East to the Asia-Pacific region. To be precise, the degree of targeting the Chinese nation is better than that 1 year at a time. The so-called gun hits the bird. The two technology giant groups created by Luo Sheng can now be said to be postcards of Huago technology, which is harvesting profits worldwide and expanding. There is no need to think and have no illusions. Once the Americans find that they cannot afford to play, they will inevitably play hooligan. The first one will definitely start with these two companies, and the suppression will definitely come on schedule. Of course, Luo Sheng will not choose to wait and see. The overseas market will definitely face many problems in the future, but there is an old saying that there is no way to go. After the financial crisis, the consumption power of the Greater China market began to fully erupt. This is a supermarket with a population of 1.3 billion. Its explosive power is shocking and exciting. Right now, at the end of 2008, China's internet users officially exceeded 300 million. And the growth rate soared in a double-digit scale. In another year or so, new internet users will add another 100 million. On the order of magnitude of horror, the internet in this country is moving toward the fast lane of rapid prosperity. There is no doubt that Luo Sheng's next strategic layout is to gradually tilt its focus from overseas to the mainland. If the overseas market occupied 80% of the focus in the past, then Luo Sheng hopes to achieve a balance between the mainland market and the overseas market. About 50% each. The mainland may be heavier. The fundamental shift of strategic focus is to improve one's ability to resist strikes. We do not expect the worst to happen, but we must plan for the worst. Assuming that the business in the overseas market has suffered a severe setback, we can withstand the huge scale of the mainland market. The core issue is the spare tire plan. Not only must we break through the comprehensive technical blockade of foreigners in the future, but we must also surpass and occupy the commanding heights of science and technology. As long as we can ensure this, the ultimate winner must be ourselves and China. Immediately after the trip to Japan, Luo Sheng returned to China and began to be a shopkeeper, and took out to be fully responsible for climbing technology. The daily operations of the Blue Coast were handed to Yao Jianhong, and Blue Star Technology was handed to Zhang Bowen. Now with the assistance of artificial intelligence Cortana, Luo Sheng can go to the company and learn about the latest situation of the two companies anytime, anywhere. Cortana regularly reports to him on the situation of the two companies every week. Today is an odd number of days in a week. Luo Sheng is in Qin Weima's private mansion, and even number is in Ironside. This situation has lasted for more than 2 months. It seems that the two women have reached a tacit agreement. Since that time they met in the Science and Technology Complex, they have basically not seen each other. At that time, the two women did not break through the last layer of paper, but there is no difference if they do not break through. Luo Sheng tried to accomplish the feat of unifying the great cause, but found it too difficult, so he temporarily gave up the idea. Each tries bite by bite. Their repulsion against each other seems to be two parallel lines that cannot be intersected. It is just like the theory of relativity and quantum mechanics in the physical world. Anyone who tries to unify the two cornerstones of modern physics finally touches his nose. But it's actually pretty good to keep it now. At night, Luo Sheng coming out of the bathroom came to the bedroom. "Baby, it is very important to give you a new task at work." "Qin Weimu, say it." Luo Sheng came to the side of the bed and sat down next to her, stroking their long, white and beautiful legs and sliding back and forth thoughtfully. "You set out to set up a venture capital fund. This is a strategic investment fund. It only invests in the gem of the emerging technology industry. The early stage is mainly related to semiconductors. It does not enter the Blue Coast or Blue Star Technology. The funding source of this investment fund is obtained from our family fund. It is not advisable to go it alone. The efficiency is too slow, and the technology blockade from foreign countries may come faster than expected. Being a strategic investor and supporting the entire industry chain is the best way to go. Lead a group of younger brothers to fly together and play the role of leader of Wulin in this arena." Qin Weimu asked, "How much is the first injection?" Luo Sheng thought for a while and said, "Let's start with about 20 billion yuan. And we will definitely add one after another." Qin Weimu took note of this in his heart, and then tilted his head and glanced at Luo Sheng. "There is nothing else, and there will be another tomorrow. The palace is short, let's sleep." Luo Sheng froze for a moment, and said solemnly, "Observe." The next day, Qin Weimu set out to establish this strategic venture capital fund. She was taking care of the family funds, and this kind of work was also handy for her. During this period, Luo Sheng left the city with a group of Blue Star Technology Group's cloud computing team technicians. This time, he will take another trip, but not abroad, but to the sea. He brought a technical team on a huge private luxury yacht to the coast of the East China Sea, about 12 nautical miles from the coast of the Yangtze River Delta. "Boss, what are you going to bring us to this place?" An accompanying engineer couldn't help but ask curiously. Most of the company's R&D personnel and engineers used this title, and few people called him what he was. Luo Sheng looked at the endless coastline. At this time some staff were busy. Several sailors and technicians were debugging the submersible device. "Of course I'm not here for sightseeing. I want to sink the future super data center into the sea." As soon as this word came out, the accompanying engineers couldn't help but be taken aback. "Put the data center on the ocean floor. Is this brain hole a bit big?" Luo Sheng said with a smile. "To build a very large data center on the ocean floor, you should go to the movie Pirates of the Caribbean several times, because engineers will have to resist the mermaid attack like a sailor." "Of course, this is a joke," Everyone also heard the meaning. As you can imagine, there are various challenges to deploying a data center under the sea. A researcher next to Luo Sheng murmured, "The foundation must be established, broadband must be provided, and a destructive hybrid approach of electricity and water must be provided. Maintaining a submarine data center is definitely a nightmare for engineers." Luo Sheng nodded and said, "Yes, I was thinking when the company entered the field of cloud computing. The data center is best not to be far from the population's place of residence, and does not need to occupy land resources. I want to go to the bottom of the sea. It's a good choice. There are many difficulties. Don't think about it. We are doing things that were not before, and the Americans have never done it. We can only explore it by ourselves. But it is worth our time to invest in researching new solutions. Come, there is no doubt that to sink the data center to the ocean floor, technical difficulties must be overcome, but there are many reasons or benefits worthy of this. First, a large amount of available land has not been utilized, and these lands are free, while land on land is limited, and land in big cities is even more expensive. Second, tidal energy can use the movement of the ocean to generate carbon-neutral electricity, and this natural resource is also free. Third, cooling. The hot aisle is a huge cost for each data center. This has been proven by the dozens of large data centers currently being built or completed by Blue Star Technology Group. There are air-cooled areas, but this is only suitable for mild climates. If it is more extreme, a cooler is needed. Seawater is cold, and if it can be pumped to the right place to take heat away, it can provide ample cooling. Fourth, the bandwidth. The backbone of the internet and each global cloud are located on the ocean floor, and those pipelines connected to the ocean can reduce the delay caused by data packets. Fifth, the population distribution. The vast majority of the world's population generally lives near the coast, and most cities are near the coast. China has a long coastline. The data center needs to be as close to the population as possible and choose to sink into the coast. The benefits of the seabed are self-evident. The last point is that it can be quickly redeployed, with data centers dedicated to computer and storage payloads. When replacing the payload, demolition and reconstruction are usually cheaper, because it does not require too much expensive land expenses. If the subsea system solution is done, Blue Star Technology Group will undoubtedly change the calculation and storage faster world. The group company's layout planning in the field of cloud computing is 10 years from now. This large-scale data center is just the beginning. In the future, more than 200 data centers will be built globally. The cost of this is extremely exaggerated. In addition to the submarine data center, there are other solutions that are tailored to local conditions. For example, in the subsequent construction of the data center, the European side can take full advantage of the free air conditioning provided by the Arctic Circle instead of requiring expensive electricity bills in exchange for air conditioning. Air conditioning. www.metalnovel.com. Blue Star Technologies' subsequent data center construction is also catching up. For example, the 17th data center will be opened in Finland next year, and the 18th data center is still in Europe. The exact location choice. The big cities are near the Arctic Circle. All this is to reduce construction costs, make it easier for these infrastructures to use local renewable natural energy to power, and even improve performance. But the key solution is the submarine data center. The population on the planet is also concentrated in the coastal areas. The necessity of the submarine data center is self-evident. Once the technical problems are overcome, the data center can be deployed in any coastal area around the world. There is almost no customization required. It is okay to throw it down. Of course, this is just a simple and crude description. In fact, to achieve this goal requires a considerable number of innovative technologies provide support, including marine technology, materials, and more. Luo Sheng is also enough to fight. Today, not only is he freed from the daily tedious operation and management of the two companies to lead the technology development, but for the new generation of computing and storage, they are fighting from the land to the sea floor. Chapter 290 Big news breaking the industry latest website. On the coastline, the yacht deck is busy with a lot of staff, the submersibles have been put down, and there are also several sailors in the seawater. Luo Sheng has left the deck and discussed technical issues with several key researchers in a house inside the yacht. If the submarine data center works smoothly in terms of technology, operations, economy, and environmental protection, it can completely change cloud computing. Luo Sheng looked around at several senior technical research experts in the room. A senior engineering technician said, "It's not easy. I haven't done it before. I have no experience to follow. I can only explore it by myself. It requires a lot of trial and error research, and it will inevitably result in a huge amount of research and development funds and time. Invest." After hearing the words, Luo Sheng nodded and smiled. Of course, this is groundbreaking and it should be so. Cloud computing is the company's core strategy. Our Ninian Star Cloud solution currently has no competitors in the industry. Projects, no matter how much money and time it takes, are investments in the future. Luo Sheng formulated a three-step strategy for this project. That is, 3 major stages. The first stage of work is to do a lot of related topic research and model demonstration. That is, the preliminary preparations, which belongs to the theoretical research stage. The second phase is the experimental phase. The focus is on operating a single pod with low power usage. The deployment depth is no more than 100 meters and the distance is no more than 15 nautical miles from land. This phase is to demonstrate the operation of the light-out for up to 5 years, that is, the warranty. 5 years. First, test the prototype underwater data center on the East China Sea coast. At this time, it is definitely powered by land-based power grid. The third stage is the formal application stage. At this stage, all the technical precipitation of the submarine data center is quite mature and can be fully deployed. East China has a long coastline of 18,000 kilometers. Developed areas are concentrated around the 18,000 kilometers coastline. From a global perspective, most of the population is concentrated in the 3 temperate regions of Europe, Asia, and North America. Luo Sheng's goal is very simple. The first phase focuses on the mainland. The full deployment of submarine data centers will focus on the 3 Cs. Invest in the construction of the Bohai data center to radiate the entire Bohai economic belt. Invest in the construction of the East China Sea data center to radiate the Yangtze River Delta economic belt. And invest in the South China Sea data center radiates the Southern Pearl River Delta economic belt. These 3 economic circles can be said to be China's most prosperous economic zone, which happens to be along the coast and is the perfect place to build a superlarge submarine data center. The domestic deployment was completed before expanding overseas. Prior to this, the Blue Star technology under the helm of Luo Sheng, and the Azure Coast, were strategically focused on overseas markets in Europe and the United States. But times are different, and the general environment is quietly changing. This is an issue that must be considered as a multinational technology group. The next era is an era of unprecedented change in a century. China began to move step by step toward the center stage of the world, while the West began to decline. Whether the strategic focus is westward or eastward, Luo Sheng can certainly vote with his feet. There is no doubt that it is placed in the motherland in a period of rapid rise, rather than the declining West. In the words of a great man, it is walking on 2 legs, following both rules, and the road is stable and will not fall. So from now on, whether it is the domestic market or the overseas market, it is best to go hand in hand. If you want to focus on the other side, it must be a bit more important in the Chinese market. There is only such a firm strategy. It doesn't matter if you can win, but at least you can't be defeated. Even if the overseas market is frequently suppressed by the West in the future, or even completely lost, it will not die. Depending on the size of the domestic market, no matter how the European and American countries suppress it, it is sure refuses to die. As long as you don't die, you can make a comeback. The so-called stay in the Green Mountains is not worried about burning wood. As the helm of the French Riviera and Blue Star Technology, Liu Sheng is expanding at the same time, looking forward to the best and rest assured. At the same time, he must also consider the worst plan, and even if the worst result occurs, it can be turned upside down, so that it can be invincible. This is a situation that a qualified helmman must consider. After staying at sea for most of the day, Liu Sheng did not return to land until that afternoon. The new project of the submarine data center also quickly entered the stage of research and development demonstration under his leading decision. The preliminary research and development budget was 122 million yuan. For Blue Star Technology Group, which has always been a billions of dollars, this budget seems to be very unbranded. In fact, this is not the case. If you know that this budget is used for the first stage of theoretical research, you would not think so. The road has come out step by step. The first stage does not require too much budget. When the second stage begins, the budget scale will soar, and during the full deployment of the third stage, it will be tens of billions of dollars. Magnitude. The submarine data center project has not been officially disclosed. Time flies. In the closing phase of 2008, Liu Sheng pulled out of the company's tedious operation and management. 80% of the daily work time was devoted to technology research and development. At this time, Liu Sheng was a professional technical developer with perfect knowledge, and easily switched from an entrepreneurial status to a research developer. The time passed little by little and officially ushered in 2009. But the arrival of the new year is not very friendly to the world today. Entering 2009, we ushered in the worst moment since the outbreak of the financial crisis. But just at this moment, just in 2009, Salesforce, another American company that also provides cloud services, announced last year's financial report pushed the long-established cloud service to the top of the industry. Baidu headquarters. What did you say? $1 billion? At this moment, Li Duzing, the head of Baidu, looked at the chief operating officer who came to report to him with a shocked face. The news was very surprising to him, and a little awkward. Yes, according to last year's financial data released by Salesforce, their cloud service revenue exceeded an astonishing $1 billion, and the industry's most recognized player in cloud computing services, Blue Star Technology. Despite entering cloud computing services, no financial information has been disclosed since the field, but the input of the other party has been increasing. Having said that, the COO of Baidu added, and after I specifically investigated, I found that Google, Amazon, and Microsoft did not release financial information on cloud computing, but they continued to expand in a surprisingly consistent manner. The scale of investment in cloud computing services. After speaking, he glanced at President Li secretly, but for a moment, the latter muttered to himself, "How can this be?" The five sons were full of embarrassment. This amazing news reminded him involuntarily of his comments on cloud computing services at the Forum Summit 3 years ago. In his speech, President Li said that he would like to pour a basin of cold water on cloud computing. However, 2 or 3 years later, he never expected that this basin of cold water would be thrown on his own face. The same news was also delivered to Tencent's little brother's desk. He did not expect such a result. That year, he also concluded that it would take at least hundreds of years or even thousands of years to think about it. It turned out that only 3 years had passed, and it was less than 3 years. Exactly 2.5 years. Here it is reported that the revenue of cloud services of an American company is as high as $1 billion, and it is not the number one player in this field. What about IT giants such as Blue Star Technology, Google, and Microsoft? None of the financial information of the specific cloud service was disclosed, as if a tacit consensus had been reached. Looking at it now, they are all making a lot of money and frantically grabbing market share. If it weren't for Salesforce's financial data disclosure, the world would still be in the dark. Data show that www.mtnovel.com in the event of a severe economic downturn in the second half of 2008 last year, Google, Microsoft, IBM and other North American IT giants quietly increased their investment in cloud services. The average investment growth reached about 30%. If there is no prospect in it, how can these technology giants make such large-scale additional investments? Salesforce's annual report data revealed that the industry was shocked. The global media raced to report that people in the global scientific and technological circles were shocked by the shock. Cloud computing was pushed to the cusp overnight, and at this time the good news media also sprinkled salt on the wounds of Baidu and Tencent. And the news 3 years ago was dug out of a crazy whip corpse. In the latest news, Xiaomi and President Li didn't want to watch. They wanted to hit someone when they saw it. Chinese website. Chapter 291 Baidu and Tencent want to delete the news series The Latest Website. Before 2006, Tencent Baidu looked at cloud computing lightly. It is too early for new bottles and old wines to wait hundreds of years. 3 years later, only Salesforce's cloud service revenue exceeded 6.8 billion yuan, which shocked the industry. Network Technology Report. The era is like this. From the appearance to the lifting of a technology, it never says hello to you. It swept the world almost overnight and caused a sensation. Technology news. Salesforce's performance proves once again that Luo Sheng's excellent vision and strategic foresight are unmatched. His speech and appeal in that year may have to be reopened to take a closer look. How many people regret it? SearchArc Technology Report. Want to make money and get rich? Then follow Luo Sheng. You can do whatever he does. Even if you can't eat meat, you can drink soup. At least the soup is guaranteed. With luck, you can eat a piece of meat. Daily Mail. According to the third-party market survey and analysis report, Blue Star Technology Group may occupy 68.9% of the global market share in cloud computing services, and its foresight and determination make Luo Sheng, the son of the Internet, a hegemonic leader in cloud services. All competitors. Wall Street Journal. An earnings report sparked the focus of global technology on the term cloud computing. At a time, all parties began to pay attention to cloud computing. News from the United States spread to China on the other side of the ocean, and domestic media reported it. At the same time, the news that Xiaomi and President Li least wanted to see or delete were all dug up. The crazy whip corpse was taken out by the media, and became a hot topic feast. The parties involved were embarrassed and died, and they could only endure in silence. This face hurts too much, and suddenly, in the industry, the most famous and humiliating whiteness and Tencent are President Li's new bottled old wine, and Xiaomi's theory can only be realized after a century and 1,000 years. At the 2006 IT Summit, Luo Sheng urged everyone to play together. Among the Bolt-all-Bat Big Four, both Baidu and Tencent were not optimistic and did not play. As we all know, the first cloud computing service in the world was Amazon's AWS. As early as February 2006, the first cloud computing product was launched, the ECS Cloud Server. Within a few months, Luo Sheng led Blue Star Technology Group to make a high-profile announcement, and for the first time proposed the concept of cloud computing, and even directly announced that the $5.6 billion IPO financing was all in the all-in cloud computing service field, which shocked the industry. This incident once caused the stock of the newly listed Blue Star Technology Group to fall. Time flies. By the beginning of 2009, Salesforce's annual report detonated people's attention to cloud computing to a whole new level. And some news about Luo Sheng that year was also dug out by the media. This will undoubtedly add another ring to his legendary halo, and he's right again. To the extent that if he is not too young, many of his admirers in the industry will regard him as the IT godfather rhythm. In a sense, Luo Sheng has become another authority. The number of people he worships in the industry is increasing one after another. Numerous entrepreneurs have regarded him as an archbishop of IT and regard themselves as his loyal believers. Such people are not only in the domestic IT industry, but also in Silicon Valley. There are also a group of his fanatics there, and the number is gradually expanding. It seems like a legendary idol in the minds of countless people, a living legend. Blue Star Technology has unknowingly entered the field of cloud computing and has been polished for 3 years. But these 3 years are not painful, because the internal programmer collaboration problem has been quickly solved in the early stages. In the subsequent R&D and investment process, the group companies realized the importance of the cloud from top to bottom, so they spared no effort to advance and overcome difficulties. In 2007, Blue Star Technology Group also officially launched its own cloud computing product, Nebula Star Cloud. In these 3 years, in addition to Blue Star Technology's unreserved cloud computing in China, Ali is another internet company. Luo Sheng put forward the concept of cloud computing in 2006, and called on domestic IT companies to enter this field, but the response was modest, and only Ali responded, and the start was about 2 years late. But there is no doubt is second only to Blue Star Technology in the domestic cloud service market. In 2008, Ali began to engage in cloud computing. On the one hand, funds are not as generous as Blue Star Technology, and on the other hand, cloud computing is not a matter of playing. Otherwise, Tencent and Baidu will not be at the IT Leaders Forum Summit. Pouring cold water. In the early stages, Dr. Wang, Alibaba's technical director and CEO Lin Alibaba, did not even know how to do cloud computing, but Mr. Ma, who did not understand technology, was convinced that this thing must be done. So the Alibaba Cloud project was so brazen and strong. The only reference material is the thesis of the Blue Star Technology Cloud team. Although Blue Star Technology has the product Nebula Star Cloud, it is not easy to draw directly from it. It has been a whole year until now. The Fusion platform under Alibaba Cloud has not yet been developed, and there is not even virtualization. It is not the same thing as the cloud computing of Blue Star Technology Group or Amazon. The heads of Tencent and Baidu even poured cold water directly. It can be imagined how difficult cloud computing was at that time, and it also indirectly explained the technical strength of Blue Star Technology. With the disclosure of Salesforce's financial report data, the global technology community is aware of the terror potential of cloud computing services. The video of Luo Sheng's speech in 2006 was also inevitably dug out, and more people began to study and interpret. At that time, the content of the speech, especially the predictions of the 4 major stages of the Internet, was repeatedly researched by industry insiders. There is no way, the shadow of the person's famous tree. It turns out that Luo Sheng has said everything so far. Some of his previous predictions have been fulfilled, and those that have not been fulfilled are on the way, and more distant are people who care. What if his prediction was correct? If you enter now, it's the next player. Looking at the current cloud computing services, Luo Sheng has always entered the market and has now become the #1 player in the world. Luo Sheng rarely shared his internet thinking publicly. But over and over again, Feng Shen told outsiders that his insights were really weighty, and that weight would only get heavier over time. As soon as Salesforce's $1 billion cloud service revenue data came out, Ali did not hesitate to increase its investment in cloud computing business by 50%. If there were some doubts before, it is now unwavering. The #1 player in the domestic cloud computing field is undoubtedly Luo Sheng's Blue Star Technology Group, not only domestic but also the #1 player in the world. As long as Ali does not match Blue Star Technology www.intelnovel.com, that is also in front of the vast majority of people, not to mention the world, only in the field of cloud computing services in China. That is proper second only to Blue Star Technology. Because early entry, investment is also expensive, of course, behind Blue Star Technology but ahead of others. Now it seems that all of a sudden change, all parties have begun to invest in the field of cloud computing. The whiteness of new bottles and old wine or Tengsun can only be achieved in 100 years and thousands of years. Now the body is also very sincere. All began to internally focus on discussing cloud computing, re-evaluating cloud computing, and immediately establishing their own cloud computing projects. Really fragrant. At that time, Mr. Ma's words were fulfilled, which caused Baidu and Tengsun to panic. You didn't know that the outbreak would be terrible. Now Tengsun and Baidu have a deep understanding. As reported in the news, the era is like this. From the emergence to the takeoff of a technology, it never greets you. Cloud computing has become a typical example of the world's popularity almost overnight. Chapter 292 The Beginning and End of the Robbery and the Deadly Invisible Wealth. Latest website, Master, Mr. Lucci is visiting. In the Science and Technology Complex building, Xiaona's voice passed into Luo Sheng's ear, and the latter immediately put down the business at hand and said, "Guide him here." Luo Sheng's move seemed to value this person very much, and he was joking, but he spent a lot of energy and fiercely competed with Microsoft to grab the talent. Xiaona, okay. On the other side, a middle-aged man wearing a formal suit and glasses came to the entrance of the Science and Technology Complex building, and let him pause for a while. As soon as he arrived at the door opened automatically and there was a voice, "Welcome, Mr. Lu. Mr. Luo is already waiting for you. Please follow my guide to come in." After Lucci stunned for a while, he was surprised when he heard the young girl's electric sound, and suddenly marveled at the guided voice. In the end, it's technology. This is the first time Lucci came to Luo Sheng's private house, and it took a moment to realize that the building was hosted by a powerful artificial intelligence system. Lucci, this is one of the legendary big names in the IT industry. Last year, Luo Sheng worked hard for 9 years to recruit him to Blue Star Technology Group as the top leader of cloud computing services. This person's resume can be said that few people in the IT industry can compare with it. What is more important is that the talent that has made the Silicon Valley IT giant snap up is a Chinese. Lucci graduated from Fudan University with a bachelor's degree and master's degree in computer science. After graduating, he taught at the university. He studied at Carnegie Mellon University in 1992 and graduated in 1996 with a PhD in computer science. He continued his postdoc at CMU Research, in addition to research papers in academia, holds 40 US patents and is considered the savior of Microsoft's search engine. Lucci subsequently joined IBM's Armden Research Lab and worked for 2 years. He joined Yahoo in 1998 and was appointed Senior Vice President of Yahoo in 2006. He was promoted to Executive Vice President of Yahoo in 2007. And just last year, when Lucci resigned from Yahoo's Executive Vice President, it triggered a major earthquake in the global IT community. After learning that he had left Yahoo, the Silicon Valley technology giants almost threw olive branches to him. One after another invited him to take charge. In Luo Sheng's last life, Lucci, who left Yahoo, entered Microsoft, and later stepped down as Microsoft's global vice president and joined Baidu. The 500-day time to join the company has reduced the market value to more than $40 billion in 500 days. In time, the market value reached $96 billion, and the average market value rose by $100 million a day. Now in this battle, Blue Star Technology, one of the global IT giants, will certainly not be absent, and Luo Sheng also joined the battle without hesitation. Some even laughed. Lucci lost his job alone, and the global IT community broke his heart. It is a legend to be able to do this. Every resignation will cause a battle in the industry. When he resigned as Executive Vice President of Yahoo, President Yahoo Chief Yang burst into tears at the farewell party. The engineers all put on the same shirt and wrote on it, "I used to work with Lucci. How about you?" How fierce is Luo Sheng's participation in this battle? More than 8 world-renowned IT giants threw olive branches at Lucci, who left Yahoo. Among them, Google, IBM, Microsoft, and Blue Star Technology were the most intense. In the end, Google and IBM were defeated, let alone the others. So the industry is paying attention to whether Lucia will follow Luo Sheng or Gates. The Microsoft CEO strongly invited and said what business Lucia wanted to do. Microsoft went to do a business for him, or after leaving Yahoo, he could take a vacation for 1 or 2 years and then return as the chief technology officer. Microsoft is waiting, and the annual salary it was still given during the vacation. And immediately the current CTO was withdrawn. It even offered an extremely tempting position, Microsoft's Global Executive Vice President. If Lucia joins Microsoft, this will be the highest position in history for Chinese people in the global technology field. And Blue Star Technology is also unambiguous. In this battle, Luo Sheng also promised to join Blue Star Technology and do whatever business he wants. At the same time, he promised that as long as Lucia wanted to, Blue Star Technology Group's Global just give it to the vice president. In short, not only can Microsoft give me Blue Star Technology, but it must be higher than Microsoft. If Lucia really wants to take this position, Luo Sheng will not hesitate to step down as his CEO, and then promote the current Global Executive Vice President of Blue Star Technology Zhang Bowen to become CEO, and the vacated position will be airborne to Lucia. Take control. Although Zhang Bowen is not as good as Lucia and has a weak reputation in the IT industry, his ability is undoubted. He is also a well-known big man in the industry today. All of them are talented people. It is impossible for Luo Sheng to ask Lucia to crowd out Zhang Bowen. At the same time, in order to avoid high-level internal strife, such a major top-level structure adjustment always requires someone to make way after class. Reluctant, there is resignation. Luo Sheng's choice is very simple. Then simply go to class by himself is the most suitable candidate. He has long wanted to be relieved from the heavy operation management, and leaving the CEO position will not have any impact on his actual control of Blue Star Technology, because he is also the chairman of Blue Star Technology Group. The control of the 3 meetings and 1 layer is only released from the position of the top manager, and he can still decide who will be the top manager. In the end, Microsoft lost the battle and the Blue Star Technology Group won. In the industry, in Silicon Valley, no one thinks that Blue Star Technology Group is weaker than Microsoft. Today, it is the top technology giant in the global IT industry and is in the same echelon. Regardless of joining Microsoft or Blue Star Technology, many people think that Lucia is high. However, Luo Sheng felt that it was Blue Star Technology that made it and made it himself. After the dust of this battle, Microsoft didn't even give up. In order to make a good impression, Ballmer, the current head of Microsoft, wrote on his personal microblog, "The cost of hiring Lucia is $39.9 billion less than the cost of acquiring Yahoo." This means that Microsoft wanted to acquire Yahoo in 2007 and launched a series of negotiations for this. As a result, negotiations failed. Nevertheless, Microsoft CEO Ballmer unexpectedly got other surprises, and met Lucia in the process. This is where Lucia resigned in 2008. And the Silicon Valley IT giants have staged a big show. But Silicon Valley has lost. Lucia chose to return to China to work for a mainland technology company, joined Blue Star Technology Group, and took office as a director of Blue Star Technology Group, becoming the company's director and global vice president. There are more than 1 or 2 vice presidents in the company, but there is only 1 executive vice president, currently Zhang Bowen. In addition, Lucia is also responsible for the cloud computing project of Blue Star Technology Group. As the president of Blue Star Technology's online business unit, Lucia is in charge of the most important business unit of the group company. He is in charge of a cloud of more than 10,000 people, technical and operational teams in service, and can report directly to CEO Luo Sheng. Lucia has this ability. This is an executive with senior professional and technical knowledge, excellent leadership and extensive business knowledge. He is a very rare talent in the industry. At this time, Lucia entered the Science and Technology Complex building. and no one took him along the way, but proceeded through Xiona's guidance. This is the first time he has been here. He has also been to Gates' private house, which is also full of technological elements. Compared with Gates' mansion, he found that the sense of technology in Luo Sheng's private house is really there is nothing worse than that. A few minutes later, Lu Qi came to a private office and saw Luo Sheng here. Lu Qi was quite surprised. His attention was attracted by a wall display cabinet in front of Luo Sheng. At this moment, Luo Sheng was wearing a pair of rubber gloves and working goggles and using a pair of tweezers to put a thumb. Objects are put into the grid of a display cabinet on the wall. Although he didn't look back, Lu Qi already knew when he entered the room. How old is Lu? This display case on the wall collects all entities known on the Earth except radioactive elements, and ranges them in the order of the periodic table of elements. Luo Sheng put his tweezers aside, take off the rubber gloves and clap your hands, turn around and ask Lu Qi to sit down aside. The wall in the office is the periodic table of elements. Looking at the layout of the display cabinets, as long as it is seen by junior high school students who have seen the picture of the periodic table, the display cabinet on the wall is like the periodic table of the books. The same array layout, and each grid is marked. Lu Qi thinks that the value of this wall is conservatively estimated to be about 1 or 2 million yuan. This is the richness of Chigo, and it is compelling. For example, element 45 rhodium, which is an essential element for surface treatment in the modern gem-making process, does not sound cheap, and its price is about 2.4 million yuan per kilogram. The more expensive platinum that ordinary people can think of, that is, element 78, requires about 190,000 to 560,000 yuan per kilogram, and its value can only be ranked to a medium level in the entire periodic table. Even more exaggerated, such as thorium, a synthetic radioactive element, reached $1 billion when 1 gram was most expensive. Even today, the price is not so exaggerated, it is still $27 million, which is the most expensive in nature element. But the wall display cabinet does not have any radioactive elements, that is the rhythm of death. Of course, not all elements are expensive and speechless. The cheaper elements like the 58th element used as a flintstone cost only 7 or 8 yuan per kilogram. After Luo Sheng sat down, he got 2 cups of tea in person, while Lu Qi sitting opposite him still looked at the wall and said ridiculously, "The richest man in the mainland inland is truly unique. This is so fatal." Ha ha. Ha ha could not help laughing. Speaking of collecting things, rich people may collect famous cars, watches, luxury homes, too clichés and unbearable. So I collect elements. If you are a stamp collector, then you will most likely never have all the stamps, but the collection elements are different. Each element has a grid, as long as you put in the corresponding thing. It sounds simple, but it is really easy to do. In fact, it is quite simple, as long as you have a lot of small money. After a while, Luo Sheng found that Lu Qi looked at the wall from time to time with great interest, and immediately smiled and said, "I see that you are heart-throbbed. In this way, I will give you a version in 2 days." Lu Qi chatted for a while. www.mtlnovel.com said, "Forget it, this thing is too expensive, I'll do it myself." Luo Sheng shook his head and said with a smile, "No, no, although the same, but what you give is not the same as your own. It is your salary for 1 year, not expensive, and not many year-end awards. The play of the rich. The poor are limited by their imagination." Lu Qi readily accepted that after joining Blue Star Technology, his annual salary was not counted as equity incentive options, and the annual salary alone was 175 million yuan, which is by far the highest salary for the entire group company. Zhang Bowen now has an annual salary of only 119 million, and Yao Jianhong's annual salary has risen to 80 million, so Lu Qi, who has joined for almost a year, is the proper employment emperor under Luo Sheng. It is Luo Sheng himself, who now earns a salary of RMB1 symbolically, and this game is becoming more and more popular in the industry. Chinese website. Chapter 293 New Challenges and New Opportunities. After chatting for a while, Lu Qi started to talk about business. He has the right to report directly to the CEO. Salesforce's performance report can be said to have completely ignited the global technology community's competition in the field of cloud computing. Few people have previously asked for it. Now it is capable, and those who are not capable are betting on cloud services. It will inevitably cause waste of resources and chaos in the industry. Hearing that, Liu Sheng smiled lightly. The world is bustling. The world is ravaged, and the disclosure of a financial report data instantly exposed a super gold mine. I am not surprised at this situation. I have to say that when Salesforce's report came out, many people in the industry were very angry and incompetent with those giants. The reason is that it accuses Blue Star Technology, Microsoft, and Google of being too unreasonable. They all said nothing, did not disclose the financial information of the cloud computing service sector, and then kept silently adding notes. Obviously, everyone is making a lot of money in silence. This kind of thing will be said by fools, and they are all busy and grab market share. It's too stupid to show off the financial report, and it's too stupid. Too much. No. As soon as Salesforce's financial report comes out, all parties have entered the cloud computing in large numbers. Originally, it was a low advancement of several technology giants. Now the entire industry is hot. Cloud computing is like a basket. Everyone is digging into it now. Lu Qi said, the current global market size of cloud computing, according to a Wall Street survey report, I think the overall share is still undervalued. At least Blue Star Technology Group's cloud computing services are undervalued. It is worth mentioning that Blue Star Technology Group actually has a global market share of about 71.22% in the industry, and is the proper number one player, followed by Amazon, which accounts for about 12%, and then Salesforce, Google and Microsoft. After that, then everything else. Liu Sheng said, has the annual report come out? How much money did we make last year? Lu Qi, I don't know the company's annual report, but the financial audit of my complex cloud computing service sector has been published and the financial summary statistics have been submitted. I estimate that the global market size of cloud computing services should have exceeded $10.5 billion. Cloud services under our group of companies, we cut away about 3/4 of this piece of cake. And the rest are peers. Liu Sheng, 3/4. That means that our Nebula Star Cloud solution has reached $7.5 billion in revenue last year. Yes, it is a pretty eye-catching transcript. For this transcript, Liu Sheng is very satisfied, and the global cloud computing service market size and development speed also exceeded his estimates. He thought that the global market size should be about $6 billion to $7 billion last year. He did not expect that the $10 billion mark had been exceeded, and the growth rate of the cloud computing service market has soared so fast. After a while, Lu Qi said, the air outlet has changed to Mr. Liu. Starting this year, the cloud service business may no longer be played by a few giants. Except for the old players of the giants, they will invest on a larger scale and all players will flock. Whatever bull, ghost, and snake will enter this field. For us, this is a change, but it is also a new opportunity. Liu Sheng could not help but look at him. Oh, new opportunities? How do you say that? After hearing that, Lu Qi paused, organized a language in his heart, and then looked at Liu Sheng. I personally speculate that since Mr. Liu told the story of cloud computing in 2006, it has developed to the present. Although the industry I have a relatively clear understanding of cloud computing, but this is also the core technology. Few people will show it to you. But I think in the near future, the trend will definitely be cloud computing vendors everywhere. Liu Sheng nodded his head silently and drank tea by the way, but did not speak but waited for the other parties following. Lu Qi obviously did not finish. But for a moment, Lu Qi continued, the influx of new players seems to have impacted us. This is of course a challenge, but I think there are greater opportunities besides challenges. If we don't seize them, it will be a greater challenge. It's even a threat. Luo Sheng said succinctly, I would like to hear the details. Lu Qi replied, the cloud service is exploding, and more people will play. This is inevitable. Then I thought, why not follow this trend and start an open source project for cloud computing services? Luo Sheng's eyes brightened, and he immediately looked at Lu Qi. Well, what do you mean, from our existing cloud technology imitation or simply stripping part of it, and set up an open source cloud platform project? The benefits of doing so Luo Sheng realized in less than 2 seconds. Simply put, once Blue Star technology plays this way, other new players who enter the cloud computing in the future will be members of the Nebula system. The longer the time, the more dependent, then the Blue Star technology group in the field of cloud computing Gongyu status is very difficult to shake. And there is no doubt that these new players are all just scratching their heads and coming up with an open source cloud platform. 100% will swarm. The reason is simple. Their own technology is not hard enough. Others have entered the market through this open source cloud platform. Still groping. It's too late when you come up with something, and you can't even sip soup dregs. Another advantage is that when the younger brother is not obedient, even if he wants to rebel, he will be very easy to make him. Although Luo Sheng is very uncomfortable with things like European and American people's neck, but in the other way, people's necks are really cool. Expect to hate others, so why not make yourself the one you hate most? Lu Qi nodded, then took out a briefcase from his briefcase, and handed it to Luo Sheng. Yes, I think so. This is the draft I rushed out. BlueStack. Luo Sheng immediately took over and opened the files to browse one by one, and immediately saw the English title. The literal translation means Blue Protocol Architecture. As Luo Sheng browsed, Lu Qi looked at the other side and added, in my vision, the BlueStack open source project is globally oriented. Our domestic and global private clouds will be enriched immediately. Blue Star Technology Group now occupies a large number of aftermarket share and proof of what cloud computing should do. BlueStack can quickly open up. With the gradual maturity of BlueStack, domestic internet companies will gradually have their own private clouds in the near future. If some companies are technically better, based on this open source project to transform and optimize, they can launch their own public cloud platforms. Although, in this way, there are many differences between platforms, the inside must be developed from the open source version of BlueStack. I believe that in the near future, there will be clouds everywhere, but we are the largest cloud in the world. Many people think that Lu Qi was highly sought after by Luo Sheng's gracious invitation. From this point, it can be proved that Blue Star Technology made a profit by inviting Lu Qi. Now the campaigner's core business is in charge of him. Luo Sheng looked at the material for a while and then closed it, saying concisely, it's settled. You go grab it. Luo Sheng's affirmation. Lu Qi is also excited. He is afraid of conflicting with the idea of his boss. Now it seems that this worry can be ignored. Joining Blue Star Technology Group is very happy so far, making him more convinced of this choice. There is no regret to abandon Microsoft, because the joining Blue Star Technology is a Chinese company. The feelings inside are different from Silicon Valley. Lu Qi laughed. Alibaba Cloud's Fusion platform still has many technical problems, and Dr. Wang Jian and Mr. Lin have come to us to learn from us many times. It can be said that Alice Cloud project started from imitating Nebula Star Cloud. Luo Sheng couldn't help but smile slightly, saying, so, BlueStack is an open source project launched around the end of the first quarter of this year. At the beginning of this year, Blue Star Technology will release online cloud translation and a cross-platform chat application WhatsApp. Then there will be 3 rounds in the first half of the year, and the first round will start with BlueStack. The current situation in the field of cloud computing services is that Salesforce has ignited the enthusiasm of everyone in the industry, but cloud computing technology does not rely on the brain to heat up, agitate and play with a little money. It can be said that even Baidu and Tencent, and even companies like are waiting to be fed, let alone other companies that want to enter this field. The outside world still does not know that Luo Sheng has taken the initiative to launch the BlueStack open source project, but cloud computing is already a megatrend in the future, and it is a foreseeable future. This has now become an unwritten consensus in the industry, and no one will question it. Everyone has to enter this field, a super gold mine. Who cares? Progression is definitely going to happen, so it must lead to a consequence how to play. There is no doubt that Ureads www.youcansu find new players.com is definitely not against Google, Amazon, Salesforce or Microsoft. It is the nebula of the Bluestar Technology Group, because Bluestar Technology is the undisputed #1 player in the cloud computing field at present. If you want to quickly start to occupy the pits in the cloud computing, imitate the nebula. Even if you create a new game, it also requires a detailed understanding of the nebula. It can be seen that, under such a big environment, once the open source project BlueStack is released, it must be a warm welcome for new players who are eager to enter the field of cloud computing. Someone will give you pillows when you doze off. It's better than fooling around, right? I missed an opportunity in 2006, and if I missed it, I really couldn't find it. Not everyone can play like Luo Sheng, so dare to play. Nor can anyone be as rich and dare to spend money as Bluestar Technology Group. Chapter 294 One Network News makes it difficult for the entire industry to calm down. This matter was so quickly determined. Luo Sheng did not hesitate to make a decision, and Lucci did not stay in the science and technology complex for too long, and left here after about 20 minutes. Luo Sheng also arranged another thing incidentally, that is, to send a wall cabinet of the periodic table to Lucci, completely according to the arrangement of the periodic table, except radioactive elements. All other element entities must have. Value is less than 200 million, small money. Compared to the BlueStack open source project proposed by Lucci today, this one has a reputation of more than 200 million. He is also a rich man, and he has always been the type of person who works for him. If he said he would leave from Bluestar Technology, he would even say if this kind of intention is revealed, the phone will be blasted by the headhunting company. It's too cliché for such people to send money or equity. However, Luo Sheng appreciates Lucci, the principle he adheres to. The first principle is adherence to values. Lucci puts this principle first, putting integrity in front of work spirit and professional ability, not to mention his professionalism, ability to swing. Based on this alone, it's no surprise that the big hairs are looting. Just like a sentence in Zizitongjian, virtue has no virtue, and its virtue is usable. Talent has no virtue, it is difficult to use. Lucci's second principle is always positive energy. This is his working principle. Since joining Bluestar Technology Group, his staff have never seen him complain or have negative emotions. Highly self-disciplined, an extremely self-disciplined person is actually terrible. Every day, Lucci's motto is do more, no more, and achieve more. Keep reading the most cutting-edge papers every day and imagine yourself as a software. Today's version must be better than yesterday's version, and tomorrow's version must be better than today's version. Considering the company as a personal business, many professional managers have become CEOs, but they can't find a few who can reach the position and structure of Lucci. It is important that he treats the company as a personal business. Bluestar Technology Group's cloud computing business last year far exceeded Luo Sheng's expectations, and Lucci contributed. Humble and sincere, as a well-known celebrity in the technology industry, but personally very humble, he forbids employees to call him General Manager Lu and asks him to call him by name. Whether it is email or other, he will reply. No wonder it will be furiously contested by Silicon Valley and domestic technology giants. Who doesn't like this kind of talent? The time goes by. At the beginning of the new year, Bluestar Technology Group has determined the schedule of the open source cloud platform. The major conferences in the first half of this year will be carried out 3 times, namely online cloud translation, cross-platform chat application WhatApp, and cloud computing open source project BlueStack. Although Luo Sheng has been relieved from the heavy operation and management of the two companies, he hasn't gotten rid of it. His daily work is also very diverse, but his focus has basically been put on Pantech. The world's unprecedented change in a century has come. As China's manufacturing industry surpasses the United States, the latter has already become China's strategic competitor. You must know that even the American rivals, the former Soviet Union, Japan, the European Union did not surpass the United States at the peak of the scale of manufacturing. At the peak of Japan, it was equivalent to about 70% of the United States. However, the fact that China has surpassed the manufacturing scale of the United States is an absolute fact. Old America will inevitably begin to formulate a series of suppression plans. As a Chinese company, Luo Sheng's two multinational giant groups are still in the high-tech field. There is no doubt that they are in the early stages. Therefore, Luo Sheng did not dare to come down to salted fish at this time. He must complete the nirvana from vegetables to phoenixes. The Americans cannot give him much time. Now he is not striving to create a spare tire plan. I'm sorry. For example, more than half of the Azure mobile phones belonging to the Azure Group are supply chain partners in the United States and Japan. The camera sensor is in cooperation with Sony. The storage and screen are in cooperation with Samsung, and there are some partners in Europe. The reason Americans put the business of the Côte d'Azur company into the North American market is to see this, knowing that as long as the Côte d'Azur gets stuck in the neck, it will die. With the gate of life in your hands, and more than one or two, Americans can be so fearless. Otherwise, with the beauty of the old urine, how could Luo Sheng be allowed to accumulate wealth around the world without being indifferent? Once these overseas supply chain partners are not playing with you, the French Riviera will face a crisis of shock. Luo Sheng has long felt that Wall Street is about to move. There is a very important reason for this. The Côte d'Azur is now an unlisted company, and Wall Street has no advantage in it. The reason is also very simple. The Côte d'Azur has not had any foreign investment so far. Unlike the hybrid Blue Star Technology Group, the descent of the Côte d'Azur is pure and cannot be pure Chinese ancestry. Today, the income and profit of the French Riviera, Americans or Wall Street directly, I'm afraid it has long been enthusiastic. The reason why we are letting go now is definitely to seek greater benefits. People who really believe that the world is fair in trade, and that fair competition can win with superior products are either stupid or bad. Luo Sheng never believed this, but his guess is that the Americans are waiting, after the French Riviera has become deeply dependent on the supply chain, and then threatened. This time will inevitably lead to a consequence. The French Riviera will become more brilliant once it is shocked. The scale of the losses is on the order of magnitude. By that time, Americans' chips will be available at the negotiating table. Wall Street can take advantage of this as a bargaining chip, require a stake in the Azure coast, and require listing, even more stringent conditions, or you will be shocked to death. It is conceivable that if such a situation really happens, and the French Riviera does not have a spare tire that can replace overseas suppliers, it will inevitably face two choices: either die directly, and you can only accept it if you don't want to die. Americans and Wall Street pick beaches, just like Samsung. By the end of this month, I don't know where the wind came from, and the entire IT industry in the mainland was not calm, and even spread to Silicon Valley. And all this is the result of a sudden wild spread of news in the industry, that is, the hegemony of the global cloud computing field today. Star Cloud, a subsidiary of Blue Star Technology Group, was rumored to be open source. Just entering 2009, cloud computing was pushed to the forefront of the tide. Almost overnight, there were only a few scattered giants playing, and a large number of new players suddenly poured in. In this situation, those new players who have just come in have nowhere to start. All I know is that this gadget is very profitable, and we must take the pitch quickly, but it is not an exaggeration to say that more than 90% are obscured by both eyes. But I saw the super gold mines here, and I wanted to come up and have a drink. Wanting to enter this field is not to say that you can have fun when you come in. Being rich is only basic. Blue Star Technology Group's cloud computing service engineers have exceeded 12,000 super teams, and large and small R&D centers are spread all over the world. Famous universities around the world of funding. This is the result of cooperation with IBM, and the average daily everyone leaves. And every day, such a large team plus Luo Sheng's technology has supported about 70% of StarCloud's global cloud service market share. At the same time, the few existing cloud players in the world almost all refer to or imitate the Nebula from the beginning. These players include Google and Microsoft, which are familiar today. Too few systems have been developed by myself. Amazon is a company, IBM is a company, but Microsoft and Google are crossing the river with Blue Star Technology. At a glance, they have lost their dreams and lowered their proud heads. The two also took magnifying glass photos. That is, this time the $1 billion report, the influx of FTSE and Oracle. Needless to say, in China, at present, besides Blue Star Technology, Atan is doing it, and she is also obsessively observing Luo Sheng. Atan must do it, because this year Atan has a major plan to go online, that is, the Double 11 Shopping Festival project. Planning has been launched, and the beginning of the Chopsticks Festival started this year. At that time, the huge volume of transaction data generated on the day, and the sudden increase in the number of visits will require a huge system support to prevent crashes and downtime. This involves calculations, storage, databases, networks and other aspects. Alice the flying system has high hopes. However, there is not much time left for Ali, only 10 months. If the Phoenician system cannot bear this burden, Ali will face two options. One is to abandon the marketing plan for the Double 11 shopping spree, and the other is to go to Liu Watching next door to find Luo Sheng to find a solution. StarCloud, owned by Blue Star Technology, can definitely handle it easily. There is absolutely no doubt. Obviously, before the last resort, Atan is unwilling to ask for help. It is no exaggeration to say that, so far, what kind of cloud service solutions do you want? StarCloud can provide services. If not, then there is no such cloud service on this planet, because in this field, worldwide, and at the moment, Blue Star Technology says that second, no one dares to jump out and say that he is first. It's so confident. It is conceivable that www.intelnovel.com, if the StarCloud of the internet is open source, it would be incredible. No less than a major earthquake in the internet world. At first people didn't believe it. The reason was simple. It would only happen if the senior executives of Blue Star Technology had their heads in a showy state. But then again, there is no wind and no waves in the world. This wind does not blow early, but it does not blow. It just seems a bit strange at this time, which inevitably makes people think. The point is that Blue Star Technology has not come out to rumor. This is the point. This kind of thing, it is better to trust it. However, people in the industry are generally not stupid enough to guess. It's very simple. Just call to consult and verify. Regardless of whether you can get the exact result, calling for consultation is better than guessing yourself. As a result, the telephone of Blue Star Technology Group was exploded by the consultants. Chapter 295. A tough choice. Ali is facing latest website, Hangzhou City, Ali headquarters. In a conference room, Ali, one of the four giants of the famous vault, is the largest e-commerce giant in China. For the recent Ali, the coming of the new year is also frequent and ambitious. A series of plans or rolling out or incubation have also inevitably caused business confusion, and the person in charge left. Mr. Zhang, who has just joined Aiju for less than 2 years, was ordered to take charge of the treasure shop and took the initiative to help. He has seen B2C as a major trend in the future. He can't watch it die and cause her to miss this outlet. President Zhang's temporary work in not only led Dibao to the right track, but also invented and established this year's Double 11 shopping festival, which may profoundly change the shopping habits of China and even the world. Although Luo Sheng is the most dazzling technology coffee in this era, his light can't cover other people's shine. However, Mr. Jiang also had a rollover. Anyway, in the last life of Luo Sheng, Mr. Jiang encountered October besieged at the beginning of his term. The reason was that he increased the technical service fee and breach of contract guarantee of the original merchant several times. In the end, it was only at the crucial moment that President Ma came forward to compromise and settle the matter. However, at this time, the Treasure Shopping Mall has not been renamed Mall, and it is not known whether it will be changed by Mr. Jiang. After all, the development trajectory of this world has changed too much. In the conference room at the moment, Ma always sat down freely. Well, to be more straightforward, just put two legs on the table, don't be too casual. I don't know anything about technology, but I know that no matter how wide the moat is, it is not enough to innovate. And innovation has always been a problem for large companies. We are indeed no better than the innovation of the Blue Star Group. There is nothing to be ashamed of. Silicon Valley has to be convinced. It can't compare to the very large scale of this company, but we can barely be considered a large company. At least we have encountered the problem of innovation. It was President Ma who spoke, but for a moment he looked to President Jiang. Redefining things is already your habit, and you often use to redefine smartphones as an example. What's your opinion? In the face of the speech of his boss, Mr. Jiang gave him a glance. Thinking for a moment is a powerful speech. I think what we need now is not to analyze the past behavior of people to predict the future, but to be like an Azure mobile phone. Create a way no one has ever seen before and redefine new things in the future. It is worth mentioning that at this time, Xiaozi is not a partner of AO, but it is definitely one of the core executives of this domestic e-commerce giant. Speaking of which, Mr. Jiang looked around at all the participants, and finally fixed his eyes on Mr. Ma and said firmly, I still insist on the all-in wireless end. Although there are less than 30 to 40 million mobile internet users now, I mean real mobile internet users, I think this is a good thing. Even if there is no past, good things have a future. After that, Mr. Jiang took out an Azure 3G smartphone from his pocket, and swiped it on the screen and desktop to show it to everyone, adding, everyone, know that when I see the UI interface now what's it like in my heart? When I seem to turn over and over again, I haven't found a digging app from this 4-inch screen. Even when I don't even have an app of our Ali system, I will always be inexplicably shocked. The hair is upside down. B2C is the mega trend in the future, and the mobile internet is even more so. In any case, we must complete the transition from the PC era to the mobile era as soon as possible. This is a thrilling leap, but it really can't be delayed for a long time. Tencent has already it's almost a leap, let alone Blue Star technology. As soon as you go down, mobile phone mining has a great chance to become the world's largest mobile e-commerce platform. This leap is very thrilling, but this risk is worth taking. Everyone looked at each other, but President Ma said nothing. But in the end, he made a decision at the meeting and decided to make Ali a thrill. This internal meeting is of historical significance for Ali. At this meeting, Mr. Ma finally made the decision and decided to fully deploy the mobile internet. However, the meeting process has not ended here. President Ma said, let's talk about the recent rumors. There is no wind but no waves. But it can't be the same. Is it true or not? Is there any reliable news? Of course. He was referring to the recent news of the open-source Blue Star technology cloud service Nebula Star Cloud being open-sourced. It is still spreading wildly. Major enterprises are imaginative, and Ali is no exception. Everyone looked at President Ki, who just responded to him. He added a moment later, I have a good relationship with Lucci, the current head of cloud computing services at Blue Star Technology. Yesterday afternoon I spoke privately on the phone, and talked about it. Mr. Ma laughed with interest and said, so, did you detect secret information? Let's hear. Mr. Ki laughed. The answer given by Lucci is that the current rumors are false, but he also told me that Blue Star Technology has recently started an open source project for cloud services and will soon announce it. As soon as this remark came out, everyone suddenly realized and was surprised. Mr. Ma slaps his legs and laughs. "I appetite, in my opinion. The wind of open source speech in the industry is the result of the self-directed performance of the Blue Star Group. It must be not only us, but also most of the other people are spying on intelligence." A senior executive at the conference said, "Is that understandable as a subtext of the Blue Star Group's move? Want to play cloud computing and wait for me? I'll Luo Sheng take you to play with me?" Mr. Ma nodded slowly. The general manager Jiang couldn't help but sighing. Blue Star Technology really did this. Once a new open source project is launched, I am afraid that there will be all kinds of clouds all over the world within 3 or 5 years. And Star Cloud, I am afraid it will form the status of stars and arches in the future cloud computing field. It will stick to its ears and want to shake Luo Sheng's supremacy in cloud services. The strong one is always strong. Having said that, Mr. Jiang could not help but quipped, "It's so difficult for me to meet Mr. Li now as a competitor with such people." The managers attending the meeting could not help but issue a burst of laughter. The general manager Jiang has a sense of glee and joy. "You must know that the search for Yunj is now a little bit of cannibalism kingdom, and Baidu has nothing to do with it. This is the most helpless and the most terrible." At this time, an executive who could not help but said, "When it comes to this, I am actually very puzzled about a problem." The Blue Star Technology Group started from the first year of establishment, and the second year is exactly, since 2004. He has fought against Tencent and Baidu. The competition has now been fought for more than 5 years. But for such a long time, the other party has not been involved in the e-commerce business. "Do you look down on us?" After hearing this, President Ma suddenly said, "Hey, I wish he looked down on us and managed to kill eBay. The remaining ones have not been cleaned up. If the Blue Star Group now inserts a bar no matter where, domestic internet companies, no one is panicking." After a while, President Ki also continued to talk about his private conversation with Lu Qi. Lu Qi suggested that Alice Fetion be temporarily put on hold, waiting for Blue Star's open source platform, which can provide perfection for many technical pain points of Fetion's system's solution. Speaking of this, Mr. Ki couldn't help but sigh, even a little helpless. His eyes were quite complicated. With a ridiculous tone, Mr. Ma said something that made everyone cold. The Fetion system has a lot of technical pain points. It can be said that there are a lot of pain points. Our engineers do not know how to solve them until now. They have no idea at all. But before solving the pain points, we must first figure out where the Blue Star Group is. What are you doing? If Luo Sheng's eyes are not very good, and accidentally solve Ali as a pain point, it will be a big trouble. President Ma's words were quite funny and humorous, and he smiled after he said it, but he smiled as if he smiled. In fact, there was bitterness behind it, and he even felt chills. The senior executives who attended the meeting either listened indifferently or shook their heads with bitter smiles. Obviously, Ali is mixed about Blue Star Technology Group's upcoming cloud computing open source project. The good news is that the technical pain points of Fetion system may be resolved in this regard. He is worried that Luo Sheng will also solve Ali with him. This is not the onset of persecution paranoia. This is a treacherous shopping mall. No armor is worn on the body, which means that someone may die directly from the back. As the helm of an enterprise, this is a qualified helm that must be considered and consciously guarded against first-hand awareness. This is not the case now. The fact of cloud computing is more desperate and cruel than that, because if you know it, be alert. But it doesn't make sense. This is the fundamental willingness of all the people who laughed bitterly. You still have to use it, you have no choice. You have to take the risk of being solved by the other side to solve the technical pain points. Who makes you not sure of the technical pain points yourself? If Blue Star Technology launches an open source cloud computing project, it will inevitably lead to a consequence. The threshold of the entire industry will be lowered at once. and there will be more people playing. Alice Advantage will soon be wiped out. There may have been only dozens of companies entering this field before, and only a few survived in the end, but now the threshold is lowered. Hundreds or even thousands of companies may enter the field at once, and there may be dozens of survivors in the end. Family. If A is unsure of her skills and doesn't come into play, she will immediately fall behind, and she will not have to play at all. Unless everyone is not interested in Blue Star's open source cloud computing project, ignore it and reach an alliance against Blue Star. But is this realistic? The nature of human nature will inevitably appear 2 or 5. Maybe here is shouting unity against the evil hegemonic rule of Blue Star technology. Behind the scenes is already holding open source project solutions and constructing its own private cloud already. So www.mentalnovel.com, even if this so-called alliance can be reached, it is still fragile. They don't even need to use Blue Star technology. They will soon disintegrate. The world is hustle and bustle, and the world ravages. But for Leo, the meeting of Atan is over. The flying system is still advancing and cannot be stopped. The funds here cannot be saved. Atan's senior management will not really choose trust because of Lucius' words. It's not wise, it's not smart, it's stupid. And when Aju determined that the Phaeton system continued to develop, he also had a backup plan arrangement. If Blue Star Technology Group really launched a reliable open source project for cloud computing, then there is no alternative. Otherwise falling behind is even more terrifying, and you will lose your chance directly. I have already seized the opportunity of cloud computing, and if I lose it, it will definitely be distressing and difficult to accept. The cost of trial and error is only a loss of money, but if you make a mistake, the cost may be a crisis of survival. Chapter 296: Whiteness Crisis and Silicon Valley Giants. The major issues identified by Ali in this meeting today mean that among the 4 major domestic internet giants, Albat, Blue Star, Tencent and Alitan have already embraced the big wave of mobile internet. Whiteness has been forced to indulge in the PC era. You have to be forced. However, you can't blame Baidu. Where can Baidu take care of the broken mobile internet? The kingdom hinterland of the PC field is already at risk. Cloud Song Search, a subsidiary of Blue Star Technology Group, is gradually eating away the hinterland of Baidu Search Kingdom. Baidu is still in the Chinese search engine market at present. But the following Cloud Song Search with technology that is not weaker than Baidu is even worse than that. Coupled with high-quality user experience, plus strong funds, it was thrown in like a black hole, which was a 3-handed axe given by Yu Jun for Baidu, and the old owner was almost out of breath. Search engines. It is very easy to realize the search engine traffic entrance. If Yunj wants to make money, it will definitely stop bleeding and make a profit. However, Luo Sheng has not made Yunj search profitable until now. It is almost 6 years from 2003 to 2009 today. The revenue of Yunj search minus operating costs has not only caused a huge profit but also a huge loss. If you have no money, ask for Blue Star Dad, and Luo Sheng will approve as much as the army needs. As long as you take the money to burn it, you will burn it to death. Burning money. Where can Baidu fight? Today, even Google, Microsoft and other well-known Silicon Valley technology giants would be frightened by the 3 legs shuddering when they heard Blue Star Technology dueling to them. Baidu's current capital chain is actually very entrenched, especially in the current environment, where there is simply no financing available in the market. The beginning of 2009 was the worst time for the global financial crisis. Then you can only rely on your own income, which has led to a dilemma. To increase your income, you must continue to do evil, increase the bidding ranking. Do not want to do evil, you have no income. Living and consuming. Luo Sheng can continue to make Yunj search unprofitable for another 5 years. Either choice is a heavy blow to Whiteness. The PC's old nest is almost unable to stand up. How can it devote energy to the new field of mobile internet? Even the startup funds for cloud computing projects are squeezed out. At the beginning, The phrase new bottled old wine is not only the face of Chiguogu, but more importantly, regret. Baidu really regrets it. If you started to enter the field of cloud computing services 3 years ago, it will basically start at the same time as Blue Star Technology Group. The other party has rich funds and dares to throw money. Baidu dare not play this way, but it will not be as embarrassing as it is today. Status. Now, not only one of Alice partners, Mr. Ki, privately called to talk to Lucci, the top person in charge of Star Cloud. Other big names in the industry have contacted the senior management of Blue Star Technology Group from various channels to spy intelligence. Right now this rumor has touched the heart of the industry. Xu Chengwei called Liu Sheng directly, and the two had a good relationship. For a while, the industry's attention to this matter has once again increased, and foreign Silicon Valley technology circles have also paid special attention to this. Not only domestic companies that want to enter the cloud computing have nowhere to start, but also many foreign companies. If the industry leader launches a market-oriented open source project at this time point, new players will soon be able to occupy a pit in the cloud computing field. Now everyone is anxious to occupy the pit. This is obviously a potential as soon as possible, and there is a lot of imagination. In the past, people in the industry felt that this gadget was too far away and unrealistic. An annual report disclosed by FTSE Cozico completely overturned people's perceptions and shook the industry. Not only is this gadget far away, but companies are already making big money. Is that okay? As if everyone was not optimistic about the previous day, the event appeared overnight, driven by the interests of all parties to pay attention to the field of cloud computing. At this time, the industry leader Blue Star Technology has launched an open source project for cloud computing. It is no exaggeration to say that new players who want to play and quickly catch up with the last bus of cloud computing do not want to miss the last window period. You can only choose the open source project solutions provided by Blue Star Technology, because you don't go. There are definitely others who will go, and others will be ahead of you as soon as you go. In addition, the market share has been accounted for by most of the giants, not a Byte, who let you not enter when the event is open. If you entered it 3 years ago, then it has already taken off. If you look at other FTSE companies, even if it is not comparable to Blue Star Technology, it is also a well-known player in the field. Today, 3 years later, the event is closing. Not only that, in fact, the strategy of Blue Star Technology Group to launch an open source project is to accelerate the closing of the event from another perspective. This is where Lucci's cleverness lies. Since he can't afford it, he can't quietly grab market share as before. He simply can't afford it. He simply opens up and pulls the big guys together to play. Anyway, 70 of this cake about Blue Star Technology has eaten. Now open an open source project, take it out to all players, and leave it to you to share. Everyone has their own opportunities, but the premise is to respect me as the leader of Blue Star Technology. Only by following the premise of Brother Sun's order, you will have the opportunity to share the last piece of cake. Otherwise there will be no last point. Once this open source project is launched, in time, Blue Star Technology Group is the standard maker in the field of cloud computing, and its status is like the Windows operating system equivalent to the PC era of Microsoft Corporation. No one can shake it. What's more, there is still an opener from Blue Star Technology Group who is still far ahead in technology, squeezing toothpaste or something, and how to lose. As for now, Liu Sheng basically did not show up, but ended up personally with more than 12,000 teams of cloud computing engineers to climb the technology. Without him, the BlueStack open source cloud platform may not be launched so quickly. Google headquarters. The news from the other side of the ocean has been heated up, and most of the technology companies on the Silicon Valley are eager to move. Sergey Brin spoke in a conference room. At this time, 7 or 8 people gathered in the meeting room, including Larry Page, Eric Schmidt and others. However, the faces of each of them are almost the same. That is, they are worried. The news from the other side of the Pacific Ocean is a big thing, and it cannot be ignored by any player involved in the field of cloud computing. Eric Schmidt sighed. If it is really rumored, Blue Star Technology, which has dominated the global market, will launch an open-source cloud platform, and they will be unshakable in this field. Google is not stupid, and people in Silicon Valley are not stupid. I quickly saw in the analysis what kind of changes the Blue Star Technology's strategic move will bring to the entire industry, and how much impact it will have. What is the significance? The meaning is that if other giants are indifferent and let Blue Star Technology Group continue to develop like this, the global cloud computing field will be dominated by the other party, ordering everyone to live in the shadow of Luo Shengbu. When he thinks just do whatever you want. Larry Page said, "Is Blue Star Technology so fast?" Eric, the head of Google, nodded solemnly and said, "Although we all started in 2006, Blue Star Technology's investment at that time was more than 10 times that of Google. I'm afraid all of this is in the other's secret layout." Everyone wanted to mourn in their hearts, and chose the default for Schmidt's remarks. In 2006, Blue Star Technology aligned all cloud computing for the IPO's money in one breath, which directly led to about 70% of the global market today. In fact, the project of open-source cloud platform was conceived by Lucci after joining the Blue Star Technology Group for half a year, and it was formally established until the beginning of this year. Google would not believe it. They would rather believe that Blue Star Technology may start to deploy a year earlier or even earlier. However, Blue Star Technology Group has been deeply involved in cloud computing for 3 years, and now it has become an industry leader. Its foundation is far stronger than its peers. In addition, Luo Sheng has personally developed offline. The development process and efficiency of this open-source platform are beyond expected fast and smooth. Otherwise, I will not choose to launch this open-source platform in the first quarter of this year. This temporary internal meeting of Google soon ended, and reached a series of internal consensus. www.intelnovel.com. Then the head Eric Schmidt began to make a series of calls in silence. Called the CEO offices of Microsoft, Intel, Oracle, FTSE, Amazon, IBM and other technology giants. In the face of the news from across the ocean, several heavyweight cloud computing players in the IT industry in Silicon Valley, under the initiative of Schmidt, were almost ready to reach an alliance to jointly fight against Blue Star Technology Group's cloud computing field. Hegemony is even the best ending in the entire history of IT in the world. This time the Silicon Valley Technology Industry Alliance has historical significance, because it is the first time in history that Silicon Valley technology companies have reached an alliance reached by a technology company from China. It is significant because this has never happened before, and the tech giants in Silicon Valley will be forced by a Chinese technology company to a point where they can fight together. Who would believe it if you said it? But this is what is happening. Chapter 297 Explosive News of the Ocean Crossing the Ocean from Silicon Valley. Latest URL. 3 days later, the California Bay Area. In a large and luxurious conference hall, there is an oval table in the middle, on which sits the representatives of 11 North American technology giants such as Google, IBM, Intel, Microsoft, Amazon, and FTSE. Not only is it the Silicon Valley technology giant, but even the military giant Lockheed Martin has sent a representative to come. In the eyes of most people, Lockheed Martin is a military giant. In fact, it is a world top industrial software giant. Cloud computing services can cover almost every aspect of modern life, and in the fields of national defense, military industry, and government departments, Europeans and Americans have not used the Blue Cloud Technology Group's Star Cloud solution. In these areas, Luo Sheng did not report any thoughts. It was quite difficult to enter the commercial markets in Europe and the United States. As for these sensitive areas, the other party did not dare to do so. otherwise the market share would be more than 80%. And this has led to an embarrassing consequence for Silicon Valley technology giants. North American technology companies such as Amazon and Google faced Blue Star's Nebula Star Cloud in the field of cloud computing. None of them can play. The result is that civil cloud computing solutions are more advanced, and military ones are not as expensive as civilian ones. Nebula Star Cloud must be more cost-effective. In addition to Amazon still having a certain degree of autonomy, Google, Microsoft, and other companies had touched Luo Sheng to cross the river. Cloud computing started from imitating the Nebula Star Cloud. In 2006, the young tech giant from the other side of the ocean formally proposed a new concept: cloud computing. In fact, Google had already demonstrated cloud computing at the time. Unfortunately, Blue Star technology is faster than us and the determination is firmer, so that more than 70% of the market share today is occupied by Blue Star technology, which is almost unbreakable. Sitting on the oval table is a well-known Silicon Valley big man. The person who just spoke is the current head of Google, Eric Schmidt. This old man is quite respected by everyone. But for a moment, Eric Schmidt added, although it is incredible to join Silicon Valley's major IT giants against a technology company from China, this is the fact that we are about to face. Only in this way can we may overthrow the dominance of Blue Star technology in the field of cloud computing. As long as it can be jointly hanged, everyone can be full. Everyone here is an elite among the elites. Behind them is a huge elite think tank to make suggestions, so it is impossible to see what it means for Blue Star technology to launch an open-source cloud platform. The current industry situation: Nebula Star Cloud already dominates the market share. If the open-source cloud platform is launched again, whether it is Microsoft or Google, the living space will be further squeezed. According to North American law, when a company occupies 60% of the market share can be defined as a monopoly, and 90% of the market share is an absolute monopoly. The most famous in the IT industry is probably Microsoft's monopoly lawsuit. It was almost split up in the end, but in the end, this did not happen. Blue Star technology is very similar to Microsoft, especially in the field of cloud computing services. This natural monopoly is difficult to dismember and it is difficult to win a lawsuit. Besides, Luo Sheng's caution: Microsoft was facing such a large crisis at a certain level. It's the arrogance of Bill Gates. Each step of Luo Sheng makes you unable to pick out the fault. People play according to your rules of the game, absolutely not more than half a step. Even fishing cannot fall to the other party unless it is a hooligan who ignores the rules of the game that they have made. But this is too difficult. Americans are unwilling to use it only as a last resort, because this is a 7-injury fist move that hurts and hurts others. But now we have to face the facts. Blue Star technology itself is already very powerful. With a group of younger brothers, the current cloud players will definitely say goodbye to the commercial field of cloud computing. Here Blue Star technology and its alliance system will have no rivals. Then Google, Microsoft, Amazon, etc. can only live on the list of the Cape Town. It is miserable to think about it. There is little meat and so many people. And you have to guard against each other secretly, and worry about being challenged by other cloud computing service companies. It is for these reasons that the IT giants in Silicon Valley have come together at this moment, and the core of the discussion is one point and simple. That was Eric Schmidt's initiative. The Silicon Valley technology giants jointly led a similar open-source cloud platform to counter the Blue Star Technology Group's open-source cloud platform. It cannot allow other small and medium IT companies in Silicon Valley to invest in Luo Sheng's arms. Regarding this matter, the IT giants in Silicon Valley soon reached a consensus. Comparing to using each other's tricks to calculate each other's secrets, There is no greater benefit than strangling and killing the Blue Star Cloud. A market share of more than 70% is tantamount to a feast. Isn't IBM supposed to be the first to show sincerity? Since it was decided to hang on to Blue Star's Star Cloud, then IBM should immediately stop continuing to cooperate with Blue Star in the data center and server. Complete termination. The person who spoke this sentence was Ballmer, the head of Microsoft. Before the words fell, everyone looked at Samuel, who is currently in charge of IBM. At this moment, everyone is scolding Samuel and IBM in their hearts. Because of the rise of cloud computing services, IBM is the first to benefit. It can be said that IBM does it at home. Somehow it was pushed to the cloud computing outlet. Then took off directly. Termination of cooperation with Blue Star Technology. What international joke. IBM has reached a US $46 billion strategic contract with Blue Star Technology Group in 2006 and unilaterally ceased cooperation. Liquidated damages and the loss of this strategic contract. Who will pay for IBM? Who will? Who can? Can Intel make up for the loss of this superlarge order? Samuel looks around at everyone, and if he finally glances deeply at Intel's head, none of the big brothers who attended the meeting jumped out to answer the words of the head of IBM. Sitting on this table are all old foxes who are savvy to their bones. Their interests are complex and there are competition and cooperation. As long as they do not fight in the hinterland of each other's kingdom, competition in the border area will not prevent this alliance from reaching Blue Star Technology. What's more, even if you want to hang Blue Star Technology now, IBM, Google, Yahoo, etc., also have cooperation with Blue Star Technology. If the non-scoring is clear, turn out their respective veterans and carefully calculate a book. Who have no historical grudges. I can't get through these days. Let the past go by. The past will not blame the past. What we want now is a situation that continues in the past. Samuel's words are quite encouraging, and he wants IBM to interrupt the strategic cooperation with Blue Star Technology, and his response is, no. But can. What a joke. $45 billion list. There may be more in the future. Can you kill the other party here or two? IBM is not as stupid as Sony. This is not the key. What really makes Samuel so confident is that the advantages of cloud servers in the data center sector of cloud computing services are ahead of everyone. IBM's wishful thinking not only earns Luo Sheng's money, but also earns money for everyone. Blue Star Technology is now launching an open source cloud platform. Instead, IBM is happy to say that it is too tight. Silicon Valley technology giants are in a hurry. It happens that IBM has a good solution here. You can make a lot of money on both ends, but you can't do anything with IBM. Why not? I would like to remind you in good faith that your IBM Huago apprentice is the company. It is best to be prepared. According to the information I have received, the company signed 2 more data with Blue Star Technology Group at the end of last year. The order of the server needed by the center, said the FTSE chief. Intriguing. After waiting for Samuel to reply, he added, there is no doubt that Blue Star Technology is clearly supporting the imaginary server, and it is also intentionally guarding against the possibility that IBM may lift the table and the shopping malls are turbulent. But don't overturn at that time. The master was in turn killed or mutilated by the apprentice, and the blue giant IBM that made America proud is an epic joke in Silicon Valley. As soon as this remark came out, all the big brothers at the meeting gave a funny smile. Facing this ridicule, Samuel dismissed it and said lightly, IBM has already realized this problem and is actively responding. Thank you for your concern. At this time, Eric Schmidt spoke again. Let's put away these careful considerations. Now is not the time for internal fights. Silicon Valley IT giants must unite in order to overthrow StarCloud in the global cloud. The dominance of the field of computing, in this matter alone, is highly consistent with the interests of all of you here, and it is also the first priority to consider. Everyone nodded silently, and then stopped ridiculing each other. The discussions quickly reached the topic. In response to this, the IT giants in Silicon Valley reached a substantive consensus at today's meeting. On the second day, the 11 Silicon Valley technology giants formally held a joint press conference and announced a very high-profile joint development of an open-source cloud platform, OpenStack. The Blue Star Technology Group on the other side of the ocean has not officially announced yet. Silicon Valley can't wait to establish an open-source cloud platform in advance, and the luxury of the lineup is no friend. In this alliance, any one of them is a first-rate giant group, but now they are united, and the industry does not even have to ditch too much. The establishment of the OpenStack open source project, at first glance, has been a rumor of benchmarking. Blue Star Technology was born as an open source cloud platform. As soon as the news came out, the global science and technology community was shocked. www.intelnovel.com major media raced to report that, in the current cloud computing boom has not completely subsided, the OpenStack open source cloud platform once again brought the popularity of cloud computing pushed to a new peak, and successfully made headlines on the world's mainstream media. And these things happening overseas have returned to China, which has also caused an unprecedented sensation in the entire industry. This news was shocking to the Chinese, and it scared the eyes of countless people. Has the power of Blue Star Technology reached this level? Can it force a group of tech giants in Silicon Valley to reach an unprecedented super alliance to fight? The news from overseas directly detonated the topic of the entire network. It is absolutely explosive news for Chinese people. All major media in the mainland are rushing to refer for the incident. All of them used the front page and the front page to push crazy. Chinese website. Chapter 298. We don't want to hurt each other. Latest URL. I just want to talk about Blue Star's mischief. Archbishop Mischief. Yes, a godlike man. Why the news from Silicon Valley back to China not only did not scare me, but was excited, even bloody. I never dreamed that I would see such news in my lifetime. Actually, there would be a Silicon Valley technology giant forced by a domestic technology company to join forces to fight against a mainland technology company. Stop talking. 666 is done. Isn't it rigorous to say that these 11 Silicon Valley giants are half of the US IT internet community? Today's news made me re-understand the power of Blue Star Technology. I know it is very powerful, but I really don't know that its energy is so terrible. It actually made the Silicon Valley Giant Alliance fight. The script is wrong, isn't it the other way around? Shouldn't it be for us to warm up and fight against the rule of the US imperial tech giant? Is it the way I opened it wrong? Nothing proves the power of Blue Star Technology more than this move of the opponent. At least in the field of cloud computing. The passion for watching are exciting. Hey. Where are the two big guys who say new bottled old wine and hundreds of years are possible? Come out and get hit. You are so ruthless, lying on the floor. You have been whipped a while ago, and you dug it out. Funny. Don't call it, say that new bottled old wine is indulging in bidding rankings, and say hundreds of years are possible, and is indulging in how to lie to you to make money to become stronger. Celia successfully seduced 8 million warriors. Luo Sheng. Strong enemies are up and attacking. There is no one who can fight around. I am too difficult. Although this news looks great, but returning to reason, can Blue Star Technology really stand up to it? The Archbishop must stand up to the hopes of the whole village. The other ones don't need to count on them. There is really no one who can fight. Can I fight? It's Cisco's target for YY. The battle is capable. And YY is not weak. It's much better than a few other incompetent people who only know that they are in the nest, but not on a channel. There is a saying, I am also very fierce, recently announced last year's sales of $23.5 billion US. The proportion of overseas accounts for 75%, as exaggerated as Blue Star Technology. What about Blue Star's annual report? It looks like it hasn't been announced yet. I don't know when it will be disclosed, but according to the disclosure time requirements of listed companies' financial reports, it should be fast. I was fortunate enough to see an unprecedented gorgeous technology battle. I was too lucky, too excited, and passionate. Come on Blue Star Technology and kill them. Silicon Valley giants co-sponsored the open-source platform OpenStack project. This topic has now been heated by various media, both at home and abroad, and the world is full of enthusiasm. The topic of cloud computing has become a period of time. The hottest topic. The front page headlines of major media are reporting this. Blue Star Technology has also been headlined as the villain protagonist of this incident. Yes, it was. Of course, the senior management of Blue Star Technology Group is keeping a close eye on external information. But Luo Sheng is not among them. His recent work focuses on climbing technology as the core, and the core lies in cloud computing. One is the open-source cloud platform BlueStack, and the other is the submarine data center. Especially for the submarine data center project, many research and development issues need to be overcome, and this has not been done by anyone. At present, only Blue Star Technology is doing. However, the two cloud-related projects are progressing smoothly. After all, Blue Star's team has a plug-in such as Luo Sheng, who is in charge of Nuer, and has an engineer research team composed of more than 12,000 people. Without these, Blue Star's technology cannot lead the world today. The main development of Luo Sheng is carried out in the innovation workshop of Blue Star Technology. Don't look at this department with the word FANG, but it is definitely not a small workshop. Blue Star's innovation workshop is basically equivalent to the Blue Coast Lab. Luo Sheng hanged the title of innovation workshop, and Blue Star's CTO Xu Yong also hanged a vice here. In addition, there are 6 or 7 deputies, which shows the importance of this department. This is the core R&D department of Blue Star Technology Group. Here, even a document trash must be burned to ashes before it can be thrown into the trash can, because Luo Sheng is not sure whether he will be cleaned by competitors, undercover or something. For information, go to the trash bin of Blue Star Technology. The founder of Oracle used to be so overwhelmed by competitors that it was so simple and unpredictable that you could not think of a commercial spy or anything else. However, it is very difficult to steal the business secrets of Blue Star Technology or the French Riviera, especially the technical information. At present, the artificial intelligence Cortana is monitored behind the two companies, and every data flow will be monitored by her. Although Xiaono is still a weak artificial intelligence, she still has more to deal with the protection of contemporary security systems. The times are advancing, and technology is developing. Xiaono is also making progress. At this moment, in a lounge of the innovation workshop, Luo Sheng, Lucci and others are sitting in a chat. The IT giants in Silicon Valley are in a hurry, and they can't wait to announce their plans before the products come out. I guess their OpenStack open source project will definitely imitate Nebula Star Cloud as the first open source version. Lucci smiled, said, "Haha, there is no way, this is not all forced by you. They also have to stabilize other small and medium IT companies in Silicon Valley." Luo Sheng said with a smile, "Very comfortable." Now, both domestic IT companies and foreign IT companies are very anxious, and they all want to grab tickets for the last bus before the cloud computing outlet is closed. If there is only one open source cloud platform in the world, other IT companies will rush to flock, and companies in Silicon Valley are no exception, because no one will abandon this brand new huge gold mine with infinite imagination. Some insiders even claimed that in the future internet industry, if a company does not have its own private cloud, it will not be able to survive in the future, or survive in the cracks and eventually die. Even the current degree of whiteness, no matter how scarce the funds are, it is necessary to squeeze a sum of money to deploy cloud computing. It is conceivable. At this time, Luo Sheng's cell phone rang and Zhang Bowen called. "General Manager Luo, IBM's Global Vice President, Bob Swan, is visiting. I hope to meet with you in person as soon as possible." "You can't talk to them." "Well, you know, it's like coaxing my wife." "I'll come over later." Luo Sheng simply answered the phone call and ended the call. After chatting with Lucci for a while, he left Innovation Workshop and Cloud Computing R&D department. In about 6 or 7 minutes, Luo Sheng came to a waiting room in the headquarters of the group company. Bob Swan, the global vice president of IBM, has been waiting here for a long time. When he saw the Lord coming, the American could not help but stand up. Meet again www.mtlnovel.com. Mr. Bob, don't come here. Luo Sheng shook hands with him, said with a smile, and politely reached out to ask for his seat, and he sat down beside him. A good-looking young waiter and sister brought some drinks and left the room silently. Luo Sheng sat down and looked at each other with a ridiculous tone, saying, "OpenStack, the recent movement in North America is not small. IBM, as my long-term strategic partner, has discovered the list of members of the OpenStack Alliance. In the middle, IBM is listed. Mr. Bob, IBM is not hesitant to stab a partner at the back, and is it a bit too bold?" After that, Luo Sheng's pretense was unhappy. Bob Swan glanced at him and said calmly, "Mr. Luo, I am afraid that this sentence should be what I said to your company. You have already handed over the orders for the 3 servers needed to build a large data center. And, as far as we know, your company is talking with YY about the cooperation of the 4th data center, and it is also an unabashed rival to support IBM. Isn't this excessive? We don't want to hurt each other, really, but you are forcing us to do so." Chapter 299 All Plastic Friends. The latest website. Bob Swan, who came to negotiate on behalf of IBM, is not weak, and it looks like he is playing a plastic friendship. IBM is very unhappy. Whatever Vinegar Jar says, just turn it over, right? Originally we two had a good time, and we had a good life in the little days. You have to keep your eyebrows on your eyebrows. Yunhua is still my apprentice to IBM. How could you be better with my apprentice? IBM is angry and the consequences are serious. Suddenly staged a triangle love drama in the technology industry. The truth is that the story is about to be serious. 3 days ago, IBM unilaterally announced that it was no longer cooperating with YY and withdrew all the remaining engineers and consultants. This has to be said about some of the old past. When he always regarded the blue giant IBM as a world-class teacher, he was so moved that he resolutely decided to spend 4 billion tuition on tutoring from IBM, and he asked him shamelessly to learn from IBM art, which lasted 5 years. This kind of mind, pattern and willpower is also extremely rare in the history of world economics. This is also the key factor for the reason why YY can reach the top of the world's communication technology. IBM was actually unwilling, but had to be willing to, because in the 1990s, the blue giant suffered the worst financial crisis in history. Sales revenue stopped growing, profits fell sharply, and losses reached $16 billion, and on the verge of bankruptcy. This blue giant has always been the pride of the United States in the last century. This tragedy has been described by the US media at the time as a foot has entered the grave. YY came to school with almost 4 billion tuition fees at this time. At this time, IBM could not refuse, so he accepted the apprentice. Moreover, IBM misjudged the form. When I saw that I was studying at my door, there are many companies in China who have such a strong thinking like YY. IBM is called a heartbeat, and one is about 4 billion. 10 companies are 40 billion. As a result, IBM was stunned. The Chinese market only had this awareness of being a company and no other company. If more companies at the time had this awareness, Americans should be afraid. Today, I am a giant who has grown to be a dare not to be ignored in the global communications technology field. At this moment, Luo Sheng is facing a reverse question from Bob Swan, and laughs. It doesn't make sense. The cooperation between me and YY to build a few data centers does not conflict with my cooperation with IBM. YY the next orders won't be separated from IBM's orders. The agreement arrangement is clear. Is it not a breach of contract for me to do so? Well, it's justified, but my Blue Star technology is in great demand, and that's what happened. But is this really the case? Obviously not. IBM is not stupid. Anyone who can see clearly that Luo Sheng's move is supporting the server business of YY. The reason is very simple. I think the current server solution is far inferior to the IBM solution. You still have one. Give the list vigorously. And one by one a year. Now almost 2 a year. YY's server business unit has stable orders, has income, and then invests money in research and development. Technological progress is affirmative, and there is a sentence. IBM feels that YY is worthy of recognition and respect. Mr. Luo, there is nothing wrong with giving you several orders. The problem is that your behavior is supporting a potentially powerful IBM competitor. Bob Swan said with a serious face. What? Luo Sheng was surprised. If at this moment there is a senior executive sitting next to me, he will be surprised when he hears you. He can be so respected by a former teacher, and he will probably be flattered and deeply honored. Bob Swan stared blankly at the other side without saying a word. In short, it seemed that Luo Sheng owed him hundreds of millions. However, Luo Sheng did not dislike his expression, and said immediately, but then again, I think IBM is too overestimated, and too unconfident in myself. I can't believe this is the blue what the giants said. Bob Swan felt stomachache when he heard it, and he seemed to be admiring IBM for a while, but when he thought about it, he was clearly taunting that IBM was getting old and unconfident, and even his former apprentices were false. However, for a moment, Bob Swan opened his eyes and said, Mr. Luo, as a long-term strategic partner, IBM and Blue Star Technology are facing a crisis of trust. This time I come to consult with you on behalf of IBM to resolve the crisis of trust. This is to ensure that we can stabilize the fundamental problems of cooperation in the future. Luo Sheng said briefly, how to solve it? Bob Swan said immediately, your company immediately ceased to cooperate with YY. And IBM's production capacity can be completely replaced. This point is completely unnecessary for your company to stop working with YY. If your company is determined to cooperate with YY, IBM's strategic cooperation with your company will cause serious harm in the future, and even the termination of the cooperation is possible. There is a sense of threat in the lines, especially at the current time point. IBM, which is brought by Silicon Valley IT giants, has just reached the alliance and the power of the OpenStack open source cloud platform. Americans are wrong. They did not calculate that Luo Sheng would not be intimidated by this threat. At first, it was expected that IBM would not be able to put up this huge cake of more than $40 billion US, and now it has eaten more than $5 billion US, leaving only I haven't eaten about 40 billion. Second, there is no IBM. This is not an IBM competitor. If ignore such as Intel, then this is not a good idea. The big problem is to light up the server technology here. If it is harder, it will be harder, and if the strategy shrinks, it will shrink. Anyway, I am confident that I can make a comeback in the future. The reason why the server is not done is because it is not necessary. For Blue Star Technology Group, this is considered a marginal business. And the second is to understand the sharing of benefits. Money is inexhaustible. Scattered people. At this time, a group of enemies on the outside have been peeping for a long time, and the inside is even more united. If you are rich, you can make friends by sharing benefits, even if it is plastic friendship. But eating food alone is the enemy of the world. Even a plastic friend can't make it. That's too bad. Not many people are idiots in the game of shopping malls. Eating this set of food alone, no matter how powerful, there will be no end in black technology. Haha, Mr. Bob, I think your company is really overly concerned. I just like to make friends. Luo Sheng talked pleasantly and laughed. I want to say, Imho, you Americans have a stubborn smell. The problem is that you must make a clear distinction between right and wrong. As a result, your friends have made a little, but the enemies who have formed Liang Tsai have more than a dozen friends. The quality of the enemy is even higher than that of friends. Friends are the worst. Most of them are pig teammates. Bob. Luo Sheng looked at the other with a puzzled look and added, I don't understand. Why do we always create opponents out of thin air? And why do we always turn over the original sins and bosses of others? Blue Star Technology hopes that there are more friends and fewer enemies. Yes, we have made friends with IBM, made friends with Yahoo, and made friends with Google. Now you are joining forces to get rid of the Nebula Star Cloud. It doesn't matter. Commercial competition should be the only way to promote development, but the friends we should make are still. If you want to make such a friend, you can make such a friend, and for such a friend, you have to make a friend. We have to make friends of the left, middle, and right. For an American who adheres to the distinction between friends and enemies, advocates the Thucydides trap, and believes in the value of zero-sum game, Luo Sheng's words make Bob Swan feel incredible. Once the competition must be divided between friends and enemies, the result of the competition is bound to win or lose. How can you make friends with the enemy? The next level is only the enemy's enemy can be friends. If Bob Swan could understand the truth and values in the Chinese Book of Changes, there would be no such doubts. It's okay to make friends. As you said just now, if you make friends accidentally, you will be stabbed in the worst way. Before I make friends, I want to find out if you are a friend of IBM. Will you stab a friend in the back? Bob Swan stared straight into the other's eyes. Luo Sheng doesn't expect to change an American's values with just a few words, so Bob would not be the global vice president of IBM. But for a moment, Luo Sheng annotated the other with a slight smile. There is a philosopher of Cicero who says that everything in the world is written on the face, and lies to look at the face, but the eyes are traitors to the soul. Then Mr. Bob, are you seeing my friend or my friend in my eyes, eh? In the end, facing Luo Sheng's unequivocal gaze, instead, Bob Swan quickly defeated, actively looking away, subconsciously raising his hand and touching his forehead, but did not sweat. www.mentalnovel.com. But sweat. This person is terrible. He is obviously 20 years older than him. However, when negotiating with the other party, he finds that he is becoming less and less energetic, and that invisible pressure is growing, because Luo Sheng's words just embarrassed Bob Swan, and he even prayed that the other party should not see anything. That sentence seemed to hit the soul, and hit the point with impartiality. Because, at least IBM wants to be a Blue Star Technology's lost friend, and has been thinking about how to stab each other behind the back. Really think it is a friendly partner. IBM is actually envious of Blue Star Technology's cloud computing services. Can't wait swallowed. All plastic friendship. Bob Swan realized that he wasn't Luo Sheng's opponent at all. The opponent's self-confidence, aura, and the tension of negotiation completely exploded himself. This sentence could not be discussed unless you play tricks, but it will only be more ugly to lose. IBM's face loses the rhythm, and you can prepare to resign when you go back. Chapter 300. No series on mouth. Luo Sheng was always at ease, and no one could explore what was really in his mind. This negotiation lasted for about half an hour or so and ended. The end result was Bob Swan pretending to be a powerful Majesty's threatening words, then turned the table off with a strong appearance. In fact, in Luo Sheng's eyes, there is no difference between fleeing and fleeing. The difference is that Luo Sheng has not pierced the other side's fragile cover. Mr. Luo, will IBM really make trouble with us? After learning about the outcome of the negotiation, Zhang Bowen went to Luo Sheng's office and talked about it. He happened to be dealing with some things. Why do you care if IBM makes trouble with us? If you care about this, it is equivalent to IBM having bargaining chips. You must be threatened, and the consequence is more compromise. Luo Sheng looked at Zhang Bowen and said. But for a moment, Luo Sheng spread his hand and added, so I don't care if we are friends or enemies. We don't make this decision. Let IBM make this decision. We can figure out the most fundamental bottom line. Is there any? We friends at IBM will not hurt our bones. At least it will be harder. Take more time to overcome the technical pain points. Can our team suffer? Technical pain points can be solved. My answer is yes. Will it end? Zhang Bowen, I see. In this situation, Lao Zhang, as the number 2 person of the Blue Star Technology Group, had a bit of imagination when he met a group of people under his hands. but now he also feels what authority and aura, momentum. Not because Luo Sheng is his immediate superior, but the momentum he showed is too powerful, and the average person is really a bit overwhelmed. No wonder I saw Bob Swan taking a small step in a hurry when he left. The majestic wolf. Moreover, Lao Jiang, who has worked for many years, finds that Luo Sheng can still be freely retracted. This is the most terrible and most unpredictable place. It makes it impossible for you to explore any truth from him when you face him. He was also deliberately afraid of it. In fact, Luo Sheng also knows that he is in the company, either on the side of Blue Star Technology or on the coast of the Azure. In these two companies, his totalitarian status and increasingly high authority are constantly breaking the upper limit, and now almost no subordinate will oppose any of his decisions, which will cause the subordinate to completely lose judgment and stop thinking, or be judgmental but dare not object. Naturally, it leads to the loss of brainstorming. There is a large elite team. The result is that Luo Sheng is thinking alone. Once his decision is wrong and no one comes out to correct it, it will collapse and the loss will be immeasurable. These potential problems Luo Sheng is actually conscious, so every time he meets at the senior management level, he gives a look of arrogance and silence. But he is not an arrogant person, but to avoid the loss of brainstorming. If you can't say it, try not to say it, because once he says it, no one will object. This is the so-called key person risk of an enterprise. Once the key person is not functioning, a company or a team will interrupt the rising period and even weaken. In fact, the key person risk index of the two companies is about to burst. Even Zhang Bowen and Yao Jianhong, second only to Luo Sheng, are the senior managers of the company. When they saw him, they all understood, and then they didn't. The key person risk of the company has to be prevented, and he is also responding to this potential crisis step by step. After entering the new year, Luo Sheng basically did not bother about the day-to-day operations and management of the company. His CEO's position is more and more like a name, and Yao Jianhong and Zhang Bowen, who are in charge of the two companies, have more and more CEOs. Really? Luo Sheng is now gradually becoming a shopkeeper, just to step down as the CEO and retreat behind the scenes. It is enough to be a chairman. It also easily reduces the key person risk and has more energy to climb technology. The most important thing is to relax. The company's plate is getting bigger and bigger. Luo Sheng feels tired enough. After opening the new world door of Qin Weimu, the beauty lawyer is like a wolf. What's more, both. However, the matter of stepping down as CEO is urgent. Blue Star Technology and the Blue Coast are different from other companies. Luo Sheng's stepping down is a major restructuring of the senior management, which will have a huge impact. Also reflected in his age. Until now, Luo Sheng was less than 25 years old and he stepped down. If such news spreads, let alone a bunch of historical inventors appear in the outside media to fabricate various suspicions, even the company will cause turbulence. In addition, Luo Sheng needs further upgrade of artificial intelligence Cortana. At that time, even if he stepped down as CEO and even stepped down as chairman, it would not have any impact on his control of the company. He can put down his power and easily take it back. This is the root cause of Luo Sheng's confidence. The rumors said that Bob Swan, who represented IBM, was so angry that he couldn't bear to leave. After I went back, I reported the situation here to the headquarters truthfully. As a result, on the third day, IBM changed coaches and then sent someone to talk. This time it was Samuel, the current head of IBM. However, he did not see Luo Sheng. Zhang Bowen received and negotiated with him. As for Luo Sheng, who is currently busy climbing science and technology, no time is one thing, even if there is no time. Of course, Samuel is unhappy about Luo Sheng's neglect, but what can he do? In the end, I was not honest enough to sit down and talk with Zhang Bowen. The contradiction between the two parties was the third party. Blue Star Technology has made a clear statement here that friends from the left, middle, and right must make friends. and IBM has no right to interfere with Blue Star Technology's decision. Samuel also directly said that between Y and IBM, Blue Star Technology can only choose one. No doubt, Zhang also directly gave the option to the other party. In the end, whether to make friends or become enemies, Blue Star Technology does not choose, IBM chooses. If you have to choose Blue Star Technology, it is all. This is a direct conversation. What is your Blue Star Technology all different from what it is now? In the next week, after 3 rounds of negotiations between IBM and Blue Star's senior management, no consensus was reached in the end. Samuel was rude to Blue Star Technology. I had no choice but to return to China with a stubborn stance. During his business trip to China, he was finally caught by the media in the terminal, and he also received an ad hoc interview. It was frankly that the cooperation between IBM and Blue Star Technology was unpleasant. When the two sides cooperated in the future, Samuel refused to respond. However, this sudden news is enough for the industry. For a while, some headlines appeared in recent news reports on such topics as Blue Star Technology and Blue Giant IBM making trouble. Blue Star Technology cloud computing layout may be shut down, core technology is controlled by others, Blue Star Technology is stuck in the neck, and so on. And some well-known online, Big V or something, also took the opportunity to seize the opportunity to start dark, ridiculous, yin and yang. This kind of person is either stupid or mentally disabled. Tear-off wars are unavoidable, and the tap water of Blue Star Technology is not covered. Over the years, a large number of fan groups have been formed, and they have also come out to condemn the Big V and well-known. But these tumultuous controversies on the internet, none of the Blue Star Technology group came out to speak out. Over time, by mid-February, the war of torture is still in full swing. But at this time the news of IBM from North America suddenly made the two sides of the torture a little bit hesitant. IBM announced yesterday that it has signed a second phase of US $4.72 billion contract with Blue Star Technology Group www.intelnovel.com and is expanding production capacity for a larger third phase of approximately US $12.6 billion in future orders. Prepare for. Samuel also personally showed up at a press conference in response to some recent rumors, which was considered to be a rumor. Pouting and saying no, but the body is sincere. Facts have proved that IBM is just pretending to be a strong bluff to scare people. If you can't scare it, then it is so embarrassing. Otherwise, what to do? You can't delay making money. As everyone knows, when IBM's competitors saw these order amounts, their eyes became red. It's one thing to be jealous. The key is to be angry. I always feel that IBM is responding to competitors, because the news the other day seems to be that IBM really wants to quit. Its competitors have begun to struggle and are preparing to fly across the ocean to sell solutions. As a result, the Blue Giant backhanded out the contract. This method of giving people hope and breaking him was simply an act of heart. It seems as if IBM has suggested competitors, look, even if the list is made like this, it's mine, and you're upset. So don't think too much about it. Wash and sleep everything in your dreams. After the news came back to China, the Big V and the public, who had been grotesque, ridiculous, gloating, and collectively muttered. Blue Star Technology has not responded at all in these days, as if it hadn't happened before. But the fans and netizens of Blue Star Technology and Luo Sheng will not let it go.